This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Abandoned. Take your things and leave here quickly. You ungrateful bastard. Why don't you die with your parents and put an end to it all? Bang. A small cloth bag of unknown color fell on the yellow soil in front of Lu Yao. The bag was open, revealing a household registration certificate and 7 or 8 shrunken potatoes. At this time, Lu Yao sat on the slightly hot mud, leaning against a big stone that was also hot. Her face was pale, and she felt weak. She felt like she was in a steamer cage and was almost cooked and served. She raised her head slightly and looked at the old woman with a sarcastic face. Zhang, her stepmother. After a short moment of daze, Lu Yao finally figured out her current situation. She had traveled through time, from the end of the world where there was no food to eat. Zombies were rampant, and the world was full of viruses. She came to a country that had never appeared in history, the Great Xia Kingdom. It was worn by a peasant girl of the same name and surname, who was only 8 years old. She had no father or mother, and brought a 5-year-old child. She followed her grandparents, uncles, and a family of 20 people on the road to escape famine. She said that the ancient people were really fertile. Less than half a year after the original owner's father, Lu Dogwa's mother died. Her grandfather Lu Changsheng married his grandma Zhang Suihua, and gave birth to the eldest uncle Lu Qinghe, the second aunt Lu Danny, the third aunt Lu Ernie, the fourth uncle Lu Qingshui, the fifth uncle Lu Qingshan, and the original owner's father. 6 children in 1 year. In this generation, except for her family, who gave birth to 2 children because her mother was in poor health, no other married family had less than 3 children. Mopping the floor production team. But they forgot that in addition to giving birth, they also had to feed. This is coming. In the 12th year of Baoding, Yongning Prefecture suffered a snowstorm last year, and this year the fields were barren due to drought. The people were living in poverty, and corpses were everywhere. Large numbers of refugees began to migrate to the nearest provincial capital, looking for even the slightest chance of survival. And their whole family has been on the road of fleeing famine for more than half a month, during which the original owner's parents also starved to death on the road one after another. Now the stepmother, the second uncle, the third uncle, the fourth uncle, a family of more than 20 people, are going to drive these 2 helpless children out of the team of fleeing famine, and their own grandfather is watching from the side, completely ignoring the life and death of his eldest son and 2 children. The old saying is absolutely correct. As the saying goes, there is a stepfather if there is a stepmother, and what's more, there is a stepfather who is a generation apart, and of course, there is a step-grandfather who does not recognize his relatives. Lu Yao had no strength at all now. She knew that this was the result of not eating for a long time and being very hungry. She had lived in the apocalypse for 5 years, and was too familiar with this feeling. She even fainted from hunger and hit her forehead. She was still dizzy. Lu Yao tried several times but failed to stand up. Now, she could only glare at this group of selfish relatives in name only. Finally, she stopped her gaze on this grandfather, who was full of evil intentions, and thought secretly, this old man is very evil. He looks honest in front of others, but her hind breast is always the first to take charge of everything. But according to the original owner's memory, she had seen him secretly cleaning up his hind breast more than once. So for a happy life in the future, she must get the documents of dividing the family or breaking off the relationship. Otherwise, she doesn't want to have a piece of smelly psoriasis following her. But in the future, Lu Yao stared at old man Lu. But in fact, she was already in a trance, and she didn't know where she was thinking. Old man Lu felt uncomfortable being stared at, so he had to stand up, sighed like a rogue, and said after a long time, Yao girl, don't blame your grandmother for being cruel. There is really no way. God doesn't give us food. We don't have much food at home. Instead of starving to death together, it's better to go our separate ways while we are still alive. Maybe there is still a chance to survive. Don't you think so? Lu Yao sneered. After 5 years in this apocalypse, she has seen the dangers of human nature. There were many people who exchanged their own children for food at that time. What's the big deal? She hated people like old man Lu who pretended to be good people even though they did evil things, and who put all the blame on others. Now he was even more powerful, and he even blamed everything on God. He was not afraid of God's anger and a thunderbolt to kill him. Unfortunately, although her superpowers came with her, She regressed from the 6th level Thunder-type superpower user of the top name to the 1st level. The power was only slightly better than Chopsticks, which was enough to stun people, but not enough to electrocute people to death. Otherwise, she really wanted to kill him with a thunderbolt, so that he would not talk endlessly. Alas, Lu Yao sighed deeply in her heart. Now she had to start all over again. She was so upset, because from the moment she woke up, she checked and found that not only her superpowers had regressed, but her space had also regressed to its original state. Now there was a spiritual spring, and a piece of black soil the size of 1 centimeter in the space. There was nothing left for her to collect before. Thinking of this, Lu Yao felt extremely heartbroken. Fortunately, the spiritual spring was still there, and the land was still there. Speaking of the spiritual spring, it is really so powerful that nothing can be said. Drinking it for a long time is not only helpful for improving superpowers, although it cannot cure the dead or the bones, but it can strengthen the body and cure all diseases. In addition to the above, its most powerful function is that anyone who drinks her spiritual spring for a long time will be 100% loyal to her as the master. In her previous life, she had hundreds of loyal subordinates. If she hadn't met the perverted zombie king during the mission, she wouldn't even have the chance to hide in the space. She would have died as soon as she saw him. She wouldn't have come here. I don't know if those subordinates are still alive, but in such an environment, maybe death is the best destination. Just like her. Chapter 2 Document of Severing Marriage. Lu Yao lowered her head and was thinking wildly there. People around her thought that this poor kid had been persuaded by her grandfather. However, they didn't know that. She was too disdainful to waste her breath with the old man. She was gathering her strength, waiting for a chance to strike. She disdains to waste her saliva. But the stubborn little person beside her let go of her hand, wiped the tears from her face, and choked. We didn't eat white rice. Daddy's rice was only half of that of the uncle's. And Grandpa only asked Daddy and Mom to find food. They were too hungry to fight those people, so they couldn't beat them. You just watch, and don't help Daddy and Mom. Woo. Lu Yao knew that the child who was crying when he was sad was her younger brother Lu Yuxuan in this life. He was only 5 years old this year, but he looked like a 2 or 3-year-old child. Compared with the fat boy in the second uncle's family, one was fat and black, and the other had a big head and a small body. Lu Yao's heart ached. How unpopular her family was. They worked more and ate less. Is this old man still a human being? He even treated his own grandson like this. Seeing more and more people gathering around him, and his past being exposed by his own grandson, old man Lu's face darkened, and he said impatiently, "All right, let's leave it at that. I said everything I need to say. You can take care of yourselves." After saying that, he raised his foot and wanted to leave. Lu Yao looked around. Everyone who was supposed to come had come. It was my turn to perform. I didn't say I was leaving, old man. Can you leave? So, Grandpa, please don't leave us. We will work harder. We only eat a little. Please don't leave us. After saying that, she started to cry. The crying of the big and the small one after another. It was really heartbreaking to hear and to see. Too miserable. Zhang, who was standing by, was originally happy. Finally got rid of these 2 jinxes who ate free food. Now she heard Lu Yao crying and not wanting to leave. How could that be possible? So she said angrily, "Why are you following us? We don't even have enough food at home. You can follow us, but you'll have to eat dirt." When Lu Yao heard this, she was happy in her heart. The pig teammate is here. Grandma, we haven't separated our family. Why are you a family? Aren't Xiaoxian and I a family? Didn't Grandpa Xiaocai say last time that officials can't have relatives? Is your uncle not going to be a high-ranking official? Woo. We want to follow your uncle and become an official lady. Woo. Sister Qian said that there would be a lot of delicious food and new clothes to wear. Woo. We want to follow your uncle. Woo. She cried and said. Her face was covered with snot and tears, and her expression and demeanor showed the ignorance of an 8-year-old child vividly and delicately. In one word. Absolutely. 2 words. Too absurd. I didn't expect that Lu Laoba and Zhang were so cruel. It's only been 2 days since the eldest son and his wife left, and they are already thinking of ways to drive away such a young child. That's right. Driving them out in this famine is just a disguised way of asking them to die. Alas. These days, not to mention that adults have a hard time surviving, let alone such a young child. Lu Yao ignored the surrounding discussions and the distorted faces of old man Lu and his family. She just cried and sang by herself, repeating that she wanted to follow her uncle to eat and drink. Especially Zhang, who regarded Lu Qishan as her heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, and wanted to be an official's wife, was so angry that she thought, I haven't enjoyed my life yet, and you are already thinking about it. So she ignored the people around her and immediately got angry and said, You dead girl. You want to rebel when I don't beat you for a day. And you want to eat well with your uncle. Dream about it. I will beat you to death. You bitch. As she said that, she raised her hand and hit Lu Yao, who was sitting on the ground, looking at the palm as big as a palm fan. Lu Yao would not sit there stupidly and wait to be beaten. She tilted her body, pulled her brother with great effort, and crawled towards the crowd while crying. It seemed that she was crawling randomly, but in fact, she was crawling towards the village chief. Zhang was also confused by Lu Yao's series of actions. By the time she reacted, Lu Yao had already accidentally climbed to the village chief's feet. Grandpa village chief, help me. My grandma wants to beat me to death. As a village chief on the road of escape, he didn't want to meddle in other people's business, especially the business of Lu Laoba's family. But now, the little girl has come to him crying. It seems that this is also a smart girl. So Lu Laoba, what's the matter? Such a young child. Do you really want Zhang to beat you to death? And as this little girl said, you haven't separated the family, and you haven't severed the relationship. Where are you going to drive them away? Don't you really want your son to be well? Lu Lao and Zhang were stunned when they heard it. And this dead girl was right. Could it be that the old scholar really said it? Otherwise, what would she? A little girl? No. But if this is true, can they really not drive away this pair of jinxes? Thinking of this, their faces are like palettes, each more exciting than the other. As the only scholar in the family, Lu Qishan, who always thought he was noble and never touched the world, looked even uglier. He whispered a few words in Zhang's ear. Lu Yao smiled knowingly, remembering that the opportunity had come. Zhang, who had received instructions from her son, immediately said loudly, Village chief, you are here. I was just about to find you to be a witness. We are going to sever our relationship with the old family. Hearing Zhang's words, Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it was the same idea as hers. The Lu family did not regard their family as human beings at all. Now they were determined to drive them away, the two siblings without a father or a mother, and divide their benefits with them. Old man Lu didn't think about it. His son, who was lazy and didn't know how to grow crops, was almost 20 years old. He should have passed the exam long ago. Why did he have to wait until now? He had already taken the exam 2 or 3 times. But it didn't matter to her. Now she just wanted to get married quickly so that she could leave here and drink some water, because she was dying of thirst. The head of the village, Lu Chenghe, ignored the woman from Zhang's family, but turned around and asked the head of the family, who was standing aside pretending to be stupid, Old 8. Do you think the same as Zhang? Do you really want to break up with these 2 kids? Old man Lu was also a face-loving person. Seeing people around him pointing fingers at his family, he felt ashamed. He disliked these 2 people who made him lose face. So he said coldly, Village head, you also saw that our family, the big family, really doesn't have much food left, and it's for their own good to cut them off. Hearing this, Lu Chenghe sighed, knowing that there was no point in saying more. The baby is yours, since you have made up your mind. I won't say more to bother you. Dachiang, go get grandpa's things. Soon, for copies of the severance document appeared. One for old man Lu, one for the village chief, one for the clan elders, and one for little Lu Yao. Of course, under Lu Yao's jokes, except for the unborn. All of old man Lu's family, from the oldest to the youngest, pressed their fingerprints. Lu Yao watched from the side, feeling happy. The village chief may have seen that old man Lu's family was not good, and was afraid that the marriage would not be clean. So he said that he would go to the government office to file a case after arriving in the city. Hearing this, Lu Yao felt even happier, and was extremely grateful to the village chief. She remembered this favor, and asked him to help her in the future. Chapter 3 Space. Seeing that old man Lu and his family left without looking back, the crowd around them also dispersed. It seems that there are people who like to watch the fun everywhere, even in such a famine. Lu Yao carefully picked up the severance document and household registration certificate, and put them into her underwear. In fact, She had already smuggled them into the space warehouse. It was the safest place. Even if she was lost, these things would not be lost. Now Lu Yao was sitting on the ground to recover her strength. Just now she was crying and acting. Now she even felt tired to speak. And her throat felt as if it was on fire. Seeing his sister in pain, Lu Yuxuan whispered to comfort her, "Sister, if you are tired, just close your eyes and take a rest. I will be by your side." He said this like a little adult, gently patting Lu Yao's back. Lu Yao's heart was almost melted by his little appearance. He is so rare. It is said that children from poor families grow up early. That is absolutely true. Before the end of the 21st century, such a big boss, all relied on coaxing. How could he feel sorry for others? Thank God if he didn't give you a heart attack, comforting people. Go and dream. Maybe there is nothing wrong with traveling here. There are no viruses, no zombies, and mutant plants and animals, and there is such a lovely person to accompany you. So good. Lu Yuxuan looked at his elder sister, who closed her eyes to rest. She was worried. Dad was gone, Mom was gone, and now his sister was starving to save some food for herself. Today, she was still bowing her head. Grandpa and Grandma didn't care about them. In the future, he will be the only boy in the family. It will be his responsibility to protect his sister. Thinking of this, Lu Yuxuan straightened his little body unconsciously. When Lu Yao woke up again, it was almost dark. Sister, 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 you are awake. That's great. The person who was taking a nap may have felt the movement around him, and looked up at Lu Yao, who had woken up with a happy face. After a moment of daze, Lu Yao knew where she was now. It turned out that all this was not a dream. She really traveled through time. Lu Yao looked up and saw that the villagers were sitting in the bare little forest in front of them one by one. Of course, Old Man Lu and his family were there, and her silly brother accompanied her to bask in the sun for several hours. Fortunately, there was a big stone blocking this place in the afternoon, otherwise she would have heat stroke. Let's go there. Lu Yao pointed to a place a little away from the crowd and said hoarsely. Although there was a stone wall blocking the place where they were now. She and her younger brother were two kids, who were easy to bully. They were too conspicuous. There were still many eyes looking at them from time to time. Some with sympathy, and some with ill intentions. So they had to find a relatively safe place to hide. Otherwise it would be too dangerous. Besides, they also needed to find a place where no one was, and go into the space to get some water. Otherwise, if they continued like this, they would both die of dehydration. Soon, the two found a relatively secluded place. At this time, Lu Yao's strength had almost recovered. But she would still feel a little dizzy from the bump on her head. Lu Yuxuan carefully supported his sister. Let her sit down against the tree trunk to rest. Put the bag of potatoes in front of her. And said sensibly, "Sister, you sit here to rest. I will pick up some dry firewood around." After that, he turned around and left here to find firewood. Looking at the back of the big head and small body, the little person tried his best to do what he could in order not to make her worry, which made her very sad. After Lu Yao watched Xiaoshuan's figure disappear in front of her, she looked around. It was quiet, and she didn't see anyone else. Then she closed her eyes slightly, and the next moment, she appeared on a piece of black land. Seeing this, Lu Yao smiled happily, and her eyes also brightened slightly. As expected, her space really came. This space was obtained by accident not long after the end of the world. At the beginning, it was just like the spiritual spring, a piece of land the size of one fin, and a warehouse. Later, as her superpowers upgraded, the land also expanded bit by bit. Before she came through, it had expanded to 6 fin, and there were streams and hills at level 3. But now there is nothing, and it is barren everywhere. It is heartbreaking to look at, not to mention the missing materials. Alas, I don't want to think about it anymore. If I think too much, I will cry. Without saying anything, Lu Yao came to the spiritual spring and filled a small bamboo tube with spiritual water. She drank until she couldn't drink anymore. Then, she filled the bamboo tube with water and flashed out of the space. Now the time is 1-to-1 with the outside. She was afraid to go out and play. She suddenly appeared and scared Xiaoxian. Just within a minute of Lu Yao's appearance, Lu Yuxuan came over with a small bundle of dry firewood. "Sister, I'm back." "Yeah, great." She handed him the bamboo tube filled with water. Lu Yuxuan took the bamboo tube and looked at it. His eyes widened immediately. He looked at the water in the bamboo tube in disbelief. He even stuttered. Big sister. Where did you find this water? Such clear water. How long has it been since he last saw such clear water? 1 month? 2 months? Or 5 months? This water is clearer than the water in the old well in the village. Lu Yuxuan swallowed unconsciously. Why does it feel like a dream? Drink it. I've already drunk it. If you feel thirsty in the future, tell me. I have plenty of water. Sister, you said there is plenty of water? Well, today when I was dizzy, I saw a flying grandfather with a white beard. He took me to a place where there was a well, a piece of land and a house that could store a lot of things. He said that this place would be mine in the future. He also taught me a lot of skills. Then he disappeared and I woke up. The plot is very old-fashioned, but it's practical. There is a person who has been tricked right in front of me. Lu Yuxuan was fooled by his sister. And then he suddenly realized, big sister. I know. You have met the same god as in the drama. Right? No wonder this water tastes so good to me. It turns out to be the water of the gods. After saying that, he nodded to himself, feeling that he knew the truth, and was extremely excited, since Lu Yao knew that the space followed her. She had never thought of hiding it from her only brother, no matter whether she used the space or the other world. It was impossible to completely avoid this person, who lived with her day and night. Besides, with the powerful function of the spiritual water, she didn't have to worry about Xiaoxian betraying her. But she still had to say what she should say. Sister, I think so too. But this matter must not be known to others. Only you and I know it. The heaven and the earth know it. If people know that the gods are angry and take the things back, we won't have such delicious water to drink. Do you understand? Yes. Sister. I know, I promise not to tell. After saying that, she covered her mouth with her hand, to show that she really wouldn't tell. Seeing such a cute look, Lu Yao showed her first sincere smile since she came here. Chapter 4 Tell. Lu Yao sat by the fire in a daze. This body was really too bad. Although she didn't want to expose her space in the end times, she was not so free, and she didn't eat very well in front of people, but because she had a space early, she collected materials that were not collected, and she also planted a lot in the space, so it was no problem for her and her subordinates to eat until they were 70% full every day. But here, even before fleeing the famine, the original owner's family had never eaten a full meal. Mostly they just had water to fill their stomachs, and they were beaten from time to time, not to mention on the way to flee the famine, not to mention that there was not much water to drink. Each person in their family only had 3 potatoes or a small sweet potato a day, and they were thankful to be alive. The 2 good ones starved to death to save food for them. The original owner did it for her only brother. She fell down and hit her head, because her legs were weak from hunger. Sister, this water tastes good, it's sweet. Lu Yuxuan drank very slowly from the bamboo tube, sip by sip, as if he was holding a delicious food in his hand. His little expression was intoxicated, and sometimes he couldn't bear to swallow it even if he held it in his mouth. Lu Yao was amused and distressed. This was the sequelae of being treated harshly by old man Lu's family, and it was also caused by being hungry for so long. Lu Yao took out 2 potatoes from the bag, and buried them carefully in the charcoal fire. She planned to plant 2 of the remaining 6 in the space, and keep the other 4 for emergency use. They had to flee the famine, and they couldn't just drink water every day. Stay? That didn't exist. In the past, she had heard from the old people in modern times that many people exchanged their children for food during the famine. Not to mention in this ancient time with backward information. Laws? Nothing in front of food. Space? Before she had no other choice and her life was in danger. She would not expose the space to anyone except Xiaoxian. After all, people are social animals. She couldn't stay in the space with Xiaoxian for the rest of her life. That was unrealistic. Do it as soon as you think of it. So, Xiaoxian, I'll take some potatoes and plant them on the farm. The farm is where the gods live. Don't be afraid if you see me disappear. Don't shout. If someone comes or something happens, call me loudly. I can hear you. Okay? After confirming that Xiaoxian was okay, Lu Yao disappeared in front of him and appeared in space. Without tools, Lu Yao could only dig a hole with her hands, plant the 2 potatoes in her hand on the ground, and then watered them with spiritual water in a bamboo tube. In her previous life, she discovered that plants watered with spiritual spring water would have a 1/3 shorter planting time. After doing all this, Lu Yao quickly left the space. After all, she was a little worried about leaving Xiaoxian alone outside. However, before reaching the third level of supernatural power, outsiders were not allowed to follow into the space. Otherwise, she would have brought Xiaoxian in long ago. This would increase loyalty much faster than drinking spiritual spring water. As soon as she left the space, Lu Yao saw that her brother was still in the same position as before, and he looked alert. It seemed that he was frightened by her transformation. After seeing her, the little guy breathed a sigh of relief, and a big smile appeared on his face. "Big sister, you are back?" Then he moved his eyes, and saw that the bag of potatoes in his big sister's hand, and the bamboo tube that he had just taken from his hand were gone. And his big eyes lit up instantly. Big sister, have you planted the potatoes?" "Yes," Lu Yao said as she sat by the fire. Although it didn't rain, it was still a little cold in the morning and evening in autumn. What's more, they were only wearing a single piece of clothing that couldn't be torn anymore. The old man Lu's family was very bad, and they were so poor that they didn't even want to give them anything to cover themselves. "Little guy, sit down and warm yourself by the fire. I've just learned some skills from the gods. I'll take you out to play when I become more powerful." "Really? Really?" She picked out the potatoes she had just buried with a stick and handed them to the excited little guy. "Eat quickly." Lu Yao quickly finished the potatoes in her hand and said, "Xiaoxian, I'll take a nap first. Wake me up when you feel sleepy. If there's anything unusual, you must wake me up. Otherwise, we'll be in danger. Okay?" "Yeah. Don't worry. I'll wake you up if there's any sound or someone approaching." Although Lu Yao felt much better after drinking the spiritual spring water, she really needed to rest. Otherwise, she would have no way to travel tomorrow. She didn't want to be left behind and made into a human meat bun as a snack. So it is very important for the two little ones to have a good rest. "Okay, sister believes in our Xiaoxian. If you are scared, you can wake me up, understand?" As she said this, Lu Yao touched Xiuxuan's head. It was so lucky to have such a sensible little brother. Finally, Lu Yao looked around and saw that there was no movement, and then she lay down to rest. After a few minutes, Lu Yao's breathing became smooth, and she fell asleep soon. After watching his sister fall asleep, Lu Yuxuan held the small wooden stick in his hand tightly, like a little soldier, staring at the dark woods around him. Chapter 5. In such a barren grove, it was still relatively quiet, and the sounds of animals were rare, because there was no food anywhere, and the water source was almost dry, so those who could run had already run to the deep mountains and old forests, and those who couldn't run, or those who ran slowly, had already become nutrients in the soil of the mountains. Lu Yuxuan looked at his sister, and then looked at her again. After a while. He hesitated whether to wake her up, but looking at his sister, who was sleeping soundly, he couldn't bear to wake her up. But his eyelids had been fighting for a long time. He didn't know how long he could hold on, and he didn't know if he would fall asleep soon. But his sister just said that if they fell asleep together, it would be very dangerous if bad guys came. Should he wake up his sister? When Lu Yuxuan was struggling to decide whether to wake up his sister, Lu Yao, who was sleeping on the hay, suddenly sat up like a spring. At the same time, his hand quickly touched the wooden stick that was placed beside him before he fell asleep. And then, he looked around nervously. This was her living habit after 5 years in the apocalypse. This habit was engraved in her memory. It was also this habit that made her brush shoulders with death several times. Finally, she found that there was no other unusual movement except for an unknown big bird parked 20 meters away. She was relieved. Then she turned around and saw the little guy fighting with the god of sleep. It seemed that he was very sleepy. The little guy was so sensible that it made people feel distressed. So Lu Yao said, "Xiaoxian, I'm sorry. It's my sister who overslept. Go to sleep quickly. My sister has slept enough and is very energetic." Lu Yao stood up and pulled Lu Yuxuan to let him lie on the hay. Then walked to the campfire, added some firewood to it, and made the fire burn brighter. It was still a little cold at night. It seems that we need to get some money quickly to buy some daily necessities. Otherwise, when the weather gets cooler, we will catch a cold if we have nothing to cover ourselves. Meanwhile, Lu Yuxuan was lying where his sister had just slept, feeling very warm. He fell asleep in a few breaths, breathing evenly. Before he knew it, the whole night was spent in Lu Yao's nap and boredom. As the sky was slightly bright, Lu Yao stood up, propped up her waist, and felt full of energy again. Then she said that Xiaoxian didn't get up, and she slipped into the space. She wanted to wash herself, but she was afraid that being too clean would attract the attention of someone. So she only drank a bamboo tube of water, and then brought a tube to Xiaoxian and left the space. Xiaoxian, get up, everyone is going to leave. Quickly get up and drink some water, and then eat this potato. Okay, sister, have you eaten? I have. You eat here. Sister will go in and get some water to drink on the way. You need to be careful and watch people. Yes, sister, I got it, you go. Sure enough, when Lu Yao's siblings finished their work and climbed up the small slope, the village chief had already called everyone to get on the road. Lu Yao's siblings did not go forward, but just followed the crowd from a distance. As the day dawned, more and more people were fleeing the famine on the road, some in groups of 3 or 5, and some like the team led by the village chief with hundreds of people, so there was no one in front or behind. The whole road was full of people. Oh! It's really a hardship. Last year we had a snowstorm, and this year we have a drought that hasn't happened in a decade. Staying in the village means death, and leaving the village will also mean death. We have been gone for more than half a month, and it is still like this. It seems that God really has no way to live. Lu Yao held her brother's hand along the way, and heard a lot of the same words. She touched her hungry stomach and chapped lips and sighed. When will this day end? Because of the lack of water and food. The bark of the trees around them was peeled off along the way, and they were all bald. Everyone was like eggplants hit by frost, sluggish and unable to walk fast. Xiaoxian, hold on, let's go to the grove ahead, and drink some water secretly where there are few people. Yes, I know, there are many people now, and they will come to grab the water when they see us. Yes, that's the reason, our Xiaoxian is awesome. Lu Yao whispered in Xiaoxuan's ear, wiping the sweat off her face while speaking, cursing the heavens in her heart. Yes, sister, Xiaoxian is thirsty, Xiaoxian wants to drink water. Yes, sister is hungry and thirsty too. They had eaten a potato and a bamboo tube of water in the morning, and it took them 2 hours to walk, which is 4 hours according to modern time. Her stamina had already reached the upper limit. Her legs felt like they were tied with lead blocks. She couldn't even lift them. Her soles were burning with pain. Lu Yao believed that Xiaoxuan's condition was worse than hers. But the little guy gritted his teeth and persisted. It was all her fault. She hadn't adapted to her new identity yet. She didn't pay much attention along the way. So she had to take a break. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to keep up. She couldn't care less. If she couldn't keep up, she couldn't keep up. There were people all along the way. She wanted to follow the village chief because he said he would go to register. But judging from the situation during the day, they might not even be able to enter the city. There were too many refugees. Now that she had obtained the severance document, they would stay away from that big family anyway. She and Xiaoxian would never stay in the state capital where they were. So it didn't matter whether it was registered or not. After thinking it through, Lu Yao took Xiaoxian to the depths of the hill beside the road. They walked in the woods for about 20 minutes. Seeing that this place was far enough from the official road, Lu Yao found a valley and planned to rest here for a day. Maybe God is taking care of her. Just as she arrived at the bottom of the depression, and before she had time to catch her breath, Lu Yao saw a bunch of purslane that had wilted in the sun. She was delighted, and a big smile appeared on her face. She couldn't grow purslane outside due to the drought, but she could grow it in her space. Lu Yao believed that, with this patch of purslane, she and Xiaoxian would not be short of vegetables to eat in the rest of the journey. If they didn't eat vegetables for a few days, they probably wouldn't be able to poop when they wanted to. Xiaoxian, come quickly. There are a lot of purslane here. Let's pull it up quickly and plant it in my sister's farm later, so that we will have a lot of vegetables to eat in the future. Yes. Sister, let's pull it up quickly. This grasshopper vegetable is delicious when mixed together. Xiaoxian was very happy to see so many wild vegetables at once. And he didn't notice that he and his sister were talking about the same thing. But they said different names. The two big salmon only knew that there would be a lot of fresh wild vegetables to eat in the future. And they would no longer have to eat grass roots and tree bark to fill their stomachs. Now their eyes and hearts were full of wild vegetables. And what they were talking about was no longer important. In a short while, the two of them had pulled out all the purslane, even the newly grown seedlings. Finally, they estimated that there were about 2 kilograms, which made them very happy. Lu Yao looked at the small pile of wild vegetables in front of her and laughed heartily. Although life is a bit hard now, she feels that it is much more interesting than in the end of the world. And there are surprises everywhere. It's not like in the end of the world where there are viruses and zombies everywhere. And it's lifeless all day long. making people feel breathless for no reason, extremely depressed, and feel that the whole life is gray, and there is no hope for life. Lu Yuxuan looked at his sister, then looked at the wild vegetables on the ground, and laughed foolishly. The two looked at each other, and then laughed like a big fool in this silent forest. Chapter 6 Interlude. Another night, sped with Lu Yuxuan's steady breathing and Lu Yao's cultivation. The lightning was still only as thick as a chopstick, but Lu Yao felt that the electricity was much stronger, and the range it touched seemed to have increased a little bit, but it was not noticeable. I don't know if this world is more suitable for supernatural cultivation, or maybe it's because she had cultivated in her previous life, anyway. She felt that without a crystal core, it was already very good to have such a cultivation speed. Besides, there are no zombies or mutant plants and animals in this world. Now she only wants to protect herself, so she can use the mutants. The rest will be dealt with according to circumstances. At dawn, Lu Yao woke up Xiaoxian, who was sleeping. They had to hurry up today and wait until the sun was bright at noon to find a cool place to rest. After getting up, the two of them simply washed up. They could only have some water this morning because the last 2 small potatoes were left, and they were eaten by the 2 of them last night. Lu Yao looked at the porcelain planet in the space yesterday. It had come back to life. After being watered by the spiritual spring, it was now green and lush, which made people hungry. She wanted to pick some to eat, but she had no pots. There were vegetables but no pots, which made her very depressed, and she cursed old man Lu's family in her heart. Lu Yao thought there was probably no other time traveler who was in a worse situation than her. Except for a space for planting, there was nothing else she wanted. It was too miserable. Woo 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 woo. Why did they take away the things she collected? They were not human, no, they were not gods. Soon, after Lu Yao greeted old man Lu's family, she also greeted the whole family of the time traveler in her heart, otherwise she would feel unbalanced, and she was afraid that she would be angry to death. After drinking, the two returned to the official road hand in hand. Although it was not yet dawn, there were already many refugees on the official road, all of whom were pale and thin. Most of them were in groups. But there were only her and Xiaoxian here, and they were all children. And there was not even a leader. Although she had supernatural powers, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Not to mention Xiaoxian was there. Thinking of this, Lu Yao's face was solemn. In fact, Lu Yao was not scared at all. In the end times, zombies were everywhere, and they were excited by the smell of human beings. She was not afraid of them. So why would she be afraid of some refugees? And if it didn't work, she could hide in the space. What she is most worried about now is Xiaoxian. He has no ability to protect himself, and he is still so young. What should she do? Then Lu Yao's eyes turned, and she pulled Xiaoxian to where there were many people. Only in the crowd would they not be discovered without the protection of adults. This would be safer. This is the reason why great people hide in the city. Lu Yao decided that they should not act alone in the future, and they should not go into the woods at every turn. When people are hungry, they can do anything. After walking with the team for more than 2 hours, everyone stopped to rest. Lu Yao pulled Xiaoxian to follow a group of people who seemed to be easier to talk to, and rested in the shade of a tree, a little distance from the crowd. The 2 of them were secretly drinking water with a straw made from a hollow grass last night. Not far away, a mother and daughter suddenly knelt down in front of a family who were drinking water and eating dry food. Brothers and sisters-in-law, please be kind. Can you give us something to eat? Or water? We haven't eaten since the day before, and we really can't walk. After the woman finished speaking, she pulled the girl and kowtowed in front of everyone. Everyone who was eating dry food and drinking water was stunned. And then, you looked at me. I looked at you. Everyone was silent, and no one spoke. Sister. Xiaoxian pulled the corner of Lu Yao's clothes. Lu Yao understood what he meant. She couldn't bear to watch, but she also understood that there would be many more people like them along the way. She couldn't save them, and couldn't save them. Lu Yao was sure that if she dared to take out even a mouthful of water to save people, the 2 little brats would be buried in the crowd in a minute, and they wouldn't even know how they died. Lu Yao lowered her eyes, silently drank more water, in order to comfort her young heart. After the woman and the child kowtowed more than a dozen times, a young man could not bear to watch any more. Just when he was about to hand the black dry food in his hand to the woman, he was stopped by an old man next to him. The old man said, "Don't kowtow anymore. Let's save some energy to hurry on. We are all fleeing famine. How can we have extra food to give to others?" After that, He ate his food by himself, and didn't even bother to pay attention to them. Maybe he was angry. Or maybe it was his nature. You old man. It's not your dry food. Why are you stopping it? The young man is eating it for his wife. What's wrong with you? You old man. The woman saw that the dry food that was about to be in her hand was stopped just like that. She was so angry that she didn't care about pretending to be pitiful. She stood up in a flash and started to curse at the old man. Her voice was full of energy. And you couldn't tell that it was because she hadn't eaten for 2 days. The young man's face turned black after hearing what the woman said. Who would want that dark girl as his wife? Go. 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 If you keep talking nonsense here, I'll beat you to death. Seeing the young man's angry look, the others couldn't help but laugh. The woman saw that she couldn't get any benefit, so she dragged the girl away cursing. This reversal made the 2 siblings beside them stunned. Things can be like this. At this time, the elder sister thought she was still too young, naive, lived 2 lives, but still made mistakes. Look at the old man, how wise he is. He saw the essence from the surface at a glance. No wonder the ancients always said, an old man in the family is like a treasure. And the younger brother thought the elder sister was smart and didn't take out the water. It turned out that she had seen that they were bad people long ago. If Lu Yao knew that, the younger brother thought this way, he would probably be embarrassed to death on the spot. Although she made a mistake, it is still necessary to provide guidance in real time. Xiaoxian, do you know why your sister didn't give them water? I know. Because your sister saw that they were bad guys at a glance. Xiaoxian will never do that again next time. Ahem. Hearing this, even if Lu Yao was thick-skinned, she almost choked on her own saliva. Well, Xiaoxian is really smart. Originally, Lu Yao wanted to say something else. But after looking at the child who was only that big, she swallowed back what she wanted to say in time. Besides, before she came here, she was only 26 years old, and she had never been in a relationship, let alone how to teach a child. Now all she can do is to guide Xiaoxian in a good direction. Chapter 7 Steamed Buns. It was almost noon, and the team next to them had breakfast and lunch. They planned to take advantage of the fact that the sun was not very strong today, and wanted to travel a little further. After all, everyone wanted to get to a place with plenty of water as soon as possible to have a good rest. Seeing this, Lu Yao was a little anxious. She and Xiaoxian had just had enough water in the morning. What to eat for lunch? What to eat for dinner? What to eat tomorrow? This was a big question, which concerned the lives of the 2 people. The last 2 potatoes of their rations were eaten by them last night. There are 2 more in the space, but they seem to be sprouting soon, so they can't be eaten. Once potatoes turn green and sprout, they are poisonous. So for your own safety, let them glow and heat in the soil, vegetables and water. There are both in the space. But unfortunately I am not a herbivore, nor are I a northeast uncle or aunt. If you have a bowl of sauce, they can use up a whole vegetable greenhouse for you. If there is sauce, it's okay to eat it for a few days. But the key is that she doesn't have any sauce. Lu Yao glanced at the family opposite, and her lips moved. Oh, forget it. Just as the old man said, we are all fleeing famine. Which family has extra food? You should drink more water, which can also improve your physical condition, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the current situation, being able to drink enough water is already considered a well-off level. Those who want to drink can't find a place to drink. Thinking of this, little Lu Yao felt much more balanced. Sure enough, a good life is achieved through comparison. But reality gave her another big slap in the face. Compared to Lu Yao's implicit eyes, little Lu Yuxuan's performance was much more direct. I saw that his eyes were always staring at the dry food in other people's hands uncontrollably. And then he probably felt that this was not good. And then he immediately lowered his head, and then swallowed hard. And his little face flushed as he uttered 2 words, Sister, I'm hungry. Lu Yao glanced at Lu Yuxuan, who had a big head and a small body, and looked at his eager eyes, and said nothing. And it was embarrassing. Lu Yao was like a soldier rushing to the front line. And she straightened her chest. And then, she slowly stood up. And Lu Yuxuan was stunned, and quickly stood up. He didn't understand why his sister suddenly stood up after he said he was hungry, and then said she had found something to eat. Sister? Xiaoxian, you stay here. Big sister. Lu Yuxuan saw his sister walking forward, and he also wanted to follow. He was a man and should protect his sister. Stay. Lu Yao's voice sank a bit. She didn't take Xiaoxian with her because she was afraid of conflicts later, and that she couldn't take care of him. Lu Yuxuan was stunned. He had never seen such a big sister before. Even if he made mistakes sometimes, she would forgive him softly. He was a little scared of such a sister, so he involuntarily let go of the corner of her clothes, nodded obediently, and then stared blankly at her walking towards the crowd on the opposite side. Although she had changed a lot since the fall, and became very powerful. Although he was a little scared, he did like her sister more now. In this way, her sister would not always be bullied by Yaya, Huzi and others. On the way, Lu Yao exhaled slightly, secretly cheering herself up in her heart. In the previous life, she was an orphan, and went to college with great difficulty. But she never thought that she would usher in the end of the world without even having a boyfriend. Now, she has changed her identity, but she still cannot get rid of the shackles of an orphan. But there is one difference from her previous life. Now she has a younger brother, relatives, and people who need to be protected. As a spiritual elder sister in her 20s, she may be able to endure hunger for a day. But Xiaoxian is still young. He is only 5 years old. Lu Yao slowly walked towards the old man, and said a little embarrassedly, "Excuse me, old man. I have half a bamboo tube of water here. Can I share some food with you? My brother is hungry." "Water?" "Yes." The old man heard that there was water, and then he looked up at the little girl in front of him. It was a small one, with big bright eyes, pink and soft lips, and it looked like it was not short of water. Nowadays, there is a drought and everyone is short of water. Just like their whole family, they can only use half a bamboo tube of water a day. Only when they are very thirsty. Their lips are peeling and bleeding. Can they drink a small sip of moist mulberry seeds? But the girl in front of him had water to exchange for food. So he asked in confusion. If Li Yao knew what the old man was thinking, she would definitely retort, "I have not been short of water in the past 2 days." No one knew what the old man was thinking, and Li Yao didn't know. So she could only answer obediently, "Yes, Grandpa. There is half a bamboo tube. There was originally a whole tube, but in the past 2 days, my brother and I have drunk half of it. This water is delicious. Sweet. My brother and I went to the bottom of a cliff 2 days ago, collecting it drop by drop. For more than a day." Lu Yao had thought of this set of words the moment she stood up, and said the time was 2 days earlier. For this little bit of water, they wouldn't go back 2 days. The key point is to collect it drop by drop. If she wants to go back and look, it's okay. Anyway, she knows from the original owner's memory that they did pass by that place. But it was not 2 days ago, but 5 or 6 days ago. But whether there is water dripping now is not something that a child like her can decide. Right? Judging from this incident, Comrade Lu Yao is a little stupid. But it can be seen that she is a scheming girl. Looking at this set of rhetoric, if she had not experienced it personally, could a little girl say it so clearly? No. But what they don't know is that she is just a child on the surface, and she is already a big ant inside. It is not easy to make up a story. After all, the orphanage lacks everything else. But there is one thing that is not lacking. That is fairy tales. There is always more than one book for each person. The old man stroked his beard and looked at Lu Yao. After a long time, he said, "You look like a good girl. You can keep the water. Xiaoyu, give her 2 mixed flour buns." "Okay, Grandpa." After hearing the old man's words, the young man took 2 buns from the package and gave them to Lu Yao without saying a word. Then he immediately returned to his grandfather's back, doing it in one go without any delay. It seems that he has done this a lot. Lu Yao blinked, looked down at the 2 steamed buns in her hands in disbelief, then looked up at the old man. The meaning was self-evident. The mother and daughter kowtowed for a long time just now, but you ignored them. Why did I give you something in exchange, but you gave it away for free? The old man was amused by Lu Yao's straightforward and colorful expression. So he smiled and said, "You are different from them. Go back, your brother is waiting." "Thank you, uncle, thank you." Thinking of Xiaoxian, Lu Yao bowed deeply to the old man, then turned around and left. Looking at the steamed bun in her hand, Lu Yao thought a lot. It seems that after tonight, they can no longer follow the old man and the others, and can no longer walk on the main road. At least, they can't walk to crowded places. Thinking about her decision in the morning, Lu Yao wanted to buy a piece of tofu and kill herself. They were just 2 little kids, and they always had endless water on them. It would be strange if they didn't attract attention. But she didn't try to cover it up, but foolishly wanted to get into the crowd. Isn't that stupid? Chapter 8 Overnight Stay. When Lu Yuxuan saw his sister coming back, he immediately smiled widely and said cheerfully, "Big sister, you're back." "Yeah. The old man over there gave us 2 steamed buns. If we eat sparingly, it should be enough for 2 days," she said as she cut the steamed bun in her hand into 2 and put the other one into the space warehouse. Lu Yuxuan looked at the steamed bun in her hand and even stuttered when she spoke. Big sister, that old man, are they really willing to share our food? Silly boy, if they don't give us, then what are you holding in your hand? A piece of earth." Lu Yao was amused by his little appearance and said with a smile. Lu Yuxuan really thought he was hallucinating. So he picked up half a steamed bun, took a small bite, and then said happily, "Big sister, it's a steamed bun, not a piece of dirt. I remember this taste. When I was at home, Grandma would give us one every morning, saying that eating it would give us strength to work. Eat quickly, Xiaoxian. We have to travel later." "Yeah." Speaking of that Hein grandmother, Lu Yao felt speechless. There were 4 of them in their family. Except for the busy farming season, when they could eat 70% to 80% full. In other years when the harvest was good, they basically ate mixed flour steamed buns like this every day. Rain or shine. 2 adults and 1 child. Of course, in a year like this, they basically don't deserve to eat. Because in their opinion, it's called waste. And her foolishly filial parents, they think it's natural. Whenever the 2 siblings saw other children having delicious food, they argue with them. But they only got scolded by their parents and beaten by their stepmother. After a long time, they also learned to be smart. Even if they found delicious food outside, they didn't dare to bring it home, let alone give it to their parents. Because giving it to them would be the same as giving it to their grandparents. In the end, the 2 of them could not eat a single bite, and were scolded as ungrateful wolves. As a result, they were severely beaten again. And bamboo shoots and pork were the least of their punishment. Thinking of the days when she was beaten every 5 days, and beaten every 3 days, Lu Yao felt that she was at a loss. At such times, Lu Yao was extremely glad that the time-traveling women had this basic personality setting. And they would definitely be separated from their families or their relatives after traveling back in time. Otherwise, with her IQ that had never seen the world, she would be kept in captivity and used as a water dispenser every minute. This result is still a good one. Because of the space spirit spring, they will gradually take her as their leader and be absolutely loyal to her in the end. But Lu Yao is afraid that the end will come at the beginning. So she should be more cautious. Making a fortune quietly is the kingly way. Okay, the past is unbearable to look back on, anyway. She is not the original owner. But since she has replaced the original owner, then she will take good care of her younger brother. No matter what, she owes her 1 carrot. 1 job, paying debts, it is only natural, who let her occupy someone else's body. The primary task before her now is to solve the problem of food and clothing, survive the famine, and then lead Xiaoxuanzi to a well-off life. However, the reality is grim. Just as Lu Yao was daydreaming, she suddenly heard a gurgling sound beside her. Lu Yao looked down and saw Xiaoxian holding a steamed bun and swallowing saliva, but unwilling to eat it. She asked in confusion, "Xiaoxian is hungry. Why not eat?" When Lu Yuxuan was asked by his elder sister, he said shyly, "Sister, I'm not hungry. I just drank a lot of water. Let's save the steamed bun for dinner, so that we won't be unable to sleep at night." Lu Yao felt so sour when she heard it. Poor child of such a young age. He was so sensible even if he had to eat water to fill his stomach. Those people who always wasted food before the end of the world should learn from this. Faced with such a sensible child, Lu Yao unconsciously softened her voice. "Eat quickly. Big sister has another one, enough for us to eat at night. Look, big sister also ate it. It's delicious." She took a bite of her half of the steamed bun. Man is iron and rice is steel. If you don't eat for a day, you will be hungry. To be honest, this is the first meal that Lu Yao has eaten since she came here, but to be honest, it's really not good, and it hurts my throat. Even in the end of the world, such food had not been distributed in the bases for 5 years. Lu Yao had space, and would not treat herself badly, so, in her past and present lives, this was the most unpalatable food she had ever eaten bar none. But she also understood that only when she was full, she would have the strength to find more food. In the end, Lu Yao quickly finished the half bun with water. So those who starved themselves to death claimed that they would leave food for those younger than themselves, but they did not think about it. When you starve to death, what will happen to those younger ones who are still alive? They will still starve to death. So Lu Yao would never be a fool like the original owner. If she hadn't come here, Xiaoxian, who is so sensible, would have been tortured to death. It's scary to think about it. With the character of Old Man Lu's family, if she hadn't come, Xiaoxian would have starved to death. In her opinion, it was just a matter of time. And little Lu Yuxuan didn't know at all that this sister from another world was worrying about him. Now he only knew that he would have food to eat at night, and would not go to bed hungry. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled at Lu Yao. And he just felt that his sister was so amazing. Lu Yao looked at the well-behaved and cute Xiaoxian. Just based on this admiration for herself, she should work harder to get rid of this bad situation. However, Lu Yao is a person with a strong ability to accept reality. No matter in the past life or this life, she will be like a weed, taking root in the wind and living a good life wherever she goes. Chapter 9. A full meal. Although the food was not tasty, it was finally in her stomach, so it relieved the burning sensation in her stomach caused by hunger, and Lu Yao exhaled a breath of satisfaction. Hunger was really maddening. It was so uncomfortable. No wonder many people risked their lives for stuttering, and some even sold their children. In a word, Lu Yao still felt that the foundation of this body was too poor. She was so hungry after missing 2 meals. Beside her, Lu Yuxuan was eating half a steamed bun as if it were a delicacy, bit by bit, and he hadn't finished it yet. And he said while eating, "Big sister, this is delicious. Big sister, this is really delicious. Big sister, this is better than milk." In short, her little mouth couldn't stop eating. Luckily, she had just eaten it, otherwise, she would have thought it was some kind of delicacy. Because his little expression was so good at fooling people. For a moment, Lu Yao wanted to rush forward to grab it. But after looking at that cute little face, she finally thought about it and gave up. Because she is not very good at soothing crying children. A few minutes later, both of them were no longer as anxious as in the morning because they had food in their stomachs. They both touched their stomachs and smiled happily. Lu Yao felt that, not only was she smaller now, her IQ was also decreasing sharply. And she was also very easy to satisfy. It was like eating half a piece of steamed bun with raisin seeds now, which made her feel very happy. With food in her stomach, she was not worried. Next, she should really think about the future. Now they have enough to drink, and food, the main thing is to have a pot. Then, in terms of their own conditions, they can definitely make it to a relatively wealthy state. In addition, they are just 2 little kids. With their short legs, they will definitely walk very slowly on the road, and can only travel a few miles a day. Another point is that she does not consider nearby states, because she does not want to meet that annoying family again. If they stick to them, it will definitely be like sticky candy. Even if it is torn off, it will be difficult to get rid of it. In front of shameless people, the document of breaking off the relationship is no different from a blank piece of paper. In this ancient time, a single word of unfilial piety might prevent you from pursuing a career in government for the rest of your life. Especially for someone like Xiaoxian. Maybe a single word of unfilial piety might even prevent the academy from accepting you. At that time, all Lu Yao wanted was peace of mind and a clear path. So staying away from them was the best option, which would save her a lot of trouble in the future. Therefore, she had to make plans for a long journey of half a year. A year, or even 2 years. Other things were easy to deal with. But what worried Lu Yao the most was that she might run into bandits and hungry refugees along the way. They would eat everything, including people. After 2 days of walking, Lu Yao found that the closer she got to the capital, the more refugees there were. They were all starving to death, which made her feel terrified. There were also human traffickers, commonly known as human traffickers, which Lu Yao also focused on preventing along the way. However, sometimes what you fear will come true. So, after traveling for a long time, Lu Yao decided to follow the old man tonight. Finally, they decided to spend the night in an uninhabited village. Lu Yao chose a family that was a little far away from them and looked pretty good, because she wanted to see if there was anything she could find. Sure enough, the hard work paid off. In the corner of the kitchen, she found a nice big earthenware pot and a little firewood. I don't know if the owner forgot to take them away because he left in a hurry, or if there were too many things to take away. In short, it was a good deal for her. Finally, she found a fairly large wooden barrel in a utility room. It looked a bit like a bathtub, a very large one, and she put it all in the space. Lu Yao planned to raise some fish before her space reached level 3 and the stream was opened. Although there was nothing now, there might be one next time. Because before her space was opened, all aquatic products were polluted. Even if the stream was opened later, it was just a decoration. Therefore, she had been craving for fish for a long time. She found what she wanted and got an unexpected surprise. So Lu Yao was very happy and walked more lightly. She walked out of the house with Xiaoxian. She did not spend the night there, but chose to spend the night in a dilapidated house 10 meters away. When they arrived, Lu Yao still did not choose the master bedroom, but settled in the relatively low wing room next to the master bedroom. Because the window there was very small, and it was not transparent. After entering the room, Lu Yao took out the earthenware jars and fire starters from the space one after another like a magic trick. She rinsed them with water, then filled them with water, lit the fire, and washed the vegetables in one go. This was the first time in 3 days that Lu Yao used the space in front of Xiaoxian. The little guy was immediately jealous, and his eyes were full of little stars. Now Lu Yao doesn't have to go to the space to use water. As long as she thinks about water, the spiritual spring will flow out along her index finger. She found this out of boredom after eating steamed buns at noon. This had never happened in her previous life, so she was very happy at that time. At first, she was a little unfamiliar, but now she can make it big or small by feeling, which is great. Now she likes this place more and more. There are no zombies, no mutant plants and animals, and no polluted air. It's also good to upgrade the superpowers here. Now the spiritual water can flow according to her wishes. Anyway, everything here is good. Oh, here is the lovely Xiaoxian to accompany him. Big sister, this is all taught to you by the gods? Looking at what his big sister did, it was no different from a magic trick. He felt like he was dreaming. Yes, it was all taught by the gods. Big sister has even more powerful skills. As Lu Yao said this, she put porcelain into the earthenware pot with boiling water, then took out the steamed bun from the space, broke it in half and put it into the pot, so a pot of wild vegetable porridge was ready, although it was a little thin. Because there were no bowls and chopsticks, so Lu Yao broke 4 branches as chopsticks. When the porridge was a little cooler, the two of them ate from the pot. You took a bite and I took a bite, and it was quite delicious. Of course, this is all thanks to the power of the spiritual spring water in the space. Although there is no seasoning, even the basic salt is missing, the two still think it tastes good. It can be said that this is the best and hottest meal they have eaten on the road to escape from the famine. Big sister, it's delicious and fragrant. Little Lu Yuxuan started his round of praise again. Well, if it tastes good, eat more. From now on, I will cook for you every day. It was rare for the two to eat such a rich meal. In the end, they were both full and sat on the ground with their round stomachs covered, not wanting to move at all. After a short rest, she washed the earthenware jar. Then Lu Yao took out the clean hay she had collected on the road from the space, and said to Xiaoxian, who was obviously a little sleepy, "It's getting late, come to sleep." Because there was no bedding, she could only collect as much soft hay as possible along the way, in case of emergency. Lu Yuxuan yawned, and obediently lay down on the hay that his sister had laid out for him. Then, "Sister, won't you sleep?" She moved to the side as she spoke. "You go to sleep first. Sister is going to boil a can of water. Let it cool down so you can drink it on the way tomorrow. When it's done, go to sleep." Okay then. So good. After eating and drinking, people tend to feel sleepy and fall asleep very quickly. After a while, Lu Yuxuan began to breathe smoothly and chat with Grandpa Zhou. After Lu Yao boiled the water and put it into the space, she did not go to sleep, but meditated to practice her supernatural powers and kept watch. This was a habit she developed in the 5 years of the end of the world. Whenever she stayed overnight in the wild, someone had to keep watch, so that when danger came, they could find it in the first place. Fortunately, Lu Yao had this habit. When she had been practicing for less than an hour, she heard a subtle sound on the path outside the house. Chapter 10: The Great Escape. Lu Yao suddenly opened her eyes and listened carefully. There were quite a few people, but they were obviously not coming in their direction. Lu Yao stood up gently, quietly left the yard, and followed. On the small road under the moonlight, several tall and strong men were seen, talking quietly while slowly groping forward, and there was a woman among them. Man 1. Be careful, don't wake anyone up. Man 2. How did I know there would be a big rock in the middle of the road? I just tripped by accident. Woman. Stop arguing. Old 3. Are you ready for medicine? Man 3. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I bought this at a high price of 2 taels of silver. It's absolutely useful. I've used it so many times. And have you ever failed? Lu Yao narrowed her eyes. She put the big rock there before entering the house, and she didn't expect it to work. But what are these people doing? They also put drugs there. Are they trying to steal something? Judging from their route, it is obvious that their purpose is to target the group of people led by the old man. Okay. Don't be so careless. Be careful next time. Okay. Boss. But when I think of that white and tender baby, I haven't tasted it for 2 or 3 days. I miss it. You only know how to eat. It seems that this group has a lot of money. There are many people, and a lot of money. This is a good thing. So be careful. In just a few words. There is a lot of information. After hearing this, Lu Yao turned pale, broke out in cold sweat, and could not even stand steadily. Fortunately, she was leaning against the wall. Otherwise it would be difficult to avoid being discovered. In troubled times, there are many people who eat their own children. Lu Yao has lived in the apocalypse for 5 years, and has heard of many people. But this is the first time she has really faced such people. Moreover, from what he said, they eat a lot, and it seems that they are addicted to it. Lu Yao endured the acid rising in her stomach, and her eyes gradually became cold. In her opinion, no matter what kind of environment one is in, one must have the most basic bottom line as a human being. Otherwise, what is the difference between them and those beasts? And what they are going to do is one of her bottom lines. What's more, the people they are going to attack are the old man's family who have been kind to her. So they can't be spared. Lu Yao has killed people before, and she has killed quite a few in the 5 years of the apocalypse. But she has killed people who deserve to be killed. But, this life, it is the first time. Lu Yao moved her hands and feet, and with her small body, close combat is impossible. Fortunately, the supernatural power followed. It seems that she could only use space to break through one by one. Lu Yao adjusted her breathing and quietly came to a man standing at the wall. Then, Zizi, a thunder force shot at the man's waist. Before the man made a sound, he was already stunned. But they forgot that lightning would emit light at night. When the people in front turned their heads, Lu Yao thought of it. But it was obviously too late. She was discovered. She had no choice but to take the initiative. She ran in the direction of the old man and shouted loudly, "Uncle! Uncle! Big brother! Wake up! Someone wants to eat you and steal your things! Uncle!" Lu Yao shouted heartbreakingly. The man who was assigned to watch the night by the old man narrowed his eyes and heard the sound. He immediately picked up the gong in his hand and started to beat it while shouting, "A thief has broken in! Everyone, get up quickly and grab your weapons!" When Lu Yao heard the sound of the gong, she felt relieved and ran faster. However, a few seconds later, one of the men caught up with her. Seeing that the matter was exposed, he did not pretend to be weak. "Leave the things and the children behind, and I will not kill you." At this time, the old man came out, stood in front of the crowd, and said lightly, "You want us to leave the things and the children behind? No way. You bunch of beasts. You have more people. And we have more people too. At worst, we will die together. Even if we die, we will never let you beasts live in the world." The leading man looked at the situation, knew that the opportunity was lost, and decisively chose to give up, disappearing into the night with his men. And our great hero, seeing that the old man had held a group of people in check, her goal was achieved. So she quietly slipped back when no one was paying attention, because she had to take Xiaoxian away from here quickly. Otherwise, when that group of people reacted, they would definitely look for her nearby. So, she had to leave immediately. Although she didn't kill those who should be killed, she saved so many lives. And Lu Yao was still very happy. Finally, she repaid the favor of a meal. Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. As for favors, she still prefers to repay them on the spot. This way, she doesn't have any psychological burden. Lu Yao still blames herself for this. When she found out that the target person was not them, she should have secretly reported the matter. However, she was blindly arrogant and dreamed that she could fight 10 people alone. But she forgot the point. Her ability was level 1, which was not enough to kill so many people in one go. Alas! Lu Yao sighed heavily. Sure enough, her IQ was still low. She pulled the half-asleep Lu Yuxuan and ran towards the village entrance on the dark village road, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Relying on her memory, the two stumbled on the road in the dark for about half an hour. Lu Yao was sweating profusely, her limbs were sore, her legs were cramping, and she found that she could not hold on any longer. When she heard Xiaoxian panting beside her, she knew that he was also on the verge of collapse, so Lu Yao decisively chose to go to the grove to rest. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten itself out. Let nature take its course. A living person will never be suffocated to death by urine. Lu Yao took Xiaoxian to rest under a big tree. Fortunately, the moonlight was good tonight, so it was not so scary. The two of them didn't dare to light a fire, so they drank some water and began to close their eyes to rest. Perhaps they were too tired on the way. And soon, Xiaoxian fell asleep. Along the way, he also wondered why he had to rush to the road. But his sister only said that there were bad people, and told him not to talk and hurry on. He originally planned to ask when he got there, but he was too tired. Lu Yao was also very tired, but she knew that it was not safe here. But she was really too tired. She didn't feel anything when she was rushing before. But once she sat down, her nerves relaxed, and she was surrounded by sleepiness. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Yao fell asleep unconsciously. Fortunately, because of the long drought here, there are not many insects. Occasionally, a few howling sounds can be heard from the deep mountains and old forests. However, this is not enough to wake up the two sleepy people. The next day, Lu Yao was awakened by refugees who were rushing on the main road not far away. After waking up, Lu Yao quickly looked around and found that it was relatively safe. So she felt relieved. Then she got up and moved her stiff body and stretched her limbs. Today she found that, although she traveled at night last night, her limbs did not feel the same soreness as before. It seemed that she had gotten used to this kind of life. Looking at Lu Yuxuan, who was still sleeping next to her, Lu Yao did not wake him up, because she was not in a hurry to travel now. She did not dare to appear in a place where there were people. After all, some of those beasts had seen her. So now she had to avoid contact with other people. This was the safest mode. Chapter 11. Going to the city to ask for silver. While Xiaoxian was still asleep, Lu Yao picked up dry firewood nearby. Because of the drought, there was a lot of firewood along the way. Lu Yao didn't think it was too much. She would pick it up whenever she had free time, since her space warehouse was big anyway. The more of this stuff, the better. Although there are not many places to use firewood now, but in ancient times, it was an indispensable thing. It was used for 3 meals a day, especially in winter, especially for poor families. The demand for it was very high. Thinking of winter, Lu Yao looked down at the cloth shoes with 2 big toes exposed, and sighed. She only had this pair of shoes, and didn't know how long it could last. After picking up the firewood, Lu Yao quickly flashed into the space and took a look. The porcelain had grown into a small patch, green and pleasing to the eye. The potatoes had sprouted, and everything was going well. Alas! Just looking at the empty warehouse, Lu Yao sighed. It would be great if she could bring those things with her. In this way, she wouldn't have to worry about 3 meals a day, nor would she have to worry about having no clothes or shoes to wear, nor would she have to worry about being hungry and cold in winter. Alas! I don't want to think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more depressed I feel. After leaving the space, she built a simple stove on a vacant lot, lit the fire, and then poured spiritual spring water into the earthenware pot. When the water boiled, Lu Yao put in the previously washed porcelain, stirred it with chopsticks, and finally put in the only half of the steamed bun. Big sister. Lu Yao knew that this guy didn't need her to call him. As long as he smelled food, he would wake up. Wake up. She pinched Yuxuan's face, which was not fat at all, thinking that she must feed him whiter and fatter in the future, so that he would feel better. Xiaoxian leaned over, looking at the wild vegetable porridge in the pot, and swallowed his saliva in a very cowardly manner. He didn't know that his sister had already stretched out her claws to him, planning to feed him fat and pet him like a cat. Lu Yao looked at his greedy look and laughed. You keep an eye on the pot. Wait until it cools down before we eat, and I'll go pick up some firewood around. Be careful, don't touch the pot, it's hot. Yes, sister, I know. As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on the wild vegetable porridge in the pot, and she kept swallowing her saliva. A real foodie. Lu Yao suppressed her laughter, ignored his silly look, turned around, and went to the nearby forest to collect firewood. 10 minutes later. You must be very hungry, eat quickly, Lu Yao said as she handed him the chopsticks. Big sister. Come with me. Okay. After they finished eating and washing, the sun was already high in the sky. Putting the things into the space, Lu Yao looked around. Seeing that nothing was left behind, she took Xiaoshuan's hand and turned away. But because of what happened last night, Lu Yao did not return to the main road, but walked through the forest along the official road. Although it was late autumn, due to the drought, even walking under the shade of trees, it was still a bit hot and breathless. They had not walked much, but they were sweating and panting. It was not because they were too delicate, but because the mountain road was difficult to walk. There was almost no road, and they had to pick up firewood and other things along the way. So it seemed that the two of them could not travel much in a day. It was a bit hot during this time, but it didn't mean they couldn't stop traveling. After a short rest, the brother and sister got up and continued on their way. They walked very slowly along the way, mostly resting, but they had plenty of wild vegetables and water, so they were not afraid. After a few days, Lu Yaochuan chose to walk in sparsely populated areas or forest trails. On the way, they found several kinds of dry and old wild vegetables, which she put into her space one by one. Occasionally, they met some refugees on the road, but their eyes, as if they were looking at prey, scared the brother and sister so much that they usually turned around and ran away when they saw people from a distance. Lu Yao felt that she was the most cowardly of the time-traveling girls. No doubt about it. They walked for more than 10 days, and had many shocks along the way, but they were safe and sound, and were not robbed. In fact, the two of them had nothing to be robbed, and they did not encounter those beasts, which made Lu Yao feel much more at ease. They chose to stay in the wild at night. Like the deserted village before, Lu Yao's scalp tingled when she heard about it now, not to mention living in it. There were several times when Lu Yuxuan woke up in the middle of the night and found that his elder sister was still awake, which made the little guy feel so distressed that he insisted on sleeping with her in turn. But they were all suppressed. The two of them ate nothing but wild vegetables along the way. But because of the spiritual spring water, the brother and sister did not lose weight, but gained a lot of weight, and their skin became whiter and smoother. Lu Yao dared not wash her face because of this, and she just rinsed her mouth every morning, because she was afraid that she would be too good and be taken as a snack by others. What Lu Yuxuan feared most now was that his elder sister would pinch his face at any time. Didn't you see that it was pinched and swollen? This made him depressed for a long time, but he got used to it, and now he didn't resist, and he was powerless to resist. Ah! Let's do it. After walking for more than 10 days, the brother and sister finally reached the capital city, Yongning Prefecture. Yongning Prefecture. Finally they can take a break. To be honest, she is quite curious about the streets of the ancient city. She often saw it on TV before, but this is the first time she has seen it in real life. Lu Yao looked up at the tall city gate in front of her. There were many soldiers standing at the gate, all wearing big swords, very impressive. She touched her dry and messy hair, her eyes shone. It would be great if she could get a sword, even if it was a small one. She doesn't mind. Big sister, are we going in? Lu Yuxuan pulled his sister's hand. To be honest, he was a little scared to see so many people. It was so dark, everywhere at the gate of the city. He hadn't seen so many people along the way. And his big sister was even more strange. She kept staring at the officers and soldiers. Could she know them? If Lu Yao knew, she would only say, "Brother, you think too much. Of course, I'll take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks when you go in," Lu Yao said excitedly. As expected, in front of delicious food, everything is nothing. Look, when Lu Yuxuan heard about food, he was afraid of nothing. He had already thrown it into the trash can. But Lu Yao and the others seemed to have forgotten that. It also takes money to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, and they didn't have any, not even a copper coin. They were penniless. Seeing so many people, Lu Yao was a little scared. She didn't understand why these people were guarding the city gate. Wouldn't it be nice to enter the city? But soon she knew that it was nice to enter the city, but it also required a lot of money. Adults pay 10 taels each. Children pay 5 taels each. What? 5 taels each? When Lu Yao heard this, she was shocked, and even her voice changed. If they wanted to enter the city, they had to pay 10 taels of silver. No! Sorry, Then just stay at the city gate like them. 10 taels of silver? She didn't even have 10 coins. It had been a month since she came to the ancient times. She didn't even know what silver looked like. How could she take it out? Now she finally understood why the city gate was crowded with people. It turned out that they couldn't pay the silver, just like her. Lu Yao stayed where she was, sighing. When she thought about having to pay so much money to enter the city, her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys ached. The most important thing was that she couldn't afford it after all the pain. Ah! This city is too bullying. There was no other way. Lu Yao could only pull Xiaoxian out of the crowd, watching more and more people coming in waves. There were even many people who built thatched houses around the city. Are they going to stay there for a long time? There were also a lot of firewood piled around. It seemed that each family had prepared it. It was already the end of September. If you don't light a fire at night, it would be very cold. But they all looked like they had sunken eyes, pale faces, and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. There were also soldiers patrolling at the city gate, carrying away people who had collapsed due to hunger from time to time. Is it really okay to stay here like this? Xiaoxian was also depressed. Perhaps because he was looking at those people being carried out, and even thinking about his dead parents. His little hands tightly held Lu Yao's hands, and he looked very uneasy. Lu Yao was also not motivated. She wanted to go to the city to get some money to sell a pair of shoes and condiments. Who would have thought? Looking down at herself and Xiaoxian, I saw that they were both in rags, and were all black, looking like two little beggars. Alas! Lu Yao sighed heavily. She had never seen a time-traveling girl as miserable as her. Others who traveled through time and space were well-fed and well-drinking, princesses and princes, but for her, she had become a beggar. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Lu Yao pulled Xiaoxian, and the more she walked to the periphery, the more frightened she became. After walking a few steps, she could see several people lying motionless on the ground, and she didn't know if they were dead or not. Ah! Lu Yuxuan held his sister's hand, followed closely, and suddenly screamed. Lu Yao looked over and saw that not far from them, several wild dogs were gnawing on a corpse, with intestines and other things scattered everywhere. She quickly turned around and covered Xiaoxuan's eyes, afraid that he would continue to look, afraid that he would have nightmares at night. In the end times, you can see all kinds of corpses almost every day. You are not afraid, but you haven't seen them for a long time, and you feel a little nauseous, looking at the corpses on the ground. Lu Yao thought, they haven't seen so many along the way. Why are they like this when they get to the city gate? Also, it's so hot. If you don't deal with the bodies on the ground quickly, something will happen sooner or later. If the bodies and the soldiers knew what Lu Yao was thinking, they would definitely cry out for injustice. Corpse, you haven't seen many bodies along the way, because you were told to walk in a place where there are no people. It would be strange if you could see them. We are not floating, we can walk by ourselves. Soldier, it's not that we don't deal with them, but there are too many dead bodies, and we have limited manpower, so we can't handle them. Chapter 12 Run. Lu Yao dared not think any further. It was late autumn now. In this ancient northern area, the weather was still cool in the morning and evening. The corpses did not rot that quickly, but the smell was still strong. If the drought continued, and was not alleviated, Lu Yao was afraid that the epidemic would break out early, even if she was lucky enough to escape this year. But when the spring came next year, the temperature would slowly warm up. That would be the best time for bacteria to reproduce. You could imagine how horrible it would be to see corpses everywhere, if the incineration is not cleaned up in time. Once the epidemic breaks out, it will be out of control. The scene at that time may not be an exaggeration to describe it as hell on earth. By then, these people will not be able to leave even if they want to. Alas! Lu Yao sighed heavily. She found that in this ancient alien world, the number of sighs in a month exceeded all the sighs in her previous life. Lu Yao pulled Lu Yuxuan away from the crowd quickly, and on a vacant lot, they squeezed their heads together and calculated what might happen next. In fact, most of the conversation was done by Lu Yao, and Lu Yuxuan asked on the side. Lu Yao originally wanted to train Xiaoxian more, so the two siblings, one intentionally guiding, and the other ignorantly talking, were quite good. Soon, it was dark, and in such a crowded place, everyone was thirsty, and their mouths were drooping. Everyone was seriously lacking water, so Lu Yao did not dare to use water to make wild vegetable soup blatantly. The two could only drink some spiritual spring water secretly to fill their stomachs. Afterwards, The siblings found a place with few people and planned to rest early, commonly known as closing their eyes to rest their spirits. After all, they had to get up early and leave here tomorrow. The longer she stayed here, the more frightened Lu Yao felt. If it wasn't for the fact that it was unsafe after dark and she was afraid of being targeted, she would have wanted to take Xiaoxian and leave immediately and travel overnight. After a sleepless night, Lu Yao closed her eyes to rest. There were so many people here that she didn't dare to practice openly, and she didn't dare to sleep sincerely. She checked her ability. Although the results were good, she was still a long way from reaching level 2. However, it was not a big problem to deal with a few people. Although there was no frost and dew at night, Lu Yao felt that today was much colder than yesterday. The temperature difference between morning and evening was a bit large. Lu Yao added some firewood to the fire from time to time to make it burn brighter, so that Xiaoxian would not catch a cold. At dawn, someone shouted from somewhere, "Everyone, go ahead. Rob them. They have a carriage. They must have food. With food, we can survive." As soon as the voice fell, a lot of people were seen around, holding torches, gathering towards the city gate. Lu Yao stood up quickly and woke up Xiaoxian. They had to leave here quickly. This was too abnormal. Everything was unusual. In the middle of the night, how could there be food to rob? Unless the city. Lu Yao's face turned pale when she thought of this. They were going to rebel and rob food. Come here if you want to live. What are you afraid of? We're all going to die anyway. We'd better die a well-fed death. From a distance, Lu Yao could hear their roars, or their cries of courage. This was clearly organized and premeditated, but the hungry refugees didn't care about that. They were happy to have food. Lu Yao looked around. Everywhere was in chaos. Some bravely moved forward, just like the man just said, "We'd die a well-fed death." Some were afraid of death, like her, and chose to leave. Lu Yao classified this kind of people as smart people. Looking at the dense crowds of people rushing towards the city gate, Lu Yao felt that their chances of success were slim, unless someone had planned it for a long time. Otherwise, how could a few hungry refugees who had difficulty walking beat the strong and armed officers and soldiers? I don't know how long they ran. Lu Yao only knew that they started before dawn, and now the sun was high in the sky. They should be safe. Sister. Sister. Just after she stopped and took a breath, Lu Yuxuan next to her suddenly pulled the corner of her clothes, pointed in a direction and said, "Sister. Look. Are those people the village chief and grandfather, as well as the eldest aunt and the second aunt?" Lu Yao looked in the direction Xiaoxian pointed, and sure enough, she saw dozens of familiar people. But they were the people she least wanted to see. Lu Yao was a little surprised. She didn't expect to meet them here. What she didn't expect was that the family of old man Lu, who was not very good, would choose to leave there. It seems that there are smart people among them. Encountering their family made Lu Yao, who was already depressed because she couldn't enter the city and had to flee, even more uncomfortable. "Okay. Stop nagging, let's go our way." Lu Yao was in a bad mood, her tone was a little loud, and she pulled Xiaoxian to another direction. Xiaoxian now felt very wronged. He had kindly reminded his elder sister not to go over there, but he was scolded, wronged, sad, but seeing his elder sister was so angry, he still kept silent. Lu Yao also knew that she had spoken too harshly just now. She turned her head to look at the little guy with a wronged face and gently patted his shoulder. "Don't feel wronged. I know what you mean. We just need to stay away from them. And even if they are around, I will secretly make you delicious food, wild vegetable soup." "Sister, that's not what I meant." "Sister knows." Lu Yao held back her laughter and nodded heavily to show her affirmation. Of course, if she stopped smiling, she might be more persuasive. Xiaoxian felt even more wrong now. His sister would make fun of him. On the winding and rugged mountain road, a large group of people were moving forward slowly in groups. They looked weak and might fall down at any time. Lu Yao saw fear and despair for the future in them. "Be careful, don't get lost." Lu Yao tightened Xiaoxuan's hand and reminded him. On the official road, unattended corpses could be seen from time to time, some of which had even begun to rot. The atmosphere in the crowd became more and more depressing. Looking at the half-grown child lying motionless on the ground, Lu Yao felt her eyes a little sore for some reason. As for the refugees who were sitting on the roadside and unable to move, seeing the crowd, especially the children and packages in the crowd, they were like wolves meeting wild animals. with a faint red light in their eyes. Xiaoxian was afraid and leaned hard against Lu Yao, seeking a sense of security. Lu Yao was also afraid of seeing such eyes. So she pulled Xiaoxian to the crowded place and walked in the middle as much as possible, because she was afraid of being pulled away by accident. The siblings did not dare to stop to rest along the way, and they were in a very low mood, especially when they saw more and more dead people along the way. Somehow, looking at the corpses along the way, Lu Yao always felt that it was a bit like the end of the world. Cracked earth, dry riverbed, dusty ecliptic. If there were more zombies, it would be more like the end of the world. The difference is that she is much worse off than in the end of the world. At least in the end of the world, she can use her supernatural powers openly. In this chaotic world, the one with the biggest fist is the boss. The bright sun was hanging high above her head. It was freezing cold last night, but now the sun made Lu Yao dizzy. No one dared to rest on the road. She didn't know how far she had walked. She just followed numbly from sunrise to sunset. Now Lu Yao felt that her legs were not hers. She looked at Xiaoxian again. The little guy was even worse off than her. His legs were trembling. If she hadn't pulled him, he would not be able to stand steadily. Lu Yao felt that compared with today's road to escape from the famine, the road she had escaped before was nothing. Now she wanted to eat but didn't dare to eat. And she wanted to rest, but didn't dare to rest. She asked, "Is there any other time-traveling girl who is more miserable than her? Is there?" Chapter 13. It's your own fault. Do you want some water? Lu Yao asked in a low voice beside Xiaoxuan's ear. Although he was very thirsty, he was afraid of being discovered and being bad for his sister, so he shook his head obediently. "Drink some, it's okay, I'm here to protect you." Lu Yao put her index finger to Xiaoxuan's mouth without questioning, letting him suck it like a pacifier. Gulp gulp. After a few gulps, Lu Yuxuan suddenly felt refreshed, so a satisfied smile rose unconsciously on his face. The two drank water secretly, sat on the ground and waited for the fatigue to pass. Lu Yao took Xiaoxian to squeeze into the crowded place. It was too unsafe to stay outside in the wilderness, especially those who saw the two children alone. Their eyes were full of greed, as if they might tear them apart at any time. The brother and sister trembled all over and wanted to squeeze into the crowd. When they settled down, it was completely dark. Lu Yao still kept guarding Xiaoxian without rest, holding a sharpened wooden stick in her hand, and keeping her eyes open and ready at all times. There were too many people with bad intentions here, and she was afraid that if she was careless, she would be doomed. There were still dim fires lighting up the night, and there were many small sounds coming from all around, and even more shrill screams coming from the distant woods. Lu Yao added some firewood to the fire from time to time. Her heart had become numb after 5 years in the apocalypse. But when she heard the creepy screams, she couldn't help but think of the scene that she couldn't imagine. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she did nothing, and she couldn't do anything. It was around 4 or 5 in the morning, which was the best time for people to sleep. Lu Yao gently woke up Xiaoxian, who was sleeping, and left here quietly. When the two of them walked out of the crowd, Lu Yao found that there were quite a few people who left quietly like her, but there were not many of them, like the group of people who did not move. She looked in the direction of Old Man Lu from a distance. In fact, she knew that Old Man Lu and his men had already discovered the existence of her and her brother, but for some reason, they did not approach them to deal with them, perhaps because they were afraid of being stuck. However, this was exactly what she wanted. It was good to keep out of each other's way. Lu Yuxuan was still confused, but along the way, he had already done what he was told. If his sister told him to go, he would just follow her, because he knew that his sister would not harm him. The movements of the people were very light, but their steps were hurried. Lu Yao did not follow the crowd to the nearest prefecture, but chose to follow the few people in the opposite direction and went to another road. To be honest, she did not know where this road led to, but she had water, wild vegetables, and potatoes that would be edible soon. She had everything to eat and drink, so she wasn't that obsessed with where to go. After walking a long way, Lu Yao listened carefully and found that there was no one following her. So she breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yao didn't know that at dawn, a group of people appeared at the place where she rested last night, and among them was the Lu family that she hated so much. So the idea of not interfering with each other was just her wishful thinking. And Old Man Lu's family was much worse and more shameless than she had imagined. The next morning, "Old man, where are they? Didn't you say your grandchildren were here? Where are they now?" Old Man Lu was also confused. They were sleeping well last night. How come they disappeared overnight? Did someone take action before him? Or was that damn girl found out and ran away secretly? Old Man Lu had no choice. He was afraid that he would have to pay the entrance fee to the next prefecture city, so when he saw Lu Yao yesterday, he had this in mind. He bought as much as he could, after all. It was about money. Anyway, he had no burden on the matter of buying a grandson. He had long forgotten about the marriage certificate. As the saying goes, even if the bones are broken, the tendons are still connected. What he was upset about now was who robbed his business. However, when he looked up and saw the ferocious face of the man in front of him, Old Man Lu changed his face again. Grandpa Zhang, I really didn't lie to you. Although my granddaughter is only 8 years old. My grandson is only 5 years old. But they look really good. They are like our family. You can see this from our family. As long as you take them back and train them more, I guarantee that they will make a lot of money for you in the future. Look for them again. Those who were still there yesterday must have found something to eat somewhere around. As he said this, his eyes were still looking around. He couldn't afford to offend people like Grandpa Zhang, so he had to find them quickly. Master Zhang is a thug at Chengxianglu, the biggest money-spending den in Yong'an Prefecture. He knows that many people will sell their children in this famine year. Some of them don't even ask for money, and can get back with half a bag of grain. Therefore, the master let him live outside the city during this period of time, so that he can find some good goods. When the time comes, he will be well trained. It will be very useful in the future. Master Zhang glanced at the crowd of Lu family members. Although it was not as exaggerated as Old Man Lu said, it was not too bad. It would not be bad to train him a little and take over the business. I don't know how Old Man Lu got in touch with this line, but he probably doesn't know that he has already gotten into trouble. I saw Master Zhang say faintly, since the person is gone, then we can't make a wasted trip. Right? Yes. 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 Master Zhang is right. Old Man Lu flattered his face and said, and his sons were like quails. Especially the old son who threatened to become a high official, who stood far behind the crowd and didn't dare to show his face. Then use those 2 children. He threw 10 taels of silver to Old Man Lu, and pointed at the slightly older Lu Xian and Lu Wei in the crowd. Old Man Lu was also very jealous when he saw the silver in his hand. But when he saw his eldest son and second son's family crying, he still refused with pain. Master Zhang, I don't need the silver, but we can't give you the child. Master Zhang sneered, you don't need the silver, but we must take the person away. If you don't want to die, take the silver and get out of here quickly. Xin, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lu family, shook her head like a rattle. No. No. We can't send Xianer to such a dirty place. She is still a child. Do you want to die? It was just a question. But Xin's legs trembled unconsciously. There was no other way. She could only kneel down, put her hands together, and beg Master Zhang to spare her life. She did not say a word about her daughter's fate. This was the reality. In front of 2 selfish people, she was the most important, even if she had to give up her child. Master Zhang curled his lips, his face full of disdain, and said lightly, Ma Si, take the people with you. He left without looking back. Our protagonists Lu Xian and Lu Wei had only just recovered from their shock, crying their hearts out. But who cared? Lu Yao didn't care anyway. If she knew, she would only cheer and celebrate, and say, you will suffer for your own evil deeds. Besides, she didn't know it all. It can only be said that the famine caused by a drought brought out all the evil in human nature. This result is their own fault. Here, Lu Yao took Xiaoxian to walk in places with few people in shade. Maybe this direction is farther from the city. There are relatively fewer refugees, but they are still shaky and may fall down at any time. The most obvious thing is that the bark and grass roots on the roadside were not so badly burned. The 2 walked for a few days, and fortunately nothing happened. That night, the brother and sister found a village not far from the official road to stay. There was no one in the village, which made Lu Yao think of the previous village. She didn't dare to go deep into the village, so she just found an ordinary house on the outskirts and started to build a stove and cook. Looking at the fire in front of her, crackling and burning, Lu Yao thought about it and decided to treat herself tonight and have a good meal. So she turned to Xiaoxian and said, Xiaoxian, watch the fire, and I'll go in and see if the potatoes are ready to eat. Yes, big sister. Come back soon. When Xiaoxian heard that there were potatoes to eat, his saliva almost flowed out. He hadn't eaten them for a long time. Although the wild vegetable soup was also delicious. He was hungry again after urinating twice. I know. Be careful around you. Lu Yao saw the eagerness in his eyes, and smiled very unkindly on the spot. After saying that, without waiting for Xiaoxian to react, she turned around and entered the space. To be honest, she also wanted to eat potatoes when she thought of them. After careful calculation, they hadn't eaten staple food for nearly a month and a half. Without the intake of carbohydrates, she felt a lot depressed. If she continued to eat wild vegetables, Lu Yao was worried that she would become the Hulk. Chapter 14. Rich. After entering the space, Lu Yao took a stick and carefully dug the soil around the potato seedlings to avoid damaging its roots. She found that although the black soil in the space was fertile and soft, it was still difficult to use a stick. Finally, she had to use her versatile little black claws. It seems that if you want to dig something, the best tools are still hoes and shovels. However, Lu Yao didn't have any of these things. Until now, she didn't even have a decent iron tool. She was upset just thinking about it. Is there anyone more miserable than her? Alas! Even with her little claws, Lu Yao still dug very slowly. She carefully started from the edge and pushed forward slowly, so as not to damage the undug part, and then let it continue to grow. There was no other way. The child without food could only budge it carefully, otherwise he would starve to death. After digging for a long time, Lu Yao finally saw the potatoes she had dreamed of, round, and now only the size of a ping-pong ball. Although it was a little small, but it had grown to this size in more than a month, Lu Yao was already very satisfied. Keep working hard. When Lu Yao dug the sixth potato, she stopped, because she wanted to continue to reproduce these potatoes, and couldn't eat them all at once. After filling the soil she dug out, and washing the potatoes in a wooden barrel, Lu Yao hurried out of the space. After all, she was a little worried about leaving Xiaoxian alone outside. Ding ding, look what this is. Lu Yao grabbed a few potatoes in her hand, and took them out from behind like offering treasures. Oh, there are really potatoes. When Xiaoxian saw that he had potatoes to eat tonight, he immediately became happy. Seeing Xiaoxian's happy expression, Lu Yao's mood also improved. After presenting the treasure, Lu Yao immediately buried the potatoes in the charcoal fire. She decided to eat dry food tonight. Of course, it was impossible to eat completely dry. Such a small one was not enough for them to eat. So while waiting, Lu Yao still made a pot of soup. 10 minutes later, sister, can we eat it? I can smell the fragrance. It should be ready, Lu Yao said, digging open the charcoal fire above. And using 2 branches, she pulled out the potatoes buried in the fire one by one. Okay, 3 per person. Let's eat. Be careful not to burn yourself. Woo woo. Big sister, these potatoes are so delicious. Better than what we've eaten before. Yeah, they're really delicious. Lu Yao also unconsciously sped up her pace. Lu Yao still agreed with Xiaoxian's statement. After all, the products in the space must be high quality. She had learned this in her previous life. In addition, they had been eating wild vegetable soup for more than a month without any seasoning. And our Xiaoxian was not afraid of it. This was also the reason. No matter whether it was grown or raised, as long as it stayed in the space, it would become particularly delicious. What's more, she used spiritual spring water that had not been diluted. Both of them were very satisfied with this meal. The potatoes and vegetable soup made their bellies full. So before it got dark, after dinner, they strolled around the house with nothing to do. Actually, they all knew that. They just wanted to see what else they could use at home. Strolling around, why don't you just run? Suddenly, sister, come here quickly, I found a hole in this room, I wonder what's inside. Where is it? Sister, here, I'm here. Lu Yao was strolling, and didn't expect that Xiaoxian over there would have good news so soon. Following Xiaoxian to the entrance of the cave, Lu Yao knew at a glance that there couldn't be much hidden inside. But with the principle of not letting go of something, Lu Yao still planned to dig it open and take a look. She did it right away. And without saying a word, Lu Yao pried hard with a wooden stick in her hand. After all the holes were opened, the two found a small wooden box the size of an adult's palm lying quietly inside. Xiaoxian was also very happy to see the box, and urged her hard, big sister, take it out and open it. Maybe there is silver. And grandma used to put silver in this kind of box. After hearing this, Lu Yao was also very excited. Speaking of silver, She had never seen real silver before. As for fake silver, she had seen a lot of it on TV dramas. Although she had been busy attending various classes in order to go to school, she was still a TV drama girl. After taking the box, Lu Yao took Xiaoxian back to the place where they had just rested. The two of them couldn't wait to open the box. Wow! It was quite a lot. Almost blinding them. Lu Yao counted it, and found that there were no less than 10 taels of silver and 765 copper coins. This was a big fortune. The owner might have forgotten to take the silver because he left in a hurry. Or it might be some male comrade's hidden money. But now it belongs to her classmate Lu Yao. The brother and sister couldn't help laughing when they saw so much silver. Ha ha ha. Then, as if they thought of something terrible, they quickly covered their mouths with their little black claws. Lu Yao was so grateful to the kind person who hid the silver. Of course, we also have to thank our little lucky star Xiaoxian, who is really good at finding. Big sister, let me touch it. I have touched silver before. Okay, touch it. Lu Yao generously threw a small piece of silver to him. Maybe he was too excited. Or maybe he was too tired from traveling during the day. When Lu Yao looked up at him again, the little guy had already hugged the silver and fell asleep on the haystack. Lu Yao smiled silently, grabbed a handful of hay and put it on him, and then turned the fire on. There was no way. The weather was getting colder and colder, but they didn't even have a blanket, so they had to make do like this. However, now they had silver, and when they got to the capital, she would buy all the necessities. Then he sat down next to her, counting the silver over and over again like a miser. And after counting, he laughed like a fool. To be honest, Lu Yao was a little disgusted with herself, as if she had never seen the world, and it was too embarrassing for a time-traveling girl. However, no matter in the past life or this life, she was too short of money. After counting several times, she was reluctant to put the box in the space warehouse, and then sat cross-legged, exhaling and inhaling, practicing her supernatural power. This was a life-saving skill at a critical moment, and she dared not relax. She still knew what was important and what was not. Although she was a little stupid, nothing happened overnight. In the morning, it was just light. Lu Yao got up and stretched in the yard. Looking at the mountains in the distance, she said in admiration, "This scenery, if it was in a good weather, how beautiful it would be, how good the air would be. But look at it now, it is devastated, and there is almost no green." She returned to the fire with a sigh, set up a pot to boil water for breakfast, of course. It was wild vegetable soup. If she continued to drink it, she felt that she would really turn into the Hulk. She flashed into the space, picked some wild vegetables. Looking at the various wild vegetables connected together, Lu Yao showed a satisfied smile. Luckily she found a lot of species along the way, otherwise, the porcelain at the beginning would have grown fast in the space, and they would have eaten it all. After washing it in a wooden barrel, then it came out of the space. It was put into the pot just when the water was boiling. It was a pity that there was no oil or water. Otherwise, it would be a delicacy. You know, before the end of the world, it was more expensive than meat in the restaurant. After the soup was cooked, Lu Yao took Xiaoxian out of the haystack. Xiaoxian was very happy to see that he had something to eat as soon as he opened his eyes. When the brother and sister had eaten and drunk well, it was already noon when they finished. There were few pedestrians on the land at this time. You can also say that the further you go in this direction, Lu Yao feels that there are fewer refugees, but this is exactly what she wants. Her strategy now is to refuse to contact any irrelevant people, and stay away from those refugees. The secret and indecent development is the kingly way. Along the way, Lu Yao implemented picking up whatever she saw. Wild vegetables, dry firewood, and stones. She would never let go of them. Wild vegetables are essential for survival. If they are not eaten up, they can be exchanged for money, killing two birds with one stone. Dry firewood is a must for ancient people. They can't do without it for 3 meals a day, not to mention the long winter. So they can't live without it. As for stones, she planned to build a big stone house after settling down, and then use stones to surround a big yard, and finally sell a maid, and then become a lazy landlord. So the more of these things, the better. Anyway, her space warehouse is big, so she is not afraid of not being able to fit them all. Just as Lu Yao put the dry firewood she picked up into the space, the sound of a chicken clucking came from the bushes not far from them. "Big sister." "Shoo!" Lu Yao gestured to Xiaoxian to keep quiet. The two of them moved quietly towards the direction where the sound came from. After pulling apart the bushes, they saw a pheasant foraging for food. The eyes of the brother and sister lit up, and they smiled silently at each other. It was as if the pheasant had become a delicious delicacy waving at them. Big sister. Xiaoxian gave his sister a look that said, "You know what I mean?" Lu Yao raised her eyes, as if to say, "Just watch it." Zizi. A small snake-like lightning shot towards the alert pheasant. In the end times, Lu Yao was used to seeing all kinds of mutated animals. At this moment, the one in front of her was indeed a little chicken, and it was the kind with little meat. But even if there was no meat, it was still meat. God knows. After eating wild vegetable soup for more than a month, she was really a little scared. Chapter 15. Are you looking for me? Without a doubt. The pheasant turned into a roast chicken in an instant. Lu Yao looked up to the sky and laughed twice and said, "Little guy, you still want to run? I can't beat others. Can I deal with you?" Xiaoxian ran over and picked up the hairless chicken and said happily, "Big sister, you are so awesome. We have meat to eat." "Well, it's a little thin, but it's enough for the two of us to have a good meal. Wait for the lunch break. Sister will make it for you." As she said that, she took the pheasant, shaking it in her hand, and then threw it into the space. Perhaps motivated by the chicken, the two walked much faster. And of course they did not stop picking up the chickens. But their luck seemed to have run out. They met more and more refugees on the road, as if they had come out of nowhere. This made Lu Yao feel heavy-hearted. She hoped nothing would happen. The two walked for another half an hour. And then, they found a shady place to rest on the official road. As soon as they sat down, Xiaoxian couldn't wait to ask in a low voice, "Sister, do you still want to eat chickens?" Lu Yao looked at the refugees around her who were starving and skinny, and shook her head silently. Today, not only can they not eat chicken, they can't even eat wild vegetable soup. Oh! Seeing his aggrieved expression, Lu Yao's mouth twitched, and she stuffed the wild vegetables that had been cooked and dried into his hand. "Eat this first to fill your stomach. And when no one is around at night, I'll make it for you. Understand?" "I understand." Xiaoxian agreed very seriously, and then chewed the dried wild vegetables in small bites very obediently. Lu Yao rubbed her head, and turned sideways to block Xiaoxian. She couldn't help but think in her heart, what was the point of being so careful along the way, having superpowers, but not being able to use them? Sometimes Lu Yao didn't think about it. It would be much better if she was a superpower, so that when she saw someone she didn't like, she could fight openly, unlike the cowardly look she has now. After some self-mockery, this is not the end of the world. Space and supernatural powers can be used at will. Now it is ancient times. She dare not expose her space, and she dare not expose her supernatural powers. Everyone knows that the innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Two fists cannot beat four hands. She does not want to become a pile of ashes, and then drift around with the wind. Xiaoxian is gone. Lu Yao looked at the sun above her head. The sun was already setting. They had to hurry up. It would be best to find a relatively safe place to rest before sunset. Follow me closely. Don't yell if anything happens, okay? Although Xiaoxian behaved well along the way, she still couldn't help but give a word. "Sister, we have been walking for a long time. Can't we take a break?" Xiaoxian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although it was much cooler now, he still couldn't walk much. "Are you thirsty?" Lu Yao glanced at Xiaoxian, then stretched out her hand very skillfully, and then said, "Let's hold on for a while, and rest in front." After that, Lu Yao didn't say anything, but listened attentively, and then her eyebrows frowned. There was a sound, and it sounded like it was getting closer and closer to them. It seemed like the two had been following them all afternoon. They were indeed coming for them. "Xiaoxian, hurry up. We'll be able to make roast chicken soon." After saying that, Lu Yao glanced back, and then showed an unfathomable smile. Did she look easy to bully? After knowing that she could eat roast chicken right away, Xiaoxuan's steps became much lighter. Lu Yao also quickened her pace, deliberately walking towards a place with dense trees, so that it would be easier to take action later. At this time, her face looked a little bad. If that's the case, then it's not her fault. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Lu Yao looked around, pulled Xiaoxian and ran quickly to a dirt slope, and said softly, "Xiaoxian, you stay here obediently. No matter what happens later, before I call you, you are not allowed to come out, or make any sound. Do you hear me?" Along the way, Xiaoxian has developed the habit of listening to his elder sister in everything, and because of the spiritual spring water in the space, he is even more obedient to her. So when he heard Lu Yao's words, he nodded and agreed immediately, and laid down obediently. Before Lu Yao turned around and left, she took out a bunch of hay from the space to cover him up. After checking that there was no leakage, she left here with peace of mind. Are you looking for me? The two men were startled by the girl who suddenly appeared in front of them. And then their eyes lit up. They haven't met such a fair and tender child for a long time. And it seems that they can have a good meal again today. Suddenly one of the men looked behind Lu Yao and found that one was missing. This was their rations for the next few days, and they couldn't afford to lose one. So they frowned and asked, "Little girl, where is your brother?" "Uncle, I'm asking you. Don't cross it out. Are you looking for me?" Lu Yao asked again tirelessly. She didn't want to kill innocent people. The two men were confused. Are all kids nowadays so shy? Although they didn't understand, they still answered, "So what?" "That's good. Let me ask you one more question. What do you want to do with me?" The two men laughed when they heard Lu Yao's words. They looked so disgusting that Lu Yao felt sick. Before she could reply, Lu Yao shouted behind them, "Daddy, hurry up." The two men were so frightened by her shout that they broke out in cold sweats and turned their heads to look back. Seeing this, she knew that the opportunity had come. Lu Yao took the opportunity to stretch out her little hand, and a flash of lightning shot at one of the men. Sizzle bang. In less than 5 seconds, the man was roasted black and fell straight to the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. Ah! The other one saw this situation and was so shocked that he lost his voice. He immediately didn't care about anything and turned around to run. He ran and shouted, "Ah! Help! There is a ghost!" Lu Yao curled her lips when she saw it. "Since you are here, let's stay together." Then she raised her hand, and the voice stopped abruptly. The world suddenly became quiet. It was great. Her principle was that I would not offend others unless they offended me. She had avoided them as much as she could along the way. But some people who wanted to die still came to her door. Then she couldn't be blamed for killing them. She was no longer the Lu Yao who could only run away a month ago. Lu Yao smiled bitterly. She really didn't like killing people. But since she had killed them, she still had to see if there was anything valuable. Then she squatted down and searched the two people. It seems that these two people have done a lot of bad things. And it seems that their death is not unjust. There are more than 50 taels of silver, 3 jade pendants, 2 daggers, and a lot of gold and silver jewelry. After putting these into the space, Lu Yao patted her butt and left. Finally, she took a look at the clothes that were burned beyond recognition and whispered, "It seems that I must be gentler next time. If there are banknotes or something in it, it will be a big loss." As for the clothes, she didn't think of keeping them. She was afraid that she would have nightmares at night looking at those things. The harvest this time was really not small. Not to mention the silver, especially the 2 daggers, she was particularly satisfied. She finally had a handy weapon, which would make it much easier to do anything in the future. "Let's go, Xiaoxian. Go to the front, and I'll make you a roast chicken." Lu Yao returned to the hillside, pushed the hay, and walked away from another direction with Xiaoxian. Some things are not good for children to know. Lu Yao walked with Xiaoxian for another 20 minutes, and then stopped at a valley. "Then I lit a fire to boil water and cook. Xiaoxian, watch me light the fire. I'll take care of the pheasant." As she said this, Lu Yao took out a dagger and a chicken from the space, washed it repeatedly with water, then cut open the belly with a knife, and threw the internal organs into the fire. This thing was very smelly without seasoning, and it was not edible, so it would be easier to throw it away, and the key point was that she didn't know how to cook it. After cleaning it up, Lu Yao broke a branch, sharpened one end with a knife, then picked up the pheasant, and started grilling it. Because there was nothing to eat, this chicken really didn't have much meat. Not long after it started grilling, the fragrance slowly drifted out. Xiaoxian had been staring at Lu Yao since she took out the chicken. He didn't even notice the dagger in her hand. If it were any other time, he would have had a million questions. Lu Yao slowly turned the chicken in her hand to prevent it from getting burnt. To be honest, she hadn't had meat for more than a month. And now her saliva was almost flowing out. She was so greedy. Not to mention Xiaoxian, who was standing next to her, whose saliva was all over the floor. 10 minutes later, Lu Yao saw that it was almost done, and immediately tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Xiaoxian. "Eat slowly. Be careful of the heat." He pulled a leg for himself. "Big sister, it's delicious. So fragrant," Xiaoxian said as he ate. "Well, it's very good. but a little bland. It would be better if there was a little salt. And it would be better if there was some cumin and chili powder. When Lu Yao took a bite of the chicken, she commented in her heart, "Big sister, I want more." When Xiaoxian finished eating a chicken leg and wanted more, Lu Yao only gave him a chicken wing. She didn't dare to give him more, fearing that people who had never eaten much meat would have diarrhea if they ate too much at once. "These will be gone after we finish eating them. Save the rest for tomorrow." "Yes." Xiaoxian took the chicken wing and agreed happily. One leg and one wing were quickly finished by the two of them. After that, they drank a few more sips of soup before stopping. After the meal, Lu Yao burped and smiled happily. After more than a month of traveling here, she finally got to eat meat. It was not easy. Chapter 16 Crisis. After dinner, it was not yet completely dark. Lu Yao added a few thicker firewood to the fire. "Xiaoxian, you should be careful to light the fire and watch the surroundings. Call me if you need anything, and call me if you want to sleep, okay?" There were a lot of things to do today. Lu Yao was a little tired, especially mentally tired. She had never thought of killing people since she came to this world, but there are some things that you can't do without. Although she killed people who should be killed today, perhaps because of her changed identity, her heart's tolerance has deteriorated. She is a little bit unable to adapt, so she needs to use sleep to relieve it. "Well, big sister, go to sleep. I can do it." Xiaoxian has been accustomed to this kind of famine life. Hearing her sister's words, she picked up the small wooden stick on the ground without saying a word, and stared at the surroundings vigilantly, just like a little guard. Although Lu Yao felt a little sorry for Xiaoxian, there was nothing she could do. After what happened today, it was even more impossible for the two of them to sleep together. Moreover, she hadn't closed her eyes for 2 days in a row. No matter how much she practiced, she still needed to rest. Lu Yao was really tired. She lay on the hay and fell asleep in a short while. In her dream, she dreamed that all the materials in the space had returned. Is this considered as thinking about something during the day and dreaming about it at night? Anyway, she was quite happy in her dream. After sleeping for a few hours, Lu Yao woke up automatically, but she felt much more energetic, stretched comfortably, and turned around, and found that Xiaoxian had fallen asleep on one side. Fortunately, before going to bed, I took out the hay for him, otherwise he would have caught a cold if he had slept directly on the ground. It was also good that in this year, there were many people passing by on this official road, and there were no dangerous animals. Fortunately, Lu Yao added enough firewood to the fire, and then carefully observed the surroundings, and found that there was no movement nearby, and then she felt relieved. Then she sat down, closed her eyes, and began to practice. Through what happened today, she found that she had been lazy before. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. And where there are rivers and lakes, there are disputes. How could she stay out of the mud and not be stained? Lu Yao closed her eyes and sensed everything around her. With the improvement of her superpowers, her hearing, vision, speed, and strength will also improve. But it's not so obvious. Although she can't compare with those special superpowers. She is now at the critical point of the second level, so she can still hear some subtle movements within a range of 10 meters around her. So cultivation does not affect night watch at all, but it has many benefits. Suddenly, Lu Yao opened her eyes, and a flash of lightning instantly shot into the bushes behind her. Squeak! With just a sound, the little animal was silent. Lu Yao walked over with a homemade torch, and saw, wow, a mountain rat, not small, quite fat. He held the tail, and put it in his hand to cushion it. Wow, it was almost as heavy as the pheasant he shot yesterday. It seems that his luck in the past 2 days seems to be pretty good, both chicken and mountain rat. I haven't seen it for more than a month. It seems that they all came here for a meeting. However, Lu Yao didn't mean to eat it. In this famine year, it was so fat that it was obvious that it had eaten a lot of rotten corpses. Although their bodies needed meat to supplement protein, she was not so hungry that she would eat anything. If she ate it, wouldn't it be eating a human in a roundabout way? Ugh! She felt sick just thinking about it. It was better not to be so hard on herself. She picked it up and threw the mountain rat far away. It seems that this place cannot be stayed for long. We must leave here quickly. There are mountain rats, and they are mountain rats that eat carrion. This is not a good sign. It means that if an epidemic occurs, it will be 10,000 times more terrible than she imagined. The speed and path of transmission will be unimaginable. It can be brought to any place. It is estimated that this mountain rat may have come here following the human scent. This is not a good thing. There is just one today. What if there are 5, 10, or even more? This scene reminds Lu Yaolian of the scene of millions of mutant rats attacking in the end times, making her feel uncomfortable all over. If they continue to walk slowly like this, the consequences might be terrible. The risk was too high. Lu Yao shook her head, forcing herself not to think about it anymore. After all, it was not the end of the world. She added some firewood to the fire, and then closed her eyes to rest. From tomorrow on, she would focus on getting on the road. She wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Leave the wasteland, and the farther the better. In this ancient time, any infection would kill people. Even if she had the spiritual spring to protect her, she could not afford to gamble. After all, she only had one life, and she had died once. She did not believe that she could be lucky again. Finally, the next day came. Lu Yao prepared wild vegetable soup early, and then took out half of the roasted chicken and put it by the fire to warm it up. Before dawn, Lu Yao dragged Xiaoxian, who had just eaten, on the road. With no training and long-term hunger, Lu Yao's willpower was not strong enough to resist her thin body. When Xiaoxian was about to cry, Lu Yao finally stopped. Lu Yao sat on the ground. Her body had reached its limit, and she looked at the bright sun hanging in the middle of her head. She planned to take a rest first, and then get up to cook. Seeing this, Xiaoxian also sat down next to his elder sister. Panting heavily, Lu Yao touched his head with a smile, and said with a smile, "Look how tired our Xiaoxian is. After dinner, rest for an hour before continuing on the journey." "Okay. Yes. I understand everyone." She nodded embarrassedly. After resting for half a quarter of an hour, Lu Yao got up and started cooking. When the water in the pot boiled, Lu Yao took out the half of the chicken skeleton left over from the morning, carefully tore off the meat on it, and threw it into the boiling water with the skeleton. When the meat was almost cooked, she chopped up the washed wild vegetables and added them together. After a while, a pot of chicken and wild vegetable soup was ready. The aroma made Xiaoxian drool. Lu Yao tasted it and said, "It's not bad." The wild vegetables tasted much better with oil and water. "Sister, can we eat it?" Xiaoxian swallowed and asked. "Right away." "Wow, it's so hot." Xiaoxian took a bite and put it in his mouth as soon as he heard that he could eat it. He didn't expect to get burned. Lu Yao laughed at him. "I told you to be impatient. I've told you so many times. You got burned, right?" After that, she handed him the bamboo tube and asked him to drink some water to calm down. After a while, the pot of chicken and wild vegetable soup was finished by the brother and sister. If the pot wasn't hot, Xiaoxian would have wanted to hold the pot and lick it. Chapter 17 Dashan. Targeted again with food in their stomachs. The brother and sister swept away their previous fatigue and looked much more energetic. Looking at Xiaoxian, a foodie who was taking a nap under the shade of a tree, Lu Yao leaned against the tree trunk and seemed to be in a good mood. There were too many hardships in the previous life. She finally raised enough money to go to college. But she didn't expect to usher in the end of the world. Although she had a space, she lived a good life and had a group of loyal subordinates. But she was really disgusted by the smelly zombies and the fighting and killing all day long. In this life, she just wanted to live her life as she pleased, and no one could stand in her way. After a good rest, the brother and sister continued on their journey under the scorching sun. It is said that a horse will die if it runs too fast. This is true. Lu Yao did not know it before, but now she understands this truth. The mountain looked very close, but when she really reached the foot of the mountain, it was already sunset and evening. It took her about 2 hours to walk, and she was exhausted. Lu Yao saw that the mountain was quite big from a distance, and she thought that she would rest at the foot of the mountain tonight and see if she could hunt some wild animals for food reserves. Standing at the foot of the mountain, looking up, there is no end in sight. The mountain is covered with trees and weeds, giving people a desolate and quiet feeling. It's just that there is not enough green, and the bareness affects the mood. But compared with other places, it is much better. Looking around, Lu Yao finally understood why there were so many refugees today, and it also explained why there were animals around. Feelings are the blessing brought by this mountain. Just when Lu Yao raised her legs and wanted to walk in, an old man who was resting not far away suddenly ran over, scaring the two siblings. Lu Yao was about to explode, but looking at the people around her, she managed to hold it back. She just tightened the dagger in her hand and was ready to fight back at any time. Perhaps seeing Lu Yao's nervousness, the old man quickly said, "Don't be nervous, girl. I just want to remind you and your brother not to do stupid things. There are many things on this mountain, but there are also many man-eating animals. Several waves have gone up, but few have come down." He sighed and said, "It's too difficult to find something to eat in this world. But don't worry. You can still find some grass roots here. Wait until tomorrow morning when everyone moves together and walks in. You can also find wild vegetables." "Well, thank you, old man." No matter what the old man meant, she still had to say thank you. After all, she didn't feel any malice from him. Lu Yao nodded and smiled. She had a hunch that with so many people at the foot of the mountain, something would happen sooner or later. No matter how big the mountain is, its resources are limited, and there are too many people and too little flesh, so it is only a matter of time before a fight breaks out. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Yao still said, "Uncle, didn't you say that there are man-eating animals on this mountain? Aren't you afraid that they will come down to eat people?" "Of course I am afraid. 2 wolves came down the night before yesterday, but they were killed by everyone. Now that we have tasted the sweetness, we are even more reluctant to leave. We are afraid that they dare not come down." "Then why don't you move forward and go to other prefectures?" The uncle looked up at the sky. "I do want to leave, but I have been away from the village for more than half a month, and the food has been eaten up long ago. You, little kid, have seen that it is difficult to find even grass roots and tree bark along the way. You can still find some under this mountain, so you dare not move forward. Besides, I heard that the gates of the nearby prefectures are not open. What's the point of going there? On the contrary, I heard that Beihai Prefecture, which is close to here, wants to accept outsiders, but it will take at least a year or 2 to get there. However, I heard that there is sea there, and there are a lot of water, and there are so many fish that you can't eat them all. Anyway, I have no hope for my old bones, and my relatives have left one by one. I am content to stay here and have something to eat. Girl, listen to me. If there is any hope, don't go up the mountain. It is really dangerous there." Lu Yao didn't expect to hear such useful news, but it was dispensable to her. It was just a pity that she couldn't go into the city to buy some things. Lu Yao smiled, and didn't say no, nor did she say yes. She thanked the old man again, and took Xiaoxian to rest. The old man saw this, shook his head and went back. In fact, he also knew that if there was anything to eat, who would be willing to take risks? He just remembered his dead grandson when he saw them, and couldn't bear to remind them. It got dark soon. The 2 didn't dare to cook, and secretly ate water. Lu Yao picked up some leaves and branches nearby to light a fire to keep warm. When she was about to rest, the old man came over carefully and whispered, "Girl, if you have the strength to walk, take your brother away quickly. When I went to relieve myself just now, I accidentally heard that someone was going to attack you at night. Be obedient and move quickly. Those people are all cruel and ruthless." Lu Yao was stunned. These people moved too fast. She was targeted as soon as she arrived. "We are leaving. What about you, uncle?" The uncle said with tears and laughter, "It's okay. They don't know, but I know. You go your way." Lu Yao nodded, and after the uncle left, she quickly got up with Xiaoxian. When she passed by the uncle, she secretly threw him a large bundle of dried wild vegetables for his kind reminder. Fortunately, she found a small backpack on the side of the road ahead. Although it was a little broken, it could still be used as a cover. Otherwise, she would not dare to take out the bundle of dried wild vegetables out of thin air. The uncle sitting on the ground was startled by the moving thing that suddenly fell into his arms. After seeing the thing clearly in the light of the fire, he took a deep breath and quickly covered it with hay. Seeing that no one noticed, he breathed a sigh of relief. When she turned around, the 2 siblings had already disappeared. The old man smiled in the dark. It seemed that this girl was also a good person. She was thanking him for tipping her off. After leaving the old man's sight, Luli dragged Xiaoxian and walked into the mountains under everyone's puzzled eyes. The reason why Lu Yao did this was that she didn't want to cause trouble for the old man. Since those people wanted to do something to her, there must be spies around. If she walked away so openly, people who didn't know the truth would only think that the siblings couldn't stand the hunger and went into the mountains to find food at night. Second, she really lacked meat. Others were afraid of those animals, but she was not. So when she heard the old man say that there was still a lot, she paid attention. Chapter 18 The Wolf is Coming. Actually, Lu Yao is not so fierce as to enter the deep mountains and forests at night. If she were alone, it would be fine. She could go anywhere. The key is that she is now with Xiaoxian. If her ability is at level 3 now, she can take Xiaoxian into the space. It will be safe anywhere. And she won't have to hide all day. It seems that I have to hurry up and practice. I also have to find a way to exchange some salt. Recently, Lu Yao feels that her and Xiaoxian's physical strength is getting lower and lower. They are exhausted at any time and are particularly easy to get tired. She knew that this was the result of lack of salt. If it weren't for the spiritual spring water, they would have been in trouble long ago. Lu Yao took Xiaoxian a little further inside, until they could no longer see the fire outside, and stopped, lighting the fire and burying the pot. Lu Yao had already done this set of actions smoothly and skillfully. Soon a pot of wild vegetable soup was ready. After eating and drinking, Lu Yao took out a lot of hay from the space, buried herself and Xiaoxian in it, and only showed her head outside. There was no other way. The weather was getting colder and colder, and they had no clothes or bedding to keep warm. This was the best place she could think of at the moment. But it was quite warm in the haystack, which made her want to sleep. The big-hearted Xiaoxian fell asleep in his sister's arms after a while. Lu Yao had no choice. And she couldn't practice like this, so she could only stay alone and be alert to the surroundings. In the middle of the night, Xiaoxian, who was sleeping well, was suddenly woken up by his elder sister. When Xiaoxian was about to speak, his sister covered his mouth and whispered in his ear, "Xiaoxian, don't move. Don't make a sound." After hearing this, Xiaoxian looked up and looked around, and was shocked. There were pairs of green lights all around him. Fortunately, his elder sister covered his mouth. Otherwise he would have screamed. This is a wolf. Although he has never seen one, he has heard from the old people in the village that the eyes of wolves are green in the dark. Xiaoxian's heart was beating hard, and he hugged his elder sister tightly in fear. "Don't be afraid, Xiaoxian. I'm here. I forgot that I can release lightning. Hold on to my clothes and don't let go. Do you hear me?" Lu Yao touched his head and comforted him. Lu Yao estimated that there were more than 10 wolves staring at them. At this time, the more than 10 wolves were gradually approaching them step by step. Hiss! Suddenly, a wolf walking in front was struck by a sudden lightning. Ah! A scream sounded instantly, and then it died down after a while. Such an incident disrupted the pace of the wolves, and also frightened the wolves, and they dared not move forward. Lu Yao had no other thoughts at the moment. She just wanted to live, and live well. So as her little hands kept rising, the wolves fell one by one. Just when Lu Yao's supernatural power was about to run out, a howling wolf sounded from behind the wolf pack, and in the forest, several more howls sounded, as if in response, and the brother and sister were chilled to the bone. Lu Yao pulled Xiaoxian behind her, her expression solemn. There might not be only a few wolves on the surface, but now her superpowers were obviously lacking in strength. Lu Yao had no choice but to drink spiritual water crazily to replenish her energy and recover her superpowers. Xiaoxian clung to Lu Yao tightly, his face pale, and he dared not breathe. Although he knew that his elder sister was very powerful, he still couldn't help being afraid. Lu Yao stretched out her hand to draw out a small amount of lightning as a warning, but her eyes were fixed on the dark place in front of her. She knew that the Wolf King was there. For some reason, the Wolf King in the darkness suddenly walked out of the darkness at a leisurely pace. Lu Yao took a look at it in the light of the fire. Wow! It was quite beautiful, with a majestic snow-white body, and it was obviously much taller than the wolves next to it. Seeing this, Lu Yao felt a little scared. Could it be that this beast wanted to fight to the death? But what Lu Yao couldn't figure out was that the Wolf King stopped about 5 meters away from her, staring at Lu Yao with a pair of eyes, neither attacking nor retreating. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yao tried to move, but found that the wolves were still motionless. This was an intuition. Lu Yao always felt that the Wolf King was waiting for something. An opportunity? Or reinforcements? Seeing that she had recovered, Lu Yao continued to test him, and took a step forward and shouted, "Come on! Don't you want to eat meat? Attack!" After Lu Yao shouted a few times, the wolves were still as a rock. Lu Yao was a little confused. However, she had to admit that the discipline of the wolf pack was very good. Without the order of the Wolf King, no matter how Lu Yao provoked them, the wolf brothers would not dare to move forward. Unable to do so, Lu Yao reached out and touched Xiao Xian's head, knowing that he was almost exhausted from nervousness. So she took out a bamboo tube of water from the space and gave it to him, to replenish his physical strength. Before her supernatural power was fully restored, she did not intend to take the initiative to attack. At the moment of taking out the spiritual spring water, Lu Yao finally knew what it was waiting for. Lu Yao reached out and asked Xiao Xian to give her the bamboo tube, and then shook it in front of the wolves. "Do you want this?" The head wolf took a few steps forward again, and this time Lu Yao clearly felt its urgency. This time Lu Yao finally confirmed, as expected of the Wolf King, knowing that this was a good thing. He did not attack. Even now Lu Yao did not feel any malice, and even had a little intention of trying to please. This was a bit interesting. In her past and present lives, she had never accepted a wolf brother. Chapter 19 Wolf Brother. Lu Yao squatted down carefully, using her little black claws to hold the knife, and dug a small hole in the ground, then used a few large dead leaves to pat it, then poured spiritual water, and finally slowly pulled Xiao Xian back a few steps. She didn't know if this would work, but the spiritual spring water must have a great attraction to the wolf pack, which she knew just now, otherwise she wouldn't have used this method. In order to have more legitimate thugs, she was really desperate. Sure enough, the Wolf King seemed to understand what she meant, and when he saw her retreat, he immediately ran over, drank the spiritual water in a few gulps, and didn't even breathe. After drinking, the Wolf King looked at Lu Yao eagerly, and then looked at the small pit of spiritual water. The meaning was self-evident. "I want more. Waiter, give me some more." Lu Yao had no choice. She was no longer afraid, and pulled the reluctant Xiao Xian forward, and filled it with spiritual water again. This was done for more than 20 times. And then, these little brothers were sent aside. Although it was a bit troublesome, Lu Yao was very happy at this time. "Just drink it if you want. I'm afraid you won't drink it. If you drink my water, you will be my wolf." If she didn't have a bigger tool, she would have wanted to put a big basin, so that its wolf brothers could drink more. After drinking enough, the Wolf King actually wagged its tail at her. Lu Yao rubbed her eyes desperately. Was she dazzled? The Wolf King was wagging its tail at her like a puppy. Are you kidding? This arrogant master would wag his tail at people. She must be dazzled. Sure enough, when she looked over again, it wagged its tail again. Lu Yao was really shocked. She knew that her spiritual spring was effective, but she didn't know it could be so effective. If she had known earlier, she would have formed a team of animal transformations in her previous life. It was so impressive just thinking about it. But it's not bad to have such a group of little brothers now. Lu Yao was thinking and laughing alone, causing Xiao Xian, who didn't understand, to laugh with her. The Wolf King beside him looked up at the brother and sister, and then looked at the little wolf brother, as if asking, "What are these brother and sister laughing at?" The little wolf brother replied, "We don't know either." Lu Yao ignored the little wolf brother beside him. Because she had been exercising for so long, she was already starving. She lit the fire and burned the wood, all in one go. She called Xiao Xian, who was still shivering, to help watch the fire. She washed the pot and boiled water, and then went to the side, and put the 6 slightly burnt wolves into the space one by one. She left one, and skinned it in front of the wolf brother, and then gutted it. The skilled movements showed that she was an old hand. Of course, when Lu Yao was doing these movements, she also watched the movements of the wolves from time to time, fearing that they would attack her in anger. Facts proved that she was indeed thinking too much. In the animal world, the strong prey on the weak, and death is death. Even if Lu Yao didn't eat, they would have a good meal. Lu Yao was very agile, and quickly got rid of a wolf. She took off 2 legs, and put the rest into the warehouse. As for the internal organs, she just threw them far away. The wolf brother would take care of them. The fur on the wolf's skin was almost burnt, so Lu Yao didn't keep it. Otherwise, it would be a good thing. Remember to be steady and ruthless next time. Be gentle and just hit the head. Today she decided to make roasted wolf legs, 1 for each person. If they couldn't finish it, they would roast it into jerky, and use it as a snack. Lu Yao was now like, "I have meat. I am so willful, and so arrogant." Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise she would definitely get beaten. A good cook cannot cook without rice. This is true. Now if there is a little salt, the cumin and chili powder, it will be perfect. Lu Yao handed a wolf leg to Xiao Xian, asking him to learn how to turn it over to prevent it from being burnt. Xiao Xian looked at Lu Yao, blinking his big eyes, and he didn't know whether to accept it or not. "It's okay, they are very well behaved now. They won't eat us anymore, you see." They don't even move. Lu Yao knew that Xiaoxian was still scared, so she looked at the wolf pack not far away and comforted him. Got it. After hearing what his elder sister said, he looked at the wolf pack in the distance again. As his elder sister said, they were standing there obediently without moving. Only when he saw this did he happily take it. In fact, he was also greedy for meat. Lu Yao watched Xiaoxuan's movements from the side. After seeing that there was no mistake, she was relieved and roasted the wolf leg by herself. To be honest, this wolf really didn't have much meat. After peeling off the skin, only bones were left. There wasn't much fat either. It was all dry and lean meat. It wasn't as fat and tender as the mountain rat she threw yesterday. However, as time went by, the little fat was roasted out, dripping onto the charcoal fire, and the smoke was puffing. Suddenly, the unique smell of barbecue slowly drifted out. The aroma was so fragrant that the two of them drooled. Soon the meat was roasted, and it was golden yellow, which was really good. It was a pity that it was still a little fishy when you bite it, but overall it was still good. Didn't you see that Xiaoxuan's mouth was full of oil when he ate? Chapter 20 Leave. Only Xiaoxian ate the roasted wolf leg without any seasoning with relish. His face was greasy. Lu Yao couldn't eat more after eating only half of it. It was too tough and fishy. Luckily, she was smart and made a pot of soup at the beginning. In fact, it was true. After eating, Xiaoxuan's greasy face smiled very happily. Even his eyes narrowed into slits. Lu Yao looked at his big clown face and laughed in front of him unkindly. Xiaoxian was confused, not understanding why the elder sister kept laughing at him, but he started laughing as he watched. When he finally knew why the elder sister was laughing, Xiaoxian snorted, turned his head, expressing that he was very angry and could not forgive her. Lu Yao saw this and had no choice but to comfort her. Okay, don't be angry, I'll make you meat for lunch, which is even better than this. Really? Yeah. Thank you, elder sister. This time the little guy was happy. Lu Yao shook her head and laughed. As expected, children are easy to coax. It was still early, so Lu Yao was not in a hurry to travel. She planned to go to the mountains in the next 2 days and hunt more prey for food reserves. With such a big mountain, she didn't know when the next famine would come, and when this famine would end. So she had to make long-term preparations for everything, just in case. But before entering the mountain, Lu Yao planned to exchange some oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and other things from the refugees at the foot of the mountain. She was really fed up with those vegetable soups without seasonings, and she could hardly eat anymore. Wolf King, bring your little brothers with me. Wolf King was the name Lu Yao gave it. Simple, direct, rough, easy to remember, and majestic. After saying that, he took Xiaoxian and carried the cut wolf meat towards the refugees. The Wolf King was very satisfied with the new name given by his master. So when he heard Lu Yao's call, he immediately followed with a group of little brothers. He looked very servile, but he stopped after walking a few steps, pointing at the Wolf King and said, "You guys should stay here, Xiaoxian, and I will go down by ourselves." After saying that, he didn't care whether the Wolf King understood or not, and he took Xiaoxian away. The reason for this is that she remembered what the old man said yesterday. Considering that 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, it would be strange if she didn't get robbed if she carried so much meat through the market. It would be better to ask the old man for help for this kind of business, and do it secretly. After all, wealth should not be shown off. But after walking a few steps, Lu Yao stopped and walked back. She thought about it, and decided not to trouble the old man. After all, he helped her last night. People should not repay kindness with enmity. It's better to be patient for a few more days, and talk about it in the next city. You have money. So are you afraid that you can't buy it? This series of hype only made Xiaoxian and the Wolf King beside them stunned. What is this? What is this big sister this master doing walking back and forth? She wants to go sometimes, and then not go, which confuses him. Lu Yao also patted her head. This thought came out one after another. Has she really become stupid? Or was she not smart from the beginning? There is no answer. Author, you are not stupid, you are just stupid. Sister, we are not going to change salt? Yes. No, let's go, Wolf King. Lead the way, Xiaoxian. Let's go hunting in the mountains. After spending a morning together, Xiaoxian is no longer afraid of the Wolf King and the others. When he heard that they were going to hunt, he followed the Wolf King happily, and he didn't even want his sister anymore. Sad? Lu Yao looked at her empty hands. Sad? She was not as important as meat. Xian could not read her heart. Now he only saw meat. He followed the Wolf King heartlessly, leaving Lu Yao with a broken heart. Looking very happy, Lu Yao looked at the heartless guy. Helpless, she could only bite her teeth and follow him. Because he was her little brother. Who would she spoil if she didn't spoil him? Alas! At the foot of the mountain, a group of people were very anxious. Because the wolf howled in the middle of the night yesterday. It was so miserable. But they waited for half the night, and didn't see a single wolf hair. At this time, everyone dared not go up the mountain, for fear that there might be animals more ferocious than wolves, otherwise why would wolves scream so miserably? But they had to go into the mountain, because there was nothing to eat outside. Finally, a few brave people went up the mountain together, but when they saw the dried blood and wolf footprints on the ground, they were so scared that their legs trembled, and they turned around and left. This place was no longer suitable for staying for a long time. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly, or they should leave here as soon as possible. Animals that can't even beat wolves, how ferocious they must be. Last time there were only 2, dozens of people came together, but there were still a few people bitten. Now there are footprints on the ground. There are at least 10 at a glance. It is better to leave as soon as possible. If you stay here, you may die anytime. It is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Maybe there is a way to survive if you leave. They don't know that the decision they make now will save their lives in the near future. Of course, this is all in the future. Now they don't care about finding food. They crawled back to the resting place to pack their things and left with their family and friends. Chapter 21 Misunderstanding. I'm so tired, let's take a rest. After saying that, she took out a bamboo tube of water and gulped it down. Lu Yao sat against a big tree, panting heavily, and casually filled a tube for Xian and handed it to him. After resting for 10 minutes, the feeling of her heart bursting finally felt better. This body is too weak. After a month of nourishment from the spiritual spring, it didn't recover much, and even the supernatural power she released was much weaker than in her previous life. I don't know if it's because of her body, or if she was suppressed by this world otherwise. Last night, her supernatural power at the critical point of level 2 would not be so weak. After 7 or 8 times, her spiritual power was exhausted. Fortunately, she had spiritual water. Otherwise, with her ability, she would be killed in minutes. Lu Yao touched her sore legs and feet, feeling helpless. Since she came to this world, she has suffered a lot. Along the way, she has almost caught up with the beginning of the end of the world in her previous life. At that time, there was no space. And it was also hard. She had no food to eat. It was sad to think about it. Alas, I don't want to think about it anymore. I don't want to think about it anymore. I will cry if I think too much. The food has been good these 2 days. And there is meat every day. It's just that the problem of physical strength has not been solved. Maybe it's related to their young age. But overall it's good. She believes that. It's just a matter of time to recover. Big sister, are you going to go further? Xian frowned and said weakly, you've walked so far, won't you stop? Well, I didn't see any prey along the way. After saying that, he took a deep look at the Wolf King. It must be that these guys have eaten all the prey, and they don't know how to save it, really. After watching for a while, the Wolf King almost felt a sense of crisis, and Lu Yao slapped her head fiercely. Is she stupid? Is she stupid? Hunting. What's the point of having so many little brothers, eating and drinking her water all day long, but not doing anything? There is such a good thing. Wolf King, we are very wronged. We only drank your water 3 times in total, and never ate from you once. What do you mean by drinking your water and eating your food? It's too ridiculous. Can it still follow this master? Is it regretting it now? Wolf King, take them to catch some food. Remember not to bite them to death if you can, get it? Blood can also be used to supplement salt appropriately. It's a good thing. It can't be wasted. Lu Yao did not feel the resentment of the Wolf King at all. She said, as a matter of course. What is the little brother used for? Of course. It is used. If you want to do it yourself. Why do you still bring a little brother with you? Are you bored after a full meal? I'll give you something delicious to drink when I come back. Lu Yao added after realizing it. She didn't remember anything else. But the Wolf King heard it clearly. Then he set off with his men. Oh! Remember to leave 2 people to protect Xian. Wolf 1 and Wolf 2. The Wolf King, who had just taken a few steps, braked suddenly and almost fell over. Master, can you finish your words at once? Wolf 1 and Wolf 2, who were named, drooped their heads. They also wanted to go hunting for meat. Xian, You play on the side for a while, I'll take a rest. After saying that, she sat down on the ground. She found that this place was particularly suitable for cultivation. The spiritual energy was very rich. Maybe it was related to the environment. The trees here were relatively lush, and the withered ones were not so serious. Time is money. She couldn't waste it. She had to reach level 3 as soon as possible, otherwise it would be difficult to go out with a group of wolf brothers. Normally, it could be explained, but in this famine here, it was all flesh. Seeing his elder sister practicing hard, Xiaoxian looked down at his arms and legs, feeling upset. He also wanted to be as powerful as his elder sister. Lu Yao, who was practicing with her eyes closed, felt a little scared when her silly brother stared at her, which made her unable to practice. So she opened her eyes and looked up and asked, Xiaoxian, what's the matter with you? Xiaoxian was a little confused when he was suddenly called out. He was caught peeking. If Lu Yao knew what he was thinking, she would definitely retort loudly, Do you have any misunderstanding about the word peek? Did you peek just now? You were doing it openly and honestly. Xiaoxian pursed his lips. Big sister. He didn't know what to say next. He wanted to ask Big Sister to teach him some skills, but he was afraid that the gods would blame him. Are you hungry? Seeing that he couldn't speak for a long time, she thought he was hungry and was embarrassed to speak. He looked up at the position of the sun above his head. It was already noon. She sighed in annoyance. It was all her fault for being too careless. She even forgot to cook. As she spoke, she quickly lit the fire and set the pot on fire. She took out more than a pound of wolf meat from the space, blanched it in cold water, washed it after the foam came out, cut it into small pieces, and boiled it in cold water. She took advantage of this time to sneak in and pick some wild vegetables. Xiaoxian watched his sister's smooth movements, knowing that his sister had misunderstood, but he was indeed hungry after smelling the meat. Forget it. Let's talk about it next time. In half an hour, a pot of fragrant wolf meat stewed with wild vegetables was ready. Lu Ya took a bite. With the addition of spiritual water and wild vegetables, it really tasted much better. It can be said that it was upgraded to a higher level. Okay, Xiaoxian. Come and eat, it's delicious. As for the two wolves drooling behind Xiaoxian, Wolf 1 and Wolf 2, Lu Yao was very generous and gave Wolf 1 a large piece of meat, which weighed 2 kilograms. Bodyguards should be treated as bodyguards. As for the others, they should be independent. Chapter 22 Learning Skills. After eating and drinking, Lu Yao took out the other 5 wolf corpses, planning to clean them out and divide them up, so that they can be taken out and stored away next time. Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 saw their companions being disemboweled, and cried twice. But that was all. As for the fear that the smell of blood would attract other animals, Lu Yao was not afraid of that. After all, there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. Since the Wolf King was active in this area, there should be no other powerful large carnivorous animals nearby. These animals have a very strong sense of territory. Xiaoxian was still eating in small bites, watching her elder sister peeling, cutting, not afraid of nausea at all. The powerful stomach function made Lu Yao admire it. The moving cheeks looked like a little squirrel chewing nuts, so cute. Lu Yao was so curious about it. If she hadn't had work on her hands, she would have wanted to go up and pinch it a few times. What to do if my hands are itchy? What to do is online. When Xiaoxian saw his elder sister's sharp knife, he remembered what he wanted to ask before dinner. But he didn't know how to start. The meat in his mouth suddenly didn't taste good. When Lu Yao finished dealing with another wolf corpse, she looked up and saw her younger brother, frowning and staring at her like an old man. He didn't eat well. It was obvious that he was worried. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Didn't he even eat the meat? This made Lu Yao very worried. Was he sick? She thought and washed her hands quickly. She touched his forehead and asked, Xiaoxian, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Eldest sister? Seeing him hesitate to speak, Lu Yao remembered that he seemed to be like this before dinner. Is this true? Xiaoxian, do you have something to tell big sister? Yes. Then why not say it? A real man should say what he wants to say, you know? You can't be hesitant like a little girl, others will laugh at you. Xiaoxian sat up straight unconsciously, closed his eyes, and said loudly, I want to learn skills from big sister, become as powerful as big sister in the future, and protect big sister. After saying that, he straightened his chest, and his big eyes blinked in anticipation. After hearing this, Lu Yao chuckled and said, That's it? Why don't you just say it directly? Did you want to say it at noon? Yes. Then I agree. But learning skills is very tiring. And you can't give up halfway. Can you stick to it? I can. Xiaoxian nodded repeatedly. Then he said, then teach me the skills. Won't the gods blame me? Lu Yao was stunned. The emotional problem appeared here. And she was afraid that she would be punished. So she didn't dare to speak. This silly boy. But then again, Lu Yao felt very relieved at this time, felt that the pain was not in vain. No, except for lightning, you can learn everything else. Does Xiaoxian still want to learn? Xiaoxian tilted his head and thought about it. Although it was a pity that he couldn't learn lightning, but people should not be too greedy, so he nodded heavily to express his consent. Seeing that Xiaoxian was willing to learn, then she would teach him well. She didn't know anything else, but in order to improve everyone's survival ability in the end times, each base stipulated fighting and combat, which was a required subject for everyone. She also went to learn it at that time, but she didn't learn it very well. But it was no problem to teach others. I looked up at Xiaoxian. Children are flexible, and can learn anything quickly. Unlike me at that time. I was clumsy, I couldn't learn anything, and was laughed at by her friends for a long time. It makes me sad just thinking about it. But children also have shortcomings, small arms and legs, and physical strength can't keep up. It seems that I have to teach from scratch. After thinking for a while, I said, then starting from today, do 50 frog jumps every day. When you can finish them, we will increase the number appropriately until 300, do you understand? After saying that, he demonstrated several times, and stopped when Xiaoxian learned it. Xiaoxian was so excited after hearing this that he gave Lu Yao a big hug and started practicing seriously. Lu Yao watched the little guy learn well from the side, and ignored him, continuing to deal with her wolf corpses. And there were still 3 to go. She drank a glass of water, replenished her energy, and continued to work. By the time Lu Yao cleaned the meat and cut it up, it was already sunset. But the Wolf King and the others had not returned yet. After finishing, she gave Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 some water as a reward, and asked them to take good care of Xiaoxian. She planned to go to the nearby area to see if there was anything to eat before it got dark. Although there are many wild vegetables in the space, Lu Yao still wants to see if she can find new ones to enrich the species. After giving instructions, Lu Yao started to walk around, looking at the slightly withered but lush weeds. It reminded Lu Yao of when she was in the orphanage when she was a child. In junior high school, she often went to the nearby hills with a few friends to find mushrooms and other rich dishes. When she thought of the delicious taste of wild mushrooms made by Aunt Wang, Lu Yao's mouth was full of water. She wanted to eat them badly, but it was so dry now that they could not grow. She thought about it, and hadn't eaten them for more than 20 years. Chapter 23: An Unexpected Harvest. Lu Yao pulled away the weeds, and found a few old gray vegetables among them. Lu Yao happily pulled them up by the roots, and threw them into the space, planning to transplant them when she has time. There is only 1 acre of land in the space for planting now, and she will have to plant it well when she has time. Otherwise, she won't be able to plant other wild vegetables. It seems that she still needs to practice hard, because if she doesn't upgrade, everything seems to be restricted, and many things are not convenient. She was almost worried to death. In fact, what Lu Yao wanted most was wild garlic, wild onion, chili peppers, peppercorns, and other condiments. To be honest, without these things, the dishes would have no soul. Now, when she thought of the dishes made by those chefs, she wanted to drool, and wanted to eat them. Although she didn't have much money in her previous life, she worked part-time in a restaurant, and ate a lot of delicious food. But most of what she ate were samples, and left over by customers. Spicy crayfish, boiled fish fillet, iron squid, cola chicken wings. Crack. Suddenly Lu Yao, who was fantasizing, heard the sound of some animals moving in the grass not far from her. Following the sound, Lu Yao walked over quietly, parted the grass, and took a look. Wow, it was actually a rabbit, and it was quite fat. The rabbit seemed to have noticed Lu Yao, and its pair of red eyes were looking at her, and its 3-petal mouth was moving. So cute, inexplicably Lu Yao even thought it was a little cute. Originally, Lu Yao was planning to make wolf meat stewed with potatoes in the evening, but now, there was a rabbit, and rabbit meat and potatoes were a perfect match. Dry pot rabbit meat. Lu Yao's mind inexplicably remembered a signature dish in the restaurant, and her saliva flowed again. In a flash, he threw all the freshly picked wild vegetables into the space, rolled up his sleeves, and a bolt of lightning shot towards the rabbit at lightning speed. Puff! It hit the rabbit's head. Lu Yao learned to be smart this time. He controlled the lightning into a thin line, so that he could hit the rabbit in one shot without damaging the fur. Perfect. Carrying the rabbit, Lu Yao walked towards the camp. Xiaoxian. Proper rest can achieve twice the result with half the effort. You won't be able to walk tomorrow. After Lu Yao came back, she saw that the good boy Xiaoxian was still gritting his teeth and training hard. She felt a little distressed. How could this kid be so sensible? He was so sensible that it made people feel distressed. So she reminded him. Got it. Big sister. I'll pay attention next time. Xiaoxian wiped the sweat from her forehead, nodded obediently, and then dragged her sore feet to the side to rest. Lu Yao carried the rabbit to the side and cut the rabbit clean with a knife. She also propped up the rabbit's skin with 3 wooden sticks to prevent it from shrinking. It would be a pity if it could not be tanned in the future. Before reaching the capital, these were their spare clothes, and they could not be wasted. Cut the rabbit in half. She wanted to roast one half. She always saw the knights in the costume dramas eating delicious food on TV, so she wanted to try it for a long time, to see if it was really that delicious. The other half was used to stew rabbit meat with potatoes, which seemed to be good too. Sizzle. As time went by, the roast meat turned golden yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the rabbit oil dripped onto the charcoal fire, making a puffing sound, and the tempting aroma not only attracted Xiaoxuan's breath. Even the first and second wolves couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. They stood behind Xiaoxian and drooled. The rabbit meat on both sides would have to wait a while before they could eat it. But as foodies, the brother and sister couldn't bear the tempting smell. Xiaoxuan's eyes almost saw through the rabbit meat. He stared at it motionlessly, as if he was afraid it would fly away. He was so eager that he might be like this. The 2 wolves drooled all over the floor. It was too embarrassing. Under the expectant eyes of the 2 wolves, Lu Yao took a knife and gently cut off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. It was really good. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Much better than roasted wolf meat. And better than pheasant meat. Gulp. When Lu Yao swallowed the meat in her mouth, she clearly heard 3 swallowing sounds. Do you want to eat? Yes, I really want to eat. Is it cooked? Xiaoxian nodded immediately. Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 also looked at Lu Yao. The expressions of the 3 foodies made Lu Yao laugh. Okay, since you guys want to eat so much, I'll cut a little for you first. As she said that, she cut half of the rabbit into 4 parts, cut off the rabbit leg and gave it to Xiaoxian, and gave the 2 pieces with more bones to Wolf 1 and Wolf 2, and the last piece to herself. She was afraid that if she waited any longer, she would be drowned in saliva. Immediately, the 2 people and the 2 wolves ate happily. The only sound in the huge forest was chewing. Burp when the stewed meat was finished. The brother and sister burped and smiled with satisfaction. But the 2 wolves next to them were extremely resentful at this moment. They were not full. But the meat was gone. What should they do? Seeing their pitiful appearance, Lu Yao took out 2 pieces of raw meat from the space and gave them to eat aside. As for roasting them, forget it. Chapter 24 back. She didn't know the extent of the psychological shadow of the 2 wolves. What she was worried about now was why the Wolf King and his friends hadn't come back yet. Could it be that what she said was true, and they ran away after getting some benefits? Then these guys were too short-sighted. Lu Yao looked back at the 2 wolves. It seemed that these 2 foodies had forgotten their boss and his friends in front of the food. Now that they had food, they didn't recognize their relatives. So they were even more diligent in doing things, following Xiaoxian step by step. Even Lu Yao couldn't stand their lackey-like appearance. But seeing this situation, Lu Yao felt more relieved. If anything happened in the future, she believed that as time went by, they would protect Xiaoxian well, and would be his most loyal companions. At this moment, deep in the mountains, the Wolf King who had escaped as Lu Yao said, and his subordinates were dragging the prey with their mouths, struggling to move forward. In the end, it was not known whether the Wolf King was smart, or whether he became smarter after drinking the spiritual water. In short, when these wolves could no longer drag the prey, they finally came up with the idea of carrying the prey on their backs. It was indeed much easier this way. It would be nice if the prey didn't always fall off its back. When the prey fell off its back for the nth time, the Wolf King couldn't help but think in his heart. When the sun set, while Lu Yao was thinking about it, the Wolf King and his friends finally came back with a full load of prey. The brother and sister were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Is it so awesome? Lu Yao looked around the Wolf King and his friends from left to right, up to bottom, and finally came up with the total number: 10 rabbits, 8 pheasants, a goat, And finally the Wolf King carried a wild boar weighing more than 100 kilograms on his back. The blood had stained the Wolf King's snow-white fur. So much? No wonder she could hear the panting sound from a distance. It turned out that he was tired from carrying it. She thought he ran like this. Are there so many species on this mountain? How did they hunt so many? Why did she only encounter animals in the past 2 days? Besides, they have only been out for half a day. Lu Yao circled around them, exclaiming in amazement, her eyes sparkling. It seems that they will not lack meat in the future. Or I have farsightedness, and I have subdued these wolf brothers. Hey, is someone shameless? Isn't it because they are willing to follow you when they see you have good things? When did they become subdued? How come we don't know? Someone shook his hand, indicating that the process is not important. What is important is the result. Then Lu Yao asked the Wolf King to put all the prey they caught in the morning where they cleaned the prey. There was a big stone there, clean. Then he ran to dig a few big pits, prepared to reward them well, and gave the Wolf King a bath. There is enough spiritual water tonight. It's just too troublesome to dig a hole every time. These guys will definitely follow me in the future. Besides, she won't let go of the free labor. So, it seems that I have to find a way to get a few basins. This way, I can solve the problem once and for all and save trouble. Ah! Lu Yao sighed, let's keep working. She raised her head and wiped the sweat off her face. She saw that the sleeves of her clothes were torn to pieces. They were almost like rags. Ah! Lu Yao sighed again. Is there any other time-traveling woman who is worse off than her? Fortunately, she doesn't have to worry about food and drink now. Otherwise, she would be the first time-traveling woman to starve to death in history. She looked at her clothes. No. She was about to become the first time-traveling girl in history to be frozen to death. At this moment, Lu Yao's determination to quickly cultivate her supernatural power to the 3rd level became more determined. She must take Xiaoxian and the Wolf King away from here as soon as possible, and then go to the capital to shop. She also kept in mind the matter of the mountain rats. If this continued, it would be sooner or later that the plague would break out. So this place was too dangerous. If it wasn't for stuttering, she wouldn't take this risk. As the saying goes, man is iron and rice is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will be hungry. As a person who has been hungry, eating always comes first. Nothing is more important than this. Ah! When the Wolf King saw that there was something to drink, and it was the water they had been longing for, they all rushed forward and turned with a roar. They almost scared Lu Yao, who was slacking off, to death. But Lu Yao could see that, although they followed her, the hierarchy was still very strict, and no one dared to surpass the Wolf King, even if they were impatient. Okay, you've worked hard today. Lu Yao stood up and patted the Wolf King's head with a brisk tone. Xiaoxian, you go and rest too. After that, she put all the prey into the space, decided to deal with it when she had time, and now she wanted to practice. Chapter 25 Building a Campsite. Early the next morning, I drove the Wolf King and the others out to find food on their own. The Wolf King plus Wolf 1 to Wolf 9, a total of 10 people. If she really had to take care of their meals every day, she would be exhausted to death. The key point is that she doesn't have that much meat, so it's better to let them fend for themselves. After they left, Lu Yao and Xiaoxian started to boil water and cook. After dinner, Lu Yao looked around and planned to build a camp here temporarily, and then upgrade her superpowers. This was what she had thought of last night. So she took action as soon as she got up in the morning. Because she was asked to give up the Wolf King, she was really reluctant. Finally, she chose a place. There was a very large natural rock on that place, and there was a rock wall behind it. It was clean. Another reason was that it was relatively clean there, without rotten leaves and other things that were easy to take care of. Moreover, sleeping on the mud ground, although it was dry now, was still a little damp. There was no other way before. If she had the conditions, she would of course want better. This is human nature. Why should I do bad things when I have good things? She is not sick. After choosing a place, Lu Yao picked some usable wood from the space. Lu Yao collected a lot of wood of all sizes, most of which were things that other people couldn't take away. So she collected all that she could. Unfortunately, there were very few daily necessities, except for a large wooden barrel and a clay pot that she found at the beginning. She didn't find anything else useful. After doing all this, Lu Yao said something to Xiaoxian, and took a knife to collect some vines that she would use later. Lu Yao planned to collect more vines this time. In addition to the vines needed to build the camp, The small backpack she picked up on the road also needed to be replenished, otherwise small items would leak out. Although she had space, she could put everything in it, and the backpack was not very useful, but when walking outside, sometimes she still had to pretend. She had to cover up what she had. She couldn't just take something out of thin air, or she would be regarded as a monster, and the demons and monsters would burn her with fire. So a backpack is still necessary. Not to mention, there are quite a lot of vines around here. After a while, Lu Yao collected enough and returned to the resting place. When she returned to Xiaoxian, she found that the little guy had been exhausted from training, and fell on the hay to rest. Seeing Lu Yao coming back, he called her sister happily. Lu Yao patted the little guy's head and said with a smile, "Sister, go over there and build a shed. We will stay here for a while. You can play by yourself later. I will make you meat soup for lunch." "Okay. Then I will help you." Xiaoxian laughed happily. I don't know if it was because of the practice of what the elder sister taught him these 2 days. I felt hungry very quickly and ate a lot more. In the morning, he ate more than the elder sister. So when I heard there was food, I suddenly didn't feel tired anymore and was very happy. Okay. Our Xiaoxian is the best. It was just a few steps away, and the two of them came to the place where they set up the camp. Lu Yao didn't plan to build a very good one. Just a human-shaped one that could sleep. And she didn't know how to build something complicated. Lu Yao put 3 pieces of wood as thick as her forearm together, tied one end with vines, and then stood them up with Xiaoxian, and pulled them apart in 3 directions, forming a triangle. Between the sticks, leave one side as an exit. Connect the other 2 sides with thinner sticks, and tie hay. Finally, put some soft hay inside to rest, and wait for the fur to be tanned before laying another layer, which will make it even warmer. With the help of Xiaoxian, Lu Yao spent nearly 2 hours to build this temporary nest. They were so tired that they were panting and sweating. It was the end of October, but it was still too hot during the day and too cold at night. "Big sister, you are really good. You have built it. This way, we won't feel cold when we sleep at night." After saying that, she excitedly went in and out of the shed, having a lot of fun. Lu Yao grinned. She didn't expect that she could build it so quickly, and it looked pretty good. Then, Lu Yao took Xiaoxian back to the previous resting place, packed up, and moved to the new home. When everything was done, it was almost time to eat. Lu Yao didn't forget to cook the wild vegetable and meat soup she promised Xiaoxian. The little girl fell in love with it after eating it once. Lu Yao also felt that in the absence of any seasoning, wild vegetable and meat soup was more delicious. However, now that she had meat and vegetables to fill her stomach, Lu Yao was already very satisfied. Thinking about those times when she had nothing to eat, that was really hard. When she was hungry, she could only drink water to fill her stomach. Fortunately, such days no longer exist. Otherwise she would have bought a piece of tofu and killed herself. It was too embarrassing for a time-traveling girl. "Wow, sister smells so good." The little girl used her hands to fan the water vapor and sniffed, her face full of intoxication. "It smells really good." Lu Yao smiled. She didn't expect the little guy to have such a good nose. And he looked so funny. Ha. Lu Yao couldn't help but laugh. Today she cooked wolf meat again. But the difference was that she used some wolf oil to stir-fry it. Unexpectedly, the little foodie smelled it. "It's already rotten. You can eat it." Half an hour later, Lu Yao happily called Xiaoxian to eat. Both of them were very tired today. It was still a happy thing to have a full meal afterwards. Chapter 26, Going Down the Mountain. Unknowingly, Lu Yao and Xiaoxian had been on the mountain for nearly 2 months. During this period, she secretly went down the mountain once, but things had changed a lot, and she never saw the old man again. I don't know if he left, or in short, there were fewer people than before, and there were bumps of earth everywhere. Luckily, the plague was affected by the weather, and it did not break out as early as she expected, but it was not much better. The temperature was too high during the day, and the risk was still great. This made Lu Yao's original heart let go and mention, make it up again. It will be overwhelming in 2 days, so Lu Yao intends to bring Xiaoxian and Wolf King leave here before spring. Of course, after Lu Yao's unremitting efforts, her thunderbolt has finally risen to the 3rd level. But it is difficult to get more difficult. Lu Yao thought maybe it was suppressed by this world. Otherwise, the upgrade in front is so easy. However, there is no sign of forward after the 3rd level. However, level 3 is enough. There are no zombies for her to kill in this world. And she doesn't have to worry about the zombies and mutant plants and animals that may attack at any time. There may be bad guys here, but there are not as many as imagined. So it's enough. Xiaoxian, has the Wolf King not come back yet? Lu Yao asked while staying in the shed. No, sister. It won't come back until the evening. Yeah, that's right. Speaking of the Wolf King, although they've opened their spiritual intelligence, their IQ is about the same as that of a child. They can understand the basics. Of course, the Wolf King is relatively outstanding, and Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 have become Xiaoxuan's bodyguards, and they are always with him. However, these guys go out early and come back late every day. I don't know what they are doing. They are busier than her master. But the good thing is that they bring back some prey every day. Now the meat in her space is enough for her and Xiaoxian to eat for more than 2 years. A lot of it has not been processed yet. Big sister, the Wolf King is back. As soon as Xiaoxian finished speaking, they rushed to Lu Yao one by one, carrying prey to seek praise. But it is obvious that the prey in this mountain is almost hunted out. Lu Yao took down a wild rabbit, planning to stew it in the evening, and the other 3 rabbits and a silly roe deer were all thrown into the space mercilessly. Then she put a basin of water for them, and then took the rabbit to cook. Early the next morning. Is Xiaoxian ready? Yes, sister. After staying in the mountains for more than 2 months, I really missed the outside world. So the two got up early, both seemed a little excited and impatient. But Lu Yao looked at the clothes on the 2 people, wrapped a few furs on their bodies, and tied them with a vine at random. Wouldn't these wild man-like clothes really scare people? It's scary. So what? She has nowhere to find clothes to wear now, so let it be. Thinking, Lu Yao casually took out a knife from the space and gave it to Xiaoxian. This was taken from those 2 people, and it has been kept in the space without being used. After more than 2 months of hard training, at least he has some ability to return the lost, so let's give it to him as a reward. As for being afraid that he would hurt himself, that's not the case. Since they were 4 years old, they have been picking up firewood and cutting grass for pigs with knives by themselves. In ancient times, they were all children from poor families, and they were not well received. Everyone should know how they were treated. It is not an exaggeration to describe them as living in dire straits. Such a life is unimaginable for modern children. Of course, it is another matter after the end of the world. Thank you, big sister. After saying that, he quickly took it, as if he was afraid that she would regret it. Xiaoxian stared at the knife, his eyes sparkling. He had wanted this knife for a long time. Every time his big sister used the knife, he was particularly envious and jealous. Lu Yao had also seen it early. Every time he saw her take out a knife, his eyes would grow on the knife. To be honest, it was hard for her not to notice it. But the 5-year-old Xiaoxian was not like other naughty children. He was very sensible and well-behaved. It should be said that in ancient times, most of the children were sensible and pitiful. Children from poor families had to take charge of the family early. And they knew that a happy life was not easy to come by. So they knew how to cherish it more. Keep it well. Don't hurt yourself. Otherwise I have the right to take it back. Although it was one thing to know that he would not be hurt, Lu Yao still couldn't help but warn him. An hour later, they finally walked down the mountain. It is said that it is easy to go up the mountain, but difficult to go down the mountain. But this time, the brother and sister felt a lot more relaxed. Wolf King. Wolf 1, how can you not be relaxed? Riding on us? Nothing happened. How can you not be relaxed? If you are tired, it should be them. Okay. They were full of complaints about this unscrupulous master, but they had to endure it. Before dark, they finally got down the mountain after crawling and rolling. There was still some green on the mountain. But when they got down the mountain, most of them were dry, and some even broke with their hands. The ground was cracked, dust was flying, and there was deathly silence everywhere. This is what Lu Yao saw now. Before Lu Yao went up the mountain, there were still many people here looking for opportunities to survive. But now there was no one in sight. It seems that the drought is more serious than she thought. Chapter 27 Passing by. She had already collected the Wolf King and the others into her space. People who are desperately hungry are crazy. She can't bet on her and Xiaoxuan's future. It's true that she has a space, but she has been fighting for 5 years in her previous life, so she just wants to stay comfortably in this world. After all, life is hard to come by, so she wants to cherish it while she has a lot of firewood. She still took advantage of the fact that there is a lot of firewood now, and collected all that can be collected. If she doesn't collect it now, when will she? Who knows if God will suddenly go crazy. The weather is getting weirder and weirder now. It's so hot during the day, and so cold at night. It's almost like the end of the world. Lu Yao took off the animal's skin, revealing the summer clothes inside, which were very torn, but still clean. Fortunately, she had space. Otherwise it would be a hassle to put on and take off clothes. No wonder everyone said that it was a must-have for home travel. She loved her space now. It was so practical. Lu Yao looked up at Xiaoxian, who was jumping and playing happily by himself, and shook her head helplessly. This little guy is much more cheerful now. It can be said that he has completely let go of his childish nature. He is happy every day and very happy. Looking down at her 10 exposed toes and the wounds all over them, Lu Yao suddenly felt that her responsibility was even heavier, and she was under a lot of pressure. Night fell quietly while the siblings were busy. Lu Yao resigned herself to her fate and took out a pile of animal skins, wrapped them up one by one, and made them look like a big dumpling. The two of them hadn't walked for a long time and were exhausted. Although they saw more bones than people along the way, Lu Yao still didn't dare to let the Wolf King out, and avoided people when she saw them. The targets of her and Xiaoxian were already very conspicuous. She couldn't imagine what the consequences would be if the Wolf King and the others were added. God knows. She had smeared her face with wood ash. But the refugees looked at them as if they were meat on a sticky board. If they were not too hungry to catch up with them, maybe she and Xiaoxian would have. Sometimes Lu Yao couldn't help but think that it was a miracle that the epidemic didn't break out in this situation. But this was what she was happy to see. Otherwise they would have to hide in the space and not go out. But in this way her dream of gourmet food would be delayed again. The small pinch of salt that she secretly exchanged last time had already been eaten. As night fell, Lu Yao found a secluded place to build a bonfire, roasted fresh rabbit meat on the charcoal fire, and made a pot of delicious wild vegetable soup, and the life was so beautiful. However, it would be even better if there were seasonings, which was one of the reasons why she insisted on going out. Soon, the oil and water began to drip on the charcoal fire, and the fragrance was so fragrant. Now both of them were not hungry, and they had walked such a long way, and they were already starving. After eating and drinking, Lu Yao looked around and found that there was no problem. She pulled Xiaoxian and flashed into the space. Ah, the Wolf King howled excitedly when he saw Lu Yao coming in. He liked this place very much. It was comfortable to stay here, but he preferred to stay with his master and protect him. Okay. I'll take you out next time. Lu Yao patted the Wolf King's head and promised. Now Lu Yao's space has changed a lot. There are 10 acres of land alone. After the upgrade, a hill, a stream, and a small wooden house have been added. Although there is nothing bare on the mountain now, no fruit trees, no small animals, and no fish swimming in the stream, Lu Yao is still full of joy when looking at everything in front of her. Unlike in the previous life, the land area has become larger, and the mountains have become higher. Lu Yao doesn't know if it is God's compensation for her not being able to upgrade. When Lu Yao was inspecting her space, she didn't know that a group of uninvited guests came to the place where she just rested and ate. If she knew, she would not be afraid of making the space smoky, and choose to make a fire outside to cook. Young master, this is the smell of barbecue, and the fire is still hot. There are only 2 people at the scene, and judging from the footprints, they should be 2 children. Where is Karen? He must have heard the noise and hid. The young master is a boy who looks only 15 or 16 years old, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a dignified demeanor. He is much better looking than those young handsome guys nowadays. If Lu Yao were here, she would definitely be crazy about him. This is my type. The boy called the young master said at this time, you can still find food at this time, and it's rabbit. Yes, we haven't had meat for a long time. The man who spoke just now licked his cracked lips. This damn weather not only made his lips crack again and again, but even worse. He hadn't taken a bath for a long time, which was too damaging to his image, and finally he took out a bronze mirror used by ancient women from his sleeve and looked at it. The young master who was watching from the side twitched his mouth. It was too disgusting. If he hadn't wanted to use him to block those disgusting women, he didn't even want to know this guy. Then should we look around? When it came to business, the mirror man changed his previous lazy look, asked seriously, and even made a gesture of wiping his neck. It's not that he was cruel, but he was afraid that the enemy camp had sent someone to assassinate the young master. If it was true, He wouldn't have enough heads. No need. The one who called the head raised his eyes and glanced at him. Is his brother stupid? He said he was a child, and he didn't want to kill him. The look in his eyes was as disgusting as it was. Chapter 28 Roadblock. If Lu Yao had paid more attention to the situation outside, maybe she wouldn't have said later that she missed the chance to see a handsome man. The next day, Lu Yao smeared dust on herself and Xiaoshuan's face early, left the space to eat something, and then set out on the road to escape the famine again. But, as soon as Lu Yao left the space, she felt that something was different. Oh, footprints, many people's footprints, and there were quite a few people, and there were also horse hoof prints not far away. Looking at the fire she used last night, it seemed to have been used again. Someone had come last night, and it seemed to be not long after she entered the space. Could it be that someone was targeting her? Thinking of this, Lu Yao's heart began to beat. Although she came from the end of the world, she was not very brave, and was easily frightened. Without time to cook, Lu Yao quickly left here with Xiaoxian. I hope this is all accidental. Maybe they just happened to pass by. No matter what the reason, it's better to leave here quickly. She thought that with her and Xiaoshuan's small bodies, we might be killed in minutes. She still had some self-awareness. With her small body, if there were a dozen or 20 people, she could try to wipe them out completely. If there were more people, she could call the Wolf King. But if there were hundreds or even more people, she would have no choice but to run away or enter the space. I just said yesterday that the alien could be used, but I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. It seems that I should enter the space less often, and use it as an auxiliary. Even if you want to enter the space, you must be very careful. She doesn't want to live a life of running around and fighting for the rest of her life. Now she can only take one step at a time, and hope that she is overthinking. Xiaoxian saw that her elder sister was nervous, and trembled. Sister, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? After that, her big eyes looked around vigilantly. It seems that someone is watching us. We have to leave here quickly. Although she released her consciousness and scanned it, she didn't see the group of people riding horses nearby. But it is better to be careful. When someone said that they were being targeted, Xiaoxian thought it was the group that chased them yesterday, so he was very nervous. Big sister. Xiaoxian shouted anxiously, and his hand subconsciously tightened the dagger in his hand. Don't be afraid, I am here. I will protect Xiaoxian, and the Wolf King will also protect us, right? Lu Yao touched Xiaoshuan's head, tidied his messy hair, and comforted him. Yes. And Wolf won. As the brother and sister talked, they couldn't help but speed up their pace, so that they could leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. But imagination is rich. Reality is cruel. Whether in the past life or this life, it seems that her good luck has run out. After walking for about an hour, Lu Yao heard the sound of ping-pong and ding-dang from a distance, which seemed to be the sound of metal colliding. Lu Yao walked forward a few steps, hid behind a small earthen slope, and took a look. She saw dozens of men in black surrounding a group of people. And what they were doing was exactly the scene that would only appear in the martial arts movies played on TV in the past life. Although the number of people in black and masked clothes was almost twice as many, the two sides fought evenly. The whole set of movements was smooth and flowing. So handsome and cool. Lu Yao's eyes were shining, and she thought that she was actually in a martial arts world. Not the escape and farming story, she thought at the beginning. Hey, girl. You put the wrong focus. Shouldn't you be thinking about why they had to fight on the official road and block your way? Why is your brain circuit different from that of normal people? Big sister, are we leaving? When Lu Yao was watching with great interest, Xiaoxian pulled her clothes and asked. She forgot that Xiaoxian could not see as far as she did, so she turned around and said patiently, Xiaoxian, be good, there are bad guys blocking the road ahead. Let's not go over yet, and take a rest here. Lu Yao pressed Xiaoshuan's head, so as not to be discovered and cause trouble. She continued to watch with great interest. The bloody scene made Lu Yao want to stuff Xiaoxian back into the space, but thinking of his previous attitude, she thought it was better to forget it, letting him experience more things outside, which might be a good thing. Maybe overprotection might harm him. Besides, she didn't want Xiaoxian to rely too much on the space. It seems that the space should be used less frequently. It's best to just use it as a warehouse. Sister, what's wrong with you? Why don't you pay attention to Xiaoxian? Just when Lu Yao was thinking about it, Xiaoshuan's voice suddenly came to her ears. Lu Yao was startled. Why did she think so much? When the time comes, she will take it one step at a time. She was really crazy. No. Sister is thinking about something. Is Xiaoxian okay? Xiaoxian was so nervous that she couldn't speak. She called sister many times, but she didn't respond. She could only raise her little hand and point, and said loudly, Sister. Someone is coming to us. Damn it. Looking in the direction Xiaoxian pointed, Lu Yao cursed. It's all her fault that she was too fascinated by it. She even made such a low-level mistake. Chapter 29, There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Don't look, run. Lu Yao pulled Xiaoxian and ran wildly. Something must have happened, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people on the road all of a sudden, and they looked like they were running for their lives. There were people all along the way to Lala. Yesterday, she and Xiaoxian had walked all the way, and they didn't see so many people. Could they be people from the nearby county or prefecture? Otherwise, these people couldn't appear here out of thin air. Lu Yao shook her head to calm herself down. Now she couldn't care about the group of people fighting in front of her. Just rush over first. Otherwise, if they caught up with her, who knows what would happen. She wanted to enter the space. But she was afraid of something like that. If that happened, she would be trapped here for a while. So if it was really a plague, no one could escape. I hope I was overthinking it. Seeing the refugees behind her getting closer and closer to her. At a bend, Lu Yao sent Xiaoxian into the space in a hurry. Without Xiaoxian by her side, it doesn't matter what happens. She will have fewer worries, and can run faster alone. Now he can't care whether the little guy is angry or not, just run out first. Lu Yao looked back. Didn't they say that the refugees were too hungry to walk? Why can they run so fast? Seeing that she was getting closer and closer to the two groups of people, and they were still fighting endlessly. In a hurry, Lu Yao couldn't help but shout while running, Run, the plague is coming! Run! The plague is coming! When the two sides were fighting vigorously, they suddenly heard this sentence, and were stunned. Seeing that there was a chance, Lu Yao shouted even more vigorously. She ran and shouted, The plague is coming! Run! Hearing the girl's words, and seeing the dense crowds of people running towards this side on the official road, they also had some concerns. In just a moment, the two groups looked at each other, split into two pairs, and ran forward tacitly. Young master? It's okay. Get on the horse and leave here first. But the horse ran out of food the day before yesterday. And now it's... Abandon the horse. Run. Quickly. Bai Mayu made a decisive decision. He wanted to let his subordinates investigate. But if it was really a plague, he couldn't let everyone die. But after walking a few steps, Bai Mayu looked back and took a deep look at the panting little girl. She was in good physical condition, and it seemed that the food was good. This reminded him of the smell of rabbit meat last night. Then he denied it in his heart. The footprints last night were two children. The age of this girl and the footprints can match. But what about the other one? Did she have an accident? Or is it someone else? When he realized that he had thought so much about this girl who he had only met once, Bai Mayu was shocked by himself. It seems that he has been a bit idle recently. Doesn't he hate women the most? No matter the age, he will feel uncomfortable when a woman gets close to him. So in the past few years, as he got older, he kept Wu Junrui with him. But the girl's voice just now was very nice, soft. Unconsciously, Bai Mayu slowed down his pace. He wanted to see what this girl who spoke softly and tenderly looked like. Lu Yao didn't know what he was thinking. If she knew, she would definitely kick him at both houses, and then turn around and run away. Otherwise, if she stayed with such a person, within 2 days, her past would be exposed by him. But Lu Yao didn't know. And she was still foolishly moving forward. As Wu Junrui and his men ran, they found that their young master was running slower and slower. Injured? When this thought came to mind, the group of people ran back a few steps, and surrounded Bai Mayu, who wanted to see Lu Yao. Young master. Are you okay? Are you injured? Young master. When Lu Yao ran over, she saw this scene and muttered in her heart, Is someone injured? But this was not her business. Didn't she see those refugees running towards this side, with all their strength? No matter if it was a real plague, it didn't look good anyway. It was better to run away first. Life was more important. Are these guys stupid? If someone is injured, just carry him away. They are still waiting to die here. What a bunch of idiots. Bai Mayu was suddenly surrounded by his men. Wu Junrui was still touching him. Is this how you check a wound? Does he want to die? Then he saw the little girl running past them from a distance, and the look she gave the idiot. The anger was rising straight up. A bunch of subordinates felt the temperature drop. Suddenly, They heard the voice of their young master coming from their ears. It seems that you are very idle recently. After you go back, go to the back mountain to practice. Wu Junrui will double it. Although the voice was very light, they still heard the gnashing of teeth. A bunch of big men looked at each other in bewilderment, reflecting on what they had done wrong. Especially Wu Junrui. How come he doubled his money? Why don't you leave now? Do you want to die here? After saying that, he ran out first. As for whether he went after Lu Yao's friends in the shed, it was unknown. Chapter 30 Rejection. Bai Mayu turned away with a dark face, not knowing that his men were still struggling with where they had offended their young master. Mayu, are we going back to Kyoto? Wu Junrui hurriedly caught up and asked. He felt that it was too dangerous outside. It was better to go back. There were delicious food and drinks at home. Why did he have to go out and suffer this? Besides, he hadn't taken a bath for a long time. And, in this damn weather, it was unknown when it would rain, and there was not even a river in this damn place, and they had already finished drinking the water they brought. If they don't go back, they will die of thirst outside. No. If you want to go back by yourself. Hey, Bai Mayu, you are going too far. You know that if I dare to leave you alone and run back, your uncle, that is, my old man, will break my legs. Do you believe it? What does that have to do with me? It's not my legs that need to be broken. You. What do you mean by you? Hurry up and leave. After saying that, Bai Mayu curled the corners of his mouth, following in the direction of Lu Yao. Fortunately, this expression was not seen by others, otherwise everyone would think that they saw a ghost in broad daylight. Moe and the others silently complained in their hearts. Such a scene has to be staged every day, and Wu Shitzi, you will feel uncomfortable if you are not stimulated every day. They are also convinced by being abused all day long. In fact, Lu Yao herself did not know where this road led to. At this moment, she ran as soon as she saw the road, as if there were monsters behind her. Aren't they monsters? And why are those idiots following me? Don't they see that the other road is wider? Lu Yao looked back at the group of guys behind her and ran harder. If she ran out of energy, she would have spiritual water. In a word, just run. But she forgot that she was only 8 years old. Even though she had cultivated supernatural powers, her data in all aspects had been significantly improved, but her short legs were obviously a flaw. It wasn't long before the other person's long legs came to her in a few steps. Lu Yao curled her lips and ignored it. It's great to have long legs. Really, it's as if everyone doesn't have them. What are you showing off? She is just small. So annoying, I am so angry. Bai Mayu deliberately slowed down in front of Lu Yao. But looking at this little girl, it seems that she doesn't want to pay attention to him, so he had to take the initiative to ask, Girl? Lu Yao turned her head and looked at him defensively, without any answer, and lowered her head to continue on her way. Hey girl, it's not. I have nothing to eat, let alone drink, so don't follow me. So before Bai Mayu finished speaking, he spoke hastily. Bai Mayu was rejected when he spoke. But he was not angry. He said, Girl, you are trying to cover up your guilt. You know that? She confessed. As expected, he guessed it right. His intuition was always accurate. This girl was most likely the one who had barbecued last night. Interesting. Seeing that the girl didn't want to pay attention to him, Bai Mayu had to follow her from a distance. He wanted to see what kind of ability this little girl had to live so comfortably in this famine year. And where was the other child? Looking at her backpack, it didn't look like there was anyone in it. And there weren't many things either. So how did she survive? Just when someone was observing happily, Lu Yao suddenly twisted her body and walked towards a fork in the road next to the official road. Lu Yao didn't know that her vest was about to fall off. Now she just felt tired and hungry. Xiaoxian had been crying for a long time in the space. Although he had fallen asleep from crying, she was still worried. Fortunately, the Wolf King and others were watching. After such a long journey, even with the spiritual water, she didn't have much physical strength left. Besides, she didn't know what happened to these refugees. It was not clear whether it was a plague or not. Another possibility was that the refugees rioted and the government suppressed them. Bai Mayu also discovered this problem, and his eyebrows were almost knitted together. This time he came out to do something. He was originally ordered to understand the disaster situation, but he didn't expect to be in trouble as soon as he came out. These assassins were most likely done by his woman and her son. But unfortunately, he never found any evidence. Now he could only take it one step at a time. He looked sideways at the girl walking on the side. And he didn't know how such a small person could hold on until now. Isn't she thirsty? Moe and the others have been following their young master for almost a whole day. Seeing their young master following the little girl all the way, and seeing him take the initiative to talk to her several times, but being rejected. Their jaws dropped in shock. Everyone rubbed their eyes unconsciously. Is this their young master? Is he replaced? In Kyoto, everyone knows that their young master is afraid of women, and there is no distinction between big and small. There is not even a woman in the whole young master's mansion. Even the wolf dog at the gate is male. But look at him now. He doesn't look afraid at all. If the girl didn't disagree, their young master would have almost stuck to her. Chapter 31. The vest fell off. Lu Yao picked up some dry firewood at the foot of the mountain. It was getting dark soon, and there was a group of troublemakers following behind her. The things in the space were naturally useless. Looking around and seeing that there were no other refugees nearby, Lu Yao chose a sheltered place, stopped and lit a fire to rest. She planned to stay here tonight, and talk about it tomorrow if there was anything. Luckily, she was smart and turned to this small road, otherwise she didn't know when she would run away. After lighting the fire, Lu Yao took out some lemongrass from her backpack and asked them to add it to the fire, so as to drive away the mosquitoes. Although the weather is abnormal now, it is extremely hot during the day and extremely cold at night. There are still many insects around. In this special period, she would avoid it if she could, because she would not dare to be careless. Otherwise she would not even know how she died. Since she found this lemongrass, she would add some whenever she made a fire. Now she has planted a lot of it in the space. Living in this ancient time, if you don't have this in the summer, you will suffer. It is not just a saying that mosquitoes can eat people, especially in the deep mountains and old forests with abundant rain. If you don't take precautions, you will be the only one who will suffer. Then, she took out 2 wolf skins from the backpack, one for cushioning and the other for covering. Bai Mayu's eyes almost fell out when he saw this. Little girl, can your little backpack hold so many things? Not only Bai Mayu was dumbfounded, but his men were also stunned. You are a magician, right? You have quite complete equipment. Before everyone recovered from their surprise, Lu Yao took out a bamboo tube from the backpack, opened the lid, and then, gulp gurgle gurgle, she drank the whole bamboo tube of water in one breath. This is also a habit. I took it without paying attention. Besides, she is not a baby anymore. It always feels weird to put her hand into her mouth. You are used to it, but everyone is not calm. When everyone is dying of thirst, this little girl actually has water on her body, and she drank it all in one breath. Girl, you are too much. Too much. We all drank it in small sips. You don't know how to live. Young master. A killing look made the group of people put their mouths down obediently. After drinking the water, while it was still light, Lu Yao went around to pick up some firewood, otherwise it would be insufficient at night, and she would freeze to death. Although she would not, it was better to be prepared. There is no such thing as too much. After picking it up, Lu Yao threw all the big firewood into the fire. Looking at the fire not far from her, it seemed that these guys were going to follow her. So she decided tonight not to cook anything to eat, even though she was very hungry. The temperature was getting lower and lower. Lu Yao pulled the wolf skin covering her body, cold and hungry, which made her resent this group of people more and more. Why are you following her for no reason? Really? If it weren't for them, she would have eaten delicious food and drank spicy drinks long ago. If it weren't for them, she would have gone into the space to rest long ago. Why would she be here to be blown by the cold wind, blowing and blowing? Gugagugu. Gugagugu. Man is iron and rice is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will be hungry. Now Lu Yao is like this. No matter how she tries to sleep, she just can't fall asleep. Her stomach is growling with hunger. There is no way. She secretly glanced over there, and found that they didn't notice her here. So Lu Yao secretly took out 2 big potatoes from the space, and buried them in the fire. This was when she dug it out a few days ago, and replanted it. She left a few to satisfy her cravings. She didn't expect that they would come in handy today. She was foresight and didn't plant all of them. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. She couldn't even think of grilling meat. The smell was too good to hide. She had seen a wilderness program before, which said that if you grill meat, the smell can spread 10 to 20 miles away. I don't know if it's that exaggerated. She doesn't dare to try it now. After a long while, Lu Yao pulled out 2 potatoes after digging out the charcoal fire. Seeing that they seemed to have fallen asleep, Lu Yao picked up the potatoes, patted the dust on them, peeled off the outer layer of skin, and began to eat anxiously. Because she was really hungry. Because she cultivated supernatural powers. The energy conversion was very fast. So she got hungry quickly. When she took a bite, it was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. And the fragrance filled her mouth. One bite after another made her unable to stop eating. It was so delicious. It's a little sweet. Soft. Lu Yao thinks it tastes just as good as the roasted sweet potatoes that were sold on the streets in her previous life. Woo! It's just a little too hot. It's better than the last small potato. If Xiaoxian was outside, he would definitely like it more. I'll roast 2 more later and bring them to Xiaoxian when I have a chance. Gudong. The swallowing sound was particularly obvious in the quiet night. But the owner of the sound was obviously blushing. But Lu Yao obviously didn't hear it. She just picked up another one and ate it greedily. In fact, Bai Mayu didn't fall asleep at all. To be more precise, he was too hungry to sleep. His eyes darkened. It seemed that this girl really had a secret. And it was a big secret. She could even take out a rare thing like potatoes. Lu Yao, who was full and satisfied, didn't know that her vest fell to the ground again. She couldn't even pick it up. What should she do? Chapter 32, Handsome Man Makes Mistakes. After eating 2 potatoes, she felt full and felt much better. Looking at the guys across the street, they were not so annoying. It seems that people really cannot do without carbohydrates. After eating and resting for a while, Lu Yao took out 2 more potatoes and continued to roast them on the charcoal fire, so that she could take them to Xiaoxian when she went to the toilet. After about 20 minutes, Lu Yao got up with the 2 roasted potatoes and walked into the bushes behind her. To go to the toilet. People have 3 urgent needs. It is normal to go to the toilet in the middle of the night. Bai Mayu has been paying attention to this side. When he found the little girl walking into the bushes, he also thought of this problem. His face, which had not been red for 15 years, suddenly turned red again tonight. Lu Yao entered the bushes, waited for a while, and found that no one followed her. She flashed into the space. Big sister. Xiaoxian saw Lu Yao coming in and called her big sister. Tears kept falling down. Like a little wife. Lu Yao felt so distressed when she saw the little boy's look. But this time was unusual. And she would not waver. Xiaoxian. Be good. You are a little man. You can't cry easily. The Wolf King and the others will laugh at you later. Don't cry. It's very dangerous outside now. You have to stay here. There is dried meat in the cabin. Take some out to eat when you are hungry. Understand? Lu Yao said seriously. The ratio of time in the space to outside is 3 to 1. So she has limited time. And can't stay in it for too long. Explain everything that can be explained. Can't Big Sister come in too? That way it won't be dangerous. Big Sister will leave from wherever she comes in. If it stays like this, will we have to stay here forever? That would be so boring. Right? So Big Sister, you have to take Xiaoxian away from here as soon as possible, and go eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, okay? Yes, Xiaoxian will stay here obediently with the Wolf King, and won't let Big Sister worry. Xiaoxian saw that Big Sister was very serious, and knew the seriousness of the matter. In addition, when he heard about the delicious food, he made a promise very sensibly. Ding dang. Look! What is this? Seeing that Xiaoxian had stopped crying, Lu Yao suddenly took out 2 potatoes from behind her. Yeah. It's potatoes. Yes. I roasted them outside just now. Thank you. Sister. The little guy was so happy to get the potatoes. And his tears disappeared immediately. Seeing this, Lu Yao felt relieved. Xiaoxian, you have to behave well in there. I will come in when I have time. I am going out now. Understand? Yes. I know. Sister. Be careful. I know. She touched Xiaoxuan's head, took out some raw meat from the warehouse for the Wolf King and the others, and turned around to leave the space. After coming out, Lu Yao carefully looked around, and found nothing unusual, so she walked out with a swagger. After Lu Yao came out of the space, she thought a lot. She always felt that this group of people followed her with bad intentions. Did they find something? The more she thought about it, the more it seemed wrong. But if they found it, why didn't they do anything, but just followed her? Was it because they were not sure? Or did they want to get something from her? Lu Yao thought again and again, and decided to stay away from dangerous people. She rubbed her reddened hands, and tightened the wolfskin she was wearing. She was in a hurry to leave in the morning and forgot to wear her non-mainstream clothes. She didn't feel cold during the day, but it was unreasonable to put them on now. She looked at the small backpack beside her and decided to forget it. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that safety comes first. Thinking about things, time seemed to pass faster. And before she knew it, a night had passed. In the early morning, Lu Yao twisted her neck and got up to move her body. She had been curled up all night, and her body was almost stiff. "Girl, good morning." Bai Mayu saw Lu Yao get up and stretch her body, and came over to greet her. "Good morning." Lu Yao's mouth twitched. "Do we know each other?" "Girl," she kept calling her a girl, but she shouldn't hit a smiling person. Her mouth was on him. She couldn't take a needle to sew it up, but the point was that she didn't have one. But then again, this guy was not just good looking, he was handsome. Much better than those young handsome guys on TV, and he met her aesthetic standards. It is said that beauty can cause trouble, but I think handsome men can cause trouble even more. Look, Lu Yao's eyes are sparkling, and they are almost on others. Ahem. Bai Mayu saw the little girl staring at him generously, with sparkling eyes. To be honest, he didn't hate her at all, but he felt a little happy inside. Lu Yao was awakened by the cough, and her old face couldn't be seen by others. She lowered her head, and packed up her things to go west, rolled up the wolf skin and put it in the backpack. She had to leave early this morning, and she didn't ask for directions from others. Anyway, they were all fleeing from famine, and it would be the same wherever they went. If there was no water, it would be right to go south, where the rain was relatively more abundant than in the north. Chapter 33 Buying Water. Lu Yao took a piece of charcoal and scraped some charcoal ash with a knife, then picked up a little with her hand, and put it into her mouth, using her finger as a toothbrush, and started brushing without paying attention to anyone else. After brushing a few times, she took out the bamboo tube and drank some water to rinse her mouth, which made her feel much more refreshed. I don't know if it's because she ate too much barbecue during this period. She got a little irritated, and always felt her mouth stinky when she woke up in the morning, which made her a little unacceptable. She was a good child who loved cleanliness, and she couldn't bear to eat and drink with big yellow teeth all day long. Lu Yao didn't know her series of actions, made by Mayu beside her stunned. Where did this little girl get the water? Couldn't she help hide it? What if she met a bad guy? Luckily, he was the one standing here today. It seems that he should keep an eye on her in the future, otherwise she would be sold out without knowing it. But he wasn't stupid enough to ask others, he just pretended that he didn't see anything and didn't know anything. But this water. Girl, can the water? Before he finished speaking, he started coughing again. Lu Yao raised her head and glanced at him. In fact, she had considered using water in front of him. Aren't you whining? Then I'll just take the responsibility. There are only about 20 people. If they dare to have evil intentions, then they will be killed. Girl, don't worry. I'll buy it with silver. 1 bite will be enough. Seeing her hesitation, Bai Mayu took out a golden bean from his sleeve pocket. When Lu Yao heard about silver, she didn't ignore him on purpose. She raised her head and looked at Bai Mayu with a sharp gaze. When she saw that it was a golden bean as big as a peanut, she didn't even blink. Although there is a little in the space. Once we settle down, buying land and building a house. Firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea, all of which cost money. And she also wants Xiaoxian to go to school. As the saying goes, it is easier to get things done with someone in the court. And this is the basis for her to be a parasite in the future. Xiaoxian, who is training hard in the space, doesn't know that he has been targeted by his elder sister as a laborer. Without any hesitation, she reached out and took the golden beans. Okay. This water is very precious now. You are lucky today. There is still some. Thank you. Then you have to bring something to put it in. At present, she has only this bamboo tube, and she can't buy it all together. Bai Mayu hurriedly said, yes. Please wait a moment. After saying that, he turned around, without even raising his eyelids, and whispered, Moe. Moe received the order, and brought the sheepskin bag over happily. He looked at Lu Yao without blinking, and wanted to see what was different about this girl leaving, and how she could be favored by his young master. Moe, who was observing, suddenly heard the voice of his young master in his ears, and he was almost scared to death. Are you still not leaving? The voice was very soft, as if asking a question, but Moe still felt that the temperature had dropped several levels. Moe patted his chest and exhaled softly. This is their young master, the one who spoke softly and flatteringly just now must be a fake. He was almost killed by those guys. Let's see how he will deal with them when he returns. After complaining in his heart, Moe left immediately without stopping. He was afraid that if he was a second slower, he would be killed by his young master's eyes. His young master was still as scary as ever. Lu Yao's face twitched. This man was not only handsome, but also had an amazing speed of changing his face. If he were put in modern times, he would definitely be a movie emperor. And the aloof and abstinent look on his face just now, wow, so handsome, so cool. Also Moe, who just brought the water bag, looked like he had lost all hope in life. Could this guy in front of him be really scary? But she didn't look like that at most. He was a little fierce. Girl? Bai Mayu handed her the sheepskin bag, but he didn't expect that she didn't respond for a long time, and her face was. So he couldn't help but step forward and call her. When Lu Yao was daydreaming, someone suddenly spoke, scared her. You, why are you standing so close? Just talk. Why are you talking so loudly? I'm not deaf. Lu Yao would never admit that she was a little angry. She was just scared. Hee hee. Bai Mayu saw that the little girl looked like an angry night cat, which was very cute. So he couldn't help laughing. Hearing the sound, Lu Yao looked up and glared at him fiercely. What are you laughing at? Do you want more water? Bai Mayu didn't expect that he really made the little girl angry. He stood there speechless for a while, not knowing what to do. Silly. Bring me the water bag. Lu Yao stretched out her hand and pulled the water bag in Bai Mayu's hand, and carefully poured half of the bamboo tube of water into it. Lu Yao didn't dare to pour more, although there was plenty in her space. But if she poured it all out at once, and another tube appeared later, there would be no explanation. Fortunately, Bai Mayu didn't have the ability to read minds. If he could, he would definitely say, Girl, it's okay. You did it this way yesterday. Don't worry. Pour as much as you want. I will pretend nothing happened. With her scheming, fortunately her space spirit water has this function. Otherwise she would want to live for 5 years in the end times. I think 5 days is enough. Too naive. Chapter 34 Using Superpowers. When Lu Yao was carrying the small backpack and was about to continue on her way, someone suddenly shouted, Someone! Suddenly, someone shouted. Then Lu Yao saw Moe and his well-trained men, quickly approaching her and the young master, forming a circle, surrounding them in the middle. Through the gap, Lu Yao saw dozens of masked men in black coming out of the woods from a distance, the same as yesterday. They all held shining knives, and quickly rushed over here. It was just that it was so far away that even I didn't notice it. So how did these people find it? Although I killed a lot of zombies in my previous life, and I killed people in this life. At this moment, Lu Yao still felt a little inexplicably nervous, looking at those people jumping and shuttling in the forest. Each of them was very skilled. Seeing this situation, not only Lu Yao was nervous, but Bai Mayu was a little nervous. Judging from the speed of this group of people, they must have eaten and drunk enough and were well prepared. They hadn't had a good meal for several days, and they had finished their water yesterday. If they fight head-on, I'm afraid they will be in danger. It seems that there will be another fierce battle today. Perhaps he saw everyone's anxiety. So Moe shouted loudly, Don't panic. Gather together, and protect the young master. After saying that, he looked at everyone and said, Prince Wu, if the fight starts later, you and the young master will retreat first, and we will cover you. The Prince Wu nodded solemnly. Okay. Lu Yao was surrounded in the middle, with a solemn expression. What kind of thing is this? She can even encounter this. Should she applaud and celebrate the aura of the time-traveling girl, and run into 2 big figures as soon as she went out? Or should she cover her face and cry, saying that she was too unlucky, and that one thing after another came, and bad things happened one after another? Perhaps seeing Lu Yao's uneasiness, Bai Mayu reached out and touched her head, and said softly, Don't worry, we will protect you. Lu Yao raised her head, and pouted her lips in a very unladylike manner. You'd better protect yourself. If it weren't for you, would I be like this? As he spoke, he rummaged in the backpack, and took out a dagger. Finally, she thought, saving her life is the most important thing. She was sure that if these people died, she would not have a good ending. So she took out the bamboo tube, 1 sip each. Everyone's mouth twitched, and they swallowed their saliva in tacit understanding. Gudong. The sound was so loud that it made several grown men feel anxious. Moe wanted to ask her to keep it for herself, but he opened his mouth several times and said nothing. But those anxious people obviously did not include that Wushitsi. He licked his face and said flatteringly, "Little girl, can you give it to me first? If they don't drink, I will drink. I'm almost dying of thirst." Lu Yao's mouth twitched. The voice and expression were so disgusting and vulgar that she got goosebumps all over her body. A sissy. Lu Yao looked disgusted with him, but still handed the water to him. "Young master? It's okay, let him drink, and you all take turns to drink later." He picked up the water bag and drank 2 mouthfuls. When the first mouthful of water went down his throat, he felt a little comfortable in his dantian, warm. Bai Mayu's eyes lit up. Good stuff. It seems that this girl is really not simple. The second person to discover was naturally the Prince Wu. They looked at each other. They both saw hope in each other's eyes. But they both said nothing tacitly. They both seemed to be smart people. After Moe and the others finished drinking the water, they all turned their eyes to their young master. Seeing that he didn't reply for a long time, they knew that this matter could only rot in their stomachs, kill them all in a moment, and leave no one alive. A faint voice sounded. Indifferent. Cold. Warm. Lu Yao raised her head and glanced at Bai Mayu. Which one is the real him? Can a person have so many sides? Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Everyone showed their weapons. And Lu Yao also held a knife, staring at the approaching man in black. After a few breaths, the group of people rushed over. Ding ding dang dang ding dang dang, the two sides fought together. Just like yesterday. But the difference was that she was also deeply involved this time. Lu Yao dodged flexibly with the crowd, her eyes fixed on the lone target. Suddenly, she rushed with a knife, jumped, and after a few breaths, the knife pierced the neck of one of the men in black. At this moment, another man in black attacked from the side. Lu Yao was startled. Seeing that the knife in the man's hand was about to chop at her, she raised her hand, and an arc of electricity shot out. In this situation, Lu Yao could not care about so much. As her little hand was raised, more and more black-clothed people were lying on the ground. Except for Bai Mayu, who had been paying attention to her from the beginning. Others gradually found something wrong. The black-clothed people also found it. Seeing that the situation was not good, they wanted to escape. But it was not that easy. Don't let any of them go. Bai Mayu was also ruthless. He knew that today these black-clothed people must be beaten. Otherwise the little girl would be in trouble. The black-clothed people also became ruthless when they saw the situation. Since they couldn't leave, they had to drag a few people down with them. Chapter 35. Are you stupid? Girl? When Lu Yao was about to fall because of the exhaustion of her superpowers, Bai Mayu's heart almost stopped beating. Fortunately, he was always paying attention to her. If he hadn't caught her in time, she would have been injured if she fell like this. Although it was only the second day they met, he couldn't bear to see her get hurt at all. He couldn't even understand that feeling. In his 15 years of life, this was the first time. But to be honest, he didn't resist this feeling at all. And he didn't want to resist it. Girl, are you okay? Lu Yao closed her eyes and waved her hands, indicating that she was fine, but her heart was filled with fear of surviving the disaster. At the moment when the knife was about to fall, she thought that this life would end so soon. At that moment, she felt reluctant, regretful, and angry. What she felt reluctant about was that her Xiaoxian was still in the space, and she hadn't taken him out to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Her wish to be a parasite had not yet been realized. What she regretted was that she didn't practice well, and didn't practice more. What made her angry was that these men in black were too much. They even killed a child. It was too much. How could they bear this? Damn it. You think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power. Although she knew that it was risky to expose her superpowers in front of them, she didn't regret it at all. If it happened again, she would still do it. She was almost dead. So what difference would it make to expose it or not? In Lu Yao's opinion, life was the most important thing. She had died once, so she wanted to live well in this life until she was 100 years old. Bai Mayu looked at the girl's pale face, full of heartache. Seeing that she didn't want to say more, he had to temporarily suppress his worries. He couldn't help but rub the girl's soft hair, and whispered, "You have a good rest. They will deal with the rest." Finally, he said, "Don't worry. No one will be left alive," he said, clasping his hands, so that the girl could lean on him more comfortably. Moe, facing the cold eyes of his young master, stepped forward and said carefully, "Young master, there are a total of 50 bodies of assassins who came this time. and they have all been gathered together. There is no useful information on them. And they are all dead men. And they have poison hidden in their teeth. Burn them. By the way, give orders. If anyone dares to leak a word about the girl, don't blame me for being rude. Yes. Moe nodded quickly, turned around and left, then raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Although he has followed the young master since he was a child, every time the young master showed his domineering side, he was always frightened. And seeing how much his young master treasures that girl, he must not offend this girl in the future, or else he will die without knowing how, and he will have to tell his brothers about it later. But not including Mushitsi, who always takes the blame when he sees the young master in a bad mood. Hee hee. This time I'll see how you're going to die, Moe muttered in his heart. After a short rest, Lu Yao felt much better. To be honest, when she just heard what he did for her, she felt a little touched. She hadn't expected that the ancients in this world were so powerful. It was not an exaggeration to describe them as flying over eaves and walking on walls. They all seemed to have the same internal strength as the martial arts masters on TV. And each of them was extraordinary. For such people, it would be no problem for her to fight 10 to 1. But it would be a bit difficult if there were more. Just like today. So compared to them, she felt that she was still a little weak. If she hadn't cultivated her supernatural power to the 3rd level, she might have been killed instantly by others. It seems that in the future, she still has to use the spiritual water to recruit a group of such teammates like in her previous life, so that she can live well and safely in this world. At this moment, Lu Yao was extremely grateful that she had sent Xiaoxian into the space with a decisive action yesterday. Otherwise, the consequences, she couldn't even imagine it. Lu Yao was supported by Mayu and sat on the ground. She always felt something strange on her body and felt very uncomfortable. She opened her eyes and looked at it. Wow! How could she not feel uncomfortable? She was covered in blood. It was uncomfortable to look at it, not to mention wearing it. No wonder she always felt sticky. Bai Mayu was very happy when he saw Lu Yao open her eyes. His expression changed very quickly. He was about to say something, but then he noticed it following her gaze. The girl's clothes were torn to the point where they couldn't be torn anymore. Now they were stained with blood, and it seemed that they couldn't be worn anymore. It was all his fault that he was too anxious just now and didn't notice it. Otherwise, there were differences between men and women, and he didn't know what to do. Lu Yao's face looked very ugly at this time. She only had this set of clothes, and these people were here, and she couldn't go into the space to wash. But asking her to wear it like this was really a bit too much. Bai Mayu also saw the girl's embarrassment, lowered his head and thought about it, and suddenly raised his head. Moe, bring me some clean clothes. Moe was so happy that he consciously searched in his master's package. Moe took a look and pulled Moe. The young master asked you to get the clothes for the girl. You have them. Why are you looking through the young master's package? Moe turned around and looked at Moe. His eyes were full of disgust. Are you stupid? He continued to look for it. He didn't want to talk to this idiot, lest he lowered his IQ. Chapter 36. A belly full of water. Lu Yao put her finger in the deepest part and drank some spiritual water secretly, and then she felt better. But Bai Mayu looked decent, but he was a bit annoying. I told him his name, but he kept calling her a girl, and he didn't allow his subordinates to call her that. I've seen domineering people, but I've never seen anyone as domineering as him. Now Lu Yao changed into the clothes that Moe brought, but the effect was like walking on the red carpet. A large part of her body was on the ground, like a clown. It also looks a bit like the 7 dwarfs and Snow White. As for the princess, Lu Yao looked up at the instigator. Why did he grow so tall for no reason? Don't you know it's rude to ask people to look up when talking to you? Bai Mayu looked down. Is there something wrong with him? Why does the girl's eyes look weird? Seeing his silly look, Lu Yao sighed. Finally, she had no choice but to do it herself, using a knife to cut off the excess part, and finally it looked like something, although it was a pity for a good dress. But there was nothing she could do, who told its owner to make it so long. In a few days, he will be 19. But judging from his height, he is only 7 years old at most. If he hadn't eaten a good diet recently, he would have been believed to be 5 years old. When it comes to eating, Lu Yao feels hungry again. Now her stomach is full of water, and she can feel the sound of water in her stomach when she walks. But with so many tails. Ah! Lu Yao sighed again, and continued to eat water. Now she has nothing but a knife in her hand. And the small backpack has become dregs. And the wolf's skin is stained with blood. So it can't be used. It will no longer be possible to use the small backpack as a disguise. On Bai Mayu's side, more than 10 people were injured. Fortunately, they were just minor injuries. For those who fight all day long, they are used to it. It's no big deal. Everyone applied some golden medicine and bandaged each other. Except for Bai Mayu, who was idle and stared at her. Everyone was busy with their own work, checking and preparing to go on the road. For this, Wu Jiurui, Moe, and the others were really embarrassed to see it. His boss used to avoid women like snakes and scorpions, but now, he really wants to put his eyes on the girl. Wu Jiurui, Moe, tell me, does your master have any pedophilia or something? He can do such a young child, who looks only about 5 or 6 years old. Moe, no, last time. The little princess of the third prince's family wanted to play with the young master, but the young master ran so far, she was only 8 years old. Moe, now everyone in Kyoto says that you and the young master are a couple. Wu Jianrui, cough 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 cough. Moe, woo 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 woo. Why are you covering my mouth? Moe glanced in Lu Yao's direction and roared. Moe, do you want to die? I'm not wrong. You? Wu Jianrui and Moe wanted to kick her back to her mother's womb, but they didn't know where her mother was, so they continued to pack their things, and were too lazy to talk to this pig. To avoid getting a heart attack, there is no place to treat it even if you want to. As for Lu Yao's matter, everyone tacitly agreed not to say a word, because they were afraid that his young master would kill her to silence her. In fact, everyone was extremely curious. How could that girl release lightning and that water after drinking it? I felt a lot more energetic. The vague gazes were drifting towards Lu Yao. Lu Yao had already noticed it, but they didn't ask, so she pretended to know nothing. Sometimes being thick-skinned can also be a good thing. Lu Yao felt that her skin was quite thick now, otherwise she couldn't withstand more than 20 gazes. Girl, have you packed up yet? Let's go! Lu Yao rolled her eyes at him. Girl, your whole family is made of girls. She is so angry. But, she is angry, the mouth is on his body, and there is no needle to sew it up. So for this result, she has to accept it whether she likes it or not. At most, she will not accept it. Just when Lu Yao was sulking, Bai Mayu came over and said in a deep voice, Girl, thank you for today. If it weren't for you, we would have died here. Hearing this, Wu Jianrui also ran over and said, Xiao Yao, my life will be yours from now on. How about you order me around? Lu Yao said unhappily, I don't care. Okay. Pack up and get going. We can't stay here for long. Everyone was hungry along the way, so they didn't walk very fast. Their horses were caught up by the refugees because they had no food or water and couldn't run. Otherwise, they could have gotten a horse to ride. Lu Yao was secretly observing all the way. Although they all suspected the source of their water, they never asked even a single question, even when they were so hungry that they couldn't walk, and their lips were bleeding from thirst. After all, they had been through hardships together, so Lu Yao felt a little sorry for them. She walked to Bai Mayu and asked in a low voice, Are you all right? Bai Mayu suddenly heard the girl's voice, was stunned for a moment, and said softly, It's okay. I can still hold on. Don't worry. After that, he stopped talking, because his throat was so thirsty that it was about to smoke. Bai Mayu knew that the girl had a secret. There was no doubt about that. After walking for half a day, the men were thirsty and almost dehydrated. But the little girl looked fine. Although her face was covered with dust, her rosy lips showed that she was not dehydrated. Bai Mayu also saw Lu Yao's defense. But he had plenty of patience. If she didn't let down her guard and set it on her own initiative, he would never force her. Chapter 37 Childish. Girl, let's take a break? Bai Mayu watched the girl walk along those small roads. As long as she could avoid those refugees, she would walk wherever she saw a road. If he didn't speak up, he didn't know where she would take him. Okay. Lu Yao looked back at those guys. She would never admit that she did it on purpose. She asked you to follow her. She was just holding her breath to see how long he could hold on. In fact, Lu Yao had walked so long and was very tired. So she just nodded casually. She didn't care. It was the same wherever she was. Anyway, she had gotten used to the rough living during this period. Lu Yao casually found a shady place and sat down. Bai Mayu followed suit and sat down. There were no such things to be particular about when outside. Moe, his young master has changed. Wu Jiurui, his cousin is finished, he fell into the nest. Bai Mayu sat there, seemingly asking casually, girl, where are you going next? Lu Yao tilted her head and thought for a while, said 3 words. I don't know. Hee hee. Bai Mayu's heart skipped a beat. You didn't know and kept walking towards the small road, aren't you afraid of being sold? But thinking of the girl's unpredictable magic, he suddenly didn't know what to do next, and could only laugh awkwardly twice. Seeing that he didn't seem to believe it, Lu Yao said with difficulty, I really don't know. Before fleeing the famine, the farthest place we had been was the small river in front of the village. I don't even know where we are now. So I have no idea where to go. Wu Junrui and the others were also stunned when they heard this. And they felt that they were completely collapsed. Don't know? Wu Junrui's voice changed. It felt like they had been walking in the wrong direction for most of the time. He thought this girl could take him to find that kind of water to drink. Then where should they go to get food and drink? Bai Mayu smiled and said, ignore them. We'll go our own way. They know the way back. Moe, no, young master. We still have to go back to Kyoto to report, and there's nothing to eat anymore. Under Bai Mayu's cold air, Moe swallowed the second half of his sentence. Where are you going? Kyoto. Is there water there? Yes. Wu Junrui really wanted to go back, so before Bai Mayu opened his mouth, he answered all the questions while enduring the stinging pain of the mulberry tree. But at the end, he added in his heart, there was some before he came out. But it has been more than 2 months, and he doesn't know whether it is still there or not. Then Kyoto is in the northernmost part? Yes. Lu Yao frowned. She had lived in Shenzhen in her previous life. She saw the courtyard, the big Kong, and the knee-deep snow on TV. She had always longed for it. But now? Did she really want to go? Lu Yao looked up at the 20 or so people, and she had some thoughts in her mind. No matter whether there is water now, she doesn't need it anyway. What she needs now are seeds, clothes, seasonings and various daily necessities. So it doesn't matter to her where she goes. Besides, this group of people seem to have good character at the moment. If they want to go to Kyoto, and then his friend said, it will take at least 2 or 3 months. If she goes, she will be fed with spiritual water along the way. Then, just relying on their status to help her find a mountain close to Kyoto. It doesn't seem too much. Right? Then her wish as a landlady can be fulfilled soon. Thinking of this, Lu Yao started to giggle. It seems not bad. It was decided happily, just when Bai Mayu and his gang were frightened by Lu Yao's eyes and laughter. Gurgle. 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 Lu Yao's stomach started to growl in a very unpleasant way, and it kept growling. Man is made of iron, and rice is made of steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will be hungry. Moreover, she has already had several meals. Besides, her stomach is full of water. How can it not growl so loudly? He didn't believe that these guys were not hungry or thirsty. Poochie. Poochie. Zayar, you are so cute, ha ha ha. Wu Junrui patted his thigh and said with a smile, like a switch, as soon as he opened his mouth. The laughter came one after another, and suddenly became one. Bai Mayu was also amused by the little girl's expression. He laughed non-stop. But everyone's voice was hoarse, and the sound was really a bit tiring to the ears. Lu Yao also blushed because of herself, snorted, and ignored them. Bai Mayu saw the girl like this, and knew that if she continued laughing, she would definitely get angry. He immediately gave her a killing look, and the laughter stopped immediately. Seeing this, Lu Yao couldn't get angry anymore. She raised her head and smiled slightly. Actually, there was nothing to be angry about. It was just that her body seemed to have become smaller, and she became more childish. It was just an instinctive reaction. An instinctive reaction. Chapter 38 Rabbit. After calming down, Lu Yao glanced at them and began to rest. Bai Mayu smiled flatteringly at the side, turned his head, and everyone who was looking at him with a fierce look took 3 steps back consciously, and each of them went to find a place to rest. Now they had to save some energy to wait and see what food there was on the mountain. Otherwise, they would starve to death in the wilderness. After resting for about half an hour, everyone felt that their energy had returned a lot. Although they were still thirsty and hungry, they were strong after all, so they could still endure this. Besides, the usual training was not necessarily much easier than this, and their young master was very ruthless in this regard. Lu Yao looked up at the golden sun, and then looked at the lifeless, but still dense forest behind her. She decided to go in and explore to see if there was anything to eat. Bai Mayu also wanted to follow the girl in, but was ruthlessly rejected by Lu Yao. Just kidding. If he really wanted to follow, he would really have to explore. If she can't find anything to eat and is exhausted, she might as well rest here. So she must not allow such a thing to happen. Although Bai Mayu was a little reluctant, he didn't force her too much. He was afraid that it would be counterproductive. If the girl got tired of him, he would have nowhere to cry. So he thought about it and gave up. Besides, maybe this little girl has a secret and is also capable. With her skills, he doesn't have to worry. He wanted to follow her just for the sake of following her. After a while, 3 exploration teams set off. MOE led one team. MOR led one team. And Lu Yao led one team. Lu Yao chose a direction and set off first. There was no road in the forest. But this was not a problem for her. She went into the dense forest, walked for 10 minutes, strolled around, stopped, and picked up some firewood and threw it into the space warehouse. Seeing the withered and yellow everywhere, Lu Yao felt that MOE and his team might not be able to find food. Unless they went deep into the mountains, there might be a chance. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lu Yao took out 2 relatively thin wild rabbits from her space and walked down the mountain. She wanted to take a few more rabbits, as she had plenty of space anyway. But she thought that it was enough for her to find 2 rabbits. If she took a few more rabbits, it would be even worse. So 2 rabbits were just right, as long as she could have enough breath to travel. At the foot of the mountain, Bai Mayu narrowed his eyes, and a cunning look flashed across his eyes. But he didn't say much. Seeing food, none was more interested than Wu Jianrui. God knows how he survived these days. He almost vomited after eating 3 meals a day. Although he was also curious about how this little girl found it, but as a member of a big family, he still had some good eyesight. In any case, it was enough to have food. Seeing Wu Jianrui, who was a little impatient, Lu Yao was not polite at all and threw 2 rabbits to him. Why not use the free labor? She was not stupid. Luckily, her warehouse had a permanent fresh keeping and heat preservation function, otherwise she would not dare to take them out so openly. No matter how smart the ancients were, they could not think of the existence of space. Although they had doubts, they would only think that it was a skill. Wu Jianrui looked at the 2 rabbits at his feet. He grew up in luxury and had a life of having food and clothes provided for him. He had never done such a job. But MOE and the others went to look for food again. He didn't know when they would be back, but he wanted to eat these rabbits urgently. He looked up at his cousin, who was naturally cold and aloof, shook his head, bent down and picked up the rabbits and went to deal with them not far away. When Wu Jianrui went to deal with the rabbit, Lu Yao asked Bai Mayu to take out the water bag for her. Although she didn't know what the girl was going to do with it, she still did it obediently. Since it was decided, Lu Yao didn't avoid it. She put her finger into the bag in front of Bai Mayu. Bai Mayu first heard the sound of water, and then watched the sheepskin water bag swell up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bai Mayu bulged his eyes and stared blankly. He didn't know what to say for a moment. This completely overturned his life values of 15 years. He saw the girl setting off lightning yesterday, which was a big deal. He thought it was a magic gift from God. He didn't expect that the girl could actually make water. Lu Yao didn't feel any pressure at all for Bai Mayu's shocked expression. And of course she didn't mean to explain. Just let you imagine it yourself. Girl, is this water? It's not poisonous. Drink it. That's not what I meant. Bai Mayu was very anxious when he saw that Lu Yao misunderstood his meaning. Lu Yao smiled and said, I know, just drink it if I give it to you. I only drink 4 or 5 water bags a day. When Bai Mayu saw his girl saying this, he knew that apart from them, he didn't want to cause any trouble. He understood the principle that an innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure, and he didn't intend to save those people who had no intention of doing anything. If it weren't for the situation, he didn't even want to tell Wu Jianrui and the others. Don't worry, girl. I know what to do, and don't do these things in front of others in the future. Yes. Chapter 39 The Landlord's Foolish Son. When Wu Jianrui came back with 2 rabbits, he saw Bai Mayu holding a water bag and drinking water. His eyes widened with shock. Even the rabbit in his hand was no longer fragrant. He didn't even notice that he had dropped it. You are not that, Mayu. After talking for a long time, he didn't say a complete sentence. He was so anxious that he was gesticulating, like a landlord's idiot son. It seems that he was really scared today. It was all her fault. She didn't take care of his young heart. Lu Yao suppressed her laughter, reflected on herself, then walked over silently, picked up the rabbit on the ground and rinsed it with water. Bai Mayu couldn't stand it anymore. His cousin usually looked quite brave. How come he failed at the critical moment? Ah! It's a bit embarrassing. After a long while, Wu Junrui found his voice, but he couldn't stop the turmoil in his heart. How did this girl do it? Is she a fairy? This is too magical. Cousin, where did she get this water? I'm so curious. Don't ask if you shouldn't know. Oh no, that, you are great. He will ask him later, Lu Yao ignored the two people's eye contact, and went to the side to light a fire. Bai Mayu glanced at Wu Junrui, snorted coldly, threw the water bag to him, walked over and took the rabbit from Lu Yao's hand naturally and said softly, "You go over there to rest, I'll do the rest." Lu Yao's mouth twitched. They didn't seem to be that familiar, but she wasn't hypocritical. It would be best if someone could do it for her. She smiled at him gratefully, patted the ash on her hands, and sat down under the shade of a tree nearby. Wu Junrui, who had calmed down, came to Lu Yao happily. Lu Yao moved to the side. She didn't want to pay attention to the landlord's stupid son. Seeing his wretched face, she didn't want to pay attention to him. She still liked to watch the handsome man grilling meat. Seeing Lu Yao ignore him, Wu Junrui was not discouraged. That? Xiao Yao. Your magic can. Seeing Wu Junrui's appearance, Bai Mayu's mouth twitched. Although he was a little disgusted, he couldn't help but look up at Lu Yao. Although he didn't say it, he didn't deny it. He also wanted to know. Before Wu Junrui finished speaking, Lu Yao said, "No, there is no reason. Because I don't know it myself. I suddenly got this ability inexplicably." Hearing such an answer, it would be a lie for the two to say that they were not disappointed. Who doesn't want to have such a skill? But this can't be forced. Everyone has their own secrets and luck. They can't force the girl because of envy and selfish desire. Then what is the difference between them and those playboys in Kyoto? Although he couldn't get the answer he wanted for the time being, there was still a long way to go. He believed that the girl would tell him one day. After thinking it through, Bai Mayu began to roast his rabbit meat telepathically. But the girl was still hungry. After a while, the three people's eyes lit up. They smelled the tempting aroma and looked at the shiny color. Their noses moved slightly, and they slowly swallowed their saliva. Wu Junrui didn't even have the consciousness of being a master of the world. He smacked his lips and said, "It smells so good. I haven't smelled such delicious meat for a long time. I'll have to give it to you later." Bai Mayu really couldn't bear to look at his cousin. He was like a different person when he touched food. What was annoying was that he couldn't gain weight. "Yeah. Then MOU. Hurry up." Wu Junrui nodded happily, like a good kid. Lu Yao was dumbfounded. Who is the older cousin and who is the younger cousin? She was almost confused. And this Wu Junrui, why did she feel that his expression just now was a bit like Xiaoshuan's? He couldn't walk when he touched food. Yeah, I don't know how Xiaoxian is doing in there. While they were busy, Lu Yao took a part of her attention to check the space, and found that this little guy was having a great time with the Wolf King. Seeing this, she felt relieved. Girl. Zaya-yayo. Girl. Bai Mayu roasted the rabbit, and tore off a rabbit leg, wanting to give it to the girl first. Unexpectedly, after calling several times, there was no response at all, and the expression was dull, and the eyes were lifeless, which scared the two of them. Luckily, Lu Yao came back to her senses in time, otherwise the rabbit meat would have run away. "Huh, why are you all staring at me? Is there something wrong with my face?" As soon as Lu Yao came back to her senses, she understood, so she laughed. This is also the reason why she doesn't often distract herself to check the space. As long as her mind is in, the body will not react to the outside world unless she wakes up herself. If the two had a little bit of bad intentions, she would have died. But this was an unintentional test, which further confirmed that her choice was right. With such a group of people protecting her in the future, her and Xiaoshuan's lives would be guaranteed. However, the influence of this space spirit water on people with strong will and character would be greatly reduced. It seems that Bai Mayu will not be able to handle it in 3 to 5 years. It seems that more feeding is needed in the next few days. There is a long way to go. Chapter 40 Roasted Rabbit. Lu Yao knew that it was very difficult to survive in this ancient world where classes were rigid. People were worthless. And lives were worthless. It was even more difficult to live comfortably. With the current lifeless years, it was even more difficult. It would be a blessing if we didn't starve to death. Even if there was no drought, those taxes could crush a whole family. according to the original owner's memory. In previous years, when the autumn harvest came, more than half of the grain had to be handed over to the court, and the rest was not enough for the family to eat and drink. Every spring and summer when there was a shortage of food, everyone would tighten their belts and dig some wild vegetables to make ends meet. It was common for people to starve to death. If the year is bad, they can only eat chaff and dirt. So for farmers living at the bottom of society, being able to eat enough is their happiest thing. If they encounter an official who does nothing and bullies the people, they will have no place to appeal for grievances. Lu Yao was upset when she thought of these things. But fortunately, now she has met a group of rich and powerful people. With such a group of people to cover up for her, she will not have to be timid in doing things in the future. Besides, she is not making fun of herself. With her current IQ, if she is put in those palace fighting dramas, she may not survive a single episode and will die. And when doing things, she always takes the beginning and ignores the end, which makes it easy for people to catch her. If Bai Mayu and others were there to give her advice, she would feel more at ease. Bai Mayu looked at Lu Yao, who was in a trance again, and shook his head helplessly. He stuffed a rabbit leg into her hand and said softly, "Girl, it's time to eat." Lu Yao looked at the golden roasted rabbit leg in her hand, and her appetite was also aroused. "But, don't you have any salt?" She thought that such a large group of people would go out with seasoning packets or something. But she didn't expect that there would be a meal without salt. Seeing Lu Yao asking this, Bai Mayu said a little embarrassedly, "Usually these are done by Moe and the others, now they are not here, so don't look at me, I haven't done it either." When Wu Junrui saw that they both looked at him, he hurriedly explained. He really had never done these before. He and Mou had done it once before, but after he almost got himself burned, whenever they were together, he would not let himself do it, so he really didn't know how to do it. When he was at home, he had never done it. There were always a bunch of maids and guards serving him everywhere, so there was no need to do these. Seeing the two of them looking so embarrassed, thinking about it, they are the ones who have never touched a house. How can they do these things? The fact that Bai Mayu can roast rabbit meat may be related to his frequent outings. Thinking of this, Lu Yao took the rabbit in her hand and took another bite and said, "It's okay, I just haven't eaten anything tasty for a long time, so I asked." The speaker is unintentional, the listener is intentional, and Bai Mayu felt distressed when he heard this. "Oh, I'll just eat this, you can share the rest," she said, comparing the rabbit leg in her hand. In fact, this amount is not enough for her to show her teeth. But considering that Moe and his team may not be able to catch any prey, so she can only sacrifice herself. Bai Mayu felt sour and sweet after hearing this. His girl is too kind. She is still thinking about everyone at this time. If Lu Yao knew that he thought so, she would definitely roll her eyes at him. From now on, you are my strong backing. Can I not think about you? If you starve to death, her loss will be great. Where can she find such a group of rich and powerful people as subordinates? Otherwise, have you thought of it? Forget about the rabbit meat. And don't even think about taking a rabbit hair. Humph! The two of them didn't know what Lu Yao was thinking, so they quickly finished off one rabbit. When Wu Junrui stretched out his hand to the other one, "Pa Bai Mayu, what are you doing?" Looking at his hand that was slapped red, Wu Junrui was furious and called out by name. "Keep that one. What should he do if his girl gets hungry later?" I saw him carefully move the rabbit away from the charcoal fire, but not to a place where it would get cold. This way it can be slowly dried and eaten by the girl when she is hungry on the road. Lu Yao, no. That is only for Moe and the others. Not for me. Moe, then. Young master. What about us? Bai Mayu, you guys are a bunch of grown men. How dare you fight with a little girl for food? You can't find food and will starve. Bai Mayu originally planned to leave the rabbit to Moe and the others, but when he looked at the thin girl, the scale in his heart tilted. Moreover, with the water from the girl, those tough guys, it's not a problem to starve for a few days. After he drank the water just now, his whole body is warm now, and those old injuries are faintly showing signs of improvement. The Dantian is even more amazing. He has been in the 7th level of the acquired realm for a long time. If he drinks more of this water, I believe he will soon reach the next level. Chapter 41 Accident. The sun was setting, but Moe and the others had not returned yet. Seeing this, the three of them seemed a little worried. Lu Yao couldn't help but think, could something have happened? They have been gone for half a day. Even if they can't find food, they should have returned. Even in this year, the deep forest at night is very dangerous, not to mention that there are several injured among them. For a moment, everyone was speechless. The atmosphere seemed a little heavy. Lu Yao squatted obediently beside the fire, licking the firewood in handfuls. She hoped it would burn brighter, so that if Moe and his friends got lost, this pile of firewood could guide them back. As the sky gradually darkened, Bai Moyu's face became darker and darker. If he had known earlier, he would not have let Mo Sherwu and the other injured people go with him. Moe and his friends must have been in trouble. Otherwise this situation would not have happened. Even if they didn't find food, he would have sent someone back to inform them. Lu Yao looked at Bai Moyu, who was frowning. What she was most worried about now was that Moe and his friends would encounter wolves and other carnivores. At this time, not only people can't find food, but animals are also the same. If they meet them, it will be dangerous. At this time, none of the three people spoke, except for the occasional cold wind. The surroundings were terribly quiet. Lu Yao pulled her clothes and leaned towards the fire, so she felt better. Bai Mayu stood up, took a piece of clothing from his bag, and gave it to Lu Yao. "Come girl, put this on, otherwise you will catch a cold." Although Bai Mayu was very worried and blamed himself, he still paid attention to the girl from time to time. Lu Yao looked up at Bai Mayu in the light of the fire. "I didn't expect this young man to be so attentive." Wu Jianrui curled his lips on the side. His cousin only had eyes for this girl. Didn't he see that he was a little cold? "Mayu, give me one too." "You don't have hands?" Bai Mayu said, without any intention of pampering him. "That isn't... With a killing look, Wu Jianrui shut up obediently. He really has some skills with his cousin. Lu Yao felt that waiting like this was not a solution. Instead of worrying here, it would be better to get a torch and go out to look for it. So she said, "Since everyone is on guard, why not go in this direction to look for it? It's better than being anxious here. Don't you think?" After listening to Lu Yao's words, Bai Mayu sat on the ground, with his fingers on his knees, tapping them from time to time. No one knew what he was thinking about. Lu Yao knew that he was thinking about something, so it was not good to continue talking. Anyway, it wasn't her men who were lost. Although she warned herself like this, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, in the near future, they will be her own people. If they die accidentally, it will be a pity. She is still counting on their protection along the way. In this way, she won't have to use her supernatural powers often, and she won't have to avoid people all day long. To be honest, she has had enough of this kind of life. In fact, Bai Mayu was not thinking about anything, but waiting. He believed in Moe and the others. If something really happened, even if they only have one breath left, they will come back to report. This is his trust in him, and it has been doing so for so many years. Besides, it is not easy to find someone in this forest in the dark. Time passed slowly, and it was completely dark at this time. But Moe and the others still did not come back. Lu Yao did not want to continue to wait in vain. She planned to go into the woods and let the Wolf King and the others out to ask them to go find it. It was unrealistic for her to go out to find it so late. But the Wolf King and the others could. So she said, "I'm going to go to the bathroom." Without waiting for the two to answer, she stood up and walked towards the forest. But Bai Mayu was one step ahead of Lu Yao and stopped her. "Girl, you can't go. I believe Moe and the others can come back. Believe me." Lu Yao's eyebrows slightly twisted. "No. Bai Mayu, I really want to go to the bathroom. I just drank too much water." Bai Mayu blushed after hearing what Lu Yao said. But fortunately, it was dark and no one saw it. But his intuition told him that the girl must not just go to the bathroom. "Really?" "Yes. I swear." Lu Yao nodded vigorously and raised her little paw. She almost believed what she said. Bai Mayu was silent for a long time. Although he was a little suspicious, he still didn't ask anything. He was afraid that if he asked too much, the girl would disturb him. So he pursed his lips and said helplessly, "Then you should be careful. If you have anything, shout. I can hear you." Lu Yao nodded obediently. "Then I'll go." "Yes." After Lu Yao left, Wu Jianrui said with a malicious look of shock, "TSK. My dear cousin, Zai Yar just went to relieve herself. Is it necessary to be so nervous? And you want to give her 18. I didn't expect that you are so good at dealing with things. If you didn't stay with me every day, I would suspect that someone was impersonating you." TSK. Wu Jianrui was indeed quite shocked by the changes in his cousin in the past 2 days. although his family is not as good as his own. It is still a marquisate, and it is also well known in Kyoto. Otherwise, his stepmother and brother would not be thinking about murdering him all day long so that they can inherit the title. And his cousin is not that simple. Otherwise everyone would not call him the young master. With his looks and wealth, he can't even count how many daughters of noble families in Kyoto have thrown themselves into his arms. But his cousin didn't like any of them, and even spread rumors about his cousins, destroying their image. I didn't expect his cousin to like this silly and cute type. It seems that those daughters of aristocratic families have taken the wrong path. If Lu Yao knew his thoughts, she would definitely give him a big slap in the face. This guy is too rude, too much to be beaten. Wu Jianrui didn't know that he had avoided a beating in the formless, and was still imagining happily. Although he was only a little more handsome than his cousin, and his family background was a little better, but he was also annoyed to death by those daughters of aristocratic families. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the rumors to spread. If he hadn't been avoiding the blind date arranged by his grandfather, he wouldn't have run out with him. Bai Mayu looked in the direction where Lu Yao left for a long time. When he turned around, he saw his appearance of asking for a beating. He endured it again and decided to go back and fight him. If he wasn't his cousin, Bai Mayu would have wanted to let him know why the flowers were so red. Wu Jianrui, who was enjoying himself, suddenly felt a gaze lingering on him, which made him feel like a joke. Wow! When he looked up, he saw Bai Mayu's cold eyes, and knew that he was in danger. So, he could only laugh a few times to relieve the pressure. Chapter 42 Showdown. Big Sister. As soon as she entered the space, Lu Yao was hugged by Xiaoxian. Big Sister, I miss you so much. Xiaoxian hugged Lu Yao, and said coquettishly, he really missed Big Sister these 2 days, so much that he even ate less dried meat. Lu Yao rubbed his head, and said softly, Big Sister also misses Xiaoxian, but it's not safe outside now, wait a while. Big Sister will take you out to play again. Okay? Yes. Xiaoxian nodded obediently. Xiaoxian is so good. The Wolf King also ran over and rubbed Lu Yao's trouser legs, and whined twice, to express his longing for his master. After praising Xiaoxian, Lu Yao turned around and looked at the Wolf King, who was becoming more and more humane. He shook his head helplessly. Now Xiaoxian had become his little teacher. No matter what Xiaoxian did, it had to learn from him. Facing the Wolf King who was begging for praise and comfort, Lu Yao said with a smile, the Wolf King is also great. I will take you out later. Help me find a few people. Remember not to hurt them when you find them. You must come back and tell me as soon as possible. Do you understand? The Wolf King learned from Xiaoxian in a very humane way and nodded, indicating that he understood. Great. Lu Yao was also very fond of the Wolf King, and patted him on the head. If it were in modern times, if it were placed in a pet store, it would probably cost millions. Xiaoxian, now my elder sister is going to take the Wolf King out to rescue people. You and Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 have to behave well in there. Do you understand? Be careful, elder sister. Although he was reluctant, Xiaoxian still nodded and agreed sensibly. Yes. Got it. Xiaoxian will behave well too. After that, she left the space with the Wolf King. As soon as they left the space, Lu Yao immediately asked the Wolf King to find someone. She was afraid that the longer the time dragged on, the more dangerous Moe and his men would be. Wolf King. Smell it. I should have their scent on me. Remember not to hurt anyone. Go. Lu Yao took the clothes on her body and put them on the Wolf King's nose for him to smell. The clothes belonged to Bai Mayu, but Moe and his men had been taking care of them. There should be some of their scent left. With the Wolf King's ability, it should not be difficult for them. After all, it is one of the top beings in the food chain. The Wolf King got the order, rushed out immediately, and disappeared in the jungle in a blink of an eye. This was the first task given to it by its master, and it must do it beautifully and never lose face. After Lu Yao sent the Wolf King out, she had a baby in the woods. Otherwise the pervert would come to check secretly, and it would be exposed. Right? Anyway, she is a child now. What is she afraid of? Where did that saying come from? Oh, I got it. As long as you are not embarrassed. It is others who are embarrassed. After thinking this, Lu Yao swaggered back to the fire as if nothing had happened, picked up the clothes that Bai Mayu had just given her and continued to put them on. This damn weather is really abnormal. Even if she is a superpower, her body is different from that of ordinary people. She is still freezing. At the moment when Lu Yao came back, Bai Mayu, who was sitting quietly, twitched his nose slightly, and then frowned unconsciously. How could this girl have the smell of wolves? And more than one? He was 100% sure that she had just gone out. He had been walking outside for many years, so he had this ability. Bai Moyu was secretly shocked. Where did this girl go just now? How many secrets did she have that he didn't know? This uncertainty made him feel a little bit of crisis. After thinking about it, he decided not to endure it this time. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't understand some things, and he felt he was getting further and further away from his girl, as if she could escape from him at any time. This feeling of not being able to catch her was really terrible. Also, this was not his style, and it was not conducive to getting along with a girl for a long time. The best way for two people to be together was to be honest with each other, so he thought it was better to be himself. Girl, did you meet a wolf when you went out just now? Lu Yao raised her head in shock. How did you know? Lu Yao was stunned for a while, and then found her voice and asked. But she regretted it right after she finished speaking. Isn't this just confessing herself? Lu Yao wanted to slap herself in the face. Isn't it stupid? I knew it the moment you came back. Bai Moyu said calmly. Aren't you going to explain it to me? Seeing Lu Yao, who was pretending to be dead, bowed her head as low as she could, Bai Moyu didn't think of letting her go. This girl was too naive. If he let her go on like this, when he returned to Kyoto, she wouldn't even know how she died. Yesterday, he was thinking wrongly. He was waiting for her to speak, but what he got was one shock after another. So, he planned to show his cards today, and get to the bottom of it. This way he could cover up for her in the future. Hee. Lu Yao smiled awkwardly and said, Then can you tell me how you found it? The smell. Not only did I notice it, my cousin also noticed it. Girl, there are not many stupid people in the world. Some are just pretending to be stupid, so. Bai Moyu said here, and did not intend to continue, but stared at Lu Yao with his eyes. He believed she could understand. Hearing this, Lu Yao had countless thoughts flying through her mind. She knew that when she used her supernatural powers and spiritual water in front of them, her space would not be full for long. But she did not expect these two people to be so perverted. They could detect this after just meeting the Wolf King. Are they born in the year of the dog? Hee. Lu Yao did not know how to answer, and could only smile awkwardly. From the moment she took out the spiritual water, she had never thought about filling her space all the time. She just wanted to wait until the spiritual water took effect before saying it. But she did not expect that this moment would come so quickly, so fast that she could not defend herself. Bai Moyu stared at Lu Yao for a long time. But the girl just didn't speak. He shook his head helplessly and said, Girl, although I have known you for a short time, anyone in this world can hurt you. But I won't. And I believe Wu Juanrui won't either. As he said that, his eyes shot towards Wu Juanrui. Wu Juanrui on the side hadn't recovered from his cousin's reversal. How could he be related to him in a blink of an eye? However, looking at his cousin's expression, he looked a little scared. In order not to be abused badly after returning, he immediately raised his hand to express his determination. Xiao Yao, don't worry. I will never tell anyone about your affairs. If I tell anyone, I will ask Bai Moyu to abuse me thousands of times. After hearing Bai Moyu's words, Lu Yao inexplicably relaxed. With Wu Juanrui's jokes on the side, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. She knew she shouldn't trust someone so easily, but they gave her a good feeling. Of course, she also had confidence in the powerful effect of the space spirit water, which was why she let down her guard so quickly. All she wanted was time. Chapter 43 Paradise on Earth. Lu Yao did not explain much. With her mouth, it would probably take a while to explain clearly. There was another reason why she was afraid of wasting time talking for a long time. If others did not believe, wouldn't it be useless? So she took them directly into the space, as the saying goes. No matter how much she talked, it would not be as shocking as what they saw with their own eyes. Just like herself at the beginning, and Zhou Wei and the others, wasn't it the same? Before she had the space, or before the end of the world came, if someone came and said that there was a space, she would definitely call him a psychopath. In just a blink of an eye, Bai Moyu and the other person were in Lu Yao's space. Bai Moyu suppressed his surprise, and didn't even realize that there were two more wolves around him. Wu Juanrui was even more frightened and opened his mouth. It seemed that he couldn't figure it out for a while. Lu Yao stood aside and didn't say anything, so that they could digest it themselves. Bai Moyu was a little distracted now, because he saw the mountains, flowing water, wooden houses, fields, everywhere was green, which was very pleasing. He remembered that it was clearly a winter night. and the wind was howling outside. And it was extremely cold. It was even more desolate everywhere because of the drought. The branches and leaves were withered and yellow. And the dust was flying. But now, what did he see? He didn't expect that the season would change in the blink of an eye. Could this be a paradise on earth? Bai Mayu rubbed his eyes with his hands with some uncertainty. He turned around and saw Wu Junrui's silly look. He knew that he was not dazzled. When he saw the little girl who seemed to be smiling beside him, Bai Mayu was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. When he calmed down, he suddenly heard the cries of Wu Junrui and the wolf. And the two wolves were baring their teeth at them, as if they were ready to pounce on him and bite him at any time. When Bai Mayu didn't know what to do, he heard Lu Yao's voice again. Wolf 1. Wolf 2. Don't be unreasonable. They will all be family members in the future. You must love each other. Understand? She touched their heads and turned to introduce them to both parties. Bai Mayu. Wu Junrui. This is my brother. Lu Yuxuan. Xiaoxian. Call people. This is brother Yu. This is brother Rui. Xiaoxian stared blankly at the eldest sister, who suddenly appeared. Although he didn't understand why she suddenly brought a stranger in, he still called people obediently. Hello brother Yu. Rui. Hello. Brother. I am Xiaoxian. Hello. Xiaoxian, I am brother Yu. I am brother Rui. After introducing each other, Bai Mayu finally came back to his senses. Looking at the tall and mighty Wolf 1 and Wolf 2, he said, Girl, they can understand human language. You just came to see them. Right? Lu Yao smiled and shook her head and said, They are very smart. They can understand the basics. And I just saw more than these two. There are also Wolf King and others, but now I have sent them to find Moe and others. Hearing this, Bai Mayu's heart melted. Her girl is so nice. Thank you. You're welcome. After that, Lu Yao took them to walk around in the space. When they came to the spiritual spring, Bai Mayu looked at the spring water that was full but not overflowing, and was amazed. Zayar, the water you just gave us to drink, is this it? Wu Junrui was like a curious baby, asking about everything he saw. Yes, but if you want more, no. She was stupid, but she didn't want to be a Virgin Mary, and then she would be in trouble, so she had to eliminate all possibilities that would prevent her from being a parasite from the beginning. Lu Yao didn't want to explain more on this issue. So she changed the subject and asked, Do you want to take a bath in the stream? I want to. I want to. When he heard that he could take a bath, Wu Junrui immediately raised his hand and shouted, as if he was afraid that he would not be able to take a bath if he was late. Bai Mayu was shocked when he heard this. The girl was still here. No. Why? The girl is here. You are not allowed to take off your clothes. After saying that, he glared at Wu Junrui. Seeing Wu Junrui's young wife's appearance, Lu Yao couldn't help asking, Wu Junrui, aren't you my cousin? Why are you so afraid of him? He is only 2 months younger than me. You don't know? Zayar. I have been bullied since I was a child. If I don't practice martial arts, I will be beaten. If I don't study hard, I will be beaten. And there are few people in Kyoto who are not afraid of him. Well, what about him? Continue talking? Anyway, you will know when the time comes. Looking at Bai Mayu's cold eyes, Wu Junrui consciously closed his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Yao knew that he couldn't ask anything today. He wanted to know why Moe and the others called him Young Master. Aren't the heirs of the major sects called Young Masters on TV? Could he be the same? Forget it. There will be plenty of opportunities to ask in the future. So Lu Yao laughed and said, It's okay. You guys wash here. I'll take Xiaoxian and the others out to wait for the Wolf King. Then he pulled Xiaoxian out of the space. Even though they had just experienced it, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. When they came to their senses, there was no trace of Lu Yao and the others. As soon as Wu Junrui saw Lu Yao go out, he quickly took off his clothes and jumped into the stream. The temperature here was neither too hot nor too cold. It was so comfortable to take a bath in the stream. He looked back at Bai Mayu, who was still hesitating on the shore, and shouted, Cousin, what are you doing? Stop dawdling. The water is so comfortable. Xiaoyao will come in soon. Bai Mayu was shocked when he heard this. He took off his clothes in 3 seconds. Seeing this speed, Wu Junrui gave him a thumbs up silently. Hurry up. Wu Junrui couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just now, who was still hesitant, now he was urged to hurry him. He was really frustrated. If he could beat him, he would definitely push him to the ground and give him a good rub. Humph. Bai Mayu didn't care about his frustration. He said coldly, "You have 5 minutes to wash, or you will have to double the training when you go back." "What, are you kidding me?" "Right. I'm only at the 8th level of Qi training. If I go there, I'll die." Wu Jiurui said in disbelief, with his eyes wide open. "Don't you know me well? I never joke. I always say what I mean. Otherwise, my uncle wouldn't have thrown you to me." "Right. My dear cousin." Bai Mayu looked at him, and said seriously, "Hee. My life is over. Forget it. Forget it. I am a magnanimous person, and I won't argue with you." Wu Jiurui couldn't help rolling his eyes at Bai Mayu when he heard his words. He cried silently in his heart, wondering why his old man couldn't bear to see him get better. He quickened his movements. When you walk in the rivers and lakes, you have to bow your head. When the two of them came out of the bath, they felt refreshed, and even the fatigue from traveling for many days was swept away, and they felt extremely comfortable. Bai Mayu felt that although this water was not as good as the well water, it was still good for the body to soak more, especially for those who were weak and sick. If Lu Yao knew that he had figured out the trick so quickly, she would definitely call him a pervert again. Is the difference between people so big? Chapter 44 Can't Get Out. When Lu Yao took Xiaoxian out of the space, she saw the roasted rabbit still quietly there. So she picked it up and tore off a rabbit leg for him, and ate some herself. Fortunately, there were no wild beasts now. Otherwise she would be heartbroken if they were eaten. Although she had a lot of them in her space, but now there were more than 20 people, and she couldn't hold on for long. It would be great if she could catch a few alive ones, so that they could breed in the space, and they wouldn't eat up all the food. There are also fish, crabs, shrimps and the like. She has been craving for them for several years. She never thought that she would continue to be craving them in this life. She didn't know when she could satisfy her appetite. Alas, it's miserable. I have seen miserable people, but I have never seen a time-traveling girl as miserable as her. Xiaoxian had eaten dried meat for several days in a row. When he ate the freshly roasted ones, he felt so numbing and fragrant that his mouth was full of oil. "Sister, this rabbit meat is so delicious." Xiaoxian ate while praising it. Lu Yao hadn't seen him like this for a long time, and she felt sad and relieved as an older sister. "If it tastes good, eat more. I'll grill it for you every day in the future." "Yes. And there's also wild vegetable and meat soup." "Okay." Lu Yao smiled and nodded, and began her way of doting on her brother. Since the space has been exposed, she has nothing to worry about, and Xiaoxian can also follow her outside to train. Children can be spoiled, but they cannot be indulged. This is not only not loving him, but harming him. So now that there is someone to protect him, Xiaoxian doesn't need to enter the space again. It's not just Xiaoxian, she herself does the same. This can reduce the exposure of the space. Loyal partners are enough. She doesn't plan to dominate the ancient times. Why do she need so many subordinates? Aren't they tired? This time, the brother and sister threw their arms to work, and soon they finished a rabbit. Even the dregs were not spared. All were thrown into the fire and burned. The night was getting deeper, and the temperature was getting lower. At this time, Lu Yao just wanted to go back to the space and have a good sleep, but she was afraid that she would see something she shouldn't see if she went in. And they were also afraid that the Wolf King and the others would come back and not see her and get anxious. Lu Yao rubbed Xiaoxian's dry hair and said softly, "Xiaoxian, it's cold outside. Can I take you inside to sleep? Although it needs to be tempered, there is no rush. The key is that they don't have clothes to wear now." She is in a good situation now. Emily chose a layered one for her, but Xiaoxian is still wearing a single layer. If she catches a cold, it will be a loss. She won't do such a loss-making business. "What about my elder sister?" "My elder sister has to wait outside for the Wolf King otherwise. When he comes back, he won't see me and will get lost. So you go in and rest first, and I'll go in when the Wolf King comes back." Lu Yao explained patiently. Although Xiaoxian didn't want to separate from his elder sister right after meeting, he nodded sensibly and agreed. "I know, elder sister." Lu Yao pinched his little face that was a little red from the cold, praised him, and sent him in. And she was still outside in the cold wind. It was not an exaggeration to say that she asked for it. How can the owner of a space forget the function of the space? 3:1 is just a pig. After such a long time, the skin should be bald, not to mention that they are two tender people. Xiaoxian saw the two big brothers just now when he entered the air conditioning room, blinking his big eyes, not knowing what to do for a while, looking a little nervous. just stood there and called out softly, "Hello, brother," and nothing else. Bai Mayu frowned when he saw that the girl didn't follow him in. Then, that cool and handsome face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Could it be because he was afraid of seeing something he shouldn't see when he came in? So, Wu Junrui saw Bai Mayu's face changing like a palette, and said anxiously, "Mayu? What's wrong with you?" Bai Mayu said coldly, "Take Xiaoxian to play for a while. I'll walk by myself." "Yeah. Come on. Xiaoxian. Play with big brother." Compared to the cold brother just now, Xiaoxian was obviously more willing to accept Wu Junrui, who was always not serious. His smiling face is so deceptive. With Xiaoxian, I'm afraid he'd still be sold out and still think he's a good person. Brother Rui, does brother you dislike Xiaoxian? No, he's just like that. Once he scared another kid to tears. Really? Another time. Ha ha ha, brother you would wet his pants, but Xiaoxian wouldn't. Yeah, it's so embarrassing, and just once. When Bai Mayu came back from a walk, he saw the two of them. One big and one small. Chatting animatedly. Alas. Bai Mayu sighed in his heart, feeling tired. When he returns this time, he should throw it back to his uncle. He has figured it out. His cousin's IQ is just this. I wonder if he has found a companion. Bai Mayu couldn't help complaining in his heart. Ahem, what are you two talking about? Bai Mayu coughed deliberately. He was afraid that if he didn't say anything, Wu Junrui would tell him about the time he wore open-crotch pants when he was a child. He had never seen a man as gossipy as his cousin. Not only did he carry a mirror all day, but he also loved to wear brightly colored clothes. If his uncle hadn't been afraid that he would have gone astray, he wouldn't have thrown him to his side. He must throw him back this time. The two people listened to the sound. Their necks shrank, and they dared not continue. Bai Mayu looked at the two people, who turned around with a look of fear, and twitched his mouth, revealing a smile that he thought was very gentle, and said, "Xiaoxian, do you know how to get out?" He was really a little afraid of this brother who laughed strangely, and shrank towards Wu Junrui, and then answered, "I don't know either." After saying that, he shrank back again. Bai Mayu frowned after hearing this, thought for a while, seemed to understand. So he lowered his head and looked at Xiaoxian again and said, "So you mean, as long as your sister doesn't take us out, then we have to stay in this place forever, right?" Xiaoxian was a little confused, but he roughly understood the meaning, so he nodded and said, "Yeah. I'm like this every time." Bai Mayu's brows have not relaxed. He doesn't think the girl will hurt him, but he is worried about the girl being alone outside. In such a cold day, if something happens, he won't have a chance to help. Also, he was afraid that this bold girl would sneak out to find Moe and the others while they were alone. This was something he would never allow to happen. He looked up and glared at Wu Junrui. It was all because this guy wanted to take a bath for no reason, otherwise the girl wouldn't have gone out alone. Wu Junrui, who was glared at, saw his cousin's expression and felt that he was going to be in trouble. So he quickly pulled Xiaoxian, who looked at a loss, to retreat. If he didn't retreat, he was afraid that his body would be gone. Chapter 45 back. After leaving Bai Mayu's sight, Xiaoxian became much more lively and cheerful. He was seen pulling Wu Junrui to the hut. She asked with a small mouth, "Brother Rui, have you eaten? If not, I'll take you there. Is there anything to eat here?" He had just eaten half a skinny rabbit. After such a long time, he was already starving. When he heard that there was food, he immediately became energetic. If Bai Mayu knew what he was thinking, he would definitely kick him. There was only one rabbit in total. He and the girl only had half a rabbit, and he had half a rabbit by himself. Now he is still saying this. Who else should I kick if not him? Yeah, a lot. A lot. Xiaoxian gestured with his hands while saying this. At first, Wu Junrui thought that Xiaoxian said a lot, but he was just looking at it from a child's perspective. But when he saw the pile of dried meat, oh my god! When Wu Junrui came to the kitchen, he was surprised to see the pile of dried meat on the table. No wonder the little guy said a lot. He thought it was just a child's talk, but he didn't expect it to be really a lot. Others were fleeing famine, but I didn't expect this little girl and her brother to have saved so much dried meat. It looked like it weighed no less than 100 kilograms. They are traveling. Right? Your eldest sister picked all these? Wu Junrui felt that his voice was 8 octaves higher, and a little broken. No. It was the Wolf King. They go out to find food every day, and they bring back a lot. So my eldest sister took some of it, and made it into jerky. She said that she was afraid that sometimes she would not be able to eat it. So she would just make some of it. Lu Yao, who was still outside in the cold wind, Didn't know that? Her family background was almost exposed by the little guy Xiaoxian. Wu Jiurui's eyes were like torches, and he trembled. You mean, you still have a lot of this meat? Well, everyone said that it was enough for the two of us to eat for 2 or 3 years. Well, it's now revealed. Wu Jiurui was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped when he heard this. Ah! Wu Jiurui shouted excitedly, to calm down his mood at the moment. Xiaoxian beside him was shocked, and so was Bai Mayu outside the house. When he rushed into the house, after knowing the reason, Bai Mayu kicked him hard a few times. But when he saw so much meat, he was also very surprised. Is this girl a little squirrel? She is so good at hoarding things. It seems that any valuable things will be placed with her in the future. Bai Mayu thought secretly. Wu Jianrui, who was kicked, was still grinning foolishly. This girl is too rich. In his opinion, who had been eating dry food for several months, she was rich as hell. In this era, any kind of meat is a precious thing, not to mention that these are all game. Just like in their prince's mansion, there are game, but not everyone can eat it. It seems even more precious in this disaster year. These are all things that can fill the stomach. Xiaoxian just said, they have enough to eat for 2 or 3 years. Oh my god. He also wanted a pet that could catch prey like this. When he went out later, he would definitely discuss it with Xiao Yaoer, and ask her to give him 2. The more Wu Jianrui thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. That is, he didn't hunt prey. The 3 people in the room were eating with their mouths full of oil. Of course, someone was much more polite in comparison. Unlike those 2, they were simply unbearable to look at. After eating and drinking, Wu Jianrui took Xiaoxian to rest without hesitation. Anyway, if the sky fell, his cousin would take care of it. And Bai Mayu outside the house was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, pacing there. Bai Mayu estimated that he had been here for at least 3 hours. He thought it was dawn outside. But he didn't see the girl come in. He didn't know if Moe and the others had returned. Bai Mayu was so anxious that he didn't know that only an hour had passed in the outside world. Lu Yao was worried about Moe and the Wolf King. So she didn't think about it at all. Wolf King. Here. Lu Yao could hear the howling of the Wolf King from a distance, and was immediately very excited. He finally came back. The Wolf King, who was running from a distance, also heard Lu Yao's voice, and immediately became alert. But when he looked back at the group of wounded soldiers behind him, he could only shake his head and slowed down his pace. Moe and his companions did not hear Lu Yao's voice. Under the coercion of the Wolf King, they carried their wounded brothers and followed behind. As soon as they slowed down, the wolf cubs bared their teeth at them. But they would not really attack them. Strange things happen every year, especially this year. Looking at the unconscious Mo Sherwu, Mo Lu, and others, Moe blamed himself. He should not have brought them with him in the first place. At this moment, Moe and the others felt like lambs to be slaughtered. As long as these wolf cubs were hungry, they could come and feast on them anytime and anywhere. Who told him that he was so hungry that he had no strength at all? It really fits the saying that a tiger in a low position is bullied by a dog. This should be a portrayal of him at this moment. If it were normal times, they would not be afraid of 10 more. This time, he was really embarrassed. He had been on so many missions, and had been with the young master through wind and rain for so many years. But he did not expect to capsize in the gutter. Not only did they not find food, they also got lost. Mo Lu, Mo Sherwu, and Mo Sherjiu. 3 of them fainted due to exhaustion and wound infection. Moe, where do you think these wolves are taking us? If I wasn't so hungry and dizzy, I would have. Just as Moe was blaming himself, he heard Moer's voice, and he even made a gesture of wiping his neck. Along the way, they also found that these wolves were smart. They understood what they should understand. Everyone didn't believe it at first, but after repeated experiments, Moe and his friends finally accepted this absurd fact. So there are some things that no one dares to say openly. Otherwise they will suffer. This is particularly evident in the fool Moer. Although he has no visible injuries, his clothes are really worse than nothing. They are no different from strips of cloth. Moe looked up and looked around, and suddenly saw a faint fire in the distance. So Moe shouted excitedly, Moer, look! Is there a fire ahead? Right? Hearing Moe's words, Moer rubbed his dry eyes, and after a long time, he came back to his senses and shouted in disbelief, we are out now. Well, we are finally out? It's not easy. Everyone talked at once. and they all seemed very happy. The Wolf King who led the way turned around and looked at the group of big fools who were laughing and shouting behind him. He really didn't know how the master knew them. With such an IQ, no wonder he got lost. Seeing the Wolf King who was walking in front turned around, Mo trembled with some sequelae. When he thought of that experience, he wanted to buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. Then he looked down at his clothes. If he went out like this, he didn't know how the young master and Wu Shitzi would laugh at him. But no matter what, the group saw hope, and they all worked hard and quickened their pace. In less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the place where Lu Yao rested. Chapter 46 Roasted? When they came to the front, Lu Yao took a look. Everyone was injured, and 3 of them were unconscious, but they didn't seem to be seriously injured, just fainted from hunger, and the wounds were a little infected, so they looked a little scary. There must be someone who knows medicine among them, otherwise they wouldn't be so calm. It's okay, just drink some spiritual water and eat something later. Wow! When Lu Yao's eyes fell on Mo, she was shocked by his outfit. This is playing beggar's outfit. Looking down at the Wolf King hiding behind, he knew that it must be this guy who caused the trouble, or he would have come forward to take credit. Fortunately, he was still obedient and didn't really hurt Mo. But looking at his appearance, he was a little scared. Lu Yao held back her laughter. Otherwise it would really hurt her self-esteem. A martial arts master couldn't beat a wolf. Lu Yao guessed that his brothers would probably laugh at him for the rest of his life. But the Wolf King was really not to be underestimated. Since he drank the space spirit water, his stature had been rising, so it was understandable that he couldn't beat him. Lu Yao pretended to be drunk. Wolf King, what did I tell you before we set off? Woo 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 woo. There's no point in admitting your mistake. You are not allowed to eat meat tonight. Woo woo. When Moe and the others saw Lu Yao speak, their mouths opened into an O shape. If it was any bigger, it would probably be able to fit an ostrich egg. After calming down, Lu Yao quickly took out a sheepskin water bag from the ground and handed it to them, saying softly, "Give them some water quickly, and drink some for yourselves, and we'll talk later." Hearing this, Moe showed Lu Yao a grateful smile. They were indeed hungry and thirsty, and there was no need to thank her right away. Besides, there were some things that they could not ask about. The young master had his own plans. The young master, Moe quickly raised his head and looked around, but did not see them. He hurriedly asked, "Miss Lu, where are our young master and Prince Wu?" Moe felt a little guilty. He had come back for so long, but he did not realize that the young master did not exist. Moe and the others also lowered their heads in shame. As the young master's personal masters, they actually made such a mistake. When she heard what Moe said, Lu Yao wanted to slap herself to death. Now she finally knew what she had forgotten. No wonder she always felt like something was missing. And she had forgotten about the 2 of them. The time and the space was different from that outside, with a ratio of 3 to 1. She hadn't been in there for such a long time, and she didn't know how anxious the 2 people were now. To be more precise, one person was anxious, while the other 2 were still sleeping soundly in the wooden house, thinking about facing that big black face later. Lu Yao shrank her neck. Oh my god, how could I be so stupid? Is it premature aging, or Alzheimer's disease? If I wear it once, I will become so stupid, then if I wear it a few more times, I will become a fool. Or I just have this sequelae. Author, it's not a sequelae, but you were so stupid in your previous life. Lu Yao held her forehead. I was convinced by myself. Even the old lady was not convinced, but I was convinced by myself. She was drunk to forget even this matter. She held back a glance at the people who were looking at her, thinking about how to justify herself, or just take them indirectly. Lu Yao thought about it, anyway. She had already decided to go to Kyoto with them, and she had also decided to treat this group of people as future partners, so sooner or later, they would find out that she had a space. So instead of letting them find out on their own, it would be better to win people's hearts and take the initiative. Besides, the land and the space also needs to be cultivated. She would not be like other heroines, who could cultivate it by themselves with a wave of their hands. All along, she had relied on her own hands, and now that she had found free labor, why not use it? As for the 2 in the space, she couldn't count on them. They were both masters among masters. They didn't need anyone to serve them. Thank God. Moe and the others watched Lu Yao frowning for a while, smiling for a while. But they didn't dare to threaten her with force because the young master loved her so much. Besides, they couldn't beat her. Lu Yao alone was enough to make them suffer. Add to that the wolf cubs who were watching them. And they were afraid that in the end, they would not even have a trace left. Maybe it's not enough to fill their teeth. Helplessly, the group of people could only worry on the side. Lu Yao stared at Moe and the others with green eyes. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she was much more useful than their master. The gaze she stared at them became more and more intense. Moe and the others watched Lu Yao's face change in various ways. Finally, she stared at them with green eyes. Seeing this, everyone unconsciously took a step back and thought at the same time, Miss Lu is not going to eat them. Her eyes are too creepy, just like a wolf cub seeing meat. Just now, I was in a hurry and didn't pay attention. Now I realize that. It seems that there is a smell of barbecue in the air. Their young master and Wu Shizhi will not have been roasted. Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other, and their faces turned a little paler. No wonder they asked the wolf cubs to find them, and raise them so strong. It turns out that they ate human flesh. Otherwise, people were hungry in this disaster year. How to feed them? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was possible, so anxious that several grown men almost cried. Moe covered Mo's mouth tightly, stopping him from talking nonsense. Just now it was almost there. What if he angered her? This idiot still can't see the reality clearly. Lu Yao came out of her fantasy and looked up. Wow, why are these guys so far away from me? Moreover, their faces turned pale, and they were trembling all over. Seeing this, Lu Yao shook her head with a smile. Was she that scary? No. She was fine just now. Thinking about their previous question again. They didn't think that their master was roasted and eaten by them. Looking at their frightened faces, Lu Yao felt that this was really possible. So, she decided, you don't think I'm going to eat you, do you? Lu Yao deliberately smiled and spoke softly, word by word, and then slowly approached them with her steps. Moe looked at Lu Yao like this, swallowed nervously, and stammered, no. Miss Lu, we just want to ask, where did our young master and Prince Wu, where did they go? Lu Yao tried her best to control the expression on her face, not to laugh. Otherwise it would be a waste of her acting, looking at their scared and cowardly looks. If she had a mobile phone now, she would definitely record it and laugh at them for the rest of their lives, then show it to their master. Lu Yao thought wickedly. Ha ha ha. It's so funny. I'm dying of laughter. Chapter 47 Laughing. Ha ha. Moe, you are so cute. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Lu Yao laughed again. She didn't expect that. These ancient people would be so cute. Lu Yao hadn't laughed so hard for a long time. Whether it was before or after the apocalypse, or after she came here, she had always been struggling for life. How long had it been since she laughed so hard like today? Even she couldn't remember. Or maybe it had never happened before. This made Lu Yao like these lovely people even more. They were good at both being a gentleman and a farmer. And they could also be bodyguards. And they could also entertain her when she had nothing to do. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that they were much more useful than their master. Those two people were just wasting food. And they were useless. And they acted like masters every day. If it weren't for their role in the later period, she would have let the Wolf King and the others be her food. Moe and his group stood there stupidly, watching Lu Yao laughing. And they were completely stunned. This girl wouldn't be so happy to see so much food all at once that she went crazy. Alas! It seems that she is dead this time. I didn't expect that she would not die in the mountains, but be roasted and eaten. I don't know whether she will be roasted alive or dead. Moe was scared by the picture he imagined. After Lu Yao finished laughing, she saw that they still looked like they were going to die. And they didn't drink the water in their hands. So she urged them, drink it quickly. If you don't drink it, those people will die. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, she heard Mo's voice in her ears. Little girl, are you afraid that you won't taste good after you die? Why are you kicking me? Moe and the others quickly looked away, not wanting to look at this idiot anymore. You're asking this because you don't want to die fast enough? Idiot! Ha ha ha. Lu Yao couldn't help laughing again after hearing what Mo said. I don't know where by Ma you got such a group of funny people. These people are so funny. They didn't travel through time. Did they? And they traveled through time from happy comedians. Because they are so funny. Especially Mo. Ha ha ha. Lu Yao had reason to suspect that Bai Mayu used Mo Air as his left and right arms. Not just because of his good martial arts. It could also be because he was funny and could relieve stress. Lu Yao really looked like him. Bai Mayu thought so at first. Mo Air touched his head, turned around and looked at his brothers, who were far away from him. Meaning, did he say anything funny? Drink quickly, or I will let the Wolf King bite you to death. Don't forget me. Lu Yao looked at their silly looks. If they didn't drink water, those people would really die. She realized that she was joking at the wrong time. So she sent out thunder and lightning to threaten him. Otherwise they probably wouldn't dare to drink the water. Moe listened to her words, and obediently took the water bag in his hand. First fed the 3 wounded, then drank a few gulps himself, and then passed it on one by one, until everyone had drunk it. Seeing that they all drank the water, Lu Yao nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's good. Come on. Everyone come over. I'll take you to see your master now." In fact, Lu Yao didn't mean anything else when she said this. She was just afraid that the people would be too scattered, and she was afraid that she couldn't bring them in at once, which would be troublesome. But when these words reached Moe and the others' ears, they changed their meaning. They all felt cold in their hearts. They didn't expect this moment to come so quickly. But they were all very cowardly, and didn't say anything. Moe felt that it was not that they were cowardly, but that their strength did not allow it. Although after drinking the water, they felt that their physical strength had recovered a lot, and the fatigue seemed to disappear instantly. They couldn't help but think of what happened this morning. At that time, if it weren't for Miss Lu's water, I'm afraid they would have been finished. They looked up at the little girl in front of them. Was she a deity, or a monster that could eat people? At this moment, everyone was unsure. Would such a person who could save lives in times of crisis really eat people? Seeing Mo Air's eager look, Mo-san and Moe held him tightly. Before the matter was clear, they would never let Mo Air do anything stupid. Seeing their stupid looks, Lu Yao did not stay for long. In a blink of an eye, she appeared in that space with a group of people and a group of wolves. This time, she brought a lot at once, and gradually felt a little dizzy. Lu Yao, who was shaking her head, suddenly felt a shadow in front of her. So she subconsciously looked up, and this look almost cost her her life. She was scared to death. Lu Yao patted her chest. At this moment, Bai Mayu had a dark face. "You still know how to come in. Do you know how worried I am here? If something happens to you, what should I do?" When Bai Mayu saw Lu Yao coming in, he was happy at first, and then the little flame in his heart grew up, the kind that could not be extinguished. Lu Yao was like a good kid, standing there and letting Bai Mayu talk. She could see the concern in his eyes and words. Besides, it was her fault after all. If she was locked up here for several hours, the consequences might be even more serious. She looked around and didn't see Wu Juanrui and Xiao Xian, so she couldn't help but look up at Bai Mayu. After they ate the dried meat, they went to sleep. After he finished answering, she realized it belatedly and followed the girl's thoughts. Alas, Bai Mayu sighed helplessly. It seems that he will really be in the hands of this girl in this life. Forget it. It's good that she is fine. Bai Mayu comforted himself. What else can he do? But the little flame in his heart still has nowhere to go. Moe and the others were frightened by the place in front of them, and then looked at the angry master, and felt that they were not good at all. Finally, when they saw the cold eyes of the master drifting over, they knelt down on one knee with a snap. The subordinates know their mistakes, and hope that the master will punish them. Punishment? Very good. Tell me what happened. Then Lu Yao heard Moe blabbering about his group, how they got lost, how they were unconscious, and how they were found and brought back by the Wolf King in the end. He replied to Bai Mayu one by one in detail. Of course, he didn't dare to say that he suspected Miss Lu of eating people, because he was afraid that if he did, he would die miserably. But his silence didn't mean that others wouldn't say it. As soon as Moe finished speaking, the voice of Mo Air, the fool, rang out. When everyone heard it, they knew that they were finished. So they all lowered their heads. Young master, weren't you eaten? Eat? Bai Mayu looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on the girl, who was about to run away. Girl, don't you want to explain? Chapter 48 Departure. Looking at the thriving scene in the space, Lu Yao couldn't hide her excitement. Although the 10 acres of land had not been planted. But seeing the 25 people working hard, Lu Yao smiled even happier. Finally, She didn't have to do it herself. That's great. Lu Yao rolled her eyes without any image. It would be more beautiful if there were no two freeloaders around. Shuyer, what's that look in your eyes? My heart hurts. Go away, it hurts so much, I still have some meat left. Lu Yao would not tolerate his acting behavior. If it were not in modern times, he would definitely be a movie emperor. He should just watch Moe and the others work. It's just that there are too few types of meat now, not enough for this group of people to do. If they were allowed to eat freely, Lu Yao felt that the meat that had existed for 2 or 3 years might be eaten up in less than 2 months. He always felt that this deal was a bit too unprofitable. After staying in the space for several days, until everyone's injuries were healed, Lu Yao immediately led everyone out of the space. If she didn't go out to find something to eat, she was afraid that she would not be able to help but beat people. This time, not only Xiaoxian was brought out, but also the Wolf King Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 were brought out by Lu Yao. Of course, under Wu Junrui's persistence, he reluctantly gave Wolf 10 to him. Finally, under Bai Moyu's resentful eyes, he reluctantly gave Wolf 9 out. So these two naturally followed him out. Wu Junrui meant to cultivate feelings. In Lu Yao's view, cultivating feelings is fake. Showing off is real. Didn't you see the resentful eyes of Moe and the others? Those resentful little eyes are exactly the same as their master. No wonder the old people often say that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. There is really no mistake. Bai Moyu, girl, do you know how to read? Is this idiom used like this? Moe, Miss Lu, you are going too far. Moer, I want it too. Lu Yao rolled her eyes at them one by one. They were all dreaming. She only had 7 left. There was no way to get them. No, she had blocked the window, so there was nothing. Because there were more people eating at home now, the meat would not last long. So along the way, they had one more task, not only to find food, collect firewood, but also to find those alive. Otherwise, there will be no income. No matter how much food there is, it will be consumed by these guys. They are really good eaters. Lu Yao and Xiaoxian are so distressed. Bai Mayu was really angry and amused when he saw the distressed look on the girl's face. Girl, is it that serious? I just ate a little bit of your meat. Right? Lu Yao raised her head and glared at this big bad guy who was talking without any pain in his waist. Of course it's not that serious. At least 50 kilograms of meat a day. And this is under my supervision. That's all the meat in my warehouse. It's enough for you to eat for a few days. Huh? It's not that Lu Yao is stingy. If she doesn't calculate carefully, it won't be long before everyone will starve. Didn't you see that the drought seems to be getting worse? The sky was cloudless, which meant there was no sign of rain in the afternoon. Bai Mayu coughed a little unnaturally. Was he said so much? Moe and the others listened to Lu Yao's words and lowered their heads unnaturally. They only ate until they were half full. Lu Yao rarely paid attention to this group of foodies. As soon as they left the space, they asked everyone to collect firewood, to process meat, and as for cooking, Lu Yao decided that if she couldn't find a suitable candidate, Mo12 would take over. She found that among such a large group of people, only he cooked better. The others were simply unbearable to look at. They were either burnt or burnt, which was a complete waste of food. The one who could cook was a big shot, so he couldn't be hired. She cleaned the only earthenware pot with water, and then filled it with water. Lu Yao planned to make a pot of wild vegetable and meat soup. She had eaten dried meat these days, and she almost vomited. Looking at this small pot, and then looking at the large group of people, Lu Yao felt that the first task was to find a pot that was big enough otherwise. With so many people, there wouldn't be enough for everyone to drink, and then there were the bowls and chopsticks. Bai Mayu watched the girl busying around, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling, and he felt very happy. Compared to that cold home, Bai Mayu felt that this was what a home looked like. Lu Yao calculated the time in her mind, and waited until the meat in the pot was almost cooked, and then added some wild vegetables that had been washed before. After a while, a pot of fragrant broth was ready. Seeing that Mo12 was almost done roasting, she called Xiaoxian and Bai Moyu, and Wu Junrui came to eat first. After a nice lunch, Wu Junrui touched himself in a very unpresentable way. His stomach was swollen because of eating too much. He felt relieved. He was living such a happy life. Xiaoxian was imitating Wu Junrui. Lu Yao wanted to kick him, but someone seemed to be faster than him. Oh! Bai Mayu, why did you kick me? Wu Junrui touched his buttocks and called out his name. Hee hee. Xiaoxian was smiling gloatingly while covering his mouth. You little heartless boy. Who has been playing with you these days? Wu Junrui said in a dress with anger. I'm sorry, Brother Rui. It's okay. I forgive you. Yes. Thank you, Brother Rui. Lu Yao held her forehead with both hands, wondering if her little brother had been led astray. Seeing the big and small, Bai Mayu was helpless and could only whisper helplessly, be careful. Xiaoxian is watching you. If you lead him astray, you will see how the girl will punish you. If you don't have meat to eat, don't cry. When he heard that he would have no meat to eat, Wu Junrui sat up straight immediately, and his look was as funny as it could be. Ha. Lu Yao couldn't help laughing. She found that since she met this group of people, she loved to laugh more and more. To be honest, she was much happier. It seems that people are more suitable for living in groups. Although Xiaoxian was with her before, she still felt that something was missing. Xiaoxian was also much more cheerful. He would no longer pretend to be an adult all day long and mutter words to protect her. To be honest, she felt relieved and distressed when she saw his look at that time. Mo12 soup is almost ready. Go and ask them to come and eat it. After eating, you can set off early. Seeing Wu Junrui playing tricks, Bai Mayu didn't say anything, so Lu Yao had to speak up. Okay, Miss Lu. After saying that, she ran out. Now, besides their young master, Miss Lu is the one he admires the most. So when he heard Lu Yao's words, he went to execute them happily. Bai Mayu saw Mo12's enthusiasm, and his mouth twitched. Now the girl's prestige is almost catching up with him. But he didn't say much, because in his heart she is the one he has decided on. Seeing 12's actions, Lu Yao was also very happy. It seems that all these days, it is not in vain. The effect is not bad. Chapter 49 Human Bones. Under the leadership of Moe, Lu Yao and her group changed direction and set out on the road to Kyoto. If it weren't for Lu Yao, Bai Mayu might have followed the crowd and continued to go south. But now they don't have to worry about the water problem. And of course they want to leave this ghost place as soon as possible and go home. The same is true for Lu Yao. If it weren't for this group of people protecting her, she would continue to go south. But now that there are two powerful people here, she decisively chooses to go north. After all, it's easier to get things done with someone in the court. In this ancient time when power is above all laws, that's real. Not just talk. The next day, when they passed a deserted village, Lu Yao saw a bamboo forest. Or more accurately, a bare bamboo forest. Because all the leaves had fallen off, and even a large part of the trees had died. Seeing this, Lu Yao asked everyone to stop and rest. And she planned to rest here today. Girl, are you going to do something? Bai Mayu looked at the bamboo forest and thought of the same question. So he came over to ask Lu Yao to confirm it. Well, I plan to ask everyone to make some bamboo tubes, bamboo bowls, etc. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for everyone to eat every day. Well, it is indeed inconvenient. Bai Mayu nodded. As she spoke, Lu Yao asked Moe and the others to choose some thicker ones. Since there was no saw, they could only use their sabers. Fortunately, they were strong, so it was not that hard to do. Lu Yao asked them to cut off the bamboo sections one by one, and then polish them. After an afternoon of hard work, Lu Yao looked at the more than 100 bamboo bowls and more than 100 bamboo tubes in front of him with satisfaction. When the sun set, Lu Yao and his group finally had their first meal with bowls. Looking at the sunset in the sky, it was a special experience. Although everyone only got a little broth, they were all very happy. For hygiene and safety, Lu Yao also asked everyone to engrave their names on their bowls, so that they could be easily distinguished. After the meal, she also asked Moe to dig up some bamboo roots and plant them on the mountain in the space. If the drought continues, this can be considered a kind of food. Bamboo shoots fried with meat. This is a good dish. But obviously the people here don't know that this can be eaten. And they all think that Lu Yao planted it for the convenience of making bowls in the future. When they heard that Lu Yao planted bamboo shoots for eating, they were all shocked. Moe, Miss Lu. These bamboo shoots are inedible. They will numb your mouth and taste bitter. Moe, well, when I was a kid and had nothing to eat, I also dug them up and ate them. But they were inedible. Bai Mayu also felt distressed. Girl, if there is nothing to eat, we can just look for more. There is no need to. Stop. Lu Yao saw them talking so much that she was getting dizzy. Seeing that everyone stopped, she said, I have a way to get rid of the bitter taste. Besides, This is a delicious food, especially when it's just unearthed. Like stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, braised bamboo shoots in oil, braised duck with bamboo shoots, stewed meat with dried bamboo shoots. Gurgle. Before Lu Yao finished speaking, Wu Junrui and Xiaoxian, two big foodies, swallowed their saliva in a very unpromising way. As the two parties involved, they had no shame of being discovered, and looked at Lu Yao blankly. Why did you stop? Keep talking. They were now hoping that the bamboo shoots would grow out, so that they could eat all the dishes that Lu Yao, elder sister, had just mentioned. Seeing how useless they were, Lu Yao rarely paid attention to them, hearing the names of these dishes that he had never heard of. Bai Moyu's eyes darkened. How did this girl know so much? But thinking of her superb magic and that paradise on earth, I felt relieved. Lu Yao ignored everyone's thoughts. She planned to go to the village before it got dark and see if there was anything useful. Girl, I'll go with you. Wu Junrui, you take care of Xiaoxian. Moe, you cut down all the dead bamboos and pile them together, and wait for the girl to come back to collect them. As soon as Bai Moyu opened his mouth, he arranged all the things and people, so that no one would disturb him and the girl's world of two. How nice. Killing two birds with one stone. Wu Junrui took Xiaoxuan's hand and curled his lips. For a brother who had lived together for nearly 15 years, he still didn't know what his purpose was, but he just didn't expose him. Let's go, Xiaoxian. Brother Rui will take you to find something fun. Yes. The two said hand in hand and walked in another direction. Don't go too far. Got it, stop nagging. Moe and the others received the order and went to do what they should do. Let's go. Bai Mayu pulled the girl who was still in a daze and urged her, if you don't hurry up, it will be dark. Oh, okay. Lu Yao responded blankly and followed Bai Mayu obediently towards the village. At this moment, she was completely attracted by Bai Mayu's cool look and completely forgot that it was she who first proposed it. Bai Mayu saw that the girl was attracted to him, although he still looked cool on the surface, but he was already flying with joy in his heart. The two of them checked one by one along the avenue, and from the dust and spider webs in the house, it seemed that they had been away for a long time. When the two finally came to the only big blue brick house in the village, they were stunned as soon as they entered. Lu Yao saw a person hanging on the beam in the living room. Or more precisely, a skeleton. The flesh on the body was removed very cleanly. Even the face was not spared. And there was more than one person. And most of them were children. Bai Mayu immediately moved sideways to block Lu Yao's sight, and pulled her out in a hurry. Seeing this, Bai Mayu's face turned as black as ink, and his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. This bunch of beasts actually did such a thing that is intolerable by heaven. He didn't expect that the disaster had become so serious, even cannibalism had occurred. At this moment, Lu Yao's face was pale. Whether in the end of the world or here, she had heard a lot of such cannibalism, and even stopped one not long ago. But this was the first time she faced it head-on. She didn't expect that a person could be so bad, and even lost the most basic bottom line of being a human being. This beast is not even worthy of being a human being, Lu Yao thought angrily. Bai Mayu looked at Lu Yao's pale face and said distressfully, don't wander around casually in the future. If you want to find something, just call Moe and the others. Lu Yao looked up at Bai Mayu with resentment. If you don't tell her, she won't come out to wander around next time. She didn't know this time. Lu Yao hummed and left here first. She felt scared if she stayed here for one more second. It seems that these people have just left for 2 days. Go back and take care of Xiaoxian and tell him not to run around. I suspect they are active in the nearby area and will come back at any time. Bai Mayu followed Lu Yao and warned. Lu Yao listened to his words and quickened her pace. Xiaoxian was her only relative in the world. He must not get into trouble. Although Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 were following her, she still couldn't help but worry. Chapter 50 Kill Without Mercy. After returning, Lu Yao saw Xiaoxian sitting on the hay and chatting with Wu Junrui. The little guy didn't know what he heard, but he laughed happily. Seeing this, Lu Yao's heart was finally at ease. Lu Yao couldn't help shivering all over after relaxing, and she felt very uncomfortable. She had killed people before, whether in the end of the world, or when she came here, she had killed a lot of people. But human flesh. She didn't know, and couldn't imagine in what kind of environment a person would be so willing to do that. Don't they have parents? Brothers and sisters? Or children? Bai Mayu was always paying attention to Lu Yao's situation. Seeing this, he gently hugged the trembling girl and patted her back with heartache. He knew that she must have been scared today. It was all his fault that he didn't pull her away from there faster, letting her see things she shouldn't have seen. Those damn people. If he met them again, he would make them never see the light of day. Sister, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yao. What's wrong? Xiao Xian and Wu Junrui saw this and hurried over to ask. Lu Yao calmed down, then raised her head and said embarrassedly, Big sister is fine. Just a little dizzy just now. Fortunately your brother Yu held me up. Thank you. Brother Yu. After Xiao Xian thanked her, he took Big Sister to a cool place to rest. Big Sister must be too tired. That's why she is like this. She needs to rest more. It was the same when she was tired and didn't eat at home before. And she would be fine after a night's rest. After they left, Wu Junrui put away his smiling face and asked coldly, What happened? He was not Xiao Xian. He knew that something was wrong when these two people saw it. And they must have encountered something. Hearing Wu Junrui's words, Bai Mayu glanced at him and told him what they had just seen. He told him very clearly, even describing how the bone residue was placed. Bai Mayu would never admit that he did it on purpose. Good brothers should share hardships. And happiness is better shared than happiness alone. Wu Junrui stepped back in shock after hearing this. He didn't expect that there would be people in the world who were so perverted as to eat human flesh. Ugh! Wu Junrui suddenly retched, and his whole body was shaky. Bai Mayu quickly supported him and said, Don't think about it. When Moe and the others saw this situation, they all had some vague guesses in their hearts, but no one dared to be sure, and they didn't ask. The young master would tell them what they should know. Sure enough, after a while, Bai Mayu said in a deep voice, Everyone should concentrate tonight, don't be too scattered, leave for people to take turns to guard at night. Everyone should be alert. Yes, young master. Moe and the others said in unison. Although they all have martial arts, there are 5 wolves, but they don't know the number of the opponent, and they are afraid that they will attack the lone person, and then, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, which will be troublesome. Moe took the order, and quickly took a knife, and called a few people to walk around. Then everyone. Some rested, some kept watch, and said nothing about what they had just discovered, because judging from the situation, there would be a lot of such things on the way, and they had to adapt to it in advance. Lu Yao sat on the hay, still unable to adapt. But it was obviously much better than before. In the end times, those broken bodies, internal organs, and so on can be seen everywhere. But they were killed by zombies after all, which was unavoidable. But now it is man-made, that is a living person. How could those people have the heart to do that? On the other side, cousin, be alert at night, maybe they are active nearby. It looked at some of the bones, and they were quite fresh. The group of people either just left, or were nearby. Wu Junrui nodded. In this chaotic world, anything can happen. You must get up early, and leave here tomorrow morning. At some point, when everyone was sleeping in a daze, they were suddenly awakened by the howling of wolves. The night watchmen were also shouting, Someone's here. Get up quickly. Protect the young master. Lu Yao hurriedly got up, and immediately sent Xiao Xian into the space. As soon as she sent Xiao Xian in, Bai Mayu and Wu Junrui came over. Lu Yao stood there, and saw dozens of people holding torches coming over here. There were men and women among them, and everyone was holding kitchen knives, hoes, sickles and other tools. If it weren't for the red light in their eyes, they would look like ordinary people in their clothes. But they were indeed ordinary people. But that was before the drought. Now they are just a group of beasts worse than pigs and dogs. The man in the lead, who was tall and strong, was holding a butcher knife in his hand. Seeing that Moe and the others were all holding knives, he had some tricks in mind, but his desire overcame his fear. It was not easy to meet so many people at once, and they all looked delicate and tender, so they must taste good. If you miss it, you don't know when you can meet such good stuff next time. These people gathered from all directions, and they didn't stay long in each place, sometimes 3 to 5 days, sometimes 10 days or half a month. It all depended on the people they met. I was planning to leave tomorrow, but it seems that I can stay here. The man said fiercely, Put down your weapons, or I will make you live a life worse than death. Lu Yao narrowed her eyes, and a dagger appeared in her hand. Bai Mayu was not surprised, but said softly, Don't use magic. I'm here. Lu Yao was relieved to hear his words, and just as she was about to speak, she heard him. Moe, young master, kill without mercy. Not a single one will be spared. Yes. He believed that none of the people present were innocent, and people were divided into groups, and things were gathered together. Moe and the others rushed out as ordered. The Wolf King and the others also wanted to rush out, but were stopped by Mayu. The leading man hadn't reacted yet, but he felt a chill on his neck, like a gust of wind blowing. Instantly, a stream of blood spurted out from the man's neck. The man covered his neck, his body shook, and fell to the ground with an incredible look on his face. The rest of the people looked at Moe and the others with fear on their faces. He was the most powerful among them, and he couldn't beat him. Then what about them? Lu Yao saw some people quietly retreating, some kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, and a small man, sucking the blood flowing from the man's neck. Lu Yao and Wu Juanrui vomited first. That scene was too horrifying. Moe was a little dazed when he saw the people running away. He was also shocked by the scene just now. Bai Mayu frowned when he saw it, and then said lightly, "Kill without mercy." Moe and others heard their master's dissatisfied voice, and they picked up their knives and killed them one by one. These beasts were helpless civilians before the evil. If they met a real martial artist, they would have no chance of winning. So in less than a quarter of an hour, they were cleaned up by Moe and others. Although Lu Yao was blocked by Bai Mayu, she was very familiar with the sound of puffing. Puffing, like cutting watermelon. Chapter 51 Washing. Lu Yao didn't expect that. These beasts had a lot of valuables on them. When Moe put the silver and some gold and silver jewelry in front of her, she was stunned. She didn't expect that these ragged people would have so much silver on them. "Isn't it heavy?" Moe said that there were more than 900 taels of silver alone, not counting the gold and silver jewelry. "I don't know how much these beasts spent to collect so much money. It must be a lot. Otherwise it would be impossible to collect so much." Lu Yao planned to keep the silver and pawn the gold and silver jewelry for silver after arriving in the capital. Although some of these things looked okay, she would never wear them, as they were too disgusting. She didn't want to see these things every day in the future and think of what happened today. She would go crazy if she did. Lu Yao also planned to exchange the silver notes that Bai Mayu left with her for silver or gold. In this famine, these were universal. But silver notes were not necessarily. Anyway, she has plenty of places to put it. Even if she gets a few more mountains of gold and silver, she won't have much time to spare. Speaking of Bai Mayu, this guy is really rich. Lu Yao roughly calculated the stack of silver notes, which is about 50,000 taels. And there are also a lot of gold beans. I don't know how this guy hides it. He is not afraid of being robbed. If so, he will be in great pain. Wu Juanrui originally wanted to put it with her, saying that it is safe. But Bai Mayu refused with firm words, saying that he is the boss. And Lu Yao has been in charge of everyone's food and drink during this period. So it is natural for him to put his money with her. But Wu Juanrui wanted to release it, which was not clear. He said that brothers should settle accounts clearly. It was better to keep the money by oneself. Lu Yao was almost amused by his logical thinking. How could you calculate it like this? No matter how much you eat and drink, you can't spend so much money. Besides, she, the owner, didn't say anything. But he just kept talking. She thought this man had bad intentions. She thought she was really a child. She couldn't see his little tricks. It's just that he didn't say it clearly, so she didn't want to say anything. Do you really think she is stupid? What Lu Yao did not expect was that these people actually had salt on them, wrapped in oil paper, showing its preciousness. Now all the prefectures refuse to open the city gates, these daily seasonings, even if you have money. There is no place to buy them. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are comparable to gold. Otherwise, these beasts would have spent the money to live freely. Why would they wait until now to die here? Although this amount of salt is not much, it also solved their urgent needs. In the end, Lu Yao did not take the pots, pans, and knives. Although she also needed those things urgently, she was afraid that she would have nightmares at night if she used them. At the same time, she could not open her mouth, because who knows what they cooked in that pot. After putting the things into the space, the group planned to leave at night. They couldn't sleep here anyway, and it wasn't far from dawn. As for Xiaoxian, Lu Yao planned to take him out after dawn. She didn't know if the little guy was scared when she suddenly sent him in. They walked in the dark for about half an hour, which was more than an hour according to modern calculations. Finally, everyone saw the dawn, extinguished the torches, lit the fire, and planned to cook. The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. No one can stop her from eating. Lu Yao put out some meat and vegetables. Mo12 took them swiftly. And the next thing, Lu Yao didn't need to worry about it at all. Just wait for the meal. But she planned to make the soup herself. She went to the space to pick up the depressed Xiaoxian. But the little guy seemed to be still angry. Lu Yao coaxed him for a long time. And finally, after various assurances, the little guy forgave her. Lu Yao pursed her lips and thought, is it easy for her to be both a father and a mother? Is it easy for me? Ah! Let's cook. There is nothing that can't be solved by eating a meal. And if not, 2 meals will do. Finally, Lu Yao took out a small bag of salt from the space, which was about half a pound. She held it carefully, tears welling up in her eyes, thinking, I can finally eat food with salt. It's not easy. It's too hard. Lu Yao sighed in her heart. My life has reached a new level. And I finally didn't lose face as a time-traveling girl. While rinsing the pot with water, she hummed a magical song from her previous life. Wash. Wash. Wash wash. Wash. Wash, please give me back what you took from me. Spit out what you ate from me. The records in the twinkling red star. La 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 la. La. La 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 la. Lu Yao hummed a little tune and made the broth. At this moment, she completely let herself go. Xiaoxian ran over when he heard the singing, looking at his elder sister with admiration. After the fall, his elder sister became so powerful. She could do everything, and even sing such a beautiful song. But compared to the elder sister before, he liked the elder sister like this, so that no one dared to bully him. Bai Mayu was also very happy to see such a girl. But this song was a bit magical. Look! The big and small people beside him were already humming along. Lu Yao laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. Bai Mayu was also very cold. His cousin was really talented. Just when everyone was having a great time, Mo12 called for food. Salt was added to the food today, which made it taste better. Everyone was eating with oil dripping from their mouths. Xiaoxian even used both hands, chewing while saying delicious. Delicious. Xiaoxian had eaten several pieces in a row, almost enough for 2 meals. Seeing this, Lu Yao said softly, Xiaoxian, you can't eat any more. If you eat more, you'll have a stomachache. You've already eaten several pieces. I'll save the rest for you. Eat on the way. Okay? Xiaoxian licked the oil on his hands and said obediently, I know, big sister. Although he still wanted to eat, he seemed to be full again. He washed his hands and touched them. They were much rounder than usual. After eating and drinking, everyone lay there and didn't want to move. Bai Mayu looked at the brother and sister, thought for a while and said, Girl, from today on, let Xiaoxian learn a few moves from me. This way, if you have to go out for something, you don't have to worry too much. He also has self-defense skills. Lu Yao also thought it was feasible. The few moves she taught him. When he grows up, he can deal with a few people. But if he meets a real martial artist, he won't be able to do it. So he turned around and wanted to ask Xiaoxuan's opinion. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, Xiaoxian raised his greasy little hand and said, I am willing. I am willing. I want to learn to be as powerful as Brother Rui. Help my elder sister fight bad guys, so that no one dares to bully us. Chapter 52 Martial Arts Practice. After Bai Mayu's narration, Lu Yao finally got a general understanding of this world. The place she came from is called Daxia Kingdom, which she knew when she came here. There are now 9 prefectures and 18 states under the jurisdiction of Daxia Kingdom. The prefecture here is almost equivalent to the modern province, and the state is equivalent to the city. But they are completely unrelated. If a state is properly managed, it can also be promoted to a prefecture. And they are still in Yongning Prefecture. Lu Yao didn't expect that. She had been walking for 3 or 4 months, and she didn't even leave a prefecture city. Alas! Lu Yao sighed heavily. Everything in the ancient times was good. Everything was pure natural and pollution-free green food. But Lu Yao really couldn't accept this low-carbon travel. It was a waste of time, and it also damaged her shoes. The shoes she was wearing couldn't even be called shoes. They were almost broken. Lu Yao looked down at the dusty and bumpy official road. If she was given a carriage now, she probably wouldn't dare to get on it. Not to mention anything else. She would probably have to vomit out everything she ate. If it's sunny like now, it's fine. If it rains, it's not much different from walking in a paddy field. Don't old people often say that? If you want to be rich, you must first build roads. Lu Yao thinks this sentence is absolutely correct. And Bai Mayu and his friends practice a kind of martial arts called Xiantian Gong. This kind of martial arts can generally be learned by anyone with some ability and power. It is completely open, but how far you can practice depends on your ability. Lu Yao searched all of Yuanxing's memories, but could not find any memory of this Xiantian Gong. I don't know if the original owner was too young to know, or if it was because they were too secluded, or if this openness was only for the nobles. According to Bai Mayu, if you want to practice Xiantian Gong, you must first draw qi into your body, commonly known as the qi training period. Xiantian Gong is divided into 3 major steps: qi training, acquired, and innate, and finally the Grandmaster. The first 3 major steps are further divided into 1 to 9 small levels, and the Grandmaster is divided into the initial stage, the middle stage, and the perfect stage. It is said that so far, this method has been practiced for hundreds of years, but there has never been a Grandmaster. There is a gap between acquired and innate. When reaching the Grandmaster level, a person can live at least 120 years. This is a miracle for ancient people who rarely reach 60 years old. The most powerful person in the world is the current emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom, who is 86 years old now. He has cultivated to the 6th level of innate. But I heard that it has reached the most critical moment. If he does not break through, he will only live for 2 years. So now he is squeezing people's money everywhere, in order to buy those rare treasures from various countries to break through. As a result, people are now complaining. Wu Jiurui is now at the 8th level of qi training, while Moe and Moer are at the 6th level, and the others are between the 3rd and 5th levels of qi training, and he is considered to be gifted, and is now at the 7th level of acquired qi training. At first, Lu Yao understood it well, and could accept it, but in the end, Lu Yao's mouth never closed again. Damn it, is she wearing a farming martial arts? Or cultivation? But after listening to the end, Lu Yao probably knew that the qi he was talking about should be the internal strength shown on TV, but is it necessary to distinguish so clearly? And qi training, acquired, innate, she thought she had traveled to the world of cultivation. She said, if it was cultivation, how could they mistake her ability for magic? It was impossible. However, she did not plan to practice that martial arts. It was enough for her to have the ability. Although the effect of her cultivation was not good, as long as she continued to work hard, she believed it would still be effective. Thinking of this, Lu Yao stood up from the ground and said, okay, Xiaoxian has learned it. Ahem. This roar was not a big deal, but it hurt Bai Mayu, who was drinking water. Cough cough. Cough. Bai Mayu found that this girl was born to be his nemesis. Now if Wu Jiurui heard him like this, he would let him know why the flowers are so red. Also, girl, your reaction arc is a bit too long. What have you been thinking about for such a long time? Didn't you see Xiaoxian was already practicing there? Lu Yao also realized the problem belatedly. She blushed and walked over to pat Bai Mayu, who was still coughing. Bai Mayu stretched out his hand to stop her action. This girl is quite strong. If he let her pat him, he would probably have internal bleeding. So he had to say, okay, put out the fire, and then cover it with soil. After that, he walked out first. It was dry, with dead branches and leaves everywhere, and there was not even a drop of water. If there was a fire, it would be impossible to put it out. Although there was some in the girl's space, it was just a drop in the bucket. Let's go! After Bai Mayu confirmed that there was no problem, he started to move forward. Lu Yao pulled Xiaoxian, followed behind Bai Mayu, and began to hum the unknown song again. But it sounds nice. The group of people walked forward without stopping. Lu Yao prepared water and some dried meat for everyone. They could solve hunger and thirst by walking. After walking for more than 4 hours, they stopped to rest for a while, and then continued on their way. It was just that the weather was really hot. It was the new year, and it was okay if there was no snow. Why did you still have the sun hanging there? Are you sick? Lu Yao wiped the big man on her forehead and cursed in her heart. Her face was a little red because of continuous walking, and it was even more rosy under the nourishment of the spiritual spring. Bai Mayu looked at the girl's rosy face and swallowed his saliva. Lu Yao heard the voice and thought he was hungry. She took out some dried meat and said, "You are hungry. Come, eat some dried meat first. We can't cook until the evening." This made Bai Mayu blush and feel uncomfortable. Puff! Wu Jiurui couldn't help it and said in his heart, "Xiao Yao. He doesn't want to eat meat." He threw a cold look at her and successfully stopped Wu Jiurui's gossiping heart. Moe and others who were waiting for the follow-up by the side with their ears stretched out also obediently closed their ears and continued to drink water and eat dried meat. Bai Mayu frowned. It seems that he seems to be too kind recently, Sui Ran said, after returning. The time to go to the back mountain will be doubled. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. This melon doesn't seem to be so delicious. So one by one raised his head and looked at Wu Junrui with resentment. Why are you looking at me? I am also a victim. Okay. Wu Junrui was furious. I just smiled. You don't have to. You are so stingy. Rest here. And set off tomorrow. You go to collect firewood. Wu Junrui. You go too. When Wu Junrui heard his name, he knew that this guy was angry and was taking revenge. Chapter 53. The direction is wrong. As soon as Lu Yao came out of the space, she heard Moe's loud and clear voice. Put the firewood here. And wait for Miss Lu to come out and collect it. We will set off. Be quick. Hey. Mo Ba. What are you doing? Are you hungry or something? You are limp like a woman. Lu Yao came out and saw the pile of firewood, and her mouth twitched. She was short of firewood, and now there were more people and more firewood was needed, but there was no need to get so much firewood every day. It looked like it should be at least 400 to 500 kilograms. Lu Yao sighed in her heart. There is still strength in numbers. No wonder those ancient people gave birth to a large group of children. They work fast. But they also eat a lot. She is almost going broke. However, Lu Yao did not say much. What's the big deal about firewood? She is happy to be relaxed in the future. She walked forward and waved her hand, and set all the firewood into the space. Although there are more days in the past few days, every time she puts things away, she makes these people stunned. Lu Yao called them back to their senses with a smile, and asked them to take out their bamboo tubes and fill them with water, so that they can drink when they are thirsty on the road. Of course, the Wolf King and his friends were not left out either. A large basin was taken out to fill with water for them to drink. The helpers had to be well fed. Otherwise, how could they help? Thinking of this, he touched the Wolf King's soft fur. This guy was becoming more and more humane and smart. Bai Mayu saw Lu Yao coming out and walked over. He looked forward and said, Let's set off quickly. Otherwise it will be even harder to walk when the sun gets brighter. But I'm so tired. I cut so much firewood yesterday. My hands and feet are all worn out. It would be great if there was a carriage now. Wu Junrui climbed up from the hay and said weakly, I saw you were doing well these past 2 days. How come you are like this now? Bai Mayu couldn't help teasing him when she saw him like this. Obviously she hadn't forgotten what happened yesterday. I'm not the only one who is tired, Xiao Yaoer, and the others must be tired too. He pointed at them, Moe and the others. He wouldn't say anything, they were so arrogant all day, they definitely wouldn't say they were tired. But what he didn't expect was, Lu Yao looked at him and laughed. I think it's okay, you can go. You dare to laugh at him. Just wait, you'll be in trouble. Xiaoxian added, I'm not tired either. My sister said that this can help me exercise and become as powerful as Brother Yu. Wu Junrui looked sad after hearing this, and made a gesture of stabbing his heart with a knife like a joker. Then he rolled his eyes and said, Didn't you say yesterday that you would become as powerful as me? Why did you change your mind today? This action made Xiaoxian laugh. Now Lu Yao finally understood why Xiaoxian was willing to stick to this joker all day long. Bai Mayu put away the water bag and said, Stop messing around. Let's go together, if we keep going like this. How long will it take to reach Kyoto? When Wu Junrui heard the word Kyoto, he immediately took a step forward and urged, Let's hurry up. I miss my big bed and braised pig's trotter so much. Seeing him like this, Lu Yao couldn't help but tease him. What's the matter? You think about food as soon as you hear about going back. Am I short of food or drink for you? Then from now on, we'd meet, and you drink soup? Humph! Wu Junrui turned his head and ignored him, pulling Xiaoxian away. I have Xiaoxian here. Why am I afraid you won't give me food? How childish. Wu Junrui thought secretly. He walked a few steps and looked back to see that they didn't move. He shouted, You guys hurry up. Why are you standing there like idiots? That, Prince Wu, you seem to be going the wrong way. Moe saw that no one spoke, so he had to remind them. Bai Mayu shook his head, pulled the maid and said, Girl, let's go, don't leave that big fool. Moe saw that their master had left, and he lowered his head and hurried to catch up, but his shrugging shoulders showed his master's mood at the moment. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Lu Yao couldn't help laughing first, she really couldn't hold it back any longer. This laughter seemed to have set off a chain reaction. After a while, the laughter became one and the same. Wu Jianrui, who was behind, blushed. It was really embarrassing. Even the little guy Xiaoxian started to laugh at him blatantly. When Xiaoxian saw Wu Jianrui's resentful eyes looking at him, he immediately covered his mouth with his little hand, indicating that he would not laugh anymore. What to do with his anger? Helpless, he had to pull Xiaoxian to catch up quickly. The sound of their footsteps was loud. Wow, they have made a difference. It seems that they have let out their anger. As they walked, the group checked everywhere. As long as there was food, they would not let it go. They would not refuse anyone. Because they were walking in the opposite direction of the people fleeing famine, and deliberately avoiding the crowd, they saw very few refugees. Sometimes, they saw them in groups of 3 or 2. When they saw such a large group of people holding knives, they ran 3 times faster than Lu Yao did at the beginning. Lu Yao shook her head. These people were so hungry that they were skin and bones. How could they still run so fast? Is it really as the book says, human potential is unlimited? After walking for half an hour, Xiaoxian chased after them from behind. Big sister. Big sister. I'm thirsty. Run slower. It's bumpy here. What if you get your skin broken? Lu Yao said as she handed him the bamboo tube. After he finished drinking, she gave him a smaller one, telling him to keep it safe and drink it himself when he was thirsty, so as not to run around and get tired. Xiaoxian nodded and agreed, and ran back to Wu Jianrui's side. The two chatted again. With so much to say, no wonder he was thirsty so soon. Lu Yao stared at Xiaoxian running away for a long time, and couldn't come back to her senses. It seems that I am just a wet nurse. I only think of her when I am hungry. Sad. I really don't know what's so good about Wu Jianrui. Isn't he just good at making people laugh? It's not like she can't do that. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Bai Mayu saw Lu Yao's sad look and jokingly crossed his arms. Go away. You are jealous. Lu Yao was a little embarrassed and said with a specious reason. Bai Mayu laughed out loud. Lu Yao rolled her eyes. What's so funny about this? Don't argue with people with such low sense of humor, or else I'll probably burst blood vessels from anger. Lu Yao would never admit that. She had lost this smiling Dai Shu, and his face was scary when he pulled it. Looking at the Wolf King who followed closely beside her, Lu Yao slapped her forehead. Why am I so stupid? The Wolf King was now nourished by the spiritual water, and he was bigger, looking taller than her, and very mighty and domineering. Now she was only about 50 or 60 pounds, and the Wolf King could easily carry her. Thinking of this, Lu Yao let it lie down, and sat on it, because she really couldn't climb up by standing. The Wolf King knew that it was bad when he saw this action. It was the Wolf King, but she was its master, so he could only carry her reluctantly. What else could he do? Sitting on the Wolf King's back, Lu Yao felt that the withered and yellow eyes looked much better. Looking at it this way, she even thought that the scenery was not bad. Xiaoxian behind him looked at his sister's actions, and his admiration rose to a higher level. He quickly found Wolf E and sat on it happily. Chapter 54 Eggs. Wu Jianrui and Moe stared at the siblings with their mouths open. They are so talented. They can do this. He turned his head and looked at his Wolf 10, wanting to see if he could do it. Wolf 10, you are tall and strong, I can't carry you, don't even think about it. While silently slowing down his pace, staying away from the current owner, woo, what if it wants to go back? Bai Mayu also looked at the girl's series of operations with amusement, but after seeing the pair of shoes on her feet, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. What kind of life did these two siblings live in the past? The clothes they wore when they first met, looking at the new and old scars on their hands, it made him feel distressed. But he knew that the girls didn't seem to want to talk about the past, so he would be doubly nice to her in the future. There's no need to mention Xiaoxian, the beneficiary over there. She was riding on the wolf's back basket, so happy that she almost flew up. Her elder sister was so smart. This way, she wouldn't have to walk so hard in the future. Ha. Lu Yao sat on the wolf's back as steady as a mountain, with her eyes straight ahead. In fact, she was already very happy in her heart, especially when she saw their envious and jealous looks. It was so cool, wasn't it? Looking at Xiaoxian on the wolf's back, grabbing the wolf's fur with one hand, and chewing the dried meat happily with the other hand, and Xiaoyor's proud little face, Wu Jianrui felt more and more upset. In the evening, the sun was setting. Lu Yao and his group found a forest to stop and rest, equipped to bury the pot and cook. The forest was illuminated by the afterglow of the sun, stained with a light layer of yellow, which was very beautiful. Mo12 brought his 4 new helpers, continued his barbecue business. There was no way to have enough pots, so they could only barbecue, while Moe led the rest of the people to continue to collect firewood and patrol. The 2 uncles and Xiao Xian sat aside to watch the fun. Lu Yao cut a little fat from the space, put it into the pot to boil out the oil, then poured the cut rabbit meat into small pieces and stir-fried it. After a while, the fragrance drifted in the forest. This caused a wave of saliva swallowing. Even the calm brother by Mayu could not escape swallowing today, his eyes drifting towards this side vaguely. The rabbit meat smelled tempting. Especially the rabbit meat with salt, which was even more tempting. The group of people had a particularly satisfying meal. And after the meal, they had a bowl of delicious wild vegetable soup. And they lived a happy life. Miss Lu, put the firewood over there. Remember to collect it later. Moe walked over and said. Lu Yao nodded after hearing this, indicating that she understood, and then thought for a while and said, Moe, don't call me old lady. Just call me Lu Yao, or Xiao Yao. Moe glanced at his master after hearing this. Bai Mayu saw him looking at him, and said calmly, just listen to the girl. Go down. Yes. Moe retreated respectfully. After eating and drinking, everyone went to practice their own skills. Of course, Lu Yao's practice was different from theirs. Half an hour later, Lu Yao opened her eyes, and it was obvious that the effect was still not good. No matter how she tried, it was like a snail, not moving a step for half a day. Lu Yao drank a sip of water, sighed, and continued to practice. The future is uncertain, and there will definitely be many dangers on the road ahead. Although some people are protected by wolves, their lives must be in their own hands, and it is urgent to strengthen their own strength. In the past, she thought that it was enough to use the supernatural power, but after seeing the strength of Bai Mayu and others, she felt that she still needed to work hard. However, it seems that there is no rush. Now she just needs to take a little time to practice. Anyway, this matter, even if you are in a hurry, it will not be rushed. So why waste time? Isn't it beautiful to see the scenery along the way? Oh! Lu Yao looked up and looked around. It seems a bit ugly now, and it is bare everywhere. Lu Yao was fine. She flashed into the space again. Looking at the clean stream and the bare hill, Lu Yao felt very depressed. When will she be able to eat the seafood she longed for? And those fruits? She probably won't be able to have her favorite durian in this life. It's sad to think about it. In her previous life, she exchanged one with a space ability user by chance, and she finally planted it. But in this life, transportation is not convenient. Where can she find subtropical fruits? There was no other way. In the end, Lu Yao could only go to the warehouse to clear out some supplies to divert her attention. The meat that was enough for her and Xiao Xian to eat for 2 years now only had half of it left. If they continued to produce like this, and there was no source, they could only last for 10 days or half a month. There was a lot of firewood, and there were still hundreds of kilograms of wild vegetables. Lu Yao had planted all the potatoes again, not a single one was left. If all these things were added together, if they were eaten freely, they would not last for a few days. Seeing this, Lu Yao rushed out of the space. When Bai Mayu and the others heard the news, they all looked very heavy-hearted, looking at the world full of withered yellow. It was not easy to find food and living things. Finally, they decided to send Mo Erwa and Mo Ursi into the space to cultivate the fields and grow vegetables to serve the farmers. And before they found food, each person would eat 1 pound of meat per day. Everyone had no objection to this decision. Compared with eating less, they would rather choose the latter. Fortunately, water was not restricted. If that didn't work, they could just eat some food. Lu Yao had no objection to this proposal. Even if Bai Mayu hadn't said it, she would have decided the same way. Now they could only pray to God for mercy, and for it to rain soon, so that everything could come back to life. Okay, it's already late. Let's take a rest. The next main task is to hurry on. Seeing that it was getting late, Bai Mayu hurriedly asked everyone to rest. Now that Yatu and Xiaoxian had mounts, they could speed up. Maybe they were lucky. Or maybe it was really God's mercy. On the 3rd day, when Moe went out to check the terrain, he actually brought back a pheasant. A live pheasant. Although it was skinny, it was alive, which was enough. Lu Yao was so happy holding the pheasant. She excitedly took it to the mountain in the space, and carefully transplanted some wild vegetables. She also called Ursi and Mo Airwood to circle a place with branches, so that it would be convenient to eat in the future, and it would be clean and easy to take care of. Lu Yao sometimes doubted whether her space was a half-finished product. Other people's spaces could automatically clean up garbage, but hers didn't. Everything was manual. But today, she was happy and didn't bother with it. She said it as if she could switch from manual to automatic transmission after some experience. Big sister, will we have a lot of eggs to eat soon? As soon as Lu Yao left the space, Xiao Xian couldn't wait to speak. When he thought about having eggs to eat soon, his saliva was about to flow out. He hadn't eaten eggs yet, and didn't know what they tasted like. He saw Grandma feeding Debeo before, and he smelled so good. Well, our Xiao Xian will have eggs to eat soon. Now he is too thin. When he gets fat, he will lay eggs. Lu Yao touched Xiao Xian's head. Although she didn't know how long it would take before he could eat them, she knew that eggs were an obsession for Xiao Xian, and she couldn't bear to break them. Chapter 55 River Clams. The next day, the Wolf King was limp. Seeing Lu Yao's signal, he took off his clothes obediently, and started his long ride that day. Lu Yao took a step and sat on it. She would not spoil it. She fed and drank it all day long, so she had to collect some interest. The Wolf King, but I am a wolf, not a horse. Woo 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 woo, I feel wronged. The Wolf King felt that his life was really bleak, and his future was worrying. The unsatisfied little emotion was uncontrollable, and covered his face. Lu Yao ignored him and said lightly, "Dinner snack." The Wolf King was instantly refreshed when he heard it, and his small steps were full of energy. Lu Yao thought, "You little brat. I can't control you anymore. And you still want to fight with me. Just go to bed. For a foodie, this trick is enough, and you won't have a chance to come up with a second trick." But she is not such a cruel master, isn't she? After walking for more than an hour, she reached out and patted the Wolf King's head and said, "Okay, let me get down and walk by myself for a while." After that, she took out a piece of fresh meat weighing about 2 kilograms from the space to reward it. Lu Yao wanted to let it know that only hard work can be rewarded, and if it works obediently, it will have meat to eat, so that it will be easier to use next time. The Wolf King, who didn't know the evil of human hearts, stopped, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at his master with gratitude. He lowered his head and ate heartily. Eating alone is delicious, especially when he sees the drooling ones beside him. It's even more delicious. See, my master still loves me. But in reality, Lu Yao came down and rubbed her buttocks, muttering, "It hurts so much. My feet are numb. It seems I need to make a foot pedal." Bai Mayu listened to the girl's words on the side, and turned back to look at the ignorant Wolf King with sympathy. I don't know whether it was a blessing or a curse for it to meet its owner, but looking at its grateful and complacent face, it should be happy. It walked and stopped like this, and 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. The villages and towns it encountered on the way became deserted places, especially at night, which looked gloomy and scary. If it was used to shoot those ghost movies, Lu Yao felt that it was particularly suitable, and the 50-cent special effects could be saved to buy a popsicle. Lu Yao would never admit that it was the shadow in her heart that was causing trouble. Not every woman in the end of the world is so strong. She is very timid, especially now that she has become smaller. Her courage has also shrunk. That day, they encountered a village again. This village does not look very big. It is backed by a mountain, and more importantly, there is a big river in front. But now, there is a severe drought. No rain has fallen, and the river has dried up. Although the riverbed is dry, Lu Yao still wants to go and have a look. Maybe a blind cat will meet a dead mouse. Bai Mayu saw Lu Yao walking towards the riverbed and said, "Girl, the river has dried up a long time ago. What are you going to do there?" "I'll just go take a look. You guys go to a cool place to rest first." Then he walked towards the middle of the river, where there was still some mud and it looked like it hadn't dried up yet. Maybe there were snails hiding in it. Bai Mayu followed her worriedly, and Xiao Xian followed behind her worriedly. And as a result, everyone went down to the riverbed. Once they reached the center of the river, everyone felt the softness of the mud, and it felt soft when they stepped on it. Lu Yao walked forward slowly, one step at a time. As she expected, she felt something hard under her feet after a few steps. Seeing this, Lu Yao showed a happy expression, and immediately took out a knife and squatted down to dig up the soil. When she held a river clam as big as an adult's palm, Lu Yao happily showed her little teeth and said, "This river clam is still alive." Bai Mayu and Wu Junrui didn't know what it was. But seeing that the girl was so happy, it must be edible. They didn't know. But Moe and Xiaoxian knew that although this river clam was not delicious, it was full of mud and fishy smell, and there was not much meat. But it's not inedible. If there's nothing to eat, you can eat it to satisfy your hunger. It's better than nothing. So without Lu Yao saying anything, everyone started looking for it excitedly. Soon, there were piles of river clams on the riverbed. Even Bai Mayu and Wu Junrui joined the search. These days, the girl was almost crazy looking for food. They saw it with their own eyes and felt pain in their hearts. So when they saw something edible, they didn't care about anything else and just started to work. Everyone didn't go ashore. They just walked up the riverbed. Bai Mayu and the others were looking in front, and Lu Yao followed behind to collect, and pick up the leeks by the way. They were very busy and happy. They kept on walking and picking until about 4 or 5 in the afternoon. When they left the riverbed reluctantly, Lu Yao was in a good mood today, humming a tune as she walked towards the farm. And even the shadow in her heart disappeared without a trace. Thinking of the delicious clam soup, Lu Yao couldn't help swallowing her saliva. It would be even more delicious if some lean meat could be added. However, she didn't have lean meat. But she had game, which Lu Yao thought would be good. It was just a pity that there were no onions, ginger, garlic, and other things to remove the fishy smell. Otherwise, I'll have a treat tonight. Bai Mayu, who was standing by, saw the greedy look of the girl, and couldn't help saying, "Girl, is this thing really that delicious? Of course. Take out the meat from the river clam. Wash it. Chop it up. Add onion, ginger, garlic, salt, and wine. Marinate for 1/4 of an hour. And cook it for 5 minutes after the soup is hot. Then sprinkle with chopped green onions, and drizzle with sesame oil." The taste. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva again. Gulp. Gulp. Wow. Why are you not walking around me? Xiaoyao. Is this river clam really that delicious? Sister, I want to eat it too. Looking at the two foodies, Lu Yao said helplessly, I can't eat it today. I have to wait for it to spit out the mud and sand inside. And I'll cook it for you 3 days later. Lu Yao thought, if it is kept in the space for 3 days, the taste should be better. And it must be good to roast it when the time comes. No, I have to look for it tomorrow. Otherwise it will be eaten up in a few days. Then the older ones will go, and the younger ones will stay. This way, we won't have to worry about not having food. Well, then we will eat in 3 days. Although Xiaoxian wanted to eat now, he nodded and answered obediently after hearing what his elder sister said. When they arrived at the manor, they randomly found a larger house nearby. Lu Yao looked around and saw that there was no one else. So she pulled everyone into the space twice. Today, everyone was busy looking for river clams. And they were covered in mud. They had to wash themselves. By the way, let them wash the mud off the clams on the shore in a bucket. And then throw them into the stream. Now that we have clams, fish and shrimps are not far away. It makes me happy just thinking about it. After taking a bath, Lu Yao did not send them out. After eating some dried meat, she let everyone find a place to sleep. We have to continue looking for clams tomorrow. When they heard that they had to look for clams tomorrow, and thought of the clam soup described by Lu Yao, everyone was in high spirits. If it was not dark, they would go out to look for it now. If Lu Yao knew their thoughts, she would definitely scold them, as a group of foodies. Lu Yao felt relieved and went to see the pheasant. Seeing that it was living there happily, she felt relieved. Chapter 56. Entering the city. As soon as the sun rose, the group of people ran to the riverbed with great vigor and enthusiasm, as if the delicious clam soup was waiting for them there. Bai Mayu didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this matter. He hadn't tasted it yet, but they looked like they had eaten it before. But the girl's description was indeed tempting. Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't seem to be slower than others. What a hypocritical guy. Lu Yao estimated yesterday's harvest, at least 300 or 400, plus today's 1,000. No less than a few. This much is enough. They can't eat this every day, but if they leave it here, they will die. Adhering to the principle of kindness, and seeing that it was still early, everyone, work harder, collect one more wave, and we'll call it a day. Lu Yao shouted loudly from behind. Bai Mayu turned around and glanced at the girl who was standing there talking without any pain in her waist, thinking, This job is really not for humans. It's more tiring than practicing martial arts. But seeing that the youngest Xiaoxian was still struggling, he felt embarrassed to take a break. The person who shared his feelings was Wu Jianrui, who stretched his back 100 times. He spent the whole afternoon looking for something, stopping and starting, pounding his waist and legs. Lu Yao was too lazy to say anything to him. The little guy worked all day, but he was not as delicate as him. Didn't you see Bai Mayu? He had never done it before. So how come he did it so well? If Bai Mayu knew about this, he would definitely laugh 3 times in his heart. He didn't expect that he would accidentally receive the praise from the girl. He might wake up laughing in his dreams at night. The sun sets, and the sky gradually darkens. Lu Yao waves her hand, and a group of people rush to the place where they rested yesterday. With these river clams, everyone has a good expectation for the future life again. With meat to eat. The next day, when she came out of the space, Lu Yao rubbed her body, and felt that she felt a lot cooler today. She didn't feel much when she came out yesterday. Could it be that the sky is going to make trouble? Calculating the time, it should be the first month of the year. Bai Mayu and the others also felt it, and they all looked uneasy. Lu Yao hurriedly sent Xiaoxian into the space. It was too cold. If he got sick, it would be terrible. Actually, she could have waited in the space until the weather got better before coming out. But she was short of everything now. Not to mention other things. She couldn't wait for salt. Besides, she didn't want to rely too much on the space. After all, people are social animals. Without people, she was afraid that she would go crazy. 10 days had passed in a blink of an eye. The weather was getting colder day by day. Lu Yao wanted to hide in the space like Xiaoxian. As a last resort, she took another piece of Bai Mayu's clothes and felt better. Everyone hurried, and finally they saw a city with people. Bai Mayu and Wu Jianrui from Winning City were not convenient to show up, fearing that there were assassins in the crowd. So Lu Yao took them and the Wolf King into the space, and only took him 12 and 13 to the city gate. There were many refugees outside the city, who had set up straw huts to stay here. They were big and small, and their eyes were bulging, which looked a bit scary. The city gate was closed, leaving only a small door for one person to pass through. If you want to enter the city, you have to pay 20 taels per person. Lu Yao took out 60 taels of silver with a painful heart. If she had known this, she would have come alone. It was all Bai Mayu's fault. He said it was unsafe, making her spend an extra 40 taels of silver in vain. There were no refugees in the city who were starving and had big heads and small bodies. They probably didn't have the money to enter. But the local officials and rich people were smart. They distributed porridge outside the city every day. Although there were only a few grains of food, they wouldn't be so hungry that they would rebel. Lu Yao guessed that there must be a spring in the city, and it was not small, otherwise there would be no water to help these refugees. But most of the shops were closed. Lu Yao looked at her feet and decided to buy shoes first. Thinking of the days of exposing her toes, Lu Yao made up her mind and bought about 20 pairs of shoes, big and small, which made the owner of the shoe store very happy. Then Lu Yao started a big sweep buying all kinds of household utensils, pots, bowls, spoons, ready-made clothes, cotton, sauce, vinegar, salt, oil, sugar. Nothing was left out. After a round of sweep, the 3 of them entered the alley, stored their things in the space, and swaggered towards the restaurant. As soon as they entered the restaurant, they ate as if they had never eaten before. Ordering, the 3 of them were eating with their mouths full of oil, and completely forgot about the group of people who wanted meat jerky in the space. As a result, when they paid the bill, Lu Yao was shocked. It was more than 20 taels. The restaurant owners were really cheating. She still remembered that in her previous life, before the end of the world, she worked in a hotel. For a stir-fried vegetable, the other party bought the meat for 68. They were simply profiteers. After eating and drinking, the 3 of them started buying again. Rice, noodles. This can't be less. But the price has increased several times according to 12. But it's okay. I don't have much else now, but I have a lot of money. I bought 500 to 600 kilograms of each in one go. After asking the seed store, the 3 of them rushed there again. This is the foundation of making a fortune, so we can't forget it. When they arrived at the store, the boss was so moved when he heard the quantity and variety. Since the drought, no one has been farming. Luckily, the weather is dry, otherwise it would have gone moldy. In the end, the boss didn't take out much, So Lu Yao waved her hand and took it all. After leaving the store, Lu Yao and the other two found an inn, planning to stay there for a few days, buy everything they needed, and buy more if they had already bought it, because she didn't have to carry it with her hands anyway. Lu Yao ordered about 20 dishes, and asked the waiter to deliver them to the room, and asked 12 to buy some cakes and other things, in short, to buy everything edible. She returned to the room, closed the door, asked 13 to guard outside, and hid in the space. As soon as she entered the space, the two foodies surrounded her and asked if there was anything to eat. Big sister, is it fun in the city? This was a more subtle question. Zayar, you're in the restaurant. Did you bring me anything to eat? This was obviously much more impolite. Yes. I asked the waiter to prepare it. He will come up soon. 12 has also gone out to buy food. When everyone heard that there was delicious food, they were all very happy. To be honest, they were all meat for every meal. And they were a little scared. Girl, are you okay outside? Did you encounter any trouble? Lu Yao looked up at Bai Mayu. Fortunately, someone remembered her. Otherwise, they were all foodies, and she would be very upset. Nothing. I just bought a lot of things. They are all in the warehouse. Well, it's good that there is nothing. We can stay for a few more days, and buy things slowly. Safety is important. Especially when putting things. You'd better buy a backpack tomorrow, and cover it with a piece of cloth. After listening to Bai Mayu's words, Lu Yao wanted to slap herself again. Why didn't she think of it? When the time comes, she can ask 12 and the others to carry them. And she can put her little hand in to take them away without anyone noticing. Seeing Lu Yao's annoyance, Bai Mayu reached out and touched her head, comforting her. You are still young. It is normal that you can't think of these things. Don't you still have me? It would have been better if he hadn't said this. But once he said it, Lu Yao felt even more upset and missed herself even more. She shouted in her heart, but my sister is already over 30 years old in both her lives. Chapter 57 Space Movement. A group of people who hadn't eaten staple food for a long time saw so many delicious foods all of a sudden and almost ate too much. Especially Xiaoxian, he didn't know where to put his chopsticks because he had never eaten anything before. In fact, Lu Yao couldn't name the dishes, but fortunately Bai Mayu was considerate, and he told her the name of each dish he put in her bowl. Seeing his skillful look, people who didn't know would think she was his adopted daughter. Seeing his considerate look, even Wu Juerui, who had lived with him for 15 years, felt jealous. Lu Yao also accepted everything. When someone picked up food for her, she was happy and relaxed. She didn't mind if someone was dirty. That didn't happen. She didn't care about that. However, the one with yellow teeth was another matter. She didn't dislike Bai Mayu. He was good-looking and pleasing to the eye. How could she dislike him? When Bai Mayu saw that the girl didn't dislike him using the chopsticks he had eaten with to pick up food for her, he was so happy that he almost flew away. After the meal, except for 12 and 13, who were guarding the door outside, everyone ate so much that their mouths were full of oil. They lay on the ground and couldn't get up. Xiaoxian was burping. He had never thought that one day he would be able to eat such delicious food with his elder sister and live such a good life. Since his elder sister hit her head, the good life was like a dream. After eating, running, drinking and resting for a while, Lu Yao asked everyone to get up and plant all the vegetable seeds they bought, especially the peppers, onions, ginger, garlic and other seasonings that she had been thinking about. Sweet potatoes, corn, earth, wheat and other staple foods are the top priority. Of course, vegetables and other things cannot be left out. Anyway, it is spring all year round in the space, and it is enough to have seeds. When these grow up, they won't have to worry about not having food. Tomorrow Lu Yao will have to get up early and go outside to see if there are any live animals or seafood to buy. As for staple food, vegetables are available. So how can meat be missing? Oh, and there are fruits after meals. But in this year, it is harder to find some fruits than to climb to the sky. If grains can't be grown, who will care about those fruits? Even the green vegetables. I didn't see many after walking around yesterday. Lu Yao sorted out the things she bought, then took a bath in the wooden house, changed into the clothes she bought today, and felt a lot more comfortable. Children wearing coats, she didn't want to experience this feeling again, so she bought a lot at once this time. There were coats for all ages. Not only her, Xiaoxian also bought a lot from head to toe. This way, even if they really encountered an irresistible disaster, they could hide in the space for a while. Anyway, with Bai Mayu and the others accompanying them, she wouldn't feel lonely. After thinking about these things, Lu Yao hurried out of the space. After coming out, Lu Yao opened the window and looked at the sky that was usually full of stars with worry, but today, all the stars were gone. Long droughts will bring disasters. This is the saying summed up by the predecessors for thousands of years. However, this is not something that a child like her can control. All she can do now is to take good care of herself in Shaoxian. The next day, Lu Yao started her shopping mode again. But she was obviously smarter today. She knew to carry a backpack and carried 2 at a time. Lu Yao's first stop was the meat stall. Little girl, are you buying meat? It was just killed this morning. It's fresh. The boss saw people coming and shouted loudly. How much is this meat? That ones are 50 when more expensive, then ones are 38 when. When Lu Yao heard the price, she had never bought it before, but it must be several times more than usual. She didn't say anything, because of the weather, everyone has a hard time. With a wave of her hand, she took all of it. There were only 30 or 40 kilograms of meat in total, not enough for them to eat for a day. She was still busy, but there was only one meat stall, and there was no place to buy. But thinking about the bone soup, braised spare ribs, braised pork, twice cooked pork, Lu Yao couldn't help drooling just thinking about it. 12 and 13, who were standing nearby, saw Xiao like this, and knew that she must have thought of something delicious again. They all swallowed their saliva unconsciously. When the pork owner heard that they wanted all of them, he was busy packing them up, as if he was afraid that Lu Yao would regret it the next second. His movements were so quick that even 12, who was standing nearby, was amazed. Lu Yao bought as she walked. But the basket was never full. She didn't miss any chickens or ducks. But unfortunately, this place was not near the sea, so there was no need to think about seafood. And she didn't even see a single freshwater fish. Seeing the delicious scallion pancakes, Lu Yao generously bought all of them, and ordered 300 to come and pick up in the afternoon. In short, she planned to buy, and leave the city overnight after getting the scallion pancakes. This was such a big shopping event for her. And if someone was interested, it would definitely attract attention. So it was better to leave as soon as possible. Anyway, she had bought the necessary things, and there was no rush for other things. As for those necessities, Lu Yao bought some from several stores, just in case, especially food. She didn't miss anything edible. If she wasn't afraid of attracting attention, she would have wanted to move all the shops, seeing that they had bought almost everything. Lu Yao took 12 and 13 with her and took the cakes and left the city directly. When the refugees saw someone coming out, they looked at them eagerly, hoping to get some charity. But Lu Yao knew that she couldn't be soft-hearted. Otherwise, none of the 3 of them would be able to leave this place today. Fortunately, before leaving, Lu Yao put the 2 backpacks into the space in a deserted place. Otherwise, these people might have snatched them. 12 and 13 followed Lu Yao closely, fearing that something might go wrong. Looking at the refugees who gathered around, she finally understood what Bai Mayu meant by unsafe. These people were really scary. After they walked out, they realized that their backs were already wet. But they finally escaped without any danger. However, looking at the corpses in the woods, Lu Yao and the other 2 were shocked again. Didn't the government deal with these corpses? Looking at the piles of corpses, the whole forest was like hell on earth. Some of them did not die of natural causes. It seems that the group of people do not deserve their sympathy. Maybe there are some good people among them, but in such an environment, good people will not live long. Lu Yao and 12-13 hurriedly left the woods and walked towards the north. Although she bought what she wanted, Lu Yao's mood did not improve much. She felt that Kyoto was not so easy to reach. Apart from other things, the opponents of Bai Mayu's group would not let them reach Kyoto safely so easily. And the closer to Kyoto, the more dangers there are. This is Lu Yao's intuition. There must be many dangers waiting for them ahead. At this moment, Lu Yao regretted her decision. Power means more things to do, and more things will bring troubles. She ignored this point at the beginning. It seems that even after arriving in Kyoto, her life will not be much guaranteed. Bai Mayu can't accompany her all the time for the rest of her life. Then should she go to the capital with him? It seems that her space was exposed a little too early. Otherwise she would not be hesitating here. Chapter 58 Coma. Alas! Lu Yao sighed heavily. Now that they knew about the existence of the space, It was impossible for them to leave. But after living together for so long, she was reluctant to kill them. Also, she might not be able to beat them. It was a bit inhumane to lock them all in this space. After all, they had lived together for so long. So it seemed that they could only take one step at a time and live well in the present. Lu Yao led 12 and 13, trying to walk to a place with more trees. Half an hour later, found that no one was following them. She led them into the space in a flash. Seeing Xiaoxian flying over, Lu Yao smiled and put aside the tangle in her heart. Big sister, you are back? I missed you so much. Xiaoxian hugged Lu Yao and said coquettishly, while his big eyes looked behind 12-13. If Lu Yao couldn't see his purpose, she would be blind. She nodded his head unhappily and said, I think you missed the things I brought back. Not me. Xiaoxian saw that the matter was exposed, and didn't think, sticking out his tongue and said, I miss food. But I miss big sister even more. After saying that, he looked at Lu Yao eagerly. Okay. Big sister is just teasing you. Take it. As she said that, she took out a few candies from behind her. The little girl was very happy and smiled. She took the candies happily, and showed off to Wu Jianrui. She knew that having milk does not necessarily mean being the mother. She could tell from the little girl's performance. Girl, what's wrong? Bai Mayu saw Xiaoxian leave, and walked up to her with concern. He saw the girl as soon as she came in, and he also saw the unswerving expression on her face. Lu Yao did not expect Bai Mayu to be so attentive. He could even see her slight unhappiness. Oh, it's nothing. I was just a little scared when I left the city just now. Lu Yao laughed. Although Bai Mayu knew that she didn't tell the truth. Since the girl didn't want to say it, he wouldn't force her. Are you hungry? I'll make you something delicious. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Lu Yao quickly changed the subject. Yeah, a little? Then I'll make it for you. Then she left in a hurry. Before, she didn't have the conditions on the road of fleeing famine. But now she has everything. Of course she wants to show her skills. She didn't work in a hotel for nothing. There wasn't much work, but she was good at cooking. This time Lu Yao bought some green bricks, and asked them to build a stove not far from the wooden house yesterday. It was just right for today. First, Lu Yao cooked a big iron pot of rice, and then fried 3 dishes. 1 braised pork, 1 minced meat and wild vegetables, and 1 stir-fried rabbit meat. Each dish was very generous. And fortunately 12-13 was helping. Otherwise, with her size, she really couldn't do it. When the food was served on the table, Xiaoxian and Wu Jianrui, who had already smelled the fragrance, couldn't wait to surround it. Everyone sat at 2 separate tables. They sat at a small table with 4 people. And Moe and the other sat at a large table. Wow, big sister, this meat is so delicious. Try it. Xiaoxian ate a piece and exclaimed, and then he picked up a piece and put it in her bowl. It was soft, sticky and a little sweet, so delicious. Bai Mayu took a bite and his eyes lit up, especially the fried rabbit meat. Although it was spicy and delicious. It was really good. Wu Jianrui was too busy talking at this time. He couldn't help but reach out his chopsticks while laughing. He looked so funny. He was sweating profusely while eating, and he didn't even care about his image, which he usually cared about the most. Seeing his movements, Lu Yao hurriedly put a few chopsticks into Bai Mayu's bowl. If she didn't start, she was afraid that this guy would have nothing to eat. Finally, she couldn't help complaining. Eat quickly when you have something. Wait until others have finished eating, and you have no place to cry. Remember next time, eating is the most important thing. You have to be more active. You see, Xiaoxian is more promising than you. Look at him. 1 person can beat 2 of you. Bai Mayu lowered his head to eat the food that the maid picked up for him in the bowl. Listening to her babble, he felt very warm. Since his father passed away, no one has said this to him for a long time. Her girl is still the best. She knows how to care for him. It seems that he has to be slower next time, so that the girl will pick up food for him. This method is good. If Lu Yao knew what he was thinking, she would definitely slap him. What do you mean by your girl? Are we that kind of relationship, yours all the time? Suddenly, Lu Yao, who was eating, felt a sudden panic for no reason. Then, the space suddenly shook violently. Even the food on the table fell to the ground, and people fell all over the place. Lu Yao forced herself to stay dizzy, and quickly set everyone out of the space. After coming out, before everyone could come to their senses, Lu Yao fainted. Fortunately, She was caught by Mayu. Girl. Girl. Mayu hugged Lu Yao and trembled. At this moment, he was completely panicked, and his eyes were red. Xiao Yao, big sister, Xiao Xian, and Wu Junrui also held her hands tightly and called her. Xishuan's tears fell. No matter how sad they were, Lu Yao still lay in Bai Mayu's arms with her eyes closed, showing no sign of waking up. Bai Mayu picked up Lu Yao in a panic and ran towards Winning Mansion, but was stopped by Wu Junrui. Mayu, calm down. The city gate is already closed now. But what can I do? Girl? I can't wait. I must go. You take Xiaoxian here to wait for me. Me? Follow me. He rushed out immediately. Wu Junrui shook his head and followed helplessly. His cousin was now confused. He was so murderous and had a knife. It would be strange for people to open the door. Lu Yao was not really fainted. She could hear everything outside, including their conversation. To be honest, she was moved at this moment. Bai Mayu knew how dangerous it was to go to the capital city now. But he went there without hesitation. What does this mean? It means that he really cares about her. Lu Yao wanted to open her eyes and tell him that everything was fine. But the space had lost contact with her for some reason. And when the space moved, her head felt like it was being stabbed by needles. But now it was fine. Lu Yao tried her best to open her eyes. She didn't want everyone to lose their lives because of her. She heard Wu Junrui, Xiaoxian, and the others were following behind. So she couldn't let them get close to the capital city. She had a deep understanding of how terrible those refugees were. With such a large group of people, what if the officers and soldiers mistakenly thought they were going to rebel? Finally, God paid off those who worked hard. Bye Mayu. I'm fine. I'm not going to the capital. Bai Mayu, who was accelerating at full speed, suddenly heard the girl's voice. He felt like it was a heavenly sound, and he was greatly relieved. He also knew in his heart that the girl's fainting was probably related to the space movement she mentioned. Since she woke up, it meant that she was really gone. Wu Junrui and Xiaoxian also came over. They were so happy to see Lu Yao wake up. Seeing so many people, Lu Yao wanted to get down. But Bai Mayu didn't seem to hear her and just wouldn't let go. Lu Yao didn't have much strength at the moment, so he let him hold her if he wanted to. But she still couldn't get in touch with the space, which made Lu Yao a little panicked. She bought so many things, and all her belongings were in it. It's fine that she couldn't upgrade her superpowers, but now she couldn't even use the space. Is this the rhythm of killing her? Is she really her biological daughter? Chapter 59. The space has changed. Swoosh. After Lu Yao's 108th attempt, she finally entered the space. Looking at the space that had doubled in size, Lu Yao felt a little confused. It seemed that I hadn't done anything. Why did it suddenly change so much? This surprise came a little suddenly, making Lu Yao feel unrealistic. The hills became big hills, the streams became rivers, the land doubled in size, and the cabin became a 2-story building. What was going on? I didn't seem to have done anything out of the ordinary. I mobilized the power in my body. It was level 3, so what caused it to upgrade? Lu Yao racked her brains, but couldn't figure it out. Could it be another compensation for not being able to upgrade her ability? If there was any other reason, I seem to, probably, maybe I complained about it being a half-finished product these 2 days, then. Lu Yao hurriedly took the seed she'd bought last time and tried it. Haha. Watching the seeds fall to the right place one by one according to her wishes. Lu Yao laughed happily. I could plant whatever I wanted. I no longer had to do it myself. I no longer had to envy those time travelers who waved their hands. Ha ha ha. Thinking happily, she laughed again. After laughing, Lu Yao hurried to the small Western-style building again. Chui went in, and her eyes were almost dazzled. This was too luxurious. Marble floor, sofa, coffee table, large rice cooker, gas stove, range hood, oven, crystal chandelier. Everything was there. Looking at the bright lights, Lu Yao wanted to ask, where did you get the electricity? It wouldn't be from the earth, would it? How many wires would it take? Dang dang. Lu Yao ran to the second floor in one breath. Bathroom, toilet, Simmons bed, dressing table. What's going on? What's going on? Dang dang. Lu Yao ran downstairs again, went straight to the kitchen, pressed the gas switch, looked at the blue flames, and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. It's okay to have electricity. But you even got the gas. Oh my god, you are going too far. You really went too far this time. But I like it. It's okay even if it's a little too far. Bai Mayu, who was outside, looked at his empty arms, and was completely stunned. According to the situation these days, as long as the girl goes in, then everyone who has contact with her will follow. But what is the situation now? The girl went in, but they were left outside. Not only Bai Mayu was stunned, Wu Junrui and the others were even more confused, and Xiaoxian was even worse. The tears that had just dried were falling down again. He cried like a tearful kid. And he felt so sad. Wu Junrui pulled him into his arms and comforted him silently. The main reason was that he didn't know how to comfort a crying child. This was the first time in his life. It was just that the snot and tears were too bad to look at. They were all over him. Looking at his clothes, Wu Junrui thought, I will have to change into another set later. Although Xiaoxian stopped crying, he still looked listless. He was worried about his elder sister. He didn't know how she was doing. When he thought about the shaking in the space just now, as if it was about to fall, he was afraid that his elder sister would never come out again. When he thought of this, his eyes turned red, and tears began to fall again, which made the people around him feel distressed. Wu Junrui sighed, and now he could only wait patiently and comfort Xiaoxian at the same time. But he looked up at his cousin who didn't speak, and shook his head helplessly. Since the time when his aunt passed away, he had never seen his cousin show such a helpless and indifferent expression. Now he could only hope that Zayar could come out safely. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he would collapse. Bai Mayu just stared at his empty hands. In the past 15 years, he had never felt so useless as he did now. He watched the girl disappear from his sight. But he was powerless. He didn't know how his girl was doing now. Was she stable? Was she safe? When Moe saw his master like this, he felt that he might not be able to leave for a while. And it was impossible to leave in the middle of the night. So he took the other brothers to quietly pick up some firewood around and light the fire. Otherwise, when Xiaoyao was fine, they would catch a cold first. It would not be Xiaoyao who would be in trouble. After getting along with them for these days, they really regarded the two siblings as their own brothers and sisters. If it weren't for Xiaoyao, they would have died long ago. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they wouldn't have lived so comfortably. Come here, Xiaoxian. Brother Rui will hold you to sleep. Seeing the fire start, Wu Junrui pulled the drooping Xiaoxian and said, Don't worry. Your elder sister will be fine. You can see her when you wake up. Really? Yes. When has Brother Rui ever lied to you? Wu Junrui raised his hand and swore, which made Xiaoxian smile a little. Lu Yao in the space didn't know that people outside were worried about her. She was completely overwhelmed by the changes in this space. She touched this, looked at that. Just like Grandma Lu going to the city. She was curious about everything. Looking at the small Western-style building, Lu Yao sighed. Even before the end of the world, she had never lived in such a good house for a day. And she had never seen it, except on TV. When Lu Yao fried a few dishes on the gas stove, steamed a large pot of rice, and prepared to call Xiaoxian and others to eat, she remembered that Xiaoxian and others did not come in with her, and were still outside. After slapping herself hard on the forehead, Lu Yao turned off the fire and quickly left the space. As soon as she left the space, she saw that they all looked sad, and she knew that things had gotten serious this time. Especially when she saw Bai Mayu's inky face. Bai Mayu, although Lu Yao had some concerns about Bai Mayu, she still spoke softly. Bai Mayu lowered his head, and suddenly heard the girl's voice in his ears, thinking that he was hallucinating. Bai Mayu Lu Yao saw that Bai Mayu didn't hear her, and called out again. Bai Mayu heard this sound clearly. He suddenly raised his head, pulled Lu Yao into his arms, and hugged her tightly, as if he was afraid that she would run away. Ahem. Lu Yao was a little breathless, and she reached out and patted Bai Mayu, who was shaking slightly. She was shouting in her heart, I'm still a child. I'm still a child. Pedophilia is not good. But Lu Yao may have forgotten that Bai Mayu is only 15 years old this year. Pedophilia does not exist at all. They are just premature love at most. If we use the calculation of ancient people, this is a normal phenomenon. Those who are early have married and had children. So girl, don't make any more meaningless struggles. Just bear it. Hearing Lu Yao's cough, Bai Mayu finally reacted, and was reluctant to let Lu Yao go. Chapter 60 can't get in. Bai Mayu let go of Lu Yao. He knew he was a little reckless, But when he saw the girl, he felt like he had lost something and found it again, so he couldn't help it. Luckily, everyone here is his own. Next time, he must control his emotions outside, otherwise it will have a bad impact on the girl. Another point is that he is afraid of scaring the girl. After all, she is still so young. If Lu Yao knew his thoughts, she would definitely say, "You still know that I am young? I thought you didn't know." Bai Mayu took a step back, looked at Lu Yao from front to back, left to right, and finally put his heart at ease. "Girl, is your space okay?" Hearing Bai Mayu's words, Wu Ju and Rui and Moe, who had been unable to step forward, surrounded her. They also wanted to know what was going on. It was indeed a bit scary inside, as if a dragon was turning over. Hearing the noise, Xiao Xian also woke up from his sleep. After seeing Lu Yao, he rushed over and hugged her tightly and refused to let go. After persuasion failed, Lu Yao could only let him hold her like this. She knew that she had really scared the little guy this time. She was Xu Xuan's only relative in the world. Forget about those old man Lu's family who eat people's bones and blood. I hope they will never see each other again. She had been in trouble one after another and disappeared. It was normal for the little guy to feel uneasy, so let him hold her. But Bai Mayu, who was standing next to him, frowned tightly when he saw it. It seems that after arriving in Kyoto, it is time to find a better academy for Xiao Xian. Otherwise he will always dominate the girl, and will not understand the meaning of gender separation, and the fact that 7-year-olds cannot sit at the same table. The more Bai Mayu thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was feasible. It should be handled as a top priority. Lu Yao, holding Xiao Xian, began to talk about the changes in her space. As a modern woman, the idea of gender separation was bullshit. How could you know that the other person was not good after just contacting him? Was it worth entrusting your life to? When talking about the small Western-style buildings and home appliances that appeared after the space change, everyone was amazed and wanted to go in and take a look. There are gas stoves and rice cookers in the world that can cook without burning firewood, and electric lights that can make the night as bright as day without candles, etc. Bai Mayu also expressed his interest in things he had never heard of. "Okay, Xiao Xian, I'll take you inside to eat something delicious." Lu Yao stretched out her hand and scratched the little guy's nose. When Xiao Xian heard that there was something delicious, he forgot everything, raised his head, and looked at his elder sister with eager eyes. "Really? Why would I lie to you?" As she said that, she pulled Xiao Xian, waved her hand. As a result, Lu Yao went in. Xiao Xian looked at himself holding his elder sister's hand, but there was no sign of his elder sister. His elder sister flashed and went in, but he was still outside. After being stunned for a moment, Xiao Xian cried again. Bai Mayu and the others also came back to their senses in Xiaoshuan's crying. Everyone looked at each other and saw panic and disbelief in each other's eyes. Now not only the people outside were confused, but also Lu Yao in the space was confused. What was going on? Why couldn't Xiao Xian and the others get in? Lu Yao didn't think too much, and quickly flashed out of the space. Then he pulled them to try more than 10 times. But still no one could get into the space. Lu Yao brought the Wolf King and the others out to try, but they were able to enter easily. In the end, Lu Yao gave up and accepted the fact that she was unwilling to accept. That is, from now on, no one except her can enter the space, but animals can. Is this because the time travel master is afraid that she will have an easy life and pass the test too easily? Does he want her to be like Tang Sung and go through 81 difficulties before she can achieve the right result? No. She has to live the life of a landlord? That's too bullying. She was just praising him, saying that she would never envy others again. But this was the rhythm of her getting slapped in the face. Girl, it's okay, as long as it can be used. If we can't go in, we can't go in. I think this is actually a good thing. Bai Mayu saw Lu Yao's dejected look and walked up to comfort her. Huh? Lu Yao was puzzled, looking up at Bai Mayu. How could not going in be a good thing? Why didn't she know? Bai Mayu saw the girl's confused look and knew that she didn't understand. So he smiled and explained, think about it. If we can go in, then we will become more and more dependent on the space. And whenever we encounter danger, we will think about hiding in the space. What if one day you are not around, and we are in danger again? What should we do? What do you think? Also, if we reduce the use of space, won't we also reduce the risk of exposure? When Lu Yao heard this, it was indeed true. Not to mention others. Isn't it the same for herself? Now, whenever something happens, the first thing she thinks of is to send Xiaoxian into the space, instead of taking him to face it together, or to solve the problem. What if one day, she has to go out for something, and Xiaoxian is used to relying on the space, and something happens? What will be the consequences? No one can predict it. If this continues, Xiaoxian may become a useless person. A person who has no responsibilities and hides behind him when encountering problems. Lu Yao was immediately scared by her own thoughts and broke into a cold sweat. She turned her head and looked at Xiaoxian, who was only 6 years old. He was still so young and had a strong plasticity. So at this moment, Lu Yao really felt that maybe it was a good thing that outsiders could not enter. Just as Bai Moyu said. After thinking it through, Lu Yao looked up and smiled gratefully at Bai Moyu. Turning around to look at Wu Jianrui and the others, Lu Yao decided to reward these lovely people who had been worried for her. Lu Yao found a relatively flat place, and with a wave of her hand, a large table of delicious food appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, everyone swallowed their saliva unconsciously. It's almost making the kids next door cry. Bai Moyu took a bite of spicy rabbit meat and put it in his mouth, making a rare joke. It's so delicious, Xiaoyor, I feel it's even better than what I made yesterday. Wu Jianrui also took a bite and put it in his mouth to chew. As he spoke, he gave Lu Yao a thumbs up. This taste is so good, it suits his taste very well. She didn't know if the kids next door were crying because of the envy, but she knew that Moe and the others were about to cry because of the envy. Seeing that none of them wanted to come to the table, Lu Yao reached out and pulled Bai Moyu, who was eating happily, and glanced at Moe and the others. There are not so many rules outside, let's eat together. After saying that, he continued to eat. It seems that I still have to let 12-13 cook outside in the future, and the girl can occasionally cook inside to satisfy his tooth. This meal is fine, because the girl is so happy. Chapter 61 I'm Still a Child. Lu Yao saw that everyone was eating happily, and she smiled happily. It seems that working in a restaurant is not bad otherwise. How could she make so many delicious dishes? Bai Moyu, who was eating with oil dripping from his mouth, suddenly raised his head, and saw the girl beside him with her eyes curved into crescents. He felt his heart skip a beat, and then it accelerated again. The thumping heartbeat was like the sound of a drum. Seeing that no one noticed his abnormality, Bai Moyu quickly lowered his head and continued to eat, to divert attention. Ahem. I just wasn't paying attention to my food. And choked. Bai Moyu. Drink some water. Lu Yao saw that Bai Moyu was eating so eagerly, and felt that he was conquered by the food she made. She was very touched for a moment, so she quickly got him a glass of water, and poured a glass for Xiaoxian as well. Thank you. Bai Moyu saw that the girl cared about him so much, and his mouth almost reached his ears, and then he stared at Lu Yao blankly. But only Lu Yao knew the truth, she just wanted to show her recognition of her cooking skills, that's all. What, did something get stuck on my face? Looking at Bai Moyu staring at his face, Lu Yao reached out and touched his face. If he ate the food on his face, it would be so embarrassing. Ahem, no, it's too beautiful. After saying that, he lowered his head. Ahem. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, cough sounded, and the sound of bamboo bowls falling to the ground became loud. Wu Jianrui and Moe didn't expect that the cousin of the master, who was called the Big Devil by his subordinates, would say such reckless words. Lu Yao also blushed at Bai Moyu's words. After rolling her eyes, she lowered her head and continued to eat her meal. Being praised for her good looks is indeed a pleasant thing. But I have said that she is still a child and does not understand these things. Really. She was so depressed. Lu Yao felt that this couldn't go on. They came here to escape famine, not to talk about love. After thinking for a while, he raised his fist and gestured in front of Bai Moyu, and said fiercely, Bai Moyu, before I turn 18, you can't have any improper thoughts about me, or I will beat you so hard that even your family won't recognize you. Do you hear me? I originally wanted to electrocute him, but then I thought the risk was too high, so I changed it to beating him, which is safer. Puff. Wu Jianrui couldn't help it, and the water he just drank all spurted out. If he remembered correctly, Xiao Yao had just turned 9 years old, so Bai Moyu would have to wait for 9 years, and it was still unknown whether he would succeed. Wu Jianrui looked up at Bai Moyu with sympathy. It seemed that his cousin's road to chasing his wife was a bit long, but who told him to look down on those daughters of aristocratic families, and to come over and like this little kid. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Yao. You are so talented. Moe and the others also blushed and tried to hold back their laughter. They didn't dare to laugh out loud like Wu Shizhi, otherwise they would die miserably. Losing a layer of skin is a small matter. I am afraid that I will be unable to get out of bed for 10 days or half a month. Bai Mayu doesn't care about these people. He is now completely immersed in the girl's consent. Girl, you mean it's okay after you turn 18? Right? Great, as long as you agree, I will wait as long as it takes. Lu Yao looked at Bai Mayu in confusion. When did she say she agreed to him? She just said that he couldn't have any improper thoughts about her before he turned 18, but she didn't say she agreed after he turned 18. What did I agree to? Lu Yao stood up and said angrily. You did agree. Wu Junrui and the others shouted in unison. Clean up the table. After saying that, he turned and entered the space. It was hard to care about these psychopaths. Lu Yao would never admit that she was a little aroused. And she was a little shy. Bai Mayu looked at the group of subordinates in front of him with a dark face. If he hadn't just said something human, he would have to punish them. Look! They scared all the girls away. Moe, it was obviously your words that scared people away, okay. How come they are the ones to blame in the end? But who told them that they have little influence if the boss says it is? Then it is. The key is that they dare not deny it, otherwise they will suffer in the end. Alas! A collective sigh, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Baby is feeling miserable. Mou, look, is it going to rain today? Wu Junrui looked up at the sky, and found that the sky that used to be full of stars, has only a few sparse stars these days, and the weather is getting colder day by day. I hope so. Moe. What do you want? Master? Moe stood there and bowed and asked. During this period, you should chop more firewood, just in case. Yes, he said and retreated, looking for firewood around by the light of the fire. Anyway, now that he had just eaten and couldn't sleep, it would be more comfortable to do some work. Well, it's time to prepare something. If it really rains heavily, then we won't be in a hurry. Also, I think we can build a wooden house or something like that, and put it in Shuyor's space, so that when it really rains, we will have a place to hide. After saying that, he carried the sleeping Xiaoxian, and went to rest aside. Wu Junrui felt that he was almost becoming a nani. Xiaoyar had completely thrown the little guy to him. Bai Mayu thought this suggestion was good, but none of them knew how to do it. Nor did they have the tools, which was a bit troublesome. They couldn't just bring anyone in, as there were too many secrets, and it was inconvenient. Besides, they couldn't find anyone in the wilderness. I hope the weather doesn't change too quickly, Bai Mayu said silently in his heart. Otherwise it would be a big problem. Now they couldn't enter the space. If they didn't find a place to hide when it rained, they would all be soaked. Lu Yao worked hard in the space for a long time, finally made 200 steamed buns, 100 baked cakes, and made some cookies for Xiaoxian as snacks. She was afraid that Wu Junrui would snatch Xiaoxuan's, so she made more. When Lu Yao finished these, and came out of the space, she found that it was already dawn, but maybe because she slept too late last night, she hadn't woken up yet. There was no way. Lu Yao came lightly, and left lightly. She was going to go in, and cook some millet porridge, so that when they woke up, they could eat it directly. While cooking porridge, Lu Yao also made some baked cakes and dried meat. Now with this oven, it is very convenient to make whatever you want. Moreover, it is a large size, so you can bake a lot at a time, and it is not very troublesome. Moreover, after putting the things in the warehouse, they will come out the same as they were in. When you want to eat them, you can just take them out directly, which is very convenient. After all, if it is not convenient to cook in the future, everyone can also eat a few bites secretly. Chapter 62 Changes in the Weather. Xiaoyur, I'm not full yet. Can you give me 2 more? Wu Junrui pecked his finger, said with a hint of reluctance. Lu Yao's mouth twitched slightly. You've eaten 8, and you're still not full. You must be the reincarnation of Zhu Beiji. Each of the steamed buns she made was the size of an adult's fist. Because of her special powers, her appetite was much bigger than that of ordinary people, but she was full after eating only 4. He didn't expect to see the skinny Wu Junrui eat 8, and still not be full. Could it be that he has a perfect body that looks thin when dressed and muscular when undressed? But he doesn't look like that. When Lu Yao was looking him up and down, someone suddenly spoke from behind her, which scared her. Well, I'm not full, but it's so delicious. It's soft and a little sweet. Bai Mayu commented after eating the steamed bun in his hand. Lu Yao thought to herself. Pigs breed together. Otherwise, how could these two become brothers? Sure enough, these two people have something in common, she said. How can two brothers with completely opposite personalities play together? Besides, how could the steamed bun not be delicious? She put a lot of sugar in it, so it was definitely better than those tasteless ones on the street. Big sister, I want one too. Seeing her big sister's fierce look, Xiaoxian said weakly, looking at the three people who looked at her pitifully. She shook her head. Especially the little guy. Lu Yao had no resistance to his eyes. There was no way. Lu Yao resigned herself to her fate, and gave each of them two more. The three people who didn't work were not full. Not to mention Mo Yi, and the people who worked. It seems that I bought too little food. But fortunately, the space has already planted it. Otherwise, I want to eat as much as I want. It's just that this meal of 10 big steamed buns and a bowl of porridge, she seems to be a little bit unable to afford it even if she has time to chat. They are all too hungry. Even Xiaoxian, since learning martial arts with him, his appetite has also been increasing. This meal, he also ate 3 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge, which is almost catching up with her. But being able to eat is a blessing. Didn't you see this little guy? His height has been increasing recently? If this continues, not only will his appetite catch up with her, but in her opinion, his height will also catch up. I eat a lot, too. So why can't I grow so fast? The body structure of boys and girls is really this big. It seems that I have to eat more in the future. Otherwise it will be a big loss if I don't grow taller. I was 1.6 meters tall in my previous life. And I can't get shorter and shorter. But thinking that she will have to raise a bunch of gluttons in the future, I feel scared. It's almost done. We still have to hurry after eating. Bai Mayu saw the girl's painful expression and said, Lu Yao coughed, almost be strangled by my own saliva, 10 buns, and a bowl of porridge. You say it is almost the same as me. Brother, you can't go to heaven. Lu Yao gave him a white eye, let him experience it slowly. I turned around and packed things. It is inconvenient to enter and exit in the future. You have to take 2 baskets to make 12 3-backs carrying, otherwise things will be changed out of thin air. It is strange not to scare people. Picking and picking for half an hour, everyone was finally ready to go. Sister. What's wrong with Xiaoxian? Water, our elder sister. Our water is not installed. Hearing Xushuan's words, Lu Yao patted his forehead. I forgot about this. Fortunately, Xiaoxian reminded him. Lu Yao patted the little guy's head as a reward, and took out a few biscuits from the space, letting him eat them when he was hungry on the way. Then he asked everyone to line up and fill their water bottles one by one. Xiaoxian looked at the dozen round biscuits in his hand. He had never seen this before. So he took one and put it in his mouth. It was crispy and sweet, and it seemed to have the taste of eggs. After taking a bite, the little guy was immediately conquered by the taste, and his eyes narrowed into a slit with joy. How is it? Is it delicious? Seeing how happy Xiaoxian was eating, Lu Yao knew that she had succeeded. She learned this by watching short videos in her spare time. She didn't expect to succeed in one try. It seems that she has a good talent. It's just a pity that the eggs she bought were all eaten by herself. If she wants to make it next time, she has to wait until the chickens in the space grow up. Luckily, she made a lot this time, about 5 pounds, enough for the little guy to eat for a while. But, Xiao Yao, this thing is so fragrant. It's better than any pastry I've ever eaten. How did you do it? Wu Junrui saw that Xiaoxian was eating so happily, and couldn't help but take a piece from him to taste it. She didn't expect it to be so delicious, and it was much better than those soft things made by the pastry chef at home. Lu Yao's mouth twitched again. They were all foodies. Seeing them all looking at her eagerly, she had no choice but to give each of them 2 pieces. After distributing the pieces, Lu Yao took the lead and left. She felt that if she stayed a little longer, her efforts of half a day might be gone in less than a day. After the girl left, Bai Mayu and a group of people followed obediently. There were about 30 people, except for the 2 children. They were all tall and strong, and they walked with a breeze. Lu Yao still released Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 to continue protecting Xiaoxian. After all, he would never be able to enter the space again, and he needed someone to protect him all the time. So these 2 had to get through it. Lu Yao did not release Wolf King, Wolf 9, and Wolf 10 either, because she was afraid that they would be too conspicuous and would be hated. Lu Yao felt that her group might be the most comfortable group of people who had fled from famine in history. They had food to eat, drinks to drink, and even snacks occasionally. Lu Yao was thinking about this and that, when she suddenly realized that the sun, which had just been high in the sky, was suddenly covered by thick clouds. Bai Mayu also looked at the sky that suddenly darkened and said, "Everyone hurry up, we have to find a place to stay quickly, I'm afraid the weather is really going to change." After hearing Bai Mayu's words, everyone quickened their pace. Time passed by minute, everyone was like a robot, even drinking water and eating, everyone was in a hurry. This is also thanks to Lu Yao's preparations, otherwise everyone would be hungry now. Bai Mayu planned to find a place to live, and have a good rest, otherwise the sky would have been holding back for more than a year. If it starts to rain, it will be troublesome. I don't know how long I have been rushing, and I can see that the sky is getting darker and darker, but I still can't find a suitable place. Bai Mayu, look, there is a village ahead. When everyone was anxious, Lu Yao, who had sharp eyes, found a dilapidated small village. After hearing Lu Yao's words, everyone felt relieved. And finally they were not afraid of being soaked. After they found a slightly better thatched house to live in, Lu Yao said with emotion, "Now, I feel much safer. Yes, as long as it doesn't rain endlessly, we will be safe." Bai Mayu said, "This village is too low-lying. If it rains for a few days, we are not afraid. But what if?" Chapter 63 Raining. Boom. A muffled thunder broke the quiet night, and also scared the little guy in his sleep. "Big sister? It's okay, big sister is here." "Yeah." After saying that, the little guy took Lu Yao's hand and snored into sleep again. "Is it really going to rain?" Lu Yao sat up, patted Xiaoshuan's back, looked outside in the light of the fire, and said worriedly, as long as she thought of the unattended corpses she saw along the way, and saw that it was going to rain, Lu Yao couldn't be happy in her heart. If it really doesn't stop, then something will happen. It's very likely. Now we just need to take care of ourselves. There's no point in thinking too much. Bai Mayu saw the girl's worried look, and stood up to comfort her. Now the royal family is not doing anything, and the government is not doing anything. It's useless for people like them to worry to death. He is most worried about his uncle's family. He doesn't know how they are doing. Now he just hopes that Kyoto is not as bad as he thinks. As for his nominal father, since he doesn't care about his life or death, why should he worry about him? Maybe, now they think he can't go back, maybe the whole family is celebrating. It was not his turn to come out for inspection this time. But his good father fell ill the moment he received the imperial edict, so he had to take his father to the battle. He knew that after he came out, in this period of refugees everywhere, it would be extremely dangerous, otherwise he wouldn't have pretended to be sick to avoid disaster. But he was still very determined to let him out. Even my uncle ignored me when he went to the emperor to plead for mercy, saying that he couldn't live up to the emperor's trust. In Bai Mayu's opinion, that was all bullshit. He just wanted his son to take his place legitimately. After all, he was not close to him, and his son was a recognized talent. So the result was obvious. He was abandoned by his father, just like throwing away garbage. Everyone said that even a tiger would not eat its own cubs. But why did it happen to him? Bai Mayu, are you okay? Lu Yao saw that he seemed a little abnormal, and asked worriedly. It's okay. I suddenly thought of something. Bai Mayu explained. Some things he should bear alone. Telling others would only make one more person sad and worried. Why bother? Besides, he has let it go now. His desire for love died when his mother died. But sometimes when he thinks about it, he is still a little affected. It's good that you are okay. Let's rest. Maybe we have to travel tomorrow. Seeing that Bai Mayu didn't want to say more, Lu Yao lay down and got into bed to rest. To be honest, even if she had superpowers, she felt exhausted after traveling all day. You go to sleep first. I'll stay for a while. Okay. Then, remember to rest early. After saying that, he closed his eyes, and soon he could hear the sound of even breathing. Master, you rest. I have arranged for people to take turns to watch over you. Emo saw his master looking outside, thinking that he was worried about the sudden rain, and that the thatched house would leak. So he stepped forward and said softly, Yeah. Bai Mayu responded, and also lay down. It's okay to close your eyes and rest if you can't sleep. As the maid said, maybe you have to travel tomorrow. Boom boom boom. In the sky, the thunder was getting louder and louder, but not a drop of rain fell. It was just thunder without rain. It's not raining. The next morning, Lu Yao walked out of the house, and saw the clean ground and said, There was such a big thunder last night, she thought it was going to rain. Seeing that they were not awake, Lu Yao flashed into the space to wash. When she came out, seeing that everyone was awake, Lu Yao took out a big table and a big basin, flour. She planned to take advantage of the early time, and ask everyone to make more steamed buns and cakes together, and then she would take them into steam and bake, which would be much faster. Kneading dough is considered a physical job for adults. Not to mention Lu Yao, who is still a child. She almost lost her life doing that yesterday. So she got smart today, and came to do the labor early in the morning. As expected, there is strength in numbers. In less than half an hour, she made more than double the amount that Lu Yao made yesterday. Lu Yao was like a spinning top, busy in the space and outside. But the result was still gratifying. It seems that this is the way to do it in the future. She can make the amount for many days in one day, which will make it much faster to make soup and stir-fry dishes. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Lu Yao looked at the sky, which showed no sign of rain, and frowned as she asked, "Bai Mayu, are we going to continue on our journey today? Let's go ahead. It doesn't look like the sky will rain for a while, and the terrain here is too low. If it rains hard, we'll have to find a new place, so we might as well find a better place before the rain comes." Bai Mayu thought for a moment, and said what he was thinking. "Well, I think it's okay, then let's set off quickly." Wu Junrui also thought this was the best way, so he urged, "Okay, let's go." He put out the fire with water, and then put all the things into the space. During the day, everyone should try to travel as much as possible. Xiaoxian, let Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 take turns to carry you. Girl, you should also release Wolf King and Wolf 9, and let them take turns to carry you. Before leaving, Bai Mayu arranged things again, so that they would not have to take care of Xiaoxian and Girl, and they could travel at full speed. Yes. He released Wolf King and Wolf 9. Then the group set off in a hurry. But maybe God really can't bear to see them live so well. Towards evening, the sky seemed to be pierced. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and heavy rain poured down, soaking everyone in a pool of water in an instant. Lu Yao quickly took out the oilcloth she had prepared from the space, and each person pulled a corner, so that everyone could hide underneath. The rain got heavier, and instantly filled up the small puddles on the road, and bean-sized raindrops fell on them, creating small water splashes. Seeing that the rain was blocked, Lu Yao quickly took out everyone's spare clothes, because she was afraid that everyone would catch a cold if they wore wet clothes. Girl, don't take it out yet. We need to find a high place to talk. Bai Mayu looked at the rain that was getting heavier and heavier, and hurriedly stopped the girl, who was taking out the clothes. According to the rain, there might be a flood. They had to find a high point quickly. Besides, there were dead bodies everywhere, and it was not safe to soak in the water. After hearing what Bai Mayu said, Lu Yao also thought of the importance of the problem. Okay, Xiao Yao, you quickly put away the oilcloth. Don't tear it when you go up the mountain. We can use it to build a shed later. Although Wu Junrui was usually careless, he was still very smart at the critical moment. So Lu Yao obediently put away the oilcloth quickly. Anyway, it was wet, so it didn't matter if it got wet for a while. Chapter 64, Soaked Like a Drowned Chicken. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Bai Mayu ordered Moe, Mo Air, Mo San, Mo C, the 10 of them to lead the way in front, while the others stayed behind, while Lu Yao and Xiao Xiang continued to ride the wolf. Then the group of people rushed towards the mountain in the heavy rain, hoping to find a suitable place before it got dark. Lu Yao looked at the heavy rain, and could not complain. It seemed that God was going to kill her. Just now, he didn't say that the sun was shining, but it didn't look like it was going to rain. How could it rain so suddenly, and so heavily, if it wasn't going to kill her? What else could she do? She thought that God was just giving her some sweet treats, and then he would come with a big stick. If she didn't give back the interest, she would feel very uncomfortable. Lu Yao had no choice but to bear it. Who told her that her fist was big? She couldn't do anything. Finally, she could only sigh and find a piece of clothing to wrap the little guy in her head, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. She was afraid that it would be scratched by branches. If she was disfigured, she would have no place to cry. The group walked forward with difficulty on the mountain road. Fortunately, most of the trees were now bare. Otherwise it would be even more difficult to walk. They were carrying their loads and moving forward, while the people outside were reveling in the rain. Everyone was kneeling down to thank God for his kindness. It finally rained hard and saved their lives. But they never thought that all these disasters were originally sent by God. So why should they thank him? They happily took out everything that could hold water and rubbed their bodies that had become smelly after not being washed for a long time. It was raining heavily now, and the raindrops hurt people. Such heavy rain was the best way to wash the dirty clothes on their bodies. But they didn't know that. Perhaps danger was approaching them step by step. Come, girl. I'll hold you up. Wu Ju and Rui. Take care of Xiao Xian. Don't let him fall. Bai Mayu saw Lu Yao staggering on the wolf's back and hurried forward to hold her up. If she wasn't afraid of affecting her journey, Lu Yao really wanted to get off and walk by herself. This wolf's back was really not made of human. But was almost split in two. Especially on this mountain road, she had to avoid branches and weeds that were shot at her at any time. Besides, it's not that she doesn't have the physical strength. It's mainly because of her short legs. For every one step, she takes 2 or 3 steps. It's normal for others to dislike her for walking slowly. It's because of her short legs. Don't you think so? The rain was too heavy. They couldn't open their eyes at all. They could only walk with their eyes squinted. They stumbled and stumbled until dark, but didn't find a suitable place. There was no other way. Bai Mayu saw a relatively flat place and planned to stay here for one night. If there was anything, he would talk about it tomorrow. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and it was impossible to walk normally. It was getting dark, and we couldn't light torches. Otherwise it would be too dangerous to walk in the dark. Bai Mayu found a place where several trees were connected. Asked Lu Yao to take out the oilcloth, and ordered Moe and others to tie it to the tree with a rope and fix it. Lu Yao saw that there were many trees here, not just one. So even if there was thunder, the probability of it hitting here was not high. So Bai Mayu wanted to rest here, and she didn't object. Mainly because it was raining too hard to walk. After they finished fixing the oilcloth, Lu Yao immediately took out dry firewood from the space, used a supernatural power, and immediately ignited the fire. Then she took out a few long pieces of wood and asked them to prop up the middle to prevent the flames from burning the oilcloth. Moe. Dig a canal around it. Otherwise the water will flow in, and we won't be able to rest at night. 12 and 13. You are responsible for the fire. Don't let it go out. Everyone, finish your work. Come and change your clothes. Wu Ju and Rui. Help Xiao Xian change. I'll go in to wash. Lu Yao said, and took out dozens of large stones that she had collected before from the space. Otherwise the ground would be wet, and there would be no place to sit. There were still a few pieces of oilcloth. I saw that the weather was going to change. So I ran to the grocery store and bought 10 pieces at once. They were all 5 meters by 5 meters. Although there were still a lot left, she still couldn't bear to use them as cushions. Who knows when the weather will return to normal? Besides, she would have to use 2 pieces as sleeping mats later, otherwise she wouldn't be able to rest properly. So she would just use stones to sit on, which were stable. It's always better to be prepared. If she hadn't prepared them, everyone would have been soaked. When Lu Yao came out after changing clothes, everyone was warming themselves by the fire. 12 and 13 even boiled a large pot of water to warm everyone up. Lu Yao found that the two were getting better and better at housework. It seems that talents still need to be cultivated. No wonder New Oriental was so famous in the previous life. It seems that it is not unreasonable. Seeing that everyone was ready, Lu Yao planned to show off her skills in the evening and make some twice-cooked pork. When she thought of twice-cooked pork, Lu Yao couldn't help swallowing her saliva. This dish was one of her favorite dishes in her previous life. Its tempting appearance has already appeared in my mind. A bowl of rice, it would be a perfect match. It's a pity that there is no garlic and chili bean curd now, otherwise it would be even more perfect. However, after all, we are fleeing from famine now, so let's just make do with it. Lu Yao flashed into the space, without telling the group of foodies, planning to give them a surprise later. An hour later. Ding ding, it's time to eat. After saying that, Lu Yao took out a large table of dishes from the space like a magician. When everyone heard that there was food, they all gathered around, and when they saw the table full of 5 dishes, 1 soup and a large basket of white steamed buns, they all blinked their eyes, looking like they were about to drool. Lu Yao first served a bowl of soup to Xiao Xian, then Bai Mayu, Wu Ju and Rui, and finally herself. As for Mai, she let them serve themselves. The key point was that they would not drink what she served. So after a few times, Lu Yao stopped serving them. Besides, they all lived together, so there was no need to be so polite. and the 3 people next to her were people she could not afford to offend. In the firelight, a large group of people enjoyed a colorful and delicious dinner in the rain. Burp! This meat is so delicious. I am full. Wu Junrui swallowed the last piece of twice-cooked pork and said with satisfaction, "Yes, this wild vegetable soup is also delicious with some minced meat, fresh and sweet." Bai Mayu touched his stomach secretly under the table. He also felt that he had eaten too much today. This dish is delicious, my stomach is so round. He stood up and blatantly touched his stomach that looked like a small watermelon. If it tastes good, eat more, but don't eat too much, otherwise you will have a stomachache, okay? Lu Yao was afraid that the little guy would eat without restraint when he saw the delicious food, and it would be troublesome if he ate too much. There are no stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets to buy here, so she reminded him. Yeah, I know, big sister. After saying that, he ran to play by himself, and when 12 and 13 saw that everyone had finished eating, they consciously cleaned up the table. Chapter 65 Overnight. MOE. Take your people to warm the ground with fire, and then spread the oilcloth, otherwise, sleeping on the wet ground at night, you will definitely catch a cold. Remember to warm it more, don't be afraid of wasting firewood, I still have a lot of it. Lu Yao took out the oilcloth and firewood and called MOE to tell him. Okay, Miss Xiao Yao. After that, she took people to light the fire. Lu Yao thought, luckily, the warehouse in her space is infinitely large, and she has been collecting firewood along the way, otherwise, it would be wet everywhere on this rainy day, and there would be no place to find firewood. The weather is getting colder and colder, and it's raining. If there's no fire, we'll all catch a cold if we stay here for a night tomorrow. I don't know what's wrong with this weather. It's already the first month of the year, but it's colder than winter, and it's getting colder day by day. It won't snow. Lu Yao shook her head quickly, trying to get rid of the terrible idea in her head. Sister, do I have a mission? Just as Lu Yao was thinking about it, Xiao Xian saw that everyone was busy, and ran over to ask. You? Just help me watch the fire. Remember not to let it go out. Okay? Lu Yao said, and after touching his head, she took out a bundle of firewood from the space, and asked him to add some from time to time. Yes, I understand. Sister, I am the best at making fire. I always help my aunts and others make fire at home. The little guy said and sat down by the fire. Lu Yao looked at the well-behaved little guy. She really didn't want him to watch the fire. It was mainly because the weather was too cold. She was afraid that he would catch a cold if he ran around. So she found a reason to let him sit by the fire and warm himself. Although they drank the spiritual spring water from the space every day, their physical condition improved a lot, and they generally didn't get sick easily. But there was always a chance of something happening. If they got sick, they couldn't even find a doctor in this place where there was no village or shop. So it was better to be on guard. But looking back at the 2 old men, they were furious. Didn't they see that Xiao Xian, who was so young, was looking for something to do? They needed people to serve them, and they had to ask people to pass them water or get something, as if they had no hands. These 2 are not just bosses, they are real bosses. Bai Mayu, Wu Junrui. Okay, you 2 can go and rest if you have nothing to do. Lu Yao saw that the time was almost up. These 2 people who had never done anything had been very tired today. Anyway, they had nothing to do, so they might as well go to rest early. Then I'll go to sleep. Wu Junrui yawned, and got into the bed that MOE and the others had prepared without hesitation. But he was still a bit perceptive, and knew to pull Xiao Xian to sleep with him. Otherwise, Lu Yao would have wanted to kick him. Why don't you go to sleep? Lu Yao saw Bai Mayu still sitting there, with no intention of moving his noble, but, so she couldn't help but ask. I'll wait for you to go in and sleep, and then I'll sleep. Whatever you want. Hearing Bai Mayu's words, Lu Yao rolled her eyes at him, and then she flashed into the space. Because there was limited space today, Lu Yao could only go into the space to rest. Seeing the girl go in to rest, Bai Mayu also stood up. MOE, you guys should go and have a rest too. Don't keep guarding while the Wolf King and the others are here. Just be alert. After saying that, he went to sleep. Yes, master. After entering the space, Lu Yao did not really go to rest. She just went to see the new little guys first. Seeing them jumping around, she felt relieved. These 5 chicks. She bought the 3 ducklings with great difficulty and at a high price. If they died, she would be heartbroken. This could directly affect her quality of life in the future. She must not take it lightly. It's a pity that she didn't find any livestock such as pigs, cows, etc. Otherwise, her living standard would be even better. Lu Yao guessed that those with more meat had probably been slaughtered and eaten by them. As for the vegetable seeds, some had already sprouted a little bit, while others were still not moving at all. It seemed that the time had not come yet. Seeing this, Lu Yao directly watered all the vegetables with spiritual spring water. With 20 to 30 people every day, it was too much to feed 3 meals a day, especially the sweet potatoes and potatoes, which could be eaten as both staple food and vegetables. Lu Yao took special care of them. Otherwise, she was really afraid that there would be a food shortage crisis one day. After everything was done, Lu Yao also felt sleepy. After a simple wash, she ran directly to the second floor, threw herself on her 2-meter-long bed, and soon fell asleep, and went to drink tea with Old Man Zhou. From waking up to waking up naturally, Lu Yao woke up first today, after all. The flow rate of 3:1 is not a lie, so the sleep time is quite sufficient. She took a look outside. Except for the fire, it was pitch black around, so she knew it must not be dawn yet. So she didn't rush out. She was afraid that as she went out, she would wake up by Mayu and the others, which would be a bit inhumane. It would be nice if she had a watch or a mobile phone to check the time. Now she always doesn't know what day it is, and she is a little unclear about the exact days she has been here. After Lu Yao washed up, she stretched and walked out of the house. She went to check the chickens and ducks first, and picked some wild vegetables for them. After all, this is related to her future food supply. How can she be justified if she doesn't serve them well? Another point is that it is a famine year after all. It is not easy to find some living things. Just these 8. She spent 3 taels of silver. Under normal circumstances, she could buy 300 of such small ones. In addition, there are constant disasters in this world. God knows what dangers are waiting for her. So Lu Yao feels that it is not too much to prepare. Now she dare not imagine what the result will be after the heavy rain. But seeing these 8, no, including the pheasant, there are 9. Seeing them jumping around and eating wild vegetables, Lu Yao's eyes suddenly became clear. What's there to be afraid of in a disaster year? I have a space, and I bought a lot of materials this time. Just like salt, she bought more than 100 kilograms in different ways. Now she has food, vegetables, meat, and clams. What is she afraid of? Huh? Did she forget something? Clam soup. Yes, it was clam soup. She promised to make clam soup for the little guy in 3 days. If she hadn't thought of clams just now, she would have forgotten it. With a flash, she came to the river. Seeing the river and the dense clams, Lu Yao smiled widely. She didn't think for long, and immediately took off her outer pants. Went down to the river to pick up the big clams, so that she could make them some clam soup later, which was just right for warming up in the morning. Thinking of their drooling faces, Lu Yao raised the corners of her mouth unconsciously. Although she always disliked them for eating too much, she always found ways to make all kinds of delicious food for them. She was a typical person who was hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. After picking up the clams, Lu Yao quickly returned to the kitchen and started to make breakfast. Chapter 66. Still raining. When Lu Yao went out with breakfast, Bai Mayu and the others had just gotten up. Moe and the others were busy making the floor, otherwise it would get damp. Is it still raining? As soon as Lu Yao came out, she saw the heavy rain, and could not help but say something. Yes, it has been raining all night, and there is no sign of stopping. Looking at the situation, it will continue to rain. After Bai Mayu finished speaking, he fell silent, looking at the foggy weather outside. It would be fine if the rain lasted for 3 or 5 days. But it would be terrible if it continued to rain. Wouldn't it be possible that a flood would come right after the drought? Could it really be as those elders said, that this was God's punishment on the royal family? But the punishment was still for the common people, and they continued to eat and drink in the palace, bullying the common people. If it continues to rain, we won't be safe here either. Hearing Bai Moyu's words, Lu Yao said worriedly, living here, with just a tarpaulin covering it, is not a big deal. And it is drafty everywhere. Too cold, too humid, and it is uncomfortable to see it wet everywhere. People are so strange sometimes. As long as there is water, no one will get tired of it even if it is sunny for a year or 2. But if it rains for more than 3 days, people will say, it has been raining for so long. Why doesn't it stop? People can continue to live well without the sun. But when there is no rain, a person will not live for more than a week. Otherwise he will die of dehydration. This is the same as being a person. What you need is not what you think is best. What you like may not necessarily save your life at a critical moment. Just like Lu Yao at this moment, she was looking forward to rain a few days ago, but when it rained, she was disgusted with others for this and that. In any case, Lu Yao felt that they still had to build a shed or find a cave, otherwise they really couldn't stay on the mountain. But going down the mountain now is not very realistic. Whether there will be a flood or not is another matter. But the rotting corpses and rotten flesh are enough to make the living people suffer. When the situation is unclear, she is determined not to come out. She has finally come back to life and lives again in a world without zombies and mutant plants and animals. She must live well and cherish her life. As for what will happen to those people, she doesn't know and doesn't want to know. To be honest, she is not that great, and she can't risk her life to save others. She just wants to live well. As for the rest, she really can't do anything. Okay, don't think too much, let's eat. This sentence is for Bai Mayu to hear, and also for herself. Thinking too much is useless. It's better to have a full meal. When they heard there was food, they all ran faster than anyone else. If they were asked to participate in the 100-meter race, they would definitely win a gold medal or something. It's really a waste of talent to put them here. Big sister, what kind of soup is this? It's so delicious. After Xiaoxian drank a mouthful of the soup, she felt refreshed. This soup is so thirsty. Guess. Lu Yao deliberately didn't say anything, wanting them to guess. I know. Mo Ba drank a mouthful of the soup and immediately knew what it was. Although it tasted many times better than when he was a child. And it didn't have any muddy smell. He couldn't remember the taste wrong. It was clam soup. When they had no food to eat, her mother would go to the river to pick up clams and cook them for them. It's a pity that they are all gone now. If there was no master, she might have been involved in this matter. Tell me about it. Seeing his expression, Lu Yao hurriedly changed the subject. After all, he seemed to have said that he had eaten it before. Miss Yao, is it river clam soup? But why doesn't your soup have any mud smell? And it tastes so good. Yeah, it's so delicious. After Bai Mayu took a sip, his eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the soup made from this thing would be so delicious. Maybe it was because of the ginger and wine in it. He felt warm after drinking it. Bai Mayu couldn't help but speed up his actions, eating one mouthful after another without stopping. Wu Juanrui over there was even more exaggerated. He had already finished the second bowl, and was getting the third one. Lu Yao was stunned watching from the side. Fortunately, she was smart and had eaten inside. Otherwise she would have finished before she got to the table. It seems that the pot was too small. You are the reincarnation of starving ghosts. Or you have never eaten before. Look at our Xiaoxian. He is so. When Lu Yao turned her head to the little guy, she saw the way he ate, and swallowed the second half of the sentence. Fortunately, everyone was busy eating, and no one paid attention to what she said just now. Otherwise it would be embarrassing. Lu Yao couldn't bear to watch, so she went to warm herself by the fire. She stayed by the fire for a while, then slipped into the space. Looking at the rain outside and the wet and sticky ground, she felt inexplicably upset. Anyway, there was nothing to do outside, so it was better to prepare more food in the space, which was more practical. Bai Mayu looked up at Lu Yao, who slipped in. He knew that the girl might be obsessed with something, and some things were beyond their control. He had said everything he needed to say. Some things still needed her to figure out on her own. Otherwise she would be like her old self, and would never get over it. All he could do now was to accompany her silently. Bai Mayu sighed softly, and continued to eat his breakfast. Is it still raining? When Lu Yao came out for the nth time, she saw the heavy rain still pouring down, and couldn't help but mutter again. Lunch was steamed buns with dried meat, and dinner was still steamed buns with dried meat. Although it was a bit hard to chew, it could provide them with enough calories. It's still good for hunger, so it's very economical. The main reason is that she is in a bad mood now, and she doesn't even feel like cooking, so she can only take out dry food to deal with it. If it rains tomorrow, then let's continue to move forward in the rain. Bai Mayu saw that Lu Yao was still unhappy, so he walked over and said, I know you don't like living in this wet place. Seeing her like this, Bai Mayu stretched out his finger and tapped her forehead unhappily. Hearing Bai Mayu say this, Lu Yao smiled widely. He wasn't being pretentious, but there was really no way to live here. With so many people stepping on it, it had already turned from wet to sticky. Even if they dug a drainage ditch, it wouldn't help, because the rain was too heavy. Then you guys go to bed early, get enough rest, we'll set off early tomorrow, I'll go in and cut the oilcloth, so everyone can wear it tomorrow. In order to leave here earlier, Lu Yao reluctantly planned to take out a piece of oilcloth. But she didn't expect to be stopped by Mayu. Girl, the oilcloth is useless on this mountain road, it will be torn after walking for a while, it's better to keep it. Yes, Xiaoyar, wearing the thing is a hindrance, it's better for everyone to travel light. Wu Juerui also nodded in agreement. Okay then. Seeing everyone's opposition, Lu Yao didn't insist. Chapter 67 Cave. The next day, as soon as the sky was light, Lu Yao came out of the space. She looked up at the sky. Although it was a little brighter, the rain seemed to be heavier than yesterday. After breakfast, everyone traveled lightly. Even the 2 backpacks were put away by Lu Yao. But before leaving, Lu Yao said that she would go alone today. As for riding a wolf, she said that it was good to ride it occasionally. Alas, rainy days are not suitable for travel. After falling for the 6th time and getting up, Lu Yao sighed in her heart again. I don't know if it's too late to regret now. Girl, you still need the Wolf King to carry you. If you fall like this, what will you do if you get hurt? Bai Mayu finally couldn't help but speak after seeing Lu Yao slip again. His heart was trembling when he saw the sound of her feet slapping, fearing that she would get hurt. Now she was almost a little clay figure. Lu Yao also looked down at herself, and finally bowed her head to reality. People with short legs have no human rights. The baby felt wronged. Lu Yao took the opportunity to straddle the Wolf King's back. But after looking at his movements, he didn't look like someone who was wronged at all, and he looked like he was a little impatient. The Wolf King turned around, looked at his master on his back with contempt, and said in his heart, actually, you must have regretted it a long time ago, but you are just too embarrassed to say it because you want to save face. Look at you, after you fell for the 3rd time, your little eyes glanced at me a few times. I don't even want to say anything about you. Lu Yao rode on the wolf's back, and stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. She would never admit that she regretted it a long time ago, she was just embarrassed to refuse Bai Mayu's kindness. Now her waist is not sore anymore. Her legs are not painful anymore. And even her, but feels very comfortable. As expected, everything has to be compared. Otherwise she would not know how happy it is to have a wolf rider. Bai Mayu shook his head in amusement behind him. He had actually seen the little girl's little movements a long time ago. But he just wanted to know how long she could hold on. What she didn't expect was that this little girl was quite powerful. Although she fell a few times, she didn't expect that more than 2 hours had passed. And she continued to try to keep up with the pace of everyone without saying a word. If he didn't speak up, he was really afraid that she would hurt him. She would be the one who would be hurt. And he would be the one who would be sad and upset. Alas, it seemed that his life was really in the hands of this girl. God would not let down those who work hard. And they finally found a cave before dark. Lu Yao walked around and found that this place was really good. There was a bamboo forest on its left, tall trees on the back and right, and a large rock in front, just like the concrete floor. This is the part that Lu Yao is most satisfied with. This way, she doesn't have to worry about getting dirty the more she steps on it. If it gets dirty, she can just rinse it with water. Clean and tidy, so nice. The entrance of the cave is more than 2 people wide, and about 2 meters high. How wide it is inside, because it's raining heavily, the visibility is poor, so I can't see it for now. Lu Yao picked up a few stones, and threw a few stones in, just like what they did in the TV series. Dong dong dong. Xiao Xian was beside her, imitating her elder sister, and also throwing stones in. Moe and his friends went to check the surrounding environment. This is what they must do every time they arrive at a place. Even Bai Mayu and Wu Juerui were checking the quality of the mud to see if it was suitable for long-term living. After Lu Yao and Xiao Xian threw dozens of stones in, they found that no snakes or rats ran out, which seemed to be safe inside. Seeing that there was no danger, she didn't think much, and raised her short legs and walked towards the cave. Bai Mayu, who was behind, saw this and his heart skipped a beat. Why is this girl so fierce? What if there are animals inside? He quickly stepped forward to stop her. Seeing him like this, Lu Yao knew that he had misunderstood, so she explained, Xiao Xian and I just threw a lot of stones in, and tried, and no animals ran out. Besides, isn't the Wolf King here? If there was any danger, it would have barked long ago, right? She pointed at the Wolf King behind her. Bai Mayu blushed when he heard Lu Yao's words. It seemed that he was too concerned. He secretly despised himself in his heart. He was really embarrassed. He turned around and glared at Wu Junrui, who was trying to hold back his laughter. It was all this kid's fault for not reminding him. And he dared to laugh at him. He would punish him when he got back. He looked around with a sharp gaze and said, "Okay. Very good. It seems that everyone has a share. They are not afraid of the heavy rain when they watch the fun here." Emily had just stood still for a while when he felt uncomfortable with the look in his boss' eyes. He said that he was really wronged. The only one watching the show was Wu Shizhi. They just came back. Lu Yao ignored those people. They were really sick. They were still flirting in the heavy rain. They were not afraid of catching a cold. She called 12, and the others, asked them to cut some bamboo branches, and then tied them up with ropes to make a simple broom. She took out the firewood, lit it, and asked 13 to throw it in bundles. Although there were no large animals, there must be a lot of small insects in this deep mountain, so they had to roast them with fire. If Bai Mayu hadn't stopped her just now, she would have forgotten about it. At that time, she just wanted to hide in there, and then change Xiaoshuan's wet clothes, and she didn't think there would be small insects at all. If she was bitten by a centipede or a scorpion, she would have no place to cry, and she would have to blame herself for the rest of her life. Seeing that the fire was almost over, Lu Yao didn't need to say much this time, and everyone took brooms and consciously went inside to clean up. When Lu Yao took a torch and went in to take a look, she was really satisfied. It had rained for so long and so hard, but it was still dry inside, except for the spots that floated in from the hole. There was no water drop anywhere else. Although the ground was uneven, it was still acceptable. At least it was dry inside. As long as we picked up the gravel, we could move in. Lu Yao estimated that the cave was at least 70 to 80 square meters, which was enough for them to live in. If they wanted to cook, they could build a shed outside and spread oilcloth on it. This would make a simple kitchen. As for the inside, it was uneven and difficult to sleep at night. Finally, Lu Yao thought of a way. Everyone took off their shoes and entered the cave. Then, they could spread a thick layer of hay on the ground. Then a layer of oilcloth. And finally a blanket. This would create a perfect bedroom. After looking at the finished product, Lu Yao had to give herself a thumbs up. It was not only moisture-proof, but also warm. Even if there was no fire in the cave, she could still have a good sleep at night. The most important thing was that it was clean. As for the inconvenience of going in and out, Lu Yao said that resistance was futile. What was there to do on a rainy day? She would cook for us. That was fine. Finally, for the sake of food, everyone reluctantly agreed to her decision. Chapter 68 Fire Pond. Lu Yao was a little happy now. The food problem was guaranteed. Now they even found a temporary place to live. The food and accommodation were comfortable. This was called life. In the past, they could only be considered full at best, which had nothing to do with life. But now it was different. They were considered to have a house family, although it was only temporary. But before going in, Lu Yao took out a big bucket, filled it with a bucket of river water, and asked them to wash their feet. Otherwise, she was afraid of the smell. Everyone knows about men's feet. The cave was covered with oilcloth, so it was dark. The movement was affected, and they were blind. And Wu Junrui almost hit the rock wall, which made Xiaoxian laugh. The entrance of the cave was okay, but it was too dark inside. In the end, there was no choice. Lu Yao reluctantly dug a big hole in the middle of the oilcloth, and then surrounded it with stones to make a fire pit. This can be used as lighting to keep warm, and you can also roast some fish on it when you have nothing to do. How great! Because of the fear of insecurity, Lu Yao deliberately surrounded the fire twice more, and raised it a little higher, so that there would be no fear of sparks. But you can't put too much firewood at a time, so two people have to take turns to watch the fire, and add some from time to time. I should have bought some candles last time. Living in the cave is indeed a bit choking. After the initial smoke passed, everyone felt better. Finally, everyone sat on the ground and had a bonfire party. It rained all day today. Although everyone changed their clothes, they all felt that they had not recovered yet. Lu Yao went in and boiled some hot water, then took out some food and dried meat from the space, and ate while roasting the fire. After drinking the hot water, everyone felt warmed up from the heart. Now everyone is much more satisfied with Lu Yao's decision, otherwise, sitting on the cold stone would not be so comfortable now. Although Moer and the others felt a little embarrassed and uncomfortable to take off their shoes in front of the master, after this period of long-term getting along, they were not as scared as at the beginning, and gradually relaxed a little. Now they really wanted to get out of this cave. Because it was really warm inside, and it was a world of difference from the cold weather outside. After a day of driving on the mountain road today, everyone was really a little tired. They had a simple meal, leaving one person to watch the fire, while the others went to bed. Maybe they felt safe after finding a good place, or maybe this big bunk bed was especially warm and soft. Anyway, everyone slept very well that night. Xiaoxian was drooling. Even Lu Yao, who was sleeping in the space, slept very well. When she woke up in the morning, Lu Yao stretched her body. She felt that she had regained her vitality after waking up from a good sleep. She twisted her neck, did some simple exercises, and went to the kitchen to cook. Lu Yao first stewed a large pot of bone soup. Everyone had been in the rain all day yesterday. They needed to sweat. They couldn't get rheumatism or catch a cold. Especially the little guy. When she helped him change his clothes and wipe him, his little body felt cold. Fortunately, he had been drinking spiritual spring water to nourish his body. Otherwise, he would have caught a cold if he had been in the rain yesterday. But all this seemed to be caused by herself. But then again, if she hadn't insisted on moving, how could they live so comfortably now? Maybe they would still be walking on the mud and feeling the cold wind. So everything has two sides. There is gain after loss. And this time it was obvious that she made the right bet. After the soup was cooked, she then fried some spicy rabbit meat, and even added some chili powder to the wild vegetables. Eating all these is good for sweating. The sky is big, the earth is big, and the body is the biggest. Without a good body, how can you continue to laugh at the world, right? For the staple food, steamed buns are good. I made a lot of this a few days ago, and there are still a lot in the warehouse now. When we have free time, I will ask them to make some more. It would be better to make some wild vegetable buns and meat buns. I will get tired of eating steamed buns alone. Finally, looking at her own achievements, chi vegetable soup, Lu Yao felt that, if we continue like this, we will definitely become disabled. Why were there so many mama's boys in the previous life? It was because they were protected too well over time. They developed a glass heart, they couldn't be criticized or scolded, and they were like women, crying all day long. It was disgusting to see them. She didn't want everyone to become her mama's boys in the end, then she would really have nowhere to cry. He had found them to protect her and Xiaoxian. So she didn't want to end up protecting them. You're thinking too much. Just giving them food won't make them sick. It seems that we need to find something for them to do, so that they can earn their living. Even on rainy days. They can't stay at home doing nothing every day. She believes that men should be wild. The kind that will howl when they see an enemy. Otherwise, what's the difference between them and women? It's just a pity that there is no prey in the mountains now. Otherwise, asking them to hunt would be the best way to exercise. Besides, the rain is too heavy, it is not suitable for traveling. It seems that the plan has to be postponed for a few days. Why not ask them to make charcoal? It is fine to stay at home anyway. Then use tarpaulin to build a shed in the woods. This place can make charcoal regardless of trees or bamboo forests. In the previous life, the bamboo charcoal was also made of bamboo, and it was quite hot, one of the essential items for barbecue. When Lu Yao failed in one plan, she came up with another one. In a word, they can't be left idle. Besides, who knows what will happen in the future? The rain is getting heavier and heavier, and the weather is getting colder day by day. Who knows? What kind of tricks will God come up with this time? In short, it is not wrong to prepare more materials. Another thing is that after having charcoal, there is no need to burn firewood in the cave, and the smoke and fire are not a big deal. When the time comes, build a shed at the entrance of the cave, and you can finish your work outside before going in. Then put some charcoal in the fire pit, so you don't have to worry about smoke, and it is warm and safe. The more Lu Yao thought about it, the more she felt that this method was feasible. But can you burn charcoal on a rainy day? But it is obvious that, if a person really wants to do something, she has far more ideas than difficulties. After everyone has finished breakfast, Moe, take some people to build a shed in the nearby woods today. Remember to build it high. I will use it tomorrow. Moe, take people to build a shed at the entrance of the cave. We will come in 2 groups. Okay, Miss Xiaoyao. After saying that, she took people to work. Girl, you asked Moe to build a shed in the woods. Are you going to do something? When Bai Mayu saw her finish, he stepped forward and asked. Well, I think it's okay for everyone to sit here. It's better to go and burn some charcoal for preparation. This thing will be used even in Kyoto. Besides, the weather is getting colder day by day, which is very strange. It is better to prepare it in case of emergency. Also, you can see that there are plenty of bamboo and wood here. It is perfect for burning charcoal here. Bai Mayu and Wu Junrui looked at each other after hearing this. Both were very surprised. They didn't expect that this girl could also burn charcoal, which is a very scarce thing in Kyoto, especially in the winter, which you may not be able to buy even if you have money. Chapter 69 Charcoal Burning. Xiaoyar, is what you said reliable? Can you really burn smokeless charcoal? I know a little bit. I don't have anything to do now anyway. It's free to try. In fact, Lu Yao had never tried it. This was in her previous life, before the end of the world, and she saw it by chance in a TV series. It was to see them dig a big hole, surrounded with a circle of stones, then put firewood in and burn it for a while, when the time was almost up, then seal the top, and cover the surrounding with mud, so that it couldn't get through the air, then wait for the charcoal hole to cool down the next day, and then dig it out. Anyway, that's how it was played on TV at the time. It looked quite simple to her, but she didn't know if it would work or not. Just like she said just now, it doesn't cost money to try, and the time she spends is not hers, so it's not a problem. Besides, if it doesn't work once, try it twice, and if it doesn't work twice, try it 3 times. She didn't believe it. She was a modern person, and she would be stumped by such a small matter. Try, Xiaoyar. You haven't burned it before, but if it really works, we will make a fortune. Then we can call more people to burn it, and we can just lie down and count the money. Then I'll use the money to kill those little bastards. When Wu Junrui heard that Xiaoyar could burn smokeless charcoal, he was so excited. It was as if she had burned it now. Even Bai Mayu was a little different from usual. Lu Yao looked at the 2 smiling guys in front of her in confusion. Is it so important to just light charcoal? You can buy a big box for 30 or 40 yuan, and some shopping platforms have even cheaper prices. Bai Mayu saw the girl's confusion, so he explained, our Kyoto is located in the northernmost part, and it starts to get terribly cold in October. So the demand for charcoal is huge. Let's put it this way, for example. In Junrui's mansion, the ordinary concubines and the like, there is a certain amount of charcoal per month, and everyone usually uses it sparingly. And the price is not affordable for ordinary people. 1 caddy costs 30 or 40 coins, which is about the same as the price of meat. If you think about it, if a person burns as much as he can, he will use several caddies a day, and it is estimated that 2 or 3 caddies will not be enough. And it also produces a lot of smoke. If it is the kind with less smoke, the price will at least double or triple. As for the smokeless ones you mentioned, I have never seen them. Now, do you understand? Girl? Hearing Bai Mayu's words, Lu Yao entered a state of emptiness. Oh my god! I didn't expect that charcoal, which was everywhere in the previous life, would be so valuable in the ancient times of this alien world. Wouldn't she be rich? Smoking ones cost 30 coins, and those with a little smoke cost 80 or 90 coins. Then her smokeless ones would cost at least 100 coins. She calculated that 1 caddy was 100 coins, and 10 caddies was 1,000 coins, which was 1 or 2 taels of silver. There are about 20 of them. If they dig one more hole, they can burn 1 or 200 kilograms a day. If they get on the right track, they can burn 500 or 1,000 kilograms. By then, 10 kilograms is 1 tael, and 100 kilograms is 10 taels. It's rich. It's rich. It's really rich this time. Girl. 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 Bai Mayu finished speaking, and saw that his girl didn't respond for a long time. He called her a few times, but there was still no response. So he stretched out his hand, and waved it in front of her. Big sister. Big sister. Xiaoyar. The 3 of them saw something was wrong and immediately surrounded her. Xiexuan's voice was even more tearful. He was afraid that his elder sister would faint again, and his tears were falling like crazy. Wow! Why are you so close to me? Bai Mayu saw Lu Yao talking, and shook his head unhappily and said, how dare you say that? What did you do just now? Xiaoxian was scared. I called you for a long time, but you didn't respond. Lu Yao stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, and said hurriedly, I'm sorry. I was thinking about something just now. Xiaoxian, don't cry. Be good. Boys can't cry easily. Otherwise they won't be able to find a wife. Do you hear me? Lu Yao saw that Xiaoxian was crying easily, so she took this opportunity to lecture him, so that he wouldn't be like a girl. Okay. I got it. Big sister. As he said that, Xiaoxian wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve. He would not cry anymore. If he could not get married like Daju, others would laugh at him. Note: Daju was a fool in the village before. He was not sober. Because his family was poor, and he was not sober. He was in his 30s, and still not married. After comforting Xiaoxian, Lu Yao continued, "By Ma Yu, this charcoal is really as expensive as you said. It is more expensive than meat. The charcoal burner must be very rich. I don't know if he is rich or not. But it is said that this thing is difficult to burn. Most of the time, it will only burn a pile of ashes. It is very good if it can be burned successfully once out of 3 times. Otherwise, it would not be so expensive." "Ah, is it so difficult? I saw that they succeeded in 1 try every time they burned it." Lu Yao accidentally said what was in her heart. "Xiao Yao, who have you seen burn? If it's that powerful, we can ask him to burn it, and it will be done," Wu Jianrui said anxiously. Hearing Wu Jianrui's words, Lu Yao knew that she had said the wrong thing again. She had never left the village. How could she have the chance to see it? Who would believe this? Unless he was stupid. So she could only bite the bullet and laugh. It happened by chance. "Yes, I saw it by chance. I forgot where I saw it." "But Wu Jianrui, are you stupid? It's raining heavily outside. Where can I find him? Maybe he has died long ago." "That's right. This is a drought and a flood." "Hee hee," Wu Jianrui said embarrassedly. It seems that he was blinded by the money. Seeing that she had finally gotten back on track, Lu Yao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart, silently giving herself a thumbs up. She was so smart. If you want to find someone for this natural disaster, you have to have people there. Ha ha ha. Bai Ma Yu saw the girl secretly breathing a sigh of relief, and shook his head in amusement. This girl is lying now, without even blinking. Only a fool like Wu Jianrui would believe such words. The drought along the way. The heat can kill people. Who would burn charcoal on the road to escape famine? Are you just looking for death? If I see it again in the village, it makes no sense that Xiaoxian doesn't know, and the girl wouldn't play it lightly, right? Seeing that the conversation was smoothed over, Lu Yao happily babbled. She didn't know that another layer of her vest had fallen off. If she knew, she would definitely slap herself a few times. "You're so rude? You know you're stupid, but you still talk so much. You've been exposed again, you deserve it. But there's no such thing as knowing in advance. So this vest has to fall off, because some people's brains just don't work well. There's nothing we can do. We can only hope that some people will be blind. Otherwise, this vest will fall off sooner or later." Chapter 70 Charcoal Burning. "Moer, come in, and call Moe and the others back. There is hot soup here. Change your clothes when you come back. Remember, you only need to work 2 or 3 hours a day, or you won't be able to bear it. Do you understand?" Lu Yao said, while taking out the hot soup from the space and putting it in the fire pit, so that they can eat it directly when they come back. Steamed buns and vegetables, just put them all on the table. She also collected the oilcloth and let her put it in the inner corner of the cave, which occupied about half of the entire cave, so that 20 people could sleep together. Otherwise, on this rainy day, you have to change clothes and shoes every time you go in and out, which is really a bit troublesome. Lu Yao felt that sometimes her brain was sick. This is in the mountains, not in a high-rise building. Why take off shoes? It's just hypocrisy, without thinking. This also indirectly proves that the decision without thinking is a wrong decision, and there is no way to continue. Moreover, now Lu Yao even doubts whether she brought her brain with her when she came here. Otherwise, why did she find herself getting stupider and stupider? "Okay, Miss Yao." After a while, a group of busy people came back. Although they were all soaked, they all smiled when they heard that there was something delicious waiting for them. As long as there was food, the little tiredness and pain were nothing to worry about. When he was punished by his master before, it was really tiring and painful, and there was nothing to eat. Moe and the others cast their eyes secretly at the master who was sitting there roasting by the fire. Unexpectedly, what greeted them was the ambiguous smile of their master. Oh my God! His heart was thumping so hard that it almost jumped out of his chest. He couldn't afford to offend this master. He should go drink soup and eat something. Seeing them go in, Lu Yao poked his head out of the cave, looking at the heavy rain outside, feeling a little worried. The heavy rain had been falling for 4 consecutive days, and the clouds were thick, and there was no sign of stopping. Those places with high terrain were fine, but what about those places with low terrain? Long days of heavy rain would inevitably bring the impact of mountain torrents. There are also the chain of consequences brought by the corpses that were abandoned due to drought. What happened to this world? Is it going to undergo a major change like the Earth? It seems that they have to rest for a few days in this mountain. She didn't have the courage to go to the mountain of tigers even though she knew there were tigers there. For someone who has died once, she will only cherish her hard-earned life more and more. She entered the cave in a depressed mood. After eating, a group of people were tired and fell asleep on the bed. Bai Mayu was resting against the cave wall. Seeing the girl coming in, he whispered, "Don't think too much. Everyone has their own destiny. Just do your best. You are tired today. Go in and take a rest." After hearing what Bai Mayu said, he looked at everyone who was sleeping. He knew that he couldn't do anything now. So he nodded softly and flashed into the space. Time flew by. And it was the third day in a blink of an eye. With everyone's unremitting efforts, the shed was finally completed. Lu Yao took a look and was very satisfied. The shed was supported by tree trunks, and it was built high and spacious. Moreover, her oilcloth was not used, and it was watertight. It seemed that these guys had put in a lot of effort. Seeing this, Lu Yao smiled widely, and finally she could start her charcoal burning business. So she started to work, and ordered, "Moe, you take 10 people to dig the pit. It should be round, and the diameter should be 2 meters. Moe, you take 10 people to cut down trees." "Huh?" "Just cut down 20 or 30 trees. And remember to cut them at a distance. Otherwise it will cause mudslides." "Okay, everyone go get busy. Just do these today, and we'll do the rest tomorrow. I'll go make you some food, and come back when I'm done. The rain is too heavy. Did you hear me? 12, 13, 14, you three should do the housework, and help them wash their clothes and take care of the mountain." "Got it, Miss Xiao Yao." After that, they went back to their own work. Lu Yao also hurried back to cook, but when she came back, she saw the 3 old men sitting there roasting by the fire, and her anger rose. She flashed into the space, changed her clothes and came out. And a large sack of wild vegetables came out with her. "You 3, pick these wild vegetables for me today. I'll use them tomorrow. Remember to clean them up, otherwise you won't be able to eat. Do you hear me?" The 3 of them raised their heads and looked at Lu Yao, who was inexplicably angry. They looked at each other, thinking that they didn't seem to have offended her. However, when they saw the large bag of wild vegetables at their feet, they were a little panicked. They had never picked them before. "That? Xiao Yao, can you use less? It's the first time for Mou and me." "Look," Wu Jianrui said in a low voice. But before he could finish, Lu Yao said, "No. Didn't you see Xiaoxian and Bai Moyu have already started? You are the one who is too busy. You can't learn without experience." After saying that, he flashed into the space. Wu Jianrui turned his head and looked at the 2 guys who were not energetic. "Who said too much just now?" Seeing Zai Yar getting angry, he turned around and sold him out. "Humph. Brother Rui, don't be angry. I will teach you. If you don't finish the work, you will have no food to eat." Xiaoxian pulled the corner of Wu Jianrui's clothes and said, he and his elder sister used to be like this at home. If they didn't finish the work, they would not be given food. Every time at this time, the eldest sister would secretly go to the mountains to look for bird eggs, or catch fish in the stream. Then they would roast them over a fire, and they would smell delicious. When Wu Jianrui heard that he would have no food to eat, he immediately became attached and joined the team of people picking vegetables. Picking wild vegetables is a small matter, but not having food is a big matter. If Xiao Yao made something delicious today, he would lose a lot. So, he must do it well, and not be fooled by Xiao Yao. Bai Mayu curled his lips and moved towards Xiaoxian. He was afraid that if he got too close to that boy, his IQ would also be in arrears. I don't know how he has survived all these years until now. It seems that the internal fighting in his family is no less than that in his own family. Is this the difference of having a good father? He remembered that they were only 10 years old that year. During the Chinese New Year, Wu Jianrui almost didn't recover. It was from that time that the uncle threw him to him. Because she also has a good mother, she secretly trained 10 death warriors for him before he was born, otherwise he might not be alive until now. It's a pity that 16 years have passed, and they are no longer here. Thinking of this, he was filled with anger. Wu Jianrui, who was standing next to him, felt it, looked up at Xiaoxian who was shrinking towards him, and said softly, "Hold on. Don't scare Xiaoxian. We just need to remember some things. And we will deal with them properly when we go back this time. We don't have evidence now. But it doesn't prevent us from beating up by Moshwan. When we beat him up so badly that even his mother doesn't recognize him. I wonder how he can still put on that hypocritical face all day long. He thinks he is so great. He just knows how to write some poems and songs. As if everyone can't do it. Bai Mayu said silently in his heart. You really can't do it. He should continue to pick his dishes. Chapter 71 Charcoal Burning. Lu Yao was busy in the space, like a hard-working little bee, constantly changing ways to make all kinds of delicious food for them. When she goes out later, she must remember to ask Bai Mayu and the others what time it is now. She remembered that Xiaoxian was born not long after the Chinese New Year, but he really didn't know the exact date. Because no one would remember, even the two nominal parents, maybe they never remembered. I don't know even more. From now on, every year when I cross over, I will regard it as my birthday. She remembered that it was on the document of breaking off the relationship. She would look at it later. If it was Xiaoxian, she would choose the 28th day of the first lunar month for him. What a lucky number. I hope it doesn't pass. If it passes, she will celebrate it next year, but this year it won't stop her from making a cake for him to try. She still has a few eggs hidden. She will give him a surprise when the time comes. The little guy will definitely be very happy. Lu Yao has nothing to do all day long now, so she stays in the space thinking about making delicious food. Today is braised pork, tomorrow is twice cooked pork, the day after tomorrow is spicy rabbit meat. It seems that her own stock is almost used up. It seems that from now on, she can only eat meat once a day, and can't waste it like this anymore. Otherwise, they will have to eat grass sooner or later. When Lu Yao brought out the food, everyone was still asleep, and the three hadn't picked the wild vegetables yet. The rain outside the cave was still falling, which was very annoying. Didn't you take a break? Aren't you tired? Xiaoxian? Seeing the amount, Lu Yao knew that these three hadn't stopped since she went in, otherwise they wouldn't have picked so many. It's been more than an hour since she went in, so they must have picked for nearly 4 or 5 hours. Aren't these three stupid? She told them to finish picking. And she really meant to finish it. This was a big sack. Not a plastic bag. Didn't you say that if we didn't finish picking, we wouldn't have food to eat? Wu Junrui stood up and pounded his waist and legs. He felt numb after sitting for so long. He felt like he had become a wild vegetable. And his whole body was filled with that smell. The three of them felt very wronged. Especially when they saw Moe and the others sleeping soundly. Bai Mayu really wanted to kick them awake. How could the master be working while they were sleeping soundly? How could this be justified? But she was afraid that the maid would get angry after she found out. So she endured it again and again. And finally chose to continue picking wild vegetables by herself. Seeing their aggrieved faces, Lu Yao was angry and amused. They were really three wooden people. When she was about to say something, she saw Moe and the others smelling the fragrance. Lu Yao no longer cared about the three of them, and invited Moe and the others to eat, leaving the three of them facing each other, feeling really aggrieved. When Moe and the others saw that their master was not at the table, no matter how Lu Yao called them, they did not dare to move their chopsticks. Lu Yao had no choice but to yell in a fierce voice, "Come and eat!" After finishing the meal, Lu Yao sat under the shed at the entrance of the cave again. The rain is too heavy. It never stops. Isn't the old rain god tired? If I stay at home like this, I'm going to get moldy. Yeah. I feel wet all over. Yeah. I think so too. It's been raining for so long. Those dry rivers should be full now. Not only full. The low-lying areas are almost flooded. You can tell by the amount of water flowing down the ravine next to us. But I don't know the specific situation. We live in the mountains now. As long as there is no mudslide, we are safe for the time being. It shouldn't happen here. When we first came here, Wu Junrui and I went to the surrounding area to check. There are not only many trees here, but the soil is not loose. That's good. Lu Yao turned her head and looked at Bai Moyu, and suddenly felt relieved. She lives in the mountains now, at least she is safe now, and there are so many people with her. There is no reason for me to be scared by a heavy rain. That would be too embarrassing for a time-traveling girl. The rain is getting heavier, let's go in. Bai Mayu looked up outside and found that the rain was getting heavier, so he spoke. Okay, it's almost time, everyone go to rest. Yes. As he said that, Lu Yao touched Xiaoxuan's head and flashed into the space. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. Because the firewood was too wet, The first batch needed to be dried, otherwise it would not burn at all. After drying, the next step is easy. When burning charcoal, just stack the wet firewood around the charcoal hole. If you do this, the dry wood will not be cut off. Come on. MOE. Take people to dig the charcoal hole. Whether it will succeed or not depends on this one move. Even by Mayu, Wu Jianrui, and Xiaoxian, the three who did not leave the hole, came over in a hurry. Their hearts were beating non-stop. It was as if there was silver inside. There is strength in numbers. In a short while, a good mud bag was torn to pieces. Besides, the temperature inside was still high. As soon as it was opened, a wave of hot air rushed towards her. But it was not hot enough to burn people. After all, it had been sealed for a whole night, and the fire had been extinguished long ago. Lu Yao was not afraid of the heat either. She reached out to dig it out. But the more she dug, the colder she felt. Everything on top was burnt to ashes. Lu Yao fell to the ground. It was over. All her hard work was wasted. Bai Mayu saw this and hurried over to help her up. Seeing this, Moe and the others were not happy either. After all, they had been busy for so long. Seeing that Lu Yao had stopped, they continued to dig without giving up. It's burn out. It's burn out. It's not bad. Look, this is charcoal. After a few diggings, Moe came out with a burnt black stick. Everyone gathered around when they saw it. Lu Yao even grabbed the black stick and broke it with her hands, and it was dry and rubbed. The burnt charcoal was shiny, and the sound was crisp. It's done. It's really done. Moe, hurry up and dig it all out, and see how good it is. Moe and the others saw that it was really done, and they dug even harder in the charcoal cave. After all the materials were dug out, Lu Yao estimated that 70% of the materials were still there. This kiln should have at least 100 kilograms. Not bad. But why did the materials above turn into ashes? Was it because they were burned too much? Or was it because my method was wrong? However, 70% of the materials were useful, which was not bad. I will slowly explore them in the future. Xiaoyao. We made money. We made money. I didn't expect this to work. You are awesome. Wu Jianrui was as happy as a child, and wanted to come over and hug this great hero. But he was intercepted by someone. Lu Yao was held in by Moyu's arms, and was stunned and couldn't come back to her senses. Weren't they talking about the charcoal? Why was he held again? This guy took advantage of her again. But she was happy today, so she was generous and didn't bother with him. If he took advantage of her again next time, she would kick him back into his mother's belly and rebuild him. Chapter 72. Lu Yao was extremely happy at the moment. Unexpectedly, she actually did it. No, to be more precise, they did it. After all, from beginning to end, she seemed to have only moved her mouth. She didn't even help pick up a branch. So saying that she did it seems a bit too shameless. In fact, she didn't expect that the things in those TV dramas seemed not to be all lies. At the beginning, she did it with a try-it attitude. But she didn't expect that she would be so lucky to have such a chance to do it. It seems that she needs to recall more. And it's better to write it down with a pen and paper. Otherwise she is afraid that she will forget it after a long time. After all, her brain capacity is not very large. And the things that can be stored are also limited. So it is safer to write it down. But forget about things like glass, cement, those difficult things. She thinks she doesn't have the brain for it. So forget it. She doesn't have the ambition to change the world. Just make some small things to improve the quality of life, and she knows how to do these. She still remembers a little bit of the simple things, such as paper for writing things and wiping buttocks, and soap, and she still understands the general rules. So these things that improve the quality of life must be made. Otherwise, when she grows up, she will be speechless. Every day, either leaves or sticks, which make her buttocks hurt. Later, when she arrived in the capital, she went to the cloth shop and bought 2 sacks of rags, which she used as paper towels. But this won't last long. If the rain continues, she will eventually go back to the old days and use leaves and sticks. Oh my God! It's scary to think about it. So the paper must be made first. This is the persistence of a modern man. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, another half a month has passed. In this half a month, we have developed from 1 charcoal hole to 3 charcoal holes. The daily charcoal output has also increased from about 100 kilograms at the beginning to 400 to 500 kilograms now. This amount made Wu Jianrui so happy that he couldn't find his way. Even Bai Meyu's mood has improved recently. Money. Who would complain about having too much money? Even if there were a mountain of gold and silver, it wouldn't be too much. When you have money, you will only think about getting richer, and won't think, I have enough money. Let others make it. If there is such a good person, please give me a dozen. Unfortunately, there is no such person in the world. Of course, the happiest person is Lu Yao, who came up with an idea. And there will be money coming in every day, which is beautiful. It seems that she has made one step closer to her dream of becoming a landlord's wife. Good. Keep going. Once she figures out paper and soap, it should be possible. After all, these two things are necessities, and they are needed by both the poor and the rich. Then they can be packaged separately, so that no one's money can escape. Ha ha ha. She is really talented. As a modern person, she has learned a little bit of the marketing methods on the street. So doing business is not difficult for her. As the saying goes, who hasn't eaten pork before? You've never seen a pig run. Just watch. She's been watching for more than 20 years. She's also learned it. No. So at the beginning, Lu Yao said that brothers should settle accounts clearly. And after the charcoal was burned, they verbally explained the future division of the profits. People and land, they'd both contributed the capital. She didn't care about anything. And in the future, all the money-making ideas should be handled in this way. And finally they unanimously decided to split 4:3:3. Lu Yao 40%. And the two of them 30% each. Originally, Lu Yao meant to split 2:4:4. But the two refused, so she had no reason to push the money away. So 4:3:3 was good. So they have money coming in every day. How can they be in a bad mood? If it weren't for the weather and manpower, they might be able to burn more charcoal. In the past half month, the rain has never stopped. But it's just heavy and light. After burning for a few more days, Lu Yao plans to stop for the time being. It's not worth it to go to a farther place to cut wood on a rainy day. It's not possible to cut wood near here. Otherwise it will be a road to self-destruction. If all the trees are cut down, and there is a mudslide, everyone will be doomed. Why is she still working so hard to make money? It's raining all the time. It's impossible to leave here. Lu Yao doesn't want to lose everything she has now. If they don't even have a place to shelter from the rain, how can they survive? So, the charcoal burning must be stopped. Unless the rain stops, but it's obviously impossible. When she thought about it, the food in the pot was ready. She flashed away, and she and the food left the space. The first thing she served was Xiaoxian, a big bowl of stewed potatoes and meat, and she also put 3 pancakes in his bowl. The pancakes were placed in the bowl to absorb the stewed meat soup. And the taste was very good. Xiaoxuan's appetite was better than hers. And this bowl was just right. Moreover, each pancake she made was as big as an adult's palm. And the bowl was also very big, about the same size as those in modern noodle shops. Bai Meyu and his friends ate twice as much as Xiaoxian. If they continued to eat like this, Lu Yao felt that they would really go bankrupt. As the saying goes, the little brats can make the old man bankrupt. This is absolutely true. These guys are too good at eating. And they don't get fat even after eating. Isn't it infuriating? If those girls who tried their best to lose weight in their previous lives knew about this, they would probably send a cart of razor blades. Xiaoxian, this stew is a little hot, and quite spicy. You eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you. After Lu Yao served everyone a bowl, she said, by the way, you can eat boldly today, there is a big pot inside. After hearing Lu Yao's words, everyone happily opened their stomachs to eat. To be honest, usually they were afraid that there would not be enough food, so they tried to eat until they were 70% to 80% full before putting down their chopsticks. Since Miss Yao said so today, they won't be polite. This also means that the crops in the field should be edible. For example, the potatoes we ate today were obviously just dug. However, the crops grown here are different from those grown outside. They are much more delicious. Bai Meyu saw his girl busying around. So he said gently, "Girl, don't just focus on us. Sit down and eat too." Lu Yao listened to Bai Meyu's words and said with a smile, "Bai Meyu, don't worry about eating. There is another pot in there. Besides, I will not starve myself as a cook. I ate a little in there just now." Hearing Lu Yao's words, he nodded gently, and then ate boldly. To be honest, this girl's cooking skills are getting better and better. It seems that I will have a good time in the future. If he were to eat someone else's food now, he would definitely not be able to eat it. He uses the spiritual spring water every day to cook everything, and his stomach has been spoiled. Xiao Yao, your cooking skills are really amazing. It's so delicious. Wu Jianrui took a bite and praised her profusely. Well, the food made by my elder sister is the most delicious, Xiao Xian said incoherently while eating. Chapter 73 Teppanyaki. It has been raining outside for a month, and most of the time it is heavy rain. Continuous, as if the sky was pierced by a stick. And it never stops. And Lu Yao and his friends who live in the cave are making all kinds of delicious food in different ways every day, but after a long time, everyone feels heavy in their hearts, not knowing what the situation is down the mountain, and they are also worried about their families. Especially Wu Jianrui, who usually looks careless and heartless, but he really cares about his family. Now he can't even eat with peace of mind, and he frowns every day, like a little old man. This made Xiao Xian, who always stuck to him, feel quite depressed. Lu Yao was not feeling at ease now. She was mainly worried that the meat in the space was almost gone, but it was raining heavily, and it was not safe to go hunting. Besides, the drought had just ended, and it was unknown whether the small animals on the mountain had recovered. The charcoal had not been burned for a long time, and it had been turned off 10 days ago, otherwise everyone would not be so bored. She originally wanted to try making paper, but that also required wood, and the steps were complicated, and it could not be completed in a day or two. They are cutting materials, trees, bamboo, hemp, etc., peeling, soaking, boiling, washing, fishing, drying. After completing these steps, a piece of paper is considered complete, and then presented to everyone. So this can't be done now. Besides, drying paper requires the sun. In this horrible weather, let alone the sun, it seems impossible to stop the rain. If it's not done, people will easily think about it. Another thing is that it's human nature for people to miss their families, and she can't always stop them. Bai Mayu and his family are not like Xiao Xian and I. If two people are full, the whole family will not be hungry. They have their relatives and people they care about. This is human nature. Droughts are safer. Rich people like them can survive with just a little water. Supplies are not a problem for them. At most, they can save a little. But now it is a big flood. People say that floods are ruthless. They are really ruthless. As long as it gets angry, it doesn't matter if you are powerful or rich, you are just like ants in its eyes. Wherever he went, there was no grass growing, and all the houses were destroyed. It was better in modern times, with reinforced concrete everywhere, and it was not easy to destroy them. But now it was the ancient times of another world, and people generally lived in mud houses and blue brick houses. Once those things were soaked by water, what would be left? Just a pool of mud. Lu Yao didn't know how to comfort people, because she was afraid that the more she said, the more sad she would make people. Moreover, she felt that words of comfort were too weak and too pale in the face of all disasters. All she could do now was to accompany them silently like Xiao Xian, and make some delicious food to comfort his young and worried heart. Oh, I'm so hungry. Are you hungry? In order to make the atmosphere less heavy, Lu Yao changed the subject. Well, I'm a little hungry too. How about we grill some meat today? I haven't eaten it for a long time. Xiao Xian said that potatoes are not bad either. Hearing Lu Yao say this, Bai Mayu suggested. Lu Yao turned around and looked at him intently. Could it be that this guy has been greedy for a long time? But he has always been supported by Wu Jianrui, the foodie, so his nature as a foodie is hidden. It's just that the food itself is not in the mood now, so he showed the fox tail. She said, how could it be not food for friends who eat and get food? It turned out to be a man. Sister, I want to eat too. Xiao Xian heard it with meat. I also said anxiously, seems to be afraid to say slow, no one like him. Alright, I go in and get some meat and vegetables. Thinking of the few meats to be finished again, she felt distressed. But who called her cheap, go to ask others. No matter how reluctant she was. Lu Yao stood up and flashed into the space. She first went to the vegetable garden to pick some green vegetables suitable for barbecue. Washed them in the river and set them aside. Then she went to the space to pick some meat. Cut them into pieces of the same size. Prepared to marinate them. And then skewered them with bamboo sticks, so that there would be a barbecue atmosphere. Thinking that she would need bamboo sticks later, Lu Yao flashed out of the space again. MOE. Go cut a bamboo and come back. And then cut it into long and thin bamboo sticks like this. I will use them later. She gestured with her hands. And after seeing that they understood, she flashed into the space again. Half an hour later, Lu Yao took out all the dishes and seasonings and a piece of iron plate. Today she wanted to give them something different, to open the eyes of these inexperienced guys. What is teppanyaki? Bai Mayu and the others looked at Lu Yao fearfully. They were going to eat barbecue. We wouldn't say anything if you took out the vegetables, but it would be too much if you took out a piece of iron plate. We don't have such good teeth. When they were planning to escape collectively, they saw Lu Yao put the big iron plate on the fire with stones, and brushed a layer of oil on it, and then put the meat slices and pieces on the hot iron plate. After a while, the meat sizzled, and the aroma of meat followed. Finally, Lu Yao sprinkled some barbecue powder she had prepared on it. Suddenly, the unique aroma of teppanyaki almost made the 20 or so men cry. The smell was so fragrant that it was unbearable. Are you ready, sister? Xiaoxian wiped the saliva that flowed out. Yes, Xiaoyao. It's almost done. It's okay as long as it's edible. It doesn't need to be roasted so well. Yeah. Lu Yao looked at their useless looks and shook her head. If she made Chongqing hot pot again in the future, they would have to eat it raw. It seems that this delicacy is much more useful to foodies than the spiritual spring water. After it was grilled, Lu Yao picked up a piece for each person. Fortunately, when she ordered it, she asked the blacksmith to make it a little bigger considering that there were many people, otherwise it would not be enough to share. Try it, see if it's good. This barbecue seasoning was also her first time, so she didn't know how it tasted. But before Lu Yao finished speaking, they couldn't wait to put it in their mouths one by one. Even Wu Jiurui, who looked like he was dying just now, added it in, and his speed was no slower than others. It seems that a foodie is a foodie. It's not that he has no appetite, but that he hasn't encountered anything particularly delicious. It's delicious. It's really good. Wow. Xiaoyao. This is so delicious. Please grill some for me. I'm so hungry. Lu Yao also put a piece of meat in her mouth and said, It's really good. I didn't expect that I have a talent for cooking. Then Lu Yao put the vegetables in and grilled them. Unexpectedly, they also received unanimous praise. Finally, everyone thought Lu Yao was too slow, so they started to do it themselves, separating the two sides, grilling one side and grilling the other side. Everyone was grilling and eating at the same time, and it was very pleasant for a while. Seeing that they had swept away their previous boredom, and everyone was laughing and smiling, she suddenly felt less distressed, and felt that it was worth the money. It was just that for the next period of time, it seemed that they would have to become vegetarians. But fortunately, the situation was not as bad as imagined. At least there were still many clams in the river, which could hold out for the time being. Chapter 74 Preparation. Girl, you should go and rest for a while. It's late. You've been busy all afternoon. Bai Mayu sat there and looked at the hot weather outside, and said to Lu Yao in a gentle voice. Although he was not in a very good mental state, he was a little sleepy. But it was rare for these guys to be so relaxed, and they obviously hadn't eaten enough, so he was generous enough not to spoil their fun. Besides, even if he went over and laid down, it would probably take him a while to fall asleep because of the noise, so it would be better to sit comfortably. To be honest, these guys seemed to be less and less afraid of him recently. If it were in the past, they would never dare to do this in front of him even if they were beaten to death. Bai Mayu reached out and touched his cheek. Could it be that he has become more amiable recently? But he had to admit that this feeling was not bad. What about you guys? Don't worry, after they finish eating, they will naturally go to rest. Xiaoxian will be watched by Junrui later. Go ahead. Okay, I'll go to bed first. After saying that, she flashed into the space. Sometimes, she felt that she was becoming more and more like an old woman. She had to arrange everything by herself, which was too tiring. Although she looked like a child, she had the soul of an old girl from the 21st century. So it was normal for her to think too much. After a simple wash, she went upstairs and fell asleep in a second. She ate so late today, and she was indeed a little tired. It seemed that the money from barbecue was not so easy to make. The smoke and fire were too exhausting. When she settled down in the future, if she wanted to open a store, she would have to continue to cooperate with Bai Mayu. That way, she could make money and have barbecue to eat at any time. With their status, no one dared to make trouble, and they could kill two birds with one stone. After Lu Yao woke up, she looked at the situation outside. Those guys had already eaten and gone to sleep. After Lu Yao washed up, she got busy. Although she could finish sewing and harvesting with a wave of her hand, she was still used to doing some things by herself, especially when picking vegetables. Forget about sewing, and those in large quantities. She would just do it as easily as possible. But sometimes she still liked to pick vegetables by herself. When Lu Yao arrived at the vegetable area, she put all the vegetables that could be picked into the warehouse. She kept the unripe ones, and picked them again in 2 days. This way, she could maximize the harvest. After finishing, then pick the yellow leaves and old ones to feed the chickens and ducks. There is no such thing as wasting them. Although the grass on the mountain is enough for them to eat and drink, who would complain about having too much food? People don't complain about too much, let alone animals, right? Looking at everything in the space, at this moment Lu Yao is particularly grateful to the god of time travel for letting the space come with her. Otherwise she wouldn't be living as comfortably as she is today. Maybe he would have become a pile of bones long ago, and Xiaoxian wouldn't be as white and tender as he is now, being raised by her. Maybe she could survive, but her life would be extremely hard, and she would be hungry all the time. So, at this moment, she was especially grateful for the kindness of the time travel master. Maybe this is what is called a fool has a fool's luck. Although she knew she was not smart enough, she had to admit that she was lucky enough. Otherwise, she would not have encountered such a mysterious thing as time travel. After finishing all these, Lu Yao went to the kitchen to cook. Now she planned to cook as much as possible. After they woke up, she took out more than 200 kilograms of flour and asked them to mix it. Then she made it into steamed buns, dumplings, and pancakes for storage. There were about 100 kilograms of rice left, and she kept about 20 kilograms for backup. The rest was made into rice balls. Half of the potatoes were stewed with meat, and the other half were put in the oven to be baked. They could just take them out and eat them when the time came. Judging from the looks of Wu Junrui and the others, they might not be here for long. So she had to make preparations before the trip. No matter what they decided, she would support them. In other words, what can she do if she disagrees? Just her and Xiaoxian. Staying in this mountain for more than 10 days will probably make them autistic. So, she can only follow them. And they may not be able to leave her now. Since no one can leave each other, why bother to be hypocritical? Right? Lu Yao also decided to ask them to chop some firewood and bring it back to warm it up when the rain is a little lighter in the next 2 days. After all, they are all ready to leave. So there is no need to worry about the problem of mudslides. Ask a few more people to go around and see if there is anything edible, even if they catch a few birds. And look in the bamboo forest, maybe they can find some winter bamboo shoots or something. Although the bamboo in the space is alive, it may take a long time to eat its bamboo shoots. If they want to leave, they have to make a few rafts. After all, it rains today. Even if they walk on the mountain path, if there is a place that they can't pass, they can use the raft to cross. So there are still many things to do, but what we can do now is to make all preparations. After everyone got up and had dinner, MOE, take a few people to cut trees, cut them nearby, then dry them. MOR, take a few people to see if there is anything to eat nearby, preferably living things, even a bird will do. MO-san, take people to make rafts these days, make some bamboo and wood. 12, 13, take 2 of you and a few people to mix all the flour, I will take it in and steam it all later. By Moyu, Wujuerue, Xiaoxian, you 3 continue to pick vegetables. Pick as many as you can, but you are not allowed to be lazy, do you hear me? Lu Yao acted vigorously, and soon arranged the matter, and everyone had a share. Girl, thank you. Bai Mayu saw Lu Yao's arrangement, and he knew what she was going to do. So he sincerely thanked the girl, who had done so much for them silently. In fact, even if the girl didn't make the arrangement today, he was planning to mention this matter in the next few days, but he was afraid that she would feel uncomfortable, so... Hey, what are you thanking me for? Aren't you frowning all day and missing your family? Then go back. Lu Yao felt embarrassed when Bai Mayu thanked her like this. But this is not something shameful. She just doesn't like this kind of polite lifestyle. After hearing what he said, she said it directly, and her tone was as simple as going out to pick some vegetables. So the implication was that there was no need to thank him. Thank you. Thank you. Zayar. Wu Juerui was very excited when he heard Lu Yao's words. He was the only one who was worried about his family. He was also worried about his old man, so he should say thank you. And Moe and the others were orphans and fearless. Wherever Moe went, they would go. She knew that. Xiao Yao's words seemed simple, But looking at what she did today, she knew that if she wanted to go back, the journey would be full of difficulties and dangers, so she had to prepare a lot of things. So at this time, except for saying thank you, he didn't know what to say to express his deep excitement. Although the old man was a little fierce to him, he was really good to him, to the extent that he would grant whatever he asked, so he had to go back. Chapter 75 Preparing. Lu Yao didn't know whether she made this decision, was it right or wrong. Maybe she could live a stable life from now on, or maybe what awaited them ahead would be a sea of fire, and a hell on earth. All this was unpredictable. So what she could do now was to make adequate preparations, so that the road ahead would be easier, and not be so flustered when things happened. The rest depended on luck. Moe and his friends carried bundles of firewood back to the cave entrance, drank some hot water, and continued to cut trees in the heavy rain. However, these firewoods are all wet, and they must be dried before they can be stored in the space. Otherwise they cannot be used. When Moe came back with firewood again, Lu Yao asked him to keep 12 and 13 to help her build a wooden tower with these firewoods. Then a fire was lit in the middle, so that the firewoods could be dried. At about 5 or 6 in the evening, Lu Yao and Bai Mayu sat in front of the fire, discussing tomorrow's affairs. The water in the pot boiled, and Mo12 and the others were putting vegetables and seasonings in it. He planned to make a big pot of vegetable soup, because Miss Yao said that there was no meat left. You can only drink this in the future. As for dry food, they have already prepared it today, you can just take it out and eat it later. Lu Yao took a look at the pot. It has been a long time since I drank this kind of pure vegetable soup, but it is much better than before. At least now there are seasonings such as salt, sauce and vinegar. Seeing that it is almost done, Lu Yao said, 12, it's okay. This kind of vegetable soup, just wait a while after the water boils, otherwise it will have that taste after a long time. Okay, Miss Xiao Yao. 12 was also a little looking forward to it. After all, this vegetable soup was also his first time to make, and he did it independently, when it was not so hot anymore. 12 served everyone a bowl, and with the steamed buns that Lu Yao brought out. The meal was ready. Well, not bad. Sweet and fresh. Very good. Moderately salty. Lu Yao took a sip first and expressed her gratitude. Hee. Mainly because of the good ingredients and water. 12 said embarrassedly after being praised. Moe and other good brothers proved with their actions that this soup was really good, and they never stopped eating one mouthful after another. Compared with meat soup, wild vegetable meat soup, this green vegetable soup does have a unique green fragrance. Although there was no meat today, everyone was very satisfied. There's still a little left. Who wants it? I want it. I want it. Wu Jianrui answered, while handing the bowl to 12. Looking at his expression, Lu Yao laughed dumbly. A foodie is a foodie. Once he puts this worry aside, he immediately returns to his essence. When it comes to eating, he doesn't even know how to write the word reserved. For foodies, the sky is big, the earth is big, but eating is the biggest. In their hearts, there is nothing more important than eating. After dinner, looking at the 6 or 7 wooden towers at the entrance of the cave, Lu Yao felt relieved. After all, if he was in a hurry, he didn't have to keep the fire burning all the time like he did now. He only needed to burn some when he rested, and it would be enough after a few days of chopping wood and adding it to the wood in the space. At the same time, Lu Yao was also annoyed in his heart. If he had known earlier, he should have prepared more before the rain. He wouldn't have to be like this now, sharpening his gun before the battle. However, he did have a lot of firewood in his space. But now there were so many people, and the weather was cold. The fire was almost always on all day long, and the consumption was indeed a bit high. Fortunately, their food can be cooked in her space. Otherwise, if it continues to rain like this, it will be a problem to eat. Not to mention keeping warm. I don't know when the rain will stop, Lu Yao said softly while playing with a branch in her hand. Don't worry about it. Since we have decided to set off, we just need to be prepared. We will never know what God is thinking. Maybe it will stop when we arrive in Kyoto. Don't you think so? Bai Mayu felt that there was no point in worrying about these things. You're right. Even if I rack my brains, the rain won't stop for me. As she spoke, Lu Yao stuck out her tongue, stood up, and planned to take a rest. After all, she had been busy all day. Bai Mayu sat at the entrance of the cave, turned his head, and looked at the place where Lu Yao disappeared. Why did he feel that the way the girl stuck out her tongue just now was so cute? She sat there alone, smiling foolishly, and almost scared Wu Jianrui, who was out washing his feet, to death. He thought he had seen a ghost. Why are you sitting there in the dark? You scared me to death. Don't you know that's scaring people to death? Wu Jianrui patted his chest and said. Bai Mayu glanced at him, stood up and said quietly, You are so timid. It seems you need to practice. I think your uncle should be happy with you doing this. Cousin. I was wrong. I was wrong. Really wrong. I was just joking with you. Really. I swear. Don't do it again. Then he walked into the cave and lay down to rest. Wu Jianrui waved his fist behind him. If he couldn't beat him, he would punch him. Let him know what it means to respect the old and love the young. Humph. Cousin. What are you doing? Do you want to hit me? At some point. Bai Mayu turned his head and said faintly. No. No. I'm catching mosquitoes. Yes. Catching mosquitoes. Wu Jianrui saw his cousin's fake smile. And his little heart couldn't bear it. Are you sure? Very sure. Then catch one for me to play with later. Hearing Bai Mayu's words, Wu Jianrui almost cried. It was so cold. Where could he catch a mosquito for him? The next day, when Lu Yao came out, everyone had gone out to work. Outside, the rain was still drizzling. But what she didn't expect was that the rain was obviously much lighter than yesterday. Good morning. Good morning. Big sister, you're out, I'm so hungry. Xiao Xian saw his big sister coming out, and said hurriedly. Here, fill your stomach first, I'll cook some soup before eating. Lu Yao said, and gave him a wild vegetable bun. Then she hurriedly slipped into the space to cook soup. After finishing her work in the space, she took another nap. She didn't expect that she would oversleep. Now everyone has to work on an empty stomach. Alas, it seems that we need to prepare some food outside in the future. Otherwise, if this happens again, they will have to go hungry. It took Li Yao about 10 minutes to make a big pot of vegetable soup. Then she asked Wu Jianrui to call them back for dinner. How can they work on an empty stomach? After dinner, Lu Yao still asked them to do it according to yesterday's plan. She and 12 and 13 dismantled the wooden tower from yesterday. Although the firewood was not completely dry, it was no problem to use it for burning. Today, Bai Mayu and the other two worked very quickly, and they took it down in a short while. Then, several people rebuilt the wood that Moe had cut today and continued to dry it. Lu Yao did not stop. After finishing the wooden tower, she hurried to collect the raft she had made yesterday. Moe, it's time to finish the work. Go and call them back for dinner. It's getting dark. Lu Yao shouted at the entrance of the cave. She and 12 had prepared the food. It was very cold, and they had to eat it while it was hot. That was the most comfortable way. Okay, Miss Yao. After saying that, she ran out to call people. In this way, everyone worked in the heavy rain for 10 days without stopping. And Lu Yao finally stopped. Chapter 76 Cliff. Today, Lu Yao used the little ginger. She had to cook a big pot of ginger soup. She was worried that everyone would be damp after being in the rain for so many days. Drinking some ginger soup would help to get rid of the dampness and coldness. After everyone finished eating, Bai Mayu announced that they would set off soon. This was what he and the girl had discussed yesterday. Lu Yao had put all the things into the space as soon as they got up in the morning. This way, they could travel light and walk more easily. Now they just had to wait for the order, and everyone could set off. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Bai Mayu led a large group of people, heading towards the mountain road in the north, braving the heavy rain. However, this time, everyone was clearly well prepared. They were all wearing oilcloth. The cuffs, collars, and trouser legs were tied with thin ropes. And everyone made simple hats with bamboo strips on their heads. This was spun by Lu Yao, and was woven by the old men in the countryside today. However, after it was woven, it seemed to be a little different from the original. Although it looked a little weird and inconvenient to move, the effect was still good. Compared to being caught in the rain, it is obviously much more comfortable. At least now you won't be soaked all over. And wrapped up like this, it is windproof and rainproof. And it is also much warmer. It is really killing two birds with one stone. Especially Lu Yao and Xiao Xian, who were riding on the wolf's back. Except for a pair of eyes exposed. The rest were wrapped tightly, like a big dumpling. When this happened, Wu Jianrui and the others almost laughed to death. But under Bai Mayu's pressure, they held back. I almost got internal injuries from holding it in. It was a pity that someone's shrugged shoulders betrayed him. Lu Yao was so angry that she didn't talk to the guy who only allowed officials to set fires, but not the people to light lamps. For more than an hour. Humph! Good intentions are not rewarded. She prepared 5 sets of such clothes for each person. These guys dared to laugh at her, but they will beg her for help later. If this is damaged on the way, it can be replaced as quickly as possible. In this way, it will not delay the journey. And it will not be cold. This time she also spent a lot of money and used 5 sheets of oilcloth alone. Anyway, their goal is Kyoto, so there is no point in saving oilcloth. Lu Yao has figured it out now. If it is gone, she can buy more. It will be troublesome if this person catches a cold. Moe led 12 people in the front, each holding a machete. If they encounter obstacles, they will just cut them down with a knife. Moe, your team should go to the back to rest, and let Moe lead the people to the front. After walking for almost an hour, Bai Mayu spoke up. He wanted to ensure that everyone had enough physical strength to deal with emergencies. Although they walked for more than an hour, they didn't go far because of the heavy rain and slippery roads. After more than a month of rain, the dried branches grew again and became more lush. To be honest, this road is not difficult to walk, but very difficult. I didn't see any animals at all. I thought I would get some harvest along the way. Lu Yao looked up and said disappointedly, maybe it's because of the heavy rain and cold. They all hid. Bai Mayu looked up at the sky. The rain never stopped. If the animals came out at this time, they would be stupid like them. Lu Yao nodded. This was the only reason. It couldn't be because they were all dead. I hope we can get some results ahead. After changing the formation and drinking some hot water, the group continued to move forward. Wait a minute. Just a few minutes after walking, Moe, who was walking in front, suddenly shouted, "What's wrong?" Bai Mayu stood there and asked, "Master, there are traces of animals here. Although they have been washed away by the rain, they must not have walked for long. Do you want to go and take a look?" Bai Mayu heard what Moe said, glanced at Lu Yao, and then shook his head and said, "No, let's keep going. What a pity. If I had known, I would not have rested just now." Bai Mo saw Lu Yao like this, and shook his head with a smile, saying, "It's nothing to pity. Even if we didn't rest, we wouldn't have met them. If we had just passed by, the Wolf King and the others would have issued a warning. Right?" Lu Yao thought about it, and it was true. With the noses of the Wolf King and the others, if they had just passed by, they would not be able to smell it. Besides, it was raining heavily, so it was a bit too much to go looking for an animal. Well, there is a chance. Since there are animals, we still have a chance to meet them. Seeing that the girl was still a little unhappy, Bai Mayu explained. Unfortunately, all the way, there was no sign of any animals until the evening. Bai Mayu, let's go over there. It's more open there. Our wooden shed can fit in. Lu Yao took a look around and found that only there could fit their cobbled wooden shed. Bai Mayu nodded. Of course, he had no idea about the girl's suggestion. This wooden shed was the idea of Imo-san when Lu Yao asked him to make a raft. He made the raft bigger and built a shed on it. Since the pillars were not strong, he tied a big stone. When Lu Yao and Bai Mayu saw it, they only praised him for his promising future. This would make their way back easier. If they were tired, they could just put out the wooden shed. It was very convenient. It took less than 5 minutes for the group to put up the shed. If they were to build it, it would probably take more than an hour. After a while, the group drank hot soup and ate. Lu Yao felt that after eating and drinking, the fatigue before was swept away. On the 3rd day, Lu Yao and his group encountered a cliff. They had no choice but to walk down the mountain to see if they could get through. On the winding mountain road, people wrapped in oilcloth were struggling to move forward. But no matter how heavy the rain was, it could not stop them from moving forward. After more than 2 hours, they came to the middle of the mountain. Lu Yao looked at the overflowing water at the foot of the mountain and felt heavy in his heart. Everyone slowed down their pace and slowly approached the water. When they got close, everyone felt the malice of the flood. Everywhere was like a vast ocean, and the dead branches and leaves floating on it rushed along with it. Lu Yao looked up at Bai Mayu and asked, "Is there still room to go forward?" "We have to continue. It depends on the situation. The water will soon flood here. Maybe there will be a mudslide in serious cases. So we have to go. And we have to hurry." Facing the deafening sound of the flood, Bai Mayu had to shout, "Well, you decide." Lu Yao looked back at the muddy water flowing down from the mountain and said, "Mo Air Mo San, you must follow Xiao Xian from now on. Moe is responsible for safety and rafting. Girl, follow me closely. Do you hear me?" "Yes, master." After hearing this, Lu Yao quickly took out a few ropes from the space and asked them to tie themselves up. If they accidentally fell, the water would be so fast that they would not be able to find them. Chapter 77 Rescue. When Lu Yao and the others were preparing to use the raft to cross to another mountaintop, halfway down the mountain, not far from them, suddenly there was a group of people in the water, climbing up the mountain in a panic. Some of them supported each other, some pulled each other, some screamed heartbreakingly. Everyone rushed to get away from this man-eating beast. They had already devoured many of their relatives and friends, watching them struggling in the water until they disappeared. No one wanted to be devoured like this. The feeling of being choked by the flood was too uncomfortable, and they didn't want to experience that feeling again. So they all climbed up desperately. "Everyone, don't panic. Climb up the slope." Seeing this situation, Lu Yao shouted and rushed down. This is different from the drought. Now those people are hanging by a thread. No matter what. They are all human names. And she can't turn a blind eye. Bai Mayu, who followed behind, shook his head, took back the hand that was holding the lonely one, and followed helplessly. He was not a person who regarded human life as worthless. After all, there were more than a dozen lives. If they could be saved, they would be saved. He just wanted to make sure that the group of people were safe. But seeing that the girl had already run over, he could only follow her obediently. If something really happened to the girl, he would have nowhere to cry. Fortunately, the Wolf King followed. When the people on the mountainside saw Lu Yao, they felt like they saw a savior, regardless of whether she was still a child or not. They even chose not to see the Wolf King standing next to her. Everyone was shouting anxiously, "Help! Help! Come and save my child! Please, come and save my child! He is dying." When Lu Yao ran to the woman holding the child and yelling for help, she was soaked and her lips were white from the cold. "Don't worry. Let's go up first. It's too dangerous here." Although she said so, she was shocked when she saw the limp child in the woman's arms. I'm afraid. It's gone." She reached her hand under the child's nose without leaving any trace. Although she already had the answer in her mind, she still took a step back in fear after confirming it. If Bai Mayu, who was following behind, hadn't supported her in time, she would have fallen down. But Lu Yao was completely unaware of it. Her chest seemed to be blocked by something, and she couldn't breathe. The woman also noticed Lu Yao's abnormality, and she realized it belatedly and held the child in her arms, crying heartbreakingly. The people who followed behind also fell silent. They all escaped from the same place, but unfortunately the raft was washed away by the flood halfway, and more than a dozen rafts were washed away and scattered. There were hundreds of people, and now only these 10 or so are left. They didn't expect that. They were lucky enough to escape the drought, but they died in the rain they looked forward to every day. When Lu Yao and the others learned about the situation, they all felt heavy. They didn't expect that. The high walls of this prefecture city could also be washed away. Is Kyoto still safe? Lu Yao opened her mouth, wanting to say a few words of comfort, but after a long time, she didn't say a single word. "Girl, are you okay?" Bai Mayu asked worriedly when he saw Lu Yao like this. Lu Yao shook her head, indicating that she was fine. She had seen a lot of such things, whether in the end of the world or here. But maybe because her body had become smaller, she had become more sentimental, so she just couldn't calm down for a while. Besides, this kind of thing is not something she can change. Lu Yao looked up at the people who had just climbed up. Because the temperature was too low, they were all shivering and shaking. If they didn't drink something hot and warm themselves by the fire, they would probably fall ill soon. So, Lu Yao pointed upwards to Bai Mayu, and then took Xiaoxian and Mo Air and 10 other people to the top of the mountain. She didn't care about the woman crying heartbreakingly. After all, she was not familiar with her. She didn't know how to comfort her. When their figures disappeared in the woods, the group came to their senses. Why did they leave? They were divided into 2 groups, and they were wolves. Seeing this, they were all very nervous. Some of the timid ones almost peed themselves. To be honest, everyone had crawled out of the pile of death. Everyone knew about that. But if it happened to them, it would be a bit unpleasant. And they wanted wolves. Now I am afraid that there is not even a bone left. Thinking of this, Everyone shivered like a sieve, not sure if it was because of the cold or because of fear. They looked down at their small bodies, and then looked at the big and strong man on the opposite side. Seemingly they couldn't beat him. What to do? Bai Mayu frowned. What's wrong with these people? If they retreat any further they will fall back into the water. Am I that scary? Seeing Bai Mayu's depressed face, Wu Junrui and the others felt unusually happy, as if they knew what he was thinking, and said, "You are indeed a little scary." After that they laughed fearlessly. Seeing this, Mo-san and his friends took a few steps back to protect themselves. You guys. Just when the two groups looked at each other, not knowing what to do, Mo's appearance resolved the awkwardness. Master, you can go up now. Seeing him say that, Bai Mayu took the lead and went up. It was really embarrassing to stand here, as if he was going to do something to them. To put it bluntly, they were like that. Like ghosts. He didn't say he was scared, which was already good enough. After they were driven forward for a while, they saw a fire in a shed not far away. They ran into the shed one by one as if they had seen a great savior. They had just been worried about being cooked and eaten without leaving even the bones. But now they had forgotten about it. When they rushed to the fire, they felt waves of heat coming towards them, which was very warm. Their clothes had been soaked by the rain for a long time, and they had been soaking in the water for so long that they could not stand the cold. Now that they were warmed by the fire, they felt very comfortable. Some of the brave ones took off their clothes except for their underwear and baked in the oven. After baking for a long time, they finally warmed up a little. At this time, they noticed the surrounding environment. This shed was made by tying a piece of oilcloth to big trees in different directions with a few ropes. It was surrounded by branches. No wonder they felt the wind was much weaker as soon as they came in. They also carefully dug drainage ditches. When their eyes finally fell on the steaming iron pot, they seemed to be stared at, motionless, and they seemed to smell the smell of the pancake. It was so fragrant. If it weren't for the terrifying swallowing sound, Lu Yao and the others would have wanted to go forward to check the breath. Chapter 78. Greedy Snakes Devour Elephants. After confirming that the wild vegetables in the pot were boiling, Lu Yao took out 13 new bamboo bowls from the space with the help of a backpack. Luckily, she was smart. When she saw people coming, she immediately took out a backpack from the space, otherwise, she wouldn't know how to take out these things. 12, 13, you share these foods with them, 1 pancake for each person. Then those people followed 12's instructions, lined up to get food. There was plenty of soup, but only 1 pancake for each person. Anyway, she has plenty of river water. It's wishful thinking to want spiritual water. In Lu Yao's opinion, they are not qualified. The distribution was fine in the front. When it came to the 7th middle-aged woman, she said, "Young man, can you give me a few more cakes? I haven't eaten for several days. I'm almost fainting from hunger." Although she asked a person, her eyes were almost dizzy with the cakes. If it weren't for the fact that the 12th and the others were tall and strong, they would probably want to rush forward to grab them. Lu Yao stood by and looked up at her for a few times, and said coldly, "No. There are only so many cakes. I gave you more. What will others eat? Besides, we don't know what the situation is now. It's good to have something to eat. And you still want to eat a full stomach? Are you dreaming? Or did I hear it wrong?" After hearing what Lu Yao said, the people behind also spoke angrily. "Yes. It's good that people can give us a bite to eat in this year. Be content. Don't go too far. Besides, the girl is right. You took more. What will we eat?" Hearing the condemnation from the back, the woman named Yu glared at everyone, took her share and retreated embarrassedly. Lu Yao watched her leave, curled her lips, and said, "People are greedy. And they are spoiled. They really think they are rich. If it weren't for the sake of a life, she would hardly pay attention to them." Some of them were still complaining while eating. Alas! Lu Yao sighed heavily. There were more than a dozen cakes missing. She covered her chest and said silently in her heart, "The landlord's surplus grain is not much. What should we do?" Although the crops in the field were almost ripe, she forgot to buy a thresher when she was in the capital city. She didn't know how the ancient city people used it. If they used stones to chase the corn like in the original owner's village, she would have cried to death. Besides, she didn't have that thing now. Fortunately, she didn't plant much of the things that needed to be shelled. Most of the fields were planted with corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, etc. But they were almost ready to eat. These things were not only filling, but also easy to make. They could be cooked by boiling in water or roasting over fire. How convenient. Especially the green corn. She saw that they had started to pack it yesterday. When she thought of the sweet and sticky taste, Lu Yao couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She hadn't eaten it for several months. And she missed it. Lu Yao had never thought that there were these things in ancient times in this other world. After receiving the memories of the original owner, she was so happy. But the people here didn't know whether they didn't know that green corn could be eaten, or they were reluctant to break it before it was ripe and waste it. Anyway, in her limited memory, the villagers waited for the corn to grow old, took it home to dry it, and then ground it into cornmeal with the corn cobs to eat. She had never seen anyone eating green corn, but maybe the original owner was not qualified to eat it. Who knows? However, according to the status of the original owner and her brother at home, Lu Yao felt that the latter was more likely. It was good enough for the two of them to have something to eat, but they also wanted to eat delicious food, beautiful ones. Think about it. They would never get such good things. But compared to rice and noodles, she prefers these coarse grains, especially green boiled corn, baked sweet potatoes, which are her favorites. In fact, Lu Yao didn't really care about these cakes, but she didn't want people to think she was a fool. Some people she doesn't know the word gratitude at all. Just like Yusher just now, she couldn't stop her mouth even if she had food. She kept mumbling, thinking that others couldn't hear her, but she had good hearing. Judging from the faces of Bai Mayu and the others, they must have heard it too. According to what this woman said, if I don't help her, I'm a bad person, I'm not a good person. It seems that there are always some bad apples everywhere. Just when I thought of this, I heard Bai Mayu say faintly, "Moe girl, pack your things. Let's go." Hearing this, Lu Yao was speechless at the time, and rolled her eyes at him in a very unpresentable manner. Big brother, don't you see what time it is? If you want to leave, you have to leave tomorrow morning. Besides, why should you suffer because of what others say? Is she that kind of person? At this time, those who were sitting by the fire and drinking soup, when they heard Bai Mayu's words, all of them were not calm, and even felt that the soup in the bowl suddenly didn't smell good. As long as they thought that they were going to be abandoned, they were afraid that they would not even be able to drink a mouthful of hot soup in the future. Everyone was scared, especially those who had just said bad things about others. Now they regretted it so much. But they didn't regret their own mistakes. But they shouldn't have told the truth so early. However, the situation was stronger than the people, and they couldn't win. Seeing that Lu Yao and the others were leaving, they couldn't wait to say, "Young man, you see, we old bones have been hungry for several days. You are leaving. Can you leave us some food?" "Yes, girl. You see, we are so hungry that we are skin and bones. We don't have much strength to find food." Lu Yao thought for a while. And save this person. It can't be in vain. Although some of them are useless. It is not wrong to give them some food. But you can't give them too much. Otherwise they will be like stink bugs, disgusting you to death. It's okay to give you some food. But at most 30 cakes. No more. When they heard that 30 cakes were needed, those people immediately refused to do it. Even those who Lu Yao thought were good at first looked unhappy one by one. 30 cakes. One person a day. Even if they are frugal, they should have one cake. Right? How many days can it last? Isn't she just sending away beggars? Thinking of this, Mrs. Yu said, "Miss, 30 pancakes. Isn't it a little too little? There are more than 10 of us. And this is not enough. Can you give me a few dozen more?" Seeing that Lu Yao didn't say anything, the others behind also said the same thing. Even those who looked good also looked at Lu Yao with hope. They really think they are rich. Seeing this, Lu Yao didn't get angry but laughed and said, "You seem to have forgotten that I don't have to give it to you. Give me dozens more. Do you think they are just mud? You can get them with just a pinch. You really think you are something. Just 30, you can take it or not." When those people saw Lu Yao like this, they all sat there listlessly, and dared not speak again, because they were afraid that the 30 cakes would all run away later. So some people are just cheap. You talk to them nicely, but they still don't appreciate it, and complain about this and that. To be honest, they just treat others as fools. If you don't show your power, people will bully you as a sick cat. Chapter 79 Change. After saying that, Lu Yao walked out of the shed. Now, if she looked at them for a second longer, she would feel an eyesore. She should just walk away so that she wouldn't be annoyed. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would lose control, and a bolt of lightning would strike them. It was really disgusting. I didn't expect that the first time I did good deeds in this alien world, I would fail. Look at the people I saved. Really, my good intentions were wasted. It's not enough that they don't know how to be grateful, but they also think that what they want is natural. It seems that if you save me, you have to be responsible for me for life. He also used foul language. Is that human language? Who said that ancient people were simple and honest? Come out, and see if she doesn't beat him to death. If it weren't for the fact that she had more people and more power, she might have been blackmailed. These people should not be saved. It seems that the role of the savior is not suitable for her. Now she finally understands why Bai Mayu stopped her just now. It seems that she is too naive. Lu Yao stood in the forest and wiped the rain off her face. She frowned and thought, should I change myself? If I still live as Buddhist as before, wouldn't it be a waste of the hard work and conscience of the time travel god? It was a bit too sorry for him. And along the way, she also wanted to change and live a different life. This kind of life that seemed to have returned to the past made her feel a little bored and boring. Maybe there would be surprises after a change. So she made a happy decision. From this moment on, she would be a different Lu Yao. Yes, the former Lu Yao was dead. Died under the claws of zombies. This little Lu Yao was also dead. Died under the claws of hunger and relatives. It turns out that I have been a brand new Lu Yao since a long time ago. But I just don't know it. Since I came here, I have been imitating everything in the past. Lu Yao looked back at the people she rescued, and suddenly felt that they were not so annoying. If it weren't for them, I might still be living in the past. But change does not mean no bottom line. Another thing is that this person can't help just because he wants to. Although I think these people are not so annoying. But those selfish and malicious people should still be blacklisted. She can help people appropriately. But the premise is that the person must be worthy of her help. Otherwise, there is no point in talking. She has food. But she is definitely not a savior. Besides, she doesn't want to be a savior. Isn't it nice to be a lazy landlady? Eat and drink well every day. And have someone to help her work. However, this damn weather has blocked her dream. Girl, what's wrong? Bai Mayu's voice suddenly came to her ears, interrupting her thoughts. Wow! Lu Yao turned around and was shocked to see a row of people behind her. Are these people stupid? Why did they follow her example and get wet in the rain? Especially the little guy. What if he gets sick? So she gave him a severe lesson and only let him go after he promised not to do that again. Xiao Xian was stunned by the big sister, who suddenly became fierce, and thought to himself, what's wrong with the big sister? Bai Mayu and his group had the same question. What's wrong with this girl Xiao Yao today? She seems a little different. But she can't tell what's different. It's okay. Think about something. Just because she thought they were not that annoying, it didn't mean she had to forgive them. So after Lu Yao took out 30 cakes and asked someone to give them to them, she planned to go up a little further and release the wooden shed, and let the Wolf King and others guard to prevent anyone from crossing the border. She didn't want her secret to be known by anyone except by Mayu and others. Now trapped on this mountain, everything will have to be discussed tomorrow. If the rain continues to fall, then this mountain will not be safe for long, so leaving here is imperative. But it's almost evening now, let's wait. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Things have to be done one by one. Let's eat first, no matter how urgent it is. We can't go hungry. In Lu Yao's view, when the sky falls, we have to eat first. After dinner, girl, are we going to continue? Bai Mayu saw that everyone was full, and sat next to Lu Yao and asked. If the girl said she didn't want to leave, then he would stay with her, and if Wu Jirui really wanted to go back, then half of the people would escort him back. Compared with those so-called family members, he still felt that the girl was more important. For the only uncle who was good to him now, he still had Wu Jirui, his son. So if the girl wanted to leave, she would continue, and if the girl wanted to stay, he would accompany her. If Wu Jirui knew what he was thinking, no matter whether he could win or not, he would definitely fight him for 300 rounds. And then say harshly, there are people who are inhumane to the opposite sex. Lu Yao thought for a while, and said, let's set off tomorrow morning. As you said, it's not safe here. If there is a mudslide, we will all be doomed if we don't leave. Okay. Then we will rest early, and set off tomorrow morning. Well, Xiao Xian is not allowed to go out in the rain again. Understand? I understand. Sister. After hearing this, Xiao Xian nodded obediently. Okay, great. After saying that, he turned around and entered the space. Standing in the space and looking at everything in front of her, she felt like she was back in the apocalypse. At that time, she was protected by everyone, and now she is still protected by everyone. The difference is that now she doesn't have to go out to do any tasks, nor does she have to face those disgusting zombies. Sometimes, Lu Yao feels that she is too new and doesn't know anything. Before the apocalypse, she was a little bit miserable and tired. But after the apocalypse, thanks to the space, there is a group of people who sincerely protect her and don't let her encounter those bad things. Although it was okay for the woman of the end of the world to be too naive, Lu Yao still wanted to change herself. She wanted to try what it felt like to travel the world with a sword. The next day, Lu Yao left the space at dawn. Seeing Lu Yao coming out, everyone got up with sleepy eyes, washed their faces with cold water from the space, and began their daily practice. Seeing that they had almost finished practicing, Lu Yao took out some food from the space and said, "Everyone, wash up and eat quickly, so that you can set off early later." After she said this, she always felt something was strange, but she couldn't tell what it was. Alas, if you can't say it, don't say it. She is in a hurry to get on the road. Lu Yao immediately got busy and put this matter aside. Bai Mayu listened and hurriedly ordered everyone to speed up their work so that they could set off quickly. Everyone received the order, some washed and some packed their things. After they were done, everyone sat down and ate something in a hurry. Braving the heavy rain, they carried the rafts that they had taken out in advance and rushed down the mountainside. Not long after, everyone pushed the raft into the water to test it. Although the current was a bit fast, it was still okay. There were 20 to 30 people on a raft. Lu Yao asked everyone to tie each other up with ropes to prevent someone from accidentally falling into the water and being washed away. In this way, they would not be afraid. Chapter 80 Fear. Just when Lu Yao and his group were about to set off, the people who were rescued yesterday, led by a middle-aged man, ran hurriedly over. After a night, they figured it out. They were all tall and strong, and they all carried knives. They looked capable. Only by following them could they survive. And seeing that they all had rosy and shiny faces, it was obvious that they had no shortage of food. This was the most important point. If you followed them, you would have food. The pancake yesterday afternoon was so delicious. When you took a bite, your mouth was full of oil. This was the best pancake they had ever eaten in their lives. So when they saw that they were leaving, everyone panicked and ran over one by one and said, "Everyone, if you are leaving, can you take us with you?" As for the fear of floods, in front of food, and it's free. It's nothing. It's over once you let it go. Lu Yao looked at them and said unhappily, "No." The leading man was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect the girl to refuse so quickly. There was no room for negotiation. She rejected it outright. When those people heard this, they were also panicked. They said hurriedly, "Girl, you see, we are old, injured, and we will die if we stay here. Can you help us? We have nothing to eat here. What do you think?" Lu Yao looked up at them. This was their real purpose, so they could eat by following her. So she said faintly, "Whether you have food or not is none of my business." Seeing Lu Yao say this, the people behind her said dissatisfiedly, "You are a little girl. Do you have any sympathy? You are tall and strong, and you can help us without losing any meat. You, shut up." The leading man shouted with a dark face when the woman was halfway through her words. The woman wanted to continue talking, but under the cold eyes of the leading man, she reluctantly shut her mouth. Lu Yao stood there and looked at them. Oh! They all know how to play the good cop and the bad cop. They must have cheated people with their tacit understanding. Look at their acting skills. They are almost catching up with those powerful actors in modern times. If they were given a stage, they would definitely win the Oscar. It's just a pity that they were born in the wrong space. It seems that these people are really trying hard to follow me. Bai Mayu and the others also looked at this group of people who directed and acted themselves with amusement, thinking to themselves, it seems that there are still some smart people here. But in his eyes, their little tricks are just like children playing house. Childish. The man in the leading city did not know that his little tricks had been seen through by others. And he was still flattering his face and said, "Little girl, don't listen to her nonsense. You should be magnanimous and don't bother with her. Take us for a while, and we will get off when we get to the place. We really have no choice. We don't have food to eat or clothes to wear. Alas, it's all because of this world." He wiped the corner of his eyes while speaking. Hearing his words, Lu Yao twitched her lips and sneered, "Oh, where are you going?" Uncle? I'll see if we're going the same way. If we are, we can squeeze in. Huh? The man was stunned by Lu Yao's question. But he quickly reacted and said, Where are you going? Girls? Oh, we're just going to walk around. Lu Yao deliberately said slowly, word by word. Poochie. Ha. Wu Juanrui and the others laughed out loud when they heard Lu Yao's words. Even Xiao Xian was amused by his elder sister's behavior. Walk around. Do you think this is your backyard? Xiao Yao. You have become bad. The man heard the laughter and realized that he seemed to be fooled. He then angrily said, Girl, are you not going to take us with you? Ding, congratulations. You got it right. This girl is not going to take you with you. Who do you think you are? After Lu Yao finished speaking, she ignored them and turned to Moe and the others and said, Moe, why don't you paddle the raft? Are you going to stay here with them to chat overnight? When Moe and the others heard Lu Yao's words, they shook their heads like rattles. No, Xiao Yao, we don't want to at all. After speaking, they accelerated their movements. At this moment, they felt that this Xiao Yao was more terrifying than their master. Soon, they paddled the raft, leaving those people who were cursing on the shore behind. Curse if you want, and you can have lunch when you are hungry. As for dinner, it depends on your ability. Lu Yao looked at the rain pouring down from the sky and laughed. If you want to curse me, you will have to pay the price. I wanted to give them some more food, but now there is no more, so they can only wish for the best. Wu Juanrui saw Lu Yao like this and took a step back unconsciously. He always felt something was wrong. This was his intuition as a man. Xiao Xian also looked up at this elder sister, who looked a little different, and unconsciously said what was in his heart, Elder sister. Did you hit your head again? In his cognition, his elder sister would only become different after being hit on the head. Lu Yao understood what Xiao Xian meant when she heard what he said, touched her head and smiled. No. Elder sister just suddenly remembered something. Xiao Xian exhaled lightly. It's good that she didn't hit her head. That made Lu Yao laugh. This little guy is afraid that he will turn back to the past. There will be no more delicious food. Right? As expected. A foodie will still be a foodie. It seems that he should stay away from Wu Juanrui in the future. Otherwise, if he learns his feminine style, she will definitely buy a piece of tofu for herself. I'd rather die. Moe, be careful, the water flow here is a bit fast. Girl, pull Xiao Xian to sit in the middle. Yes, master. When Lu Yao was about to tell Xiao Xian to stay away from Wu Juanrui, the voices of Bai Mayu and others came from the side. She also knew that this was not the time for her to be aggressive. If she accidentally fell, she would definitely sing Liang Liang. Because she was a landlubber. She couldn't even do the basic doggy paddle. If she fell, what else could she sing but Liang Liang? So after listening to Bai Mayu's words, she consciously pulled Xiao Xian to stand in the middle. The brother and sister held hands tightly in tacit understanding. Neither of them let go, and sat down obediently. The raft was shaking violently in the flood. Although she was also very scared, she still pretended to be calm and comforted Xiao Xian beside her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. And there are so many people around. Lu Yao kept talking to relieve Xiaoshuan's nervousness. But in the end, she didn't even know what she said. However, looking at the little guy's gradually relaxed expression, Lu Yao felt that it didn't matter what she said, as long as it worked. Bai Mayu watched this scene from the side, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. Maybe this is the feeling of having family by his side. Chapter 81 Scattered. The raft was shaking, looking like it would fall apart at any time. They were all so scared that they were on high alert. Lu Yao took out some wood and ropes from the space, and asked the people sitting on the side to reinforce the surrounding area. The people sitting inside supported the people working, otherwise. With the shaking level, people could be shaken off the raft at any time. And she herself was ready to take out a new one from the space at any time. Everyone was highly focused, just in case something happened. Now they are grasshoppers on a rope. As long as the raft falls apart, no one can escape. Seeing Xiao Xian shivering with cold, Lu Yao took out a piece of oilcloth from the space, wrapped him up, and gave him a pancake, telling him to eat it quickly to replenish calories. Bang! The raft seemed to be hit by something, and it shook obviously, frightening Lu Yao, and quickly hugging Xiao Xian beside her, for fear that he would be frightened. But fortunately, they survived without any danger. Girl, are you okay? After straightening Lu Yao, who was leaning, Bai Mayu asked with concern. I'm fine, Lu Yao said while holding on. It was windy and rainy now. As the wind blew, the freezing rain splashed on their faces. Everyone was shivering in the rain. Lu Yao hugged Xiaoxian tightly. Now she regretted making such a brainless decision. She didn't even think about it. The iron rafts in modern times would be washed to pieces in the flood. But she wanted to conquer it with a wooden raft. There must have been something wrong with her brain at that time. Otherwise she wouldn't have done such a thing. But it was too late to regret now. She didn't know if she could survive today. If they were still in the cave, they would be roasting by the fire, eating hot food, and chatting, looking at the sky that was still raining. Lu Yao suppressed all these thoughts in her heart and faced the scene in front of her with all her strength. Bang, there was another loud noise. And the raft was hit by something and was instantly scattered. Lu Yao released the raft as quickly as possible. The idea was good, but the reality was cruel. The raft was just released, and before everyone could hold on, it was washed away by the current. There was no time to get on. Those who could swim wanted to catch up, but they were tied with ropes and could not move at all. For a while, 20 or 30 people were struggling in the flood. Lu Yao saw that if this continued, everyone would be doomed. She and Xiaoxian had already drunk several sips of water, so she took out a dagger from the space without hesitation. And except for her and Xiaoxuan's ropes, she cut all the others with one knife. When Bai Mayu reacted, the rope had broken, and everyone was free. Seeing Lu Yao and Xiaoxian getting farther and farther away from him, he panicked and yelled, "Girl! No! No! Girl!" However, the flood was too fast, and he couldn't speak anymore. As soon as he opened his mouth, the muddy flood immediately poured into his mouth. Bai Mayu was anxious, and his veins popped up. He watched his girl getting farther and farther away from him, and he felt helpless, which made him collapse instantly. Seeing the rope was broken, Lu Yao took out 3 rafts from the space, and seized the opportunity to shout, "Bai Mayu, the raft is for you. If there is a chance, we will meet in Kyoto." After that, she drank a few sips of water, and she almost went to see God. When she took out a piece of wood from the space and held it tightly, she was about to look up to find Bai Mayu and the others, but there was no trace of them now. She didn't know if he heard that sentence. She just hoped that this piece of wood would not let herself and Xiaoxian sink. At the same time, she also hoped that they could get one of the 3 rafts. Fortunately, she and Xiaoxian circled a few more times for safety. Otherwise, they might have been separated. But she didn't know that Bai Mayu was on the verge of madness at this time. His veins were bulging, his eyes were red, and he was like an angry lion. If Wu Jiurui and the others hadn't pulled him, he would have wanted to swim to find Lu Yao. When he stood on the raft again, Wu Jiurui looked at Bai Mayu like this and slapped him hard. "Moe. Let him go. Let him swim to his death. When Xiao Yao arrives in Kyoto, she won't see anyone. Let her die of sadness." Seeing Bai Mayu calm down, Wu Jiurui sat down on the raft. Oh! He was so tired. He panted and said to himself. Sure enough, he could only calm down when Xiao Yao was mentioned. If he didn't calm down, he was afraid that the raft would not last long. Moe was relieved when he saw his master calm down. Moe. Who else haven't been found? Wu Jiurui asked. Mo Er. Mo Jiu. Mo Shur Er. Mo Shur Qi. Mo Ba. Mo Er Ling and Mo Er Wu. The 7 of them have not been found yet. Moe looked at Bai Mayu, and then at Wu Jiurui, and said with a dead heart, "It has been so long, and no one knows where they were washed to. The water is still muddy, and there are rotten branches and leaves, so it is impossible to see where they are." He now only hopes that they can be lucky and nothing will happen. It would be best if they can meet Miss Xiao Yao. After all, she is so magical, and she will definitely be able to turn danger into safety. The one who blames himself the most now is Wu Jiurui. If he didn't want to go home, Xiao would not have decided to leave there, and she would not have disappeared now. And Mo Er and the others, they were cultivated by Moe with great effort. Now he just hoped that they could all return to Kyoto and reunite with them safely. Otherwise, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life, and might even be chopped off by Bai Mayu. If they were not busy recovering their strength and were still on the raft, Wu Jiurui would probably be dead now. Now they no longer needed oars. They could only use a long piece of wood as a support, to more or less grasp the direction, and then float down the river. As for where to go, it all depends on God. I don't know how long they drifted. Prince Wu. Look! There is a hill over there. Moe suddenly shouted excitedly. They took turns to be on duty, But they didn't expect to get a surprise so soon. And the hill looked quite big. Let's find a way to go over there first. Wu Junrui was also very happy to see the mountain. But Mayu was in a bad condition. So they had to find a place to rest. After a lot of effort, they managed to get the raft to the edge of the woods before it got dark. MOE. You two hold your master. And the others secure the raft. And then go up the mountain. Yes. Now they were cold and hungry. And their bodies were soaked. Fortunately, the fire starter they brought with them was wrapped in oil paper. And luckily it was intact. Now they just had to find a suitable place to build a shed. And then find a way to light the fire. Chapter 82 Separation. I didn't know how long I had been floating on the water while holding the wood. Looking at Xiaoxian, who was getting more and more depressed, Lu Yao was almost dying of anxiety. Xiaoxian, open your mouth and drink some water. Lu Yao was holding the wood with both hands now. All she could do was feed the two of them some spiritual spring water with her fingers. She couldn't do anything else. She wanted to enter the space, but Xiaoxian couldn't enter. At this moment, Lu Yao didn't know what to do. She could only hold the wood. Except when the water flow was not fast, she would feed herself and Xiaoxian some spiritual spring water from time to time, to replenish some energy. Otherwise, in such a cold day, let alone an hour, even 10 minutes, they can't hold on. Although there is spiritual spring water, Xiuxuan's face is still pale from the cold, and his whole body is trembling. Lu Yao's heart aches as she watches, and she feels very uncomfortable. She wiped her eyes with her sleeves, but the tears still flowed. At this moment, she felt particularly helpless and scared. What if she is a time-traveling girl? What if she has space? Under the power of nature. She, Lu Yao, is nothing. Although she told herself over and over again in her heart that she must calm down and not panic. Xiaoxian and her life were in her hands. But it didn't seem to work. And she was still panicking. She was afraid that she would die here today. Xiuxuan's face was pale and pitiful. He opened his big eyes and grabbed his head with both hands. He whispered, "Sister, I'm cold." Lu Yao had no free hands, so she could only touch him with her forehead and said, "Xiaoxian, hold on a little longer. When we get ashore, I'll make you a cake. Okay? I tell you, it's sweet and fragrant, soft and fluffy. And the pickled fish, sweet and sour pork ribs." Lu Yao said a lot, trying her best to tell Xiaoxian about all the delicious things to divert his attention. Sure enough, when the foodie Xiaoxian heard that there was something delicious, she immediately became more energetic and said happily, "Big sister, are the things you said really that delicious?" Although Lu Yao was shivering with cold and her teeth were chattering, she still smiled and said, "Really? When has big sister ever lied to you? This is what the gods taught me. How can it not be delicious?" Xiaoxian listened to her big sister's words and nodded heavily. Yes, the food that gods eat must be delicious. After saying this, she opened her bright eyes and looked at Lu Yao expectantly. He looked like he was going to cry if you don't make it for me. I know. I'll make it for you when we get ashore. Seeing him like that, Lu Yao promised with a smile. She had originally planned to make the cake for the little one, but was delayed by some things. As for the rest, let's talk about it after finding the raw materials. Although she was a little bit capable, she couldn't make things out of thin air. If she had, she wouldn't have been soaking in the water until now. Not only was she tired, but she was also freezing. When Lu Yao thought about what she had done during this period of time, she wanted to buy a piece of tofu and kill herself. Not to mention that her body had become smaller. Even her mind was not clear. She now doubted whether she had brought the thing with her when she crossed over. Otherwise, how could a person be so stupid? Not only did she reveal all the secrets of a person she had only met once, but she also ignored the safety of herself and Xiaoxian for such a faraway matter. She had superpowers in space. So why did she need the protection of others? Besides, how could she live a happy life with people who lived in the center of power? With her limited intelligence, she would be killed in a matter of minutes if she went to that circle. Looking at Xiuxuan's pale face. Until this moment, Lu Yao finally understood. Mountains will fall if you rely on them. People will fall if you rely on them. And only relying on yourself is the safest. Lu Yao thought in her heart that maybe it would be good to separate from Bai Mayu and the others. She had thought about this problem when she was in the cave. She yearned for the life in the north, and she could go there by herself. Besides, even if they really told her secret, No one would believe it even if they told it to the sky. Maybe people would mistake her for a ghost. After all, they haven't read space novels or time travel novels. Besides, she is only 9 years old. And she is not really interested in love. She just doesn't hate Baimayu. But as for liking him? Hee hee. How can a 9-year-old girl understand these things? Right? Fortunately, Baimayu is in a coma now. And he doesn't know what the girl he is thinking about thinks. If he knew, he would probably be so angry that he would wake up and come to settle the score with her. Didn't you see that he was so angry that he fainted? As for the safety of Baimayu and the others, Lu Yao said that she was not worried at all. That was impossible. After all, they had lived together for so long. So she was still a little worried. However, she believed in the abilities of Moe and the others, and they would be safe and sound. As for whether they would suffer, that was not within her consideration. She couldn't even take care of her own safety now. So how could she have time to think so much? Lu Yao was so anxious that she was crying. It wasn't that she didn't want to find a place to dock, but the surroundings were barren. As far as she could see, there was nothing but water. Fortunately, the water here was relatively calm. Otherwise, it would be worse than it was just now. Like the place just now. Seeing that Xiaoshuan's condition was getting worse and worse, and looking at the water flow, Lu Yao made up her mind and took out the last raft from the space. Hoo-hoo. When Lu Yao finally climbed onto the raft with Xiaoxian, they were already panting with exhaustion. Lying on the raft, she didn't even want to move a finger. After lying for a few seconds, she turned around and saw Xiaoxian almost falling asleep. Lu Yao sat up with difficulty. It was not time to rest yet. She had to change their clothes quickly. Otherwise they would freeze to death. After a busy time, Lu Yao took Xiaoxian to change their clothes from inside to outside under the oilcloth. Then they hid in the oilcloth and refused to come out, because it was really warm inside. Besides, it was getting late, and they didn't have the strength to control it. So they might as well hide in it to keep warm. Of course, she would occasionally come out to check the surroundings. Hiding under the tarpaulin, the brother and sister ate hot buns, and their intuition was full of happiness. As for Baimayu, although he had woken up, seeing his dull eyes, Wu Juanrui and the others could only be anxious in their hearts. They finally used the only 2 remaining knives to build a wooden shed and light a fire. But the rain was too heavy, and they couldn't find anything to eat. A group of people were singing the empty city plan. They were talking to each other, and it was very lively. At this moment, they missed all the delicious food in Lu Yao's space. Chapter 83 Fear. After eating some buns, Lu Yao thought for a while, and then took out a bowl of hot soup from the space. Although the raft was unstable, the swaying soup would spill most of it, but it was better to have it than not. She and Xiaoxian had been in the water for so long today, and the environment they were in now was full of water, and the rain was pouring down endlessly. There was no way to make a fire to keep out the cold. So they could only lie on the raft with oilcloth wrapped around them, and hold on. Although it was still a bit cold, it was much better than being soaked in the water in the rain. But she was worried that if it continued like this, they would both catch a cold and have a fever. So she had to drink more hot drinks to get rid of the cold. Just in case. If she really caught a cold and had a fever, she would not know the direction in this deserted place on the water. Where to find a doctor. Besides, in this situation, it was hard to say whether there was any doctor. So in order to prevent herself and Xiaoxian from catching a cold and having a fever, she could only keep drinking hot soup, hoping that she would sweat more and be fine. Fortunately, she had prepared enough for 20 to 30 people for several days. Otherwise she would not have wasted it like this. After drinking the hot soup, Xiaoxian felt warm and comfortable, and fell asleep on the swaying raft. Fortunately, she had used oilcloth to cushion the raft. Otherwise she would have caught a cold. Lu Yao was covered with oilcloth, revealing only a pair of eyes, sitting there staring blankly at the rain in front of her, which was a kind of joy and misery. It was still raining, and Xiaoxian was beside her, and the water flow was unstable. So Lu Yao could not enter the space to solve her physiological problems. People have 3 urgent needs, and this matter has not been reported. So, in the end, there was no choice but to move carefully to the periphery and solve it on the spot. Fortunately, there was water all around, and there was no one in sight. Otherwise she would be so embarrassed. She is more than 30 years old in her 2 lives, and she is still peeing outside. If she tells others, she will be too embarrassed to see anyone. After quickly solving her personal problems in embarrassment, she sat back in her original place obediently, staring blankly outside, as if nothing had happened just now. But no one knows what she is thinking. There is a saying, as long as I am not embarrassed, then only others will be embarrassed. Now Lu Yao has no idea what time it is, or even what month and day it is. She eats when she is hungry, sleeps when she is tired, and lives a life like a pig. The only difference is that she does not need to be slaughtered and sold for meat, and she can wipe her, but after peeing. Otherwise, she feels that she is no different from a pig. It is estimated that no one else can live like this except her. Because of the heavy rain, the whole sky was foggy, but it looked dark, so it should be evening. As for the exact time, she was not sure. Seeing the heavy rain, coupled with the approaching night, Lu Yao could not help but feel a little worried. It was dark, and there was no fire on the raft. It was okay if the water flow was gentle, but if there was a whirlpool or waterfall, it would be a big problem. Even if she didn't die, she would be skinned alive. She couldn't leave Xiaoxian alone to hide in the space. If she did, would she still be considered a human being? If she had known earlier, she would have made a few low wooden sheds without bottoms, with wooden supports on all sides. Then she would have put them on the raft. Not only could they keep out the rain, but they could also use a big iron pot to make a fire underneath. Not only could they use the fire for lighting, but they could also eat roasted potatoes when they were free. How nice. It's a pity that there is no such thing as knowing earlier. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many misfortunes in the world. Just like Lu Yao now. If she had known this situation earlier, she would never leave the cave even if she was beaten to death. It would be useless even if the emperor came. Not to mention by Ma Yu and the others. As the sky became darker and darker, Lu Yao's eyebrows became more and more furrowed, and her worries grew. Although she was a woman of the end of the world, she was not very courageous. Very timid. She was afraid of many things, especially the endless water. And water monkeys were the most terrifying. There was no shelter around the raft, and she felt so insecure. She was afraid that a wet and scary thing would suddenly appear. She was panicked just thinking about it. Lu Yao couldn't help but turn her head to look at Xiaoxian, who was sleeping beside her, and muttered, "Children are still good. They eat and sleep. Sleep and drink. Nothing happens. It's good." As she said that, she poked his chubby face with her finger, as if she could get a response and not be so scared. As the sky got darker, the surroundings became more gloomy. She didn't even have anyone to talk to. So it would be strange if she didn't feel scared. Otherwise, let the Wolf King out. Isn't it said that animals are more sensitive to those things? Letting him out can at least give herself a warning. Besides, if there really is something, it can help resist it. The more Lu Yao thought about it, the more she felt it was feasible. Fortunately, they were collected into the space not long after they left the shore. Otherwise, they would have to be separated from her. Although this wolf and the sleeping one couldn't talk to her, at least they were alive, which was a little comforting. At least she was not alone. In this situation, she could only do this, touching the big head of the Wolf King with her hand, and talking endlessly. Fortunately, the Wolf King was also a little spiritual, and knew to hum from time to time, so that she would not be so scared. While eating and chatting with the Wolf King, Lu Yao looked vigilantly at the dark surroundings. The man and the wolf chatted like this, but they didn't know when Lu Yao had already fallen asleep on the raft. The Wolf King looked at his master helplessly with a pair of green eyes. Should I say she is careless? Or she is careless? She can even fall asleep. She is not afraid of being washed into the water. She is a little timid, but she is really brave. In fact, this can't be blamed on Lu Yao. She has been highly focused all day, and she has been in the water for so long. It is not easy to hold on until now. After all, she is still a 9-year-old child. Although she is not inwardly, she is still a child anyway. So she rests when she is tired. This is human nature and is inevitable. In this situation, let alone a child, even a grown man can't stand it. Didn't you see that Bai Ma Yu and the others had already collapsed from exhaustion? Speaking of Bai Ma Yu, after this group of people left Lu Yao, they could only be described as miserable. Not to mention that they were starving. They couldn't even drink something hot because there was no pot. I could only occasionally use my hands to collect some rainwater outside to quench my thirst. What else could I do? Fortunately, 2 people tied their knives tightly. Otherwise, let alone hot water, there would be no place to take shelter from the rain. Unlike now. Although I am a little hungry, a little thirsty, a little miserable, at least there is a place to take shelter from the rain and a fire to warm myself. This is a blessing in disguise. Chapter 84 Landing. Looking at his sleeping master, the Wolf King only prayed for a peaceful night. However, it seemed that God did not hear the Wolf King's prayer. It felt that the raft was getting faster and faster, and its tall body was almost thrown out. The anxious Wolf King howled, and woke up Lu Yao and Xiao Xian, who had fallen asleep. Lu Yao climbed up. Feeling the speed of the raft, she quickly took out the rope from the space, and tied the two tightly as quickly as possible. As for the Wolf King, she was also taken into the space by her. Anyway, it doesn't have much use on this raft, so it's better to keep it. If it accidentally falls into the water and gets washed away, it will be a big loss. Lu Yao sniffed her blocked nose, endured the fear in her heart, hugged Xiaoxian tightly, and prayed that she could get through this level smoothly. Ah! With a bump, Lu Yao and Xiaoxian couldn't help but scream, because they were thrown into the air and fell back on the raft. Although the height was less than 1 meter, the two were frightened at all. The feeling was like a roller coaster. Too exciting. She had ridden it once with her friends in her previous life, and she would not dare to ride it the second time even if she was beaten to death. Her friends all called her a coward. If the apocalypse had not come later, she estimated that this nickname would have become her synonym, and would stay with her for the rest of her life. So she was really timid. But fortunately, the raft was fine. And the people were fine too. Seeing this, Lu Yao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. If this raft broke apart, they would really have to soak in the water again, because this was the last one. Looking down at Xiaoxian, who was hugging her tightly, she asked, "How is Xiaoxian? Are you hurt?" Seeing that Xiaoxian didn't respond for a long time, the worry on her face gradually faded, and she was so anxious that she kept shouting, "Xiaoxian, Xiaoxian, don't scare me, Xiaoxian." Just when Lu Yao was in despair, Xiuxuan's weak voice rang in her ears, "I'm scared." Whoa, she cried softly after that. When she heard Xiuxuan's voice, Lu Yao shed tears excitedly. She was really scared to death just now. Seeing Xiaoxian crying out of fear, Lu Yao felt very uncomfortable. "It's okay. My sister is here. It's okay. My sister is here. It's okay." She could only hold Xiaoxian and repeat this sentence over and over to comfort him. After a while, Lu Yao stopped talking and her thoughts gradually became clear. Facing this rapids, all she could do now was to let it go and adapt to the situation, because she really had no choice. It was dark and hot. What could she do? At worst, she would just soak in the water again. It's not like she hasn't been there before. Now she just hopes for the dawn. If she keeps drifting like this, if she follows the current all the way to the sea, she will cry without a place to stop. Lu Yao sighed. She thought that she would live a new life, away from those zombie viruses, with the ability of space, and she would be able to live smoothly in this strange world. But now reality tells her that she thinks too much. Even the sense of superiority she had when she first came here was trampled under the feet of reality again, and nothing was left. The drought has just ended, and now there is a flood. Damn it. How can people live like this? Just because she has space. They are torturing her like this. Is it fun? No matter what Lu Yao thinks. The wind is still blowing. The rain is still falling. And there is no sign of stopping. And it is getting heavier and heavier. As if you have the guts to say it again. There is no other way. Lu Yao can only hold Xiaoxian and let him learn from her. Lying on the raft. Holding onto the raft with both hands. In this way, as long as the raft does not fall apart, they will be safe. For Lu Yao, today is an extraordinary day. It is thrilling and dangerous. I don't know how long I drifted. When Lu Yao stuck her head out of the tarpaulin again, it was already bright. But the rain was still pouring down. It was still foggy. And it was going to continue to rain. But Lu Yao was not annoyed at all, but extremely happy, because she didn't know when. Her raft had been washed into the woods. And it was in a mountain valley. And it was estimated that it would be unable to move if it was washed in. This allowed her to escape. Thank God. Seeing the land, the brother and sister hugged each other and cried loudly. However, Lu Yao was an adult after all, and she calmed down after a while. Seeing that Xiaoxian couldn't stop crying for a while, Lu Yao stretched out a hand, held him in her arms, patted his back again and again, comforted him, and at the same time calmed her own mood after surviving the disaster. Sister, I thought we were going to die in the water and never come out again. Whoa, Xiaoxian said while crying and sobbing. It's okay. It's okay. Are we going to come up here? Yes. I hope Brother Rui is the same as us. After saying that, she wiped her tears with her sleeves. But the image was a little unbearable to look at. Yes. You are right. Your Brother Rui must be fine. Let's go. We have to find a flat place to rest quickly. Otherwise we will catch a cold. After saying that, she pulled Xiaoxian down the raft carefully and went ashore. When she left, she did not forget to put the raft into the space. She planned to reinforce and modify it when she had time, and then add a wooden shed or something on it. This can be used as a raft, and it can also be used as a wooden shed. Lu Yao pulled Xiaoxian as far as possible to the top of the mountain. Now they were both afraid of water. And of course the farther they walked, the better, because both of them were soaking wet. Lu Yao didn't walk very far. When she saw an open space where the wooden shed could be placed, she stopped. After a lot of trouble, they built a fire pit in the shed with stones, lit a fire, and then put an iron pot on it to boil some hot water, so that they could wash later. When the water was hot, Lu Yao immediately took out Xishuan's clothes and helped him wash them and put them on. After Xiaoxian was done, Lu Yao released the Wolf King to watch over Xiaoxian, and she went into the space to take a battle bath, and came out in less than 10 minutes. The brother and sister sat by the fire, eating a few buns with hot soup, and they exhaled a breath of turbid air comfortably, and the previous feeling of cold and hunger was immediately relieved. Lu Yao felt alive again, and it was better to feel down to earth. If the flood did not recede, she would never go down the mountain again. After eating and drinking, Lu Yao released Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 and the others, and let them continue to protect Xiaoxian. Now there were only the two of them, brother and sister, so Lu Yao could no longer go back to the space to rest. Except for washing, everything else had to be done outside. So after eating, Lu Yao took out her bedding and planned to take a nap first. She was really too tired this day and night, and she hadn't slept well at all. She needed a good sleep to relieve her fatigue. Because the Wolf King and the others were there was no need to worry about safety. So after a while, the two of them fell asleep in the warm bed. Chapter 85. The rain stopped. When Lu Yao woke up again, she found that it was already dark. She blinked and felt a sense of dislocation, as if she didn't know what day it was. When Xiaoxian woke up, Lu Yao had already boiled a pot of water. After a simple wash, the two of them ate the hot water and ate the pancakes, both burped, and then laughed together. Sometimes happiness comes so easily. Lu Yao sighed in her heart. It feels so good to have your feet on the ground. Although she only floated in the water for a day and a night, she never wanted to experience that feeling in her life. Maybe a real boat is okay, but for a raft like this with no guarantees, she would not sit on it unless it was a matter of life and death, or else she would be beaten to death. After dinner, the brother and sister went back to bed, because they had slept all day and now they couldn't fall asleep. They had no choice but to play the game of staring at each other. In the end, they didn't know when they fell asleep, but when they woke up, it was already bright. The brother and sister ate and slept and ate, and occasionally went out to chop some firewood when the rain was light and dried it for later use, and occasionally exercised to keep fit. In this way, as the siblings ate and drank, more than half a month passed in a blink of an eye. During this half month, Lu Yao moved towards the top of the mountain twice. There was no way the water level was getting higher and higher, so she had to move up. Fortunately, she had space, otherwise they would have been exhausted to death. That day, Lu Yao got up early in the morning and was almost dazzled by the long-lost sun. She once thought that she was dazzled. The rain that had been falling for so long finally stopped, and the happiest person was Xiaoxian, who had just gotten up. The happy little guy ran all over the forest. However, Lu Yao banned him. He was not allowed to play in the water, he had to wash his hands before eating, he was not allowed to contact strangers, he was not allowed to contact dead animals, even touching them was not allowed. After the drought, there would be floods, and after the floods, there would be plagues. There were many dead things, and after being exposed to the sun, bacteria would breed, dysentery, and infection would be inevitable. If he got the plague, he would die, but fortunately, she had spiritual spring water, and everything she ate and drank came from the space, so as long as she didn't touch people and dead things, the chance of infection was almost zero. But just in case, Lu Yao still patiently reminded Xiaoxian again and again. Xiaoxian saw his elder sister's serious face, nodded obediently, and after repeatedly promising not to do those things, Lu Yao let him go. Time flies, and a few days have passed in a blink of an eye. The flood under the mountain recedes slowly. Lu Yao sat lazily beside the wooden shed in the sun, thinking about the next destination, whether to go to Kyoto as agreed, or to the south where he wanted to go at the beginning. After a comparison, Lu Yao decided to go to the south to enrich her space first, and then settle in the north. This way, she would not delay either. She was determined to get those tropical fruits, and she had not eaten those seafood for many years. Now that she had the conditions, she had to go find them. Xiaoxian, come here for a moment. What did the elder sister call me for? Xiaoxian asked while running over. Let's pack up and leave for the south tomorrow. After hearing this, Xiaoxian asked weakly, aren't we going to find Brother Rui and the others? Lu Yao was stunned by the question, and then said, let's go to the south first, and then go to Kyoto. To be honest, she seemed to have some resistance to going to Kyoto now. She didn't know why, but she always felt that living there was not as easy as she imagined. However, since Xiaoxian wanted to go, she agreed. After all, he would go to the south and then return to the north. It would take many years. Maybe he would have forgotten it by then. Okay. Hearing that he could go to Kyoto, the little guy's face immediately turned from gloomy to bright. However, he didn't know that his family was playing a delaying tactic with him. However, the little guy's look really made Lu Yao feel sad. This little guy was thinking about his brother Rui all the time. He really didn't know what was so good about Wu Jianrui. The next day, Lu Yao wiped the sweat off her face, carried a backpack and pulled Xiaoxian, headed towards the rising sun, and embarked on an unknown journey. Lu Yao temporarily decided to walk along the mountainside. As for the official road, the flood had not receded yet. Even if it receded now, she didn't dare to take Xiaoxian down if they encountered the plague. It would be terrible. It was still safer on the mountain. As for the dangers on the mountain, Lu Yao was not worried. She had the Wolf King and the others. As long as she didn't encounter large carnivores, she still had a great chance of winning. Besides, her special ability was not just for show, it was still quite useful at the critical moment. At noon, when Lu Yao saw Xiaoxian coming with wolves 1 and 2, and carrying a bloody rabbit, the veins on his forehead popped up, and he was on the verge of getting angry. He had told them so many times. They wanted to be killed alive. But they were always like this. Xiaoxian seemed not to see his elder sister's anger, and said with a smile, Sister, come and roast the rabbit. Xiaoxian was no longer afraid of blood and the like, and he was getting braver day by day. Since the weather cleared up, he would take his 2 friends out to play around nearby every day before coming back. Although there was no more meat in the space, they had never lacked meat in the past few days. I don't know if it was because the rain stopped, but the number of small animals around them gradually increased. Lu Yao gently tapped his head and said, every time I asked you to bring back a live one, you always made it bloody. Lu Yao was holding the rabbit and said dissatisfiedly. She thought this guy did it on purpose, and was afraid that there would be less food. Come and wash your hands. I will grill it for you. Okay. I know. Everyone remember to put more cumin and chili powder. It will be fragrant. I know. Wash your hands quickly. Don't eat it if you can't wash it clean. After that, Lu Yao resigned herself to deal with the rabbit. Alas! Lu Yao sighed heavily. It was too painful to be both a father and a mother. Lu Yao took the rabbit to the side and cleaned it with a dagger. Smeared salt all over its body, stuffed onion, ginger, garlic and chili in its stomach, and finally pierced it with a wooden stick. Lu Yao put the pierced rabbit on the fire and roasted it, turning it while roasting. When the rabbit was almost roasted, sprinkled it with cumin and chili powder, and roasted it for a while. It's worth mentioning that, although there are not as many seasonings as in the previous life, the environment here is good, there is no pollution, everything is pure natural green food. After Lu Yao roasted it, it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. After taking a bite, she felt that her whole life was complete. The 2 siblings finished a rabbit weighing 3 or 4 pounds in less than a quarter of an hour. Xiaoxian was still licking his fingers, looking at his eldest sister Lu with his eyes wide open. Looking unsatisfied, Lu Yao threw him 2 pancakes and turned her face away. She really couldn't bear to see him, looking like he had been hungry for 800 years. If you didn't know, you would think that she was a stepsister abusing him. Chapter 86 Going down the mountain to catch fish. After eating, Lu Yao put on the backpack again and pulled Xiaoxian and continued to head south. The Wolf King walked in front, Lu Yao and Xiaoxian walked in the middle, and Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 were the rear. As they walked, Xiaoxian didn't want to be pulled anymore, saying that he wanted to walk by himself, holding a dagger in his hand, and followed his elder sister with a grunt. The mountain has no way, and it all depends on people to create it. The brother and sister walked in the dense forest with the 3 wolves for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, they didn't see any rare things like ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. Maybe they saw it, but missed it. Anyway, they didn't get any good stuff. The siblings ate a lot of wild vegetables, mushrooms, and firewood. After the flood, the siblings collected everything they saw, even the stones on the ground. They were just like plucking the feathers of the geese and leaving the skins of the beasts. Fortunately, Lu Yao collected 8 rabbits and 6 pheasants alive along the way. They also encountered a lot of snakes, which were all killed by Lu Yao with lightning. But the brother and sister didn't dare to clean up, and all the food fell into the hands of the Wolf King and his friends. Seeing them eating like noodles, Lu Yao felt uncomfortable all over, and finally forbade them to eat in front of her. Otherwise they would not be allowed to eat. Days passed, and the weather became hotter and hotter. But the brother and sister were still wandering in the mountains, enjoying enriching the space. They stayed in the mountains for more than a month, and she didn't know how many hills they had walked. Lu Yao finally took Xiaoxian and his friends out of the mountain. This time, she didn't plan to take the Wolf King and his friends into the space. When she stepped on the official road, Lu Yao felt much more cheerful. On the official road, there were refugees in groups of 3 or 4. They were ragged, staggering, and looked hungry. When Lu Yao and Xiaoxian appeared on the official road, they attracted a lot of attention, seeing that the 2 of them were dressed neatly and had rosy and shiny faces. Everyone stared at them, especially the basket behind her. Everyone swallowed their saliva, and some even had cold eyes. It was as if they knew there was something delicious inside. But when they saw the 3 tall and mighty wolf cubs with fierce eyes behind them, no one dared to step forward to cause trouble. Lu Yao looked up at the refugees in groups of 3 or 2 around her, and pursed her lips tightly. She could feel the discomfort of the refugees' gazes on her. Xiaoxian also took 2 steps back when they looked at him. But he was strong and did not hide. Instead, he chose to stand side by side with his elder sister. Seeing the little guy's completely different reaction from before, Lu Yao nodded with satisfaction and said, "Ignore those people. Let's go our way." "Yeah, I know. We can't get too close to them. Xiaoxian is great. The little guy's performance today is really good, worthy of praise." And he touched his head. She glared at those people with ill intentions, and shook the shiny dagger in her hand. If she were in the past, she might choose to leave here quickly and take the small road where there are fewer people. But now, if anyone dares to provoke her, she will beat him. Humph. Her motto now is, "If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will punish him even if he is far away." The refugees were stunned by the glare. They didn't expect that this little girl was so bold and dared to glare at people. They would never admit that they were scared by the look in their eyes. But after thinking about it, they understood. In this famine year, only the brother and sister can live so freely. It is impossible for people without some skills to do so. You can tell when you see that he is a grown man, but he doesn't know how to live like a child. When they saw that there was no more money to be made, they continued to move forward numbly. Although it is a bit hard now, because there was a flood just now, they can occasionally catch 1 or 2 small fish and shrimps in the ditch that have no time to escape to satisfy their cravings. So there is no need to cause trouble. Besides, there are 3 wolf cubs watching the child with a fierce look in their eyes. They are creatures that can eat people. They dare not take risks. They have finally survived, and they cherish their lives very much. Seeing that they were tactful and didn't go forward to cause trouble, Lu Yao put away the dagger, smiled with satisfaction, and called Xiaoxian to continue on the road. She thought, "It turns out that the one with the bigger fist is the boss. A few months ago, I ran away when I saw people, and was chased to death. Look how much easier it is now." Xiaoxian left. Lu Yao, who was walking in front, turned around and saw the little guy standing there motionless. So she didn't shout, "Shoo!" Xiaoxian put his hand to his mouth and made a gesture to keep quiet. "What's wrong?" Influenced by Xiaoxian, Lu Yao came over and asked softly, "Big sister, there are fish, very big fish." Lu Yao followed the direction of Xu Xuan's finger, and sure enough, in the puddle on the side of the road, there were a few fish swimming there. The puddle was overgrown with weeds, and if you didn't look carefully, you really couldn't find it. Lu Yao turned her head and glanced at the little guy, thinking, "You are a foodie, you can find food everywhere. Even such a hidden place can be found by you. My brother is amazing." The water in the puddle was not very deep, and the area was only about 20 square meters, but there were a lot of weeds. Lu Yao's eyes lit up when she saw the fish. The river in the space was full of clams. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them had eaten a lot during this period, they would have been flooded. Now that she saw the fish, how could she not be excited? Without saying a word, she threw all the messy things in the backpack aside, and went down into the puddle with her shoes on. Xiaoxian's eyes lit up when she saw it, and hurriedly said, "Big sister, I'll help you." As she was about to squat down to take off her shoes and socks, Lu Yao saw it and immediately said, "You can come down, but don't take off your shoes. What if you hurt your feet?" The nearby refugees saw it and also wanted to come over to share the spoils, but there were 3 wolf cubs around, so they could only watch with envy and hatred. I hope the brother and sister can catch more fish. It would be even better if they can catch no fish alive. But hope is always hope. I don't know if the fish in the pit are stupid, or if the brother and sister are good at it. The final result is that they caught all of them. Seeing the half-filled basket of fish, everyone's eyes turned red. If Lu Yao hadn't sneaked into the space, their eyes would have popped out. Seeing them like that, Lu Yao didn't even look at them, and happily took Xiaoxian away. Many of the fish in the backpack were still alive. She had to put them in the river immediately. If they died, they would not be tasty. Although she had not eaten fish for a long time, and she was very greedy, Lu Yao decided to put them in the space to raise them before eating. It was safer that way. When no one was around, Lu Yao took Xiaoxian into the woods, washed them with river water, and rinsed the backpack. Otherwise, it would be full of mud and fishy smell, and her back would not feel good. When they appeared on the official road again, they both changed into clean and tidy clothes. Chapter 87 Xiaobao. The siblings walked for a long time. Except for the refugees they saw on the road, there was no one. The villages they encountered were all destroyed. The mud houses turned into a pool of mud. Only the remaining bricks and tiles showed that this place was once prosperous. Lu Yao took Xiaoxian along and observed along the way. In just 2 disasters, there were countless people who lost their lives. In front of the power of nature, human life is like an ant, worthless. Seeing the disaster victims digging wild vegetables to fill their stomachs, Lu Yao pretended not to see them. But if she met a child who was alone, Lu Yao would secretly give him 1 or 2 biscuits. But she would not dare to give more, fearing that it would bring trouble to the child. Fortunately, these children had all survived the disaster and knew the importance of food. Even if they got food, they hid it tightly and waited until no one was around to take it out and secretly eat a few bites. Although Lu Yao and her brother looked small, they had the evil wolf in their ranks. Seeing the 2 of them holding knives, most people did not dare to cause trouble. The evil people would hide far away when they saw them, fearing that they would be caught and eaten by other people's pets as snacks. Although they were evil, they also knew their own limitations. It was stupid to force their way in even though they knew they could not win. So even though they all knew they had food, they were all greedy, but not brave enough. "Big sister? What's wrong? There's a kid following us." Lu Yao turned around and looked at the kid, who was following them from a distance. She remembered this kid and had noticed him a long time ago. But she just ignored him. He had been following her for 3 days, since she gave him 2 pancakes. When he was hungry, he would eat a few bites of the biscuits she gave him. It had been 3 days, and there was still a lot of biscuits left. It seemed that he was a shrewd man, and he didn't finish them all in one go. In fact, Lu Yao also wanted to see his character. If he was greedy, then he could follow him if he wanted, and it didn't matter whether he lived or died. But if he was a good person, she would take him with her. It was just one more mouth. It was not like she couldn't feed him. Now that the crops in her space were ripe, she could feed as many people as she wanted, not to mention a tiny person like him. But obviously, this child is the latter. In the past 3 days, he only followed them from a distance. No matter what they ate, he would not ask for it. Although he was greedy, he would not show greed. For a child, it was rare to do this. "Xiaoxian, go and call him over. But remember, from now on, you can't tell anyone about the space and magic given by the gods. Otherwise, If the gods find out and take it back, we will all starve. Understand? I understand. Sister. Hearing that there was no food, Xiaoxian nodded heavily in fear. Okay, you're so good, go and call him over. Xiaoxian got the order, and ran over and brought the boy over in a few minutes. Seeing the little boy approaching, Lu Yao asked, "What's your name? How old are you this year? Where are your family members?" When the little boy heard Lu Yao's words, his eyes turned red. He said uncomfortably, "My name is Debeo. I'm 6 years old this year. My grandparents are missing. My father was beaten to death by bad guys to protect me, and my mother was also captured." As Xiaobao spoke, he began to cry. Xiaoshuan's eyes were red when he heard this. He looked at the little boy with sympathy. He didn't expect that this person, who was much shorter than him, was the same age as him. Lu Yao didn't expect that this little guy was actually 6 years old. However, when she thought about how she was not much better than him when she first came here, she understood it instantly. It's not easy to survive in this year. There are not many people who have red faces like her in Xiaoxian. After Xiaobao's emotions stabilized, Lu Yao asked, "Why do you want to follow us?" Because you don't eat people. And you have the protection of the big wolf. Daddy and Mom were beaten to death by the bad guys who eat people. After saying that, tears fell like money. And the brother and sister were so scared that they felt sad. "Big sister, do people really eat human flesh?" After hearing the word eat human flesh, Xiaoxian was so scared that he grabbed his big sister's hand tightly, and his voice trembled. When the little boy heard Xiaoshuan's words, he thought he didn't believe it. He said hurriedly, "I didn't lie to you, really, I saw it all, and they only eat children, saying that the meat is tender and delicious, and my father and mother were beaten to death just to stop them and let me run. If my mother and I hadn't seen it and made a sound of fear, we wouldn't have been discovered, and my father and mother wouldn't have died." When Lu Yao saw that he was about to cry again after he finished speaking, she hurriedly said, "I believe you." After hearing what Lu Yao said, Xiaobao immediately burst into laughter. Xiaoxian also said, "Xiaobao, don't be afraid. My elder sister is very powerful. No one will dare to bully you if you follow us. And the Wolf King will protect you. And I can protect you too." To prove himself, he waved the dagger in his hand. Xiaobao listened to Xiaoshuan's words, and hurriedly raised his head, his eyes twinkling, and tremblingly said, "Can I really stay?" Lu Yao stuffed a bamboo tube of warm soup into his hand and said, "Otherwise why would I ask you to come here? But there are conditions for staying. 1. Don't cry easily. A real man sheds blood, but not tears. Have you never heard of that? Don't act like a little girl all day long. 2. Don't be lazy. Just do what I tell you to do. Don't ask questions. Be quick. 3. Don't do bad things. If I find out, I'll beat you up. 4. Practice martial arts with Xiaoxian every day. Don't be lazy. Don't complain about being tired. That's all for now. Do you understand?" Xiaobao stared at Lu Yao blankly and nodded heavily. He thought this big sister wanted him to do something bad. He was scared to death. Then he looked at the fragrant soup in his hand and swallowed his saliva. Seeing him like that, Lu Yao said angrily, "If you want to drink, drink it. Be quick. Don't be like a little girl." "Forgot? I didn't forget. I didn't forget," Xiaobao said, and took up the bamboo tube and drank the soup in one breath. Seeing that he had finished drinking, Lu Yao took out another set of Xiaoshuan's clothes and asked him to change into them. Although they were a little big, they were still wearable. They were much better than the rags he was wearing. Lu Yao looked up at the sky and sighed. He had just sent away a group of big ones. And here came another small one. The heavens are deliberately making things difficult for her, trying to find trouble for her in various ways. Seeing Xiaobao change his clothes, Xiaoxian pulled him aside, chatting non-stop. Lu Yao looked at him with amusement, not knowing where this little guy got so much to say. He used to be like this when he followed Wu Junrui, chatting all day long. Unexpectedly, just after a few days of quietness, there comes another little one. Speaking of Wu Junrui, I don't know how they are doing. It's been sunny for so long. They should have arrived in Kyoto. Chapter 88 Fishing. After a good night's sleep, I stretched my body when I woke up, turned my head to look at the two little guys who were drooling while sleeping, and Lu Yao smiled silently. While Xiaobao was still asleep, Lu Yao put out a small wooden basin of water, so that they could wash up when they woke up. Then I took out some food and drinks from the space, and after everything was ready, I went to wake them up. After a night of getting along, Xiaobao was not as nervous as he was at the beginning, and he seemed much more lively today. The two little guys were sleepy, rinsed their mouths, and under Lu Yao's encouragement, they began their daily training. Because it was Xiaobao's first day, the time was halved. However, the little guys were very strong. Although they were exhausted, they still insisted on finishing the last movement. After the training was over, after a simple wash, it was time to eat breakfast. When the two little guys saw that there was food, they were very happy. Xiaoxian was still talking about all kinds of delicious food while eating, which made Xiaobao drool while eating. Brother Xiaoxian, are there really those delicious foods you mentioned? Of course, why would I lie to you? I want to eat too. Lu Yao watched the interaction between the two little guys from the side, and complained in her heart, are they going to open a foodie club? Why do they all look like that when they see food? Oh my god, give her a break. She has a lot of food, but she doesn't have to be a foodie. After the meal, Lu Yao took out 3 eggs from behind, one for each of them. When the two little guys saw the eggs, their eyes sparkled. Xiaoxian said happily, Big sister, the chicken can lay eggs now? Yes, but not every day. Lu Yao lied. In reality, a chicken usually lays 1 egg every 2 days, but after her observation in the space for the past 2 days, it is almost 1 egg a day. But including the pheasants, there are only 4 laying chickens in total. She is still waiting for them to breed and expand the team. So it's not what she just said, that there are eggs every day, it's almost the same meaning. So she didn't lie, but they just misunderstood, right? Xiaobao looked up and looked around. Xiaoxian said the chicken laid eggs, but why didn't he see any chickens? Did they hide? But he remembered what his elder sister said yesterday, eat it if you give it to me, and don't ask any more questions. So even though he was full of doubts, he still didn't ask anything silently, and ate the egg in his hand attentively. 1 bite at a time. Even the egg yolks that modern children don't like to eat, they held them with their other hand when they ate them, for fear that a little bit would fall off. That cautious look made Lu Yao feel sad. Seeing that they had finished their meal, Lu Yao asked them to take the homemade fishing net she had made last night. From today on, she would take these 2 little kids to the puddles and streams to catch fish and shrimps. There were many kinds of animals on the mountain, so how could we miss the river? The flood season had just passed, so there must be a lot of small fish and shrimps. It was a pity that she had wasted so much time on the mountain. But according to the situation in the past few days, there were still a lot of fish, and they were all quite fat. Although these fishing nets were made of old clothes, they couldn't catch big fish. But she believed that small fish and shrimps would not be a big problem. When Xiaoxian and Xiaobao heard that their elder sister was going to take them to fish, they were very excited. Especially Xiaoxian. When he thought of the grilled fish he had eaten 2 days ago, his mouth was watering. Xiaobao also thought of the fragrance he smelled from afar. And as a result, the 2 little guys were thinking about it before they caught any fish. Lu Yao saw the 2 foodies and said that she was tired. So she silently carried the basket and the fishing net and walked forward. Soon, the 3 of them found a small pond. Not too big. Only a few dozen square meters. It seemed that the water was originally introduced from a river not far away. But now the ditch was blocked by mud and rocks. And it seemed that there was a big cargo in it. However, the depth of the pond was unknown, and Lu Yao did not dare to go down rashly. So he could only hope to catch some small fish and shrimps on the side. But maybe his good luck ran out, and he didn't even catch a small shrimp after fishing for a long time. Helplessly, Lu Yao could only continue on the road with the 2 little kids. The 3 of them were staggering along the way, and suddenly, what's going on ahead? As they were walking, Lu Yao suddenly saw a group of people not far away, looking quite lively. Lu Yao and Xiaoxian and Xiaobao immediately quickened their pace, and rushed to take a closer look. Wow! It turned out to be a large pond, and the water inside had been almost drained. Lu Yao saw some disaster victims holding sticks, poking here and there. Some of the brave ones even went down in their shoes and socks. After asking about the situation, Lu Yao said to the 2 little kids, you 2 will pick up the raindrops later. I will go down to catch them. Wolf King. You 3 should protect Xiaoxian and Xiaobao. Don't let others bully you. Remember? If you don't follow the instructions, I will beat you up. The 2 children and 3 wolves shrank their necks after hearing Lu Yao's words, and nodded to their big sister. They can't afford to offend the big sister now. She is a little scary. Xiaobao looked at the mud in the pond, and then looked at his clean clothes, and thought it would be better to listen to the big sister. This is the best clothes he has ever worn. Seeing them nod, Lu Yao immediately put down the backpack, and went down to the pond with the homemade net bag. In the pond, Lu Yao was fishing everywhere: snails, clams, shrimps, small fish, big fish, and she caught them all accurately and occasionally sneaked a little to the river in the space. "Big sister, hurry up! Big sister, there is a big one over there, hurry up!" When Lu Yao was catching them vigorously, she suddenly heard the voices of Xiaoxian and others. Lu Yao quickly lifted her legs and crawled to the place they said, and sure enough, there was a big fish there, with a very big head. It seemed to be a fathead, and at least 10 pounds. Lu Yao was excited. She had not expected that there were still big fish in the pond. 10 or so ways to eat big-head carp flashed through her mind. And she took even bigger steps. The disaster victims were equally excited. They rushed in this direction as soon as they heard the noise. They thought, such a big fish must have a lot of meat. Enough for them to eat for a day. Although Lu Yao was small, because she had cultivated supernatural powers, her speed and strength were much stronger than those adults, who were hungry and cold all day long. Otherwise, it would not be easy to compete with so many people for fish. When Lu Yao was holding a big-head fish that was taller than her, she stood there and smiled like a fool. However, seeing the victims still gathering around her, Lu Yao quickly left. She didn't want to be beaten up by the crowd. As soon as she got ashore, she said, "Big sister is so awesome. Big sister is awesome. Woo 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 woo." Listening to the compliments from her younger brothers, Lu Yao smiled proudly and said, "No big deal. No big deal." Chapter 89: Fish Head Soup. "Big sister, maybe there are bigger ones in here. We'll watch them. You go down and catch some more." "Yeah. There must be a lot more." After hearing what Xiaoxian said, Xiaobao nodded in agreement. Even the 3 wolf kings beside her nodded and whimpered twice, urging Lu Yao to go down quickly. Lu Yao was made to smile bitterly by them. These little guys just want to do good things. If there were more of these big guys, it would not be her turn, but I'm afraid they would have been discovered and snatched away long ago. You can tell at a glance that such a big fish must have rushed in from somewhere else during a flood. It's obvious that this small pond can't support such a big fish. Besides, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. She doesn't want to be beaten up by a group of people. That would be very miserable. That's enough. We have caught enough. We should always leave some for those who have no food to eat. People should be content. Do you hear me? Look at how beautiful these words are. She is obviously afraid of being beaten up by a group of people. But she turned out to be a good child, who always cares about others. In the end, she almost believed what she said. Xiaoxian and Xiaobao, the 2 little guys, lowered their heads in shame after hearing what their elder sister said, and said weakly, "Elder sister, we were wrong, and we won't do it again. Good kids are those who know their mistakes and can correct them. Be good. Let's go quickly, or else they will come up, and we won't be able to leave. Elder sister will make fish heads for you later." When the 2 little guys heard that there was food, their movements caught up with Lu Yao, and they wanted to leave here immediately, so that they could have fish heads to eat. Lu Yao shook her head, and could only follow helplessly. She didn't catch many fish, but she was covered in mud. After the disaster victims were out of sight, Lu Yao led the 2 little ones into the woods. When they arrived, Lu Yao assigned tasks to the 2 little ones, asking them to take the Wolf King and the others to collect firewood nearby, and dig some wild vegetables or something. After the 2 little ones heard this, they nodded, and set off hand in hand. After they left, Lu Yao flashed into the space, washed herself clean of the mud, and cleaned up the big fish for later use. She first heated the pan and put in the oil. When the oil was hot, put the fish head, fish bones, and fish tail into the pan and fried them until both sides were golden brown, then poured in half a pot of water, covered the pot, and boiled it over high heat for 5 minutes. During the cooking process, Lu Yao took a few more potatoes, peeled them, cut them into pieces, and put them into the fish soup to cook together. After 5 minutes, Lu Yao changed the high heat to low heat, and cooked for another 20 minutes. Soon after, Lu Yao smelled waves of delicious fish fragrance. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lu Yao opened the lid of the pot, and saw that the fish head in the pot had been stewed to pieces. Moreover, the soup of the fish head was as white as milk. If there was tofu, then this pot of fish soup would be more perfect. Lu Yao muttered to herself when she saw the white fish soup. She planted some beans. She had seen how to make tofu on TV. She would try it out with a stone mill. Maybe it would work. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lu Yao flashed out of the space, made a simple fire pit with stones, lit a fire in the middle, and moved a large pot of fish soup on top. Finally, she added the previously washed green vegetables, and a pot of fish head hot pot was ready. When the two little guys came back with a small bundle of firewood, they smelled the fish fragrance in the air, and both of them swallowed their saliva and quickened their pace. The three wolves following behind were shamelessly drooling, dripping all the way back. Seeing them coming back, Lu Yao said, "Hurry up and wash your hands before eating. If you don't wash them clean, you won't have any food." As she spoke, she served a large bowl to each of them, and a little more to the three wolves. The fish here are all natural and pollution-free, plus spiritual spring water and vegetables grown in this space. Lu Yao took a bite. It was so delicious that she wanted to swallow her tongue. It was so fragrant. The two little guys were not afraid of the heat, and they couldn't stop eating. The three of them ate the whole pot of fish soup in less than a quarter of an hour. After eating, although they were full, they all felt a little reluctant to leave. Lu Yao ate the most. She couldn't remember how long she hadn't eaten fish. It seemed that she hadn't eaten fish since the end of the world. Although she had a space, all the animals had been infected before she got the space, and she couldn't find any seedlings to raise. So all along, during the years of the end of the world, she had never raised any animals or aquatic products in her space. Moreover, the fish I had eaten before the end of the world were all fed with feed, and in order to make them grow up quickly, they were also added with all kinds of potions, which did not have this taste at all. So I accidentally ate a little more. Thinking of the way they ate just now, Lu Yao couldn't help but blush. But fortunately, the two little guys were only focused on eating fish and didn't pay much attention. Otherwise, the image she had established with great difficulty would be ruined. After eating and drinking, Lu Yao thought of the fish he had just caught. It seems that I have to make a jar of pickled cabbage quickly. And this pickled cabbage fish is also a rare delicacy. There is not much salt left. I am afraid that after soaking the pickled cabbage, there will not be enough salt in the future. Who knows how long it will take to reach the next city. Alas! Lu Yao sighed heavily. Everything is good in ancient times, but it is too inconvenient to go out. I have to rely on bus number 11. It is too tiring and wears out my shoes. Thinking of this, Lu Yao could not help but turn his eyes to the Wolf King 3, who was resting on the side after eating and drinking. After being fed with spiritual spring water, these guys look like calves. They should be able to be used as cattle. Anyway, they have been ridden before. At most, they can only be regarded as returning to their old jobs. The Wolf King, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and saw his master, who looked at him with a half smile, and immediately felt uncomfortable. This master was going to make trouble again. He saw Xiaoxian, Xiaobao, get up and go. Lu Yao washed the pots and bowls, put them in the backpack, covered them with a piece of cloth, and carried them on her back easily. In fact, everyone knows where those things are. Isn't it in that omnipotent space? Otherwise, how can you say that this is a must-have artifact for home travel? It's easy to put and conceal. Okay, big sister. The two little guys replied in unison. If Xiaobao was a little taller, people who didn't know would think they were twins. They had just been together for less than 24 hours, and I don't know where the tacit understanding came from. Is this fate destined by heaven? Lu Yao shook her head, getting rid of the stains in her mind. What kind of mess was she thinking about? Is this the so-called fullness of thought? When Lu Yao came to her senses, the two little guys had already walked a long way. Lu Yao had no choice but to call them. Xiaoxian, Xiaobao, wait a minute. What's wrong? Big sister? It's too slow to walk like this. We ride wolves, which is faster, just right for one person. When the Wolf King heard this, he glanced at his master with resentment. It knew. Chapter 90 Moon City. Lu Yao brought the two little guys, riding on 3 wolves, traveling in the open air for a month, and finally let them see a county town that people can enter. Moon City, a very beautiful name, but the county magistrate here doesn't seem to be beautiful at all, and is a bit greedy. It's been so long since the drought and flood, but the city is still closed, and if you want to enter the city, you have to pay 5 taels of silver, regardless of whether you are an adult or a child. In the past, there was one price for adults and another for children, but now there is no difference in treatment. Isn't this robbery? She had already put the Wolf King and the others into the space 2 days ago under an excuse. Until now, Xiaobao still thought they were waiting for them on the mountain. After a month of getting along, He and Wolf too had developed feelings for each other, and they talked about it several times along the way. But Lu Yao did not intend to tell him the whole truth, at least not now. Although he had the blessing of the spiritual spring water, he was too young, and Lu Yao was afraid that he would let the cat out of the bag and cause unnecessary trouble. Lu Yao looked at the disaster victims outside the city, wondering why they had to wait here even though they knew they could not enter the city. Is it just for a small bowl of porridge for one day? You can live anywhere with a registered permanent residence. You have a hand and a fake one. Why hang yourself on this tree? Others know, but Lu Yao, a stranger, doesn't know, and the little girl who has never been out of a village doesn't know. Although you won't be arrested as a refugee with a registered permanent residence, it doesn't mean you can live anywhere. These disaster victims either go back to their registered permanent residence, or wait for the arrangement of the county magistrate and re-register. These disaster victims also want to go to the city to ask for help to arrange it earlier, but they have no money and no pockets. The saying that a penny makes a hero is not just a saying. Alas, it's all because of the lack of money. Those who have some money have been arranged to go there long ago, and I heard that they are all good villages and towns. The land is fertile, and it's close to the county town. Lu Yao stood there, listening to an old man talking a lot. It seems that I misunderstood him. It's good to ask, otherwise I will be arrested. Lu Yao secretly stuffed 7 or 8 big buns into the old man's mouth, and left in a hurry. Finally, Lu Yao reluctantly took 15 taels of silver, and took the 2 kids into the city. Although she felt a little sorry for the money, they finally found a city that people still let them in. To be honest, it was not easy. So even though she felt sorry, she had to go into the city. She still had a lot of things to buy. After entering the city, the 3 siblings found an inn that looked pretty good and asked for a room on the upper floor. It cost 500 coins a day, 1 tael of silver for 2 days, and it didn't include food. Lu Yao made up her mind and paid the room fee for 10 days. Lu Yao asked for a bucket of water and washed the 2 little guys inside and out, and she also took the opportunity to go into the space and wash herself. After such a long journey, she planned to have a good sleep first. Since she separated from Bai Mayu and the others, she has never slept in a bed. To be honest, she missed them a lot and didn't know how they were doing. Lu Yao thought conceitedly they must miss her and Xiaoxian more than she did. Who told them to have more food? Whenever they thought of food, they would think of her, hee. Although the bed in this inn is not as good as the one in her space, it is still more comfortable than sleeping in the wilderness. Although there are wolf kings along the way, they are guarding, but at night, I still couldn't sleep well. Now I can finally sleep down. Thinking about Lu Yao, I fell asleep unknowingly. Wake up, she found that the sky was dark. Listening to Guru's belly, Lu Yao intends to work hard and Xiaoxian Xiaobao. Call Xiao Air, Lu Yao ordered 7 or 8 dishes in one breath. It was frightened. If it weren't for this girl who had paid 5 or 2 silver for 10 days, the money of 10 days, he was afraid of eating overlord meals. But this is too much. Right? There are only 3 children. Can they finish this much? After forbearing for a while, the waiter reminded her, "Girl, are you sure you want to order so much? Our dishes are quite generous." The implication is that you can order less, but he was afraid that if he said it clearly, the shopkeeper would beat him up, so he had to remind her in a tactful way. Lu Yao didn't expect that the waiter was so kind. She thought he wanted a tip or something because he hesitated before. Now she feels embarrassed when she thinks about it. However, Lu Yao still pretended to take out 20 copper coins from her pocket and said to him, "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Shower. However, my sister and I are both martial artists, and I think the dishes are not enough." When the waiter saw that there was a tip, he immediately said yes happily, saying that if it was not enough, he would add more. He was downstairs, and if there was anything, just call him. After saying that, he left very consciously. Seeing the waiter's enthusiasm, and thinking about the disaster victims outside the city, Lu Yao couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Money is indeed omnipotent, and without money, nothing can be done. After a while, the waiter brought people to bring the dishes one after another. Braised pork, boiled chicken, Christian carp tofu soup, garlic stir-fried cabbage, braised lion's head, sweet and sour lotus root, eggplant stew. Finally, there is a large plate of fried chives and eggs. Lu Yao took a look and found that the portion was quite large. Compared to those high-end restaurants in modern times, this plate was enough for them to fill 3 portions. It was the first time that Xiaoxian and Xiaobao saw so many beautiful dishes. They felt that their eyes were not enough. Lu Yao saw that their saliva was about to flood the room, so she called the waiter away and immediately said, "Don't look at it. Eat quickly, otherwise I will be drowned by saliva." The two little guys didn't have the heart to listen to anything else now, and they didn't even hear their eldest sister's teasing. As soon as they heard that they could start eating, they immediately picked up their chopsticks and started eating impatiently. Xiaoxian and Xiaobao narrowed their eyes, chewing quickly with their shiny little mouths, as if they were afraid of being slower than others. Lu Yao also ate quickly. She ate too much of the dishes she cooked herself, and occasionally ate dishes made by others, which were really good, especially the braised pork, which was sweet, soft and glutinous, and melted in her mouth. It was delicious. Lu Yao chewed the braised pork and thought to herself, it seems that she should find a little girl to train and raise as soon as possible. Cooking and washing dishes every day does not fit her personality. Her character is a lazy landlord. No, now she is a fierce lazy landlord. So how can she do the laundry and cooking by herself? No, she should find two more, one to cook, one to wash, and one. Anyway, she has plenty of food now, so she is not afraid of not being able to support them. After dinner, Lu Yao originally planned to take them out for a walk, but in the end, she was told that they were not allowed to go out after dark, otherwise they would be treated as refugees. Helplessly, Lu Yao could only take the two little guys back to the room and continue to lie dead. The next day, at dawn, Lu Yao got up early and took Xiaoxian and Xiaobao to go shopping. Looking at the busy streets, people coming and going, Lu Yao did not expect that this inconspicuous county town recovered so quickly, which was completely different from the scene outside the city. Chapter 91 Robbers. Lu Yao took the two kids with her and found a stall that looked relatively clean, planning to have breakfast first. Since she came here, she has been eating her own meals, and she hasn't eaten outside since the last time she ate with Mo12 and 13. So she planned to eat as much as she could these days, and then pack up some dry food to eat slowly later. She also wanted to pack up the soup, but there was no takeaway box. Xiaoxian and Xiaobao, what do you two want to eat? Lu Yao turned around and asked the two kids sitting next to her. Xiaoxian thought about it and ordered a bowl of wonton. Xiaobao also chose wonton. After they finished ordering, Lu Yao ordered a bowl of wonton and noodle soup for herself. The result was that the two little guys ordered another bowl of noodle soup each. She knew it would be like this. When the boss heard that the three kids ordered so much at once, he hesitated for a moment. Lu Yao also knew that this little guy was not very trustworthy. Although she was a little angry, she still paid the money with a snap. It was just 20 or so cents. Who is she looking down on? I have plenty of money, in addition to my own money. There is also money left by Mayu. When the boss saw that I had money, he was very fast. After a while, 3 bowls of wonton and 3 bowls of noodle soup came up. Lu Yao took a look. The wonton had some vegetables and oil on it, but the noodle soup was really noodle soup, except for the soup and noodles. There was not even a scallion, and it was so bland that it looked like there was no salt. It was not as cost-effective as the wonton. Although it was 2 cents more expensive, it had meat in it. Sigh, what a mistake. I ordered 3 bowls at once. There was no choice. Let's eat, we can't waste food. The 3 of them finished their food in a few gulps, and then went straight to the seed point. Lu Yao wanted to see if there was anything she hadn't bought before. In the end, they were all the same things, some of which were not even available here, so Lu Yao looked around and didn't buy anything. She took the 2 little ones, and went to the cloth shop, and bought 2 sets of clothes, shoes, and socks for each of them. One for spring, summer, autumn and winter. Originally, she wanted to buy 3 quilts, but looking at her small body, she thought about it, and decided to forget it, and wait a few days. Finally, Lu Yao took the 2 to the place where they could buy salt. It was 51 per jean. Lu Yao bought 5 jean. She wanted to buy more, but she was a little girl. It was hard to carry more. She was afraid of misunderstanding. She could only come again in 2 days. And she came alone, with Xiaobao by her side. It was inconvenient for her to put anything. However, the salt was really expensive. It was 2 or 3 times more expensive than rice and flour. No wonder the soup was so bland. The relationship problem was here. After buying the salt, Lu Yao took the 2 back to the inn. She planned to go out alone in the afternoon to buy more. After taking a nap, Lu Yao went to the grocery store and bought 10 jars of soy sauce, vinegar, and oil, all of which were 50 kilograms. Then she bought 100 kilograms each of pepper, white sugar, and brown sugar, 10 jars of pickled cabbage, 10 jars of wine, 10 small backpacks, and saw that there were fishing nets for sale, so she bought 10 more. Seeing that Lu Yao bought so much at once, after she paid, the boss smiled and generously gave her 2 more jars of pickled cabbage. After all the things were delivered to the place she had chosen before, after seeing the people walking away, Lu Yao waved her hand, and all of them were put into the space. Looking at the empty alley, Lu Yao couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This space is really good. It is indeed a must-have for traveling, killing and arson. It is so convenient. However, this brown sugar costs 80 won per caddy, and white sugar is even more expensive, costing 100 won per caddy. Lu Yao didn't expect that this thing is even more expensive than salt. How can ordinary people afford it? Even if she has a little money in her pocket, she thinks it is ridiculously expensive. On the way back, Lu Yao encountered another snack shop and bought 10 caddies of osmanthus cake, chestnut cake, sesame cake, etc., and almost bought the whole shop. 10 days later, Lu Yao continued to set off with the 2 little guys. She had 10 more quilts in her space, 10 sets of clothes, shoes and socks for the 3 of them, all one size larger, 200 kilograms of rice, 200 kilograms of flour, 100 kilograms of salt, some daily necessities, 2 stone mills, 5 threshers, 2 water mills. She only bought 10 iron tools, and asked someone to buy them for her. The control of these things is strict. One person can only buy 2, and you need some kind of household registration certificate in short. It's very troublesome. And more importantly, she also bought piglets, lambs, 2 adult donkeys, 2 mules, 2 ponies. She bought these as 1 male and 1 female. There's no other way to continue the family line, and finally a carriage. When Lu Yao came back with the carriage, the 2 little guys were so happy that they touched and looked at everything. They were so curious. When Lu Yao and the 2 little ones drove the carriage to an intersection, 7 or 8 men suddenly jumped out of the woods. No, they were robbers. Stop. Leave your money and things behind. Yes. Leave. 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 The horse. Leave. The carriage too. Lu Yao looked at the people in front of her and suddenly laughed. She couldn't even speak clearly, but she was imitating people who came out to rob. Are these people here to make fun of her? What are you laughing at? Listen to my elder brother and leave the things behind. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Are you sure? Lu Yao asked with a smile in her eyes. Xiaoxian. Xiaobao. Stay inside and don't come out. I'll be there in a while. Humph. You all have sharp faces and monkey cheeks. You are not good people at first glance. Since you want to die, you can't blame me. So what if you are sure? A little girl wants to hit someone. Lu Yao jumped off the carriage, stretched her muscles, and smiled slightly. You are right. I really want to hit someone. After that, she rushed up with a dagger in her hand. With a wave of her hand, the 2 leading men screamed. Because their arms were broken, blood kept flowing from their arms, and several people were so scared that they took a few steps back. Lu Yao smiled at the guys who were retreating, and sneered, Why are you running? Your boss is still here. Are you so disloyal? And, did I allow you to leave? Hearing Lu Yao's voice, several grown men were so scared that they stood there and dared not move. They stood there and looked at Lu Yao as if she was a monster. Is this girl a human? As soon as she moved, the boss and his hands were broken. Seeing them like that, Lu Yao looked at them with disdain. With just this little ability, they still imitate others to do bad things. And they are not afraid of hitting a wall. Hand over all the money to me, or they will end up like you. Buy what? Buy this? There was another scream after the voice fell. The man who just spoke was lying on the ground, holding his arm, and couldn't speak because of the pain. Who else has any objections? No objections. Then hurry up. Do you want me to do it? Finally, Lu Yao shook the money bag in her hand. She didn't expect that they were all a bunch of poor ghosts. 7 or 8 grown men didn't even have 3 taels of silver. Lu Yao was so angry that she caught them and beat them up. A group of bandits looked at Lu Yao driving away in a carriage, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't expect that this little girl was more vicious than the bandits. Woo woo. Chapter 92. Dia and Arya. Lu Yao drove the carriage away with the silver in her hand. Although the silver was not much, she felt that a new world had opened before her eyes. It turned out that she could act so easily. It seemed that being a chivalrous woman was not bad. Presumably, there must be many bad guys along the way. Not only could she get money, but she could also practice her boxing skills. Ha 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 ha, kill two birds with one stone. Gee. Lu Yao in front drove very hard, but this made the two little guys in the back suffer. The carriage was shaking, and they were dizzy and almost vomited. After walking for about 2 hours, Xiaoxian finally couldn't help but stick his head out and asked, "Big sister, how long will it take to get there?" Lu Yao looked around and said, "It's almost there. We can rest at the post station those people mentioned in front." After walking for about 20 minutes, Lu Yao said to Xiaoxian behind her, "Hold on a little longer. It seems that the post station those people mentioned is in front." Lu Yao came all the way according to the description of those people. She didn't know if she had taken the wrong path. But this was only an official road. She shouldn't have gone wrong. Lu Yao drove the carriage around a bend, and was stunned by the scene in front of her. There was no post station here. There were only broken wood and broken walls lying on the ground. There was no trace of a post station. She drove the carriage to the side, and said to Xiaoxian and Xiaobao, who got off the carriage with confused faces, "Alas! It seems that we have to rest in the wild again today." Xiaoxian saw how sad her elder sister was, and pointed to the carriage road sensibly. "Sister, it's okay. We can sleep in the carriage." Lu Yao looked at the wasteland in front of her, opened her mouth, and turned around for a long time and said, "Our Xiaoxian is still smart. Yes, we can sleep in the carriage." Lu Yao originally wanted to travel a little further before it got dark. But it was the first time for these two little guys to ride in a carriage. And the carriage was shaking violently. Seeing how they wanted to continue just now, it was obviously impossible. Lu Yao had no choice but to say, "Then let's rest here and continue on our journey tomorrow morning." After saying that, Lu Yao let the Wolf King, Wolf 1, and Wolf 2 out to serve as guards, and then said to the two little guys, "Big sister, go out and take a look around. You stay here to guard the carriage. Don't run around. If there is anything, just shout loudly. Do you hear me?" Xiaoxian and Xiaobao nodded at the same time and said, "Got it, big sister." After a while, Lu Yao came back with a large bundle of grass and threw it to Lightning, the name of the horse. Lightning sniffed, snorted at Lu Yao, and began to eat happily. Seeing that the two little guys were fine, Lu Yao said, "You can pick up some dry firewood around and make a fire at night." The two little guys immediately took action after hearing their elder sister's instructions. Seeing them walk away, Lu Yao put another bowl of spiritual spring water for Lightning. This will be her means of transportation in the future, so she can't let it go to waste. While Lu Yao and Lightning were communicating with each other, Xiaoxian and Xiaobao suddenly ran over and said, "Big sister, there are people over there." Lu Yao stood up and looked in the direction they pointed. Sure enough, two little heads covered with dust popped out from behind the broken wall. The two children saw Lu Yao and the others looking over, and immediately retracted their heads. Lu Yao saw them, walked over with a dagger and called them out. When she saw these two little girls who were about her age, Lu Yao's eyes were sore. They were even worse than Xiaobao when she saw him at the beginning, with bruises all over his body. And he was so thin that only bones and skin were left. His eyes were bulging out, which looked a bit scary. The two children looked at Lu Yao and the others, and seemed a bit uneasy. "What are your names? How old are you?" My name is Dia. I'm 10 years old, and my sister Arya is 8 years old. How long have you been hiding here? Why didn't I see you just now? We've been here for a long time. The water receded, and we're here. We just hid in a small hole underground. When Dia saw Lu Yao and the others, although they were holding knives, they were about the same age as her, she became a little bolder and spoke more fluently. "Why don't you leave here?" Because they eat people." After Dia finished speaking, the two sisters seemed to have thought of something terrible, and suddenly they trembled all over. How long ago did it happen? Not long after the flood receded, they captured a lot of children. Woo, my younger sister was also captured, my father and mother. Before she finished speaking, the two sisters hugged each other and cried. Although Dia didn't finish her words just now, but Lu Yao could imagine with her toes the fate of their parents and younger sister. "Don't cry, go to the ditch over there to wash, and put on this," Lu Yao said, pretending to get 2 sets of her own clothes from the carriage for them. The two sisters looked at the brand new clothes in Lu Yao's hand. Both stared blankly, not daring to take a step forward, especially the Wolf King and his friends behind her, making the two sisters' legs weak. Take it, don't let me say it again. Lu Yao said impatiently. She found that her temper was getting worse now, and she hated to see nagging and crying. Although pitiful, this was not a reason to cry. When Dia and Arya saw Lu Yao getting angry, they quickly took the clothes from her hands and ran to the ditch to change them. By the time the two sisters had changed their clothes, it was already dark. After Dia and Arya put on their new clothes, they were very nervous, afraid that they would get dirty. Seeing them like that, Lu Yao burst out laughing. Xiao Bao and Xiao Xian beside them also laughed, seeing that the two sisters were almost lowering their heads to the ground because of her laughter. Lu Yao coughed and handed Dia a tinder, saying, Dia, light the fire. If the clothes get dirty, just wash them. There's no need to do this. Dia took the tinder and nodded obediently, and lit the fire with some dead leaves, and then added some dry wood. After a while, the fire quickly lit up. Although it was a bit hot that day, Lu Yao and the others still sat around the fire, because there would be fewer mosquitoes. Lu Yao took out the prepared pancakes and gave each person 2, plus a bamboo tube of cold water. For a moment, everyone ate the pancakes in silence. Even Xiao Xian, who was always talkative, seemed particularly quiet today. Lu Yao looked at the two sisters, who were eating pancakes with their heads down, and felt a little moved. She had just said she wanted to find a cook a few days ago, and she didn't expect that someone would show up so soon. In addition to driving the car, she also had to wash clothes, cook, and take care of the space every day, which was indeed a bit busy. Xiao Xian and Xiao Bao, apart from picking up some firewood, only had to eat, and they couldn't help with anything else. Just now, looking at the actions of Dia and Arya, it was obvious that they were used to doing it at home. So as long as there was no problem with their character, everything would be okay. Chapter 93 Raped Snake. The more Lu Yao thought about it, the more she felt that it was feasible. If these two girls followed her, then the household affairs would be settled, and it would be easier to use them if they were trained from childhood. For those modern people who are not used to being served by others, in Lu Yao's opinion, it is pure nonsense. Except that they should not kneel down at every turn, she can accept everything else. And she agrees with both hands. If someone works, what is not acceptable? It's the same as those modern domestic workers. It's something that is consensual. What's not acceptable? It's hypocritical. Besides, for the current situation of the two sisters, it's the best choice for them to follow her. Having food, drink and life security, how great. And she provided food, accommodation and security, and paid a lot, and then she treated me like an ancestor. She is not stupid, doing such a thing. This is not a charity. Besides, charities are collecting donations everywhere, so they still make money. Just because she is stupid and has a lot of food, she should be treated as a rich person, but it is pure nonsense. She came here just to eat and do nothing. Who wants to preach to her? Fine, wash your neck first. Arya watched Lu Yao stare at them for a long time, and she was afraid and tightly pulled her eldest sister's clothes. She thought she had eaten too much. Although she was young, she also knew how precious food was at the moment. So even though the pancakes were delicious, they only ate half of the last 2 pancakes and stopped. Dia, Arya, why don't you eat? Is it not delicious? Lu Yao, who was thinking about something, was brought back to reality by Xiaoshuan's voice. Seeing the two sisters' nervous look, she said, eat quickly. How can you travel tomorrow if you don't eat enough? Since I decided to take you in, you won't be short of food. You can eat as much as you want, but you can't be lazy or you will live a life worse than death. Understand? Dia heard Lu Yao's words. Tears that hadn't been seen for a long time flowed down. She suddenly stood up, pulled Arya and knelt down in front of Lu Yao, crying, although you look the same age as me. From now on you are the lady of our two sisters, and we are your maids, working like cows and horses for you. Lu Yao was frightened by their actions, and it took a long time for her to come back to her senses and said coldly, some things I only say once. If you do it again next time, don't blame me for being rude. 1. I don't like people who cry and kneel down at every turn. 2. From now on, you sisters will be responsible for washing clothes and cooking 3 meals a day. I don't keep idle people. 3. Starting today, get up early every day and practice martial arts with Xiao Xian and Xiao Bao. 4. Don't be lazy or play tricks. If I find out, I will kick you out at the least, or cut off your hands and feet at the worst. 5. Watch more and talk less. Some things are enough to understand in your heart. 6. Don't have any other thoughts, otherwise I will kill you without mercy. Do you understand? The two sisters were startled by Lu Yao's expression, and said weakly, I understand. I understand. I understand too. When Lu Yao was about to call them up, Xiaobao suddenly ran over and said in a sonorous voice, Okay, our Xiaobao is also great. You should stand up too, don't kneel anymore, this is the first time, and the last time. Yes, miss. After saying that, she picked up the unfinished cake and started to eat it. The tears were falling down again, but when she thought of what the young lady said, she forced the tears back. Since the young lady didn't like to cry, then they wouldn't cry. After hearing their answers, Lu Yao always felt weird. Miss, why did the young lady's words become more and more awkward the more she listened? I want them to change it to Sister Yao, which makes people misunderstand it, and it makes people imagine it sounds like a mother. The eldest brother sounds a bit like a bandit leader. Ah, forget it, Mrs. Miss, it sounds better than Sister Yao or the eldest brother. Okay, everyone should rest early after eating. After saying that, Lu Yao went to the carriage, actually took out a bamboo mat and a quilt from the space. There was really no room for so many people to sleep in the carriage, so they could only ask the two of them to make a bed on the floor next to the carriage. As the night deepened, all the children fell asleep, especially the two sisters Dia, who had been sleeping in a damp cave for a long time. Suddenly, they slept under such a warm quilt. After lying down, they fell asleep in a short while. Lu Yao was dazed and suddenly heard the low whimper of the Wolf King. She knew it was nothing serious. Otherwise the Wolf King would not have made this sound. However, for safety reasons, Lu Yao still got up gently and went out to check. When she came out with a lantern, she found that it was a rat snake as thick as an arm swimming in her direction. It looked quite fat, but she really didn't like it. Seeing them around made her feel goosebumps all over her body. Lu Yao looked at the Wolf King with contempt and waved her hand. A bolt of lightning struck it to death. Then she didn't even look at it. She rubbed her eyes and returned to the carriage with the lantern and continued to date Zhou Gong. The Wolf King looked at his master's contemptuous eyes and felt very wronged. He just made a sound accidentally. Who knew her ears were so good? Alas, it's hard to be a wild wolf. And it's even harder to be a wolf with only one master. He looked at the dead rat snake on the ground and said, It's all this guy's fault. Why did he come out to wander around? Look, he's dead. He ate a mouthful of wine, and he was just hungry. The night passed peacefully, except that the rat snake died with its eyes wide open and entered the stomach of a wolf. At dawn, Dia and Arya got up early. When Lu Yao and the other two got out of the carriage, the two sisters had already collected a lot of broken wood, and there was a lot of wild vegetables on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Yao nodded. They all seemed to be diligent, but she is not the kind of boss who would exploit her employees. Dia, Arya, you don't have to get up so early. Your first priority now is to take good care of your health. Do you understand? I know. Mississippi. She washed her hands in the ditch, and then got into the carriage to pack up the bedding. Seeing that they had finished packing, Lu Yao said, Okay, let's start the daily training. Dia and Arya, your time will be reduced by half. Xiao Xian, you lead them. I know. Sister. She took the lead in training, and it looked like it was really good. However, Lu Yao looked at the growing team and felt a little worried. She was about to start a primary school. Why? After Bai Mayu left, she only recruited young people? But young people are young people. There is nothing wrong with them. Look at Dia and Arya. When they come, she can be a hands-off boss. Unlike before. Although she recruited strong people, she ended up being a nanny, doing laundry and cooking all day long. Thinking about it, young people are better. Chapter 94 Kyoto. Kyoto, Marquis Mansion. Master, Mo Air, and the others have all recovered from their injuries. Bai Mayu was just using the perfect Moe entered the inner hall and bowed. When Bai Mayu heard the news, the gloom of many days was swept away, and he said happily, Let them have a good rest for a while, and then go to the storehouse to get 50 taels of silver each, and you all will get the same. Yes. Thank you, Master. When Moe left, Bai Mayu was alone and muttered to himself, I don't know where this girl and the others were washed away. The people who were sent out sent pigeons back one by one to say that there is no such person. But with the girl's personality, she might still be hiding in some deep mountains and old forests. This incident might have scared her. As for her safety, he was not that worried. This girl had the magical space in her hand, and he believed that she would be safe. However, he still couldn't help but worry about her. Alas, the situation was getting worse and worse. He had to get himself out of here as soon as possible. No one in this mansion was worry-free. It was tiring to stay here. Moreover, he had to be on guard against this, and that all day long. Even if he wanted to eat something, he would be nervous, afraid that he would be tricked again. That mother and son are good at putting on a show. I'm afraid everyone in Kyoto knows how good they are. They are especially devoted to him, but in private, they are vicious, especially his good brother, who is praised by everyone, who is even more vicious to no end. And recently, he seems to be getting particularly close to the third prince. This is the rhythm of playing with fire and getting burned. So in order for the girl to have a peaceful life in the future, and for the sake of her own life, she must leave this family as soon as possible. It seems that I should do a little more. Otherwise, how could I die so quickly? MOE. Master, come with me to the front yard. Yes. After saying that, he stood behind by Mayu respectfully. Why are you here, young master? When the housekeeper saw Bai Mayu coming, he immediately came out with a smile on his face. Why, I can't come. The housekeeper didn't know why Bai Mayu came to the front yard today. Usually, he didn't come once every 6 months, but since he came back from this trip, he came more frequently, but every time he came, it was nothing good. But the lady was quite satisfied with this matter. But when he looked inside, the master, his wife, and the second young master were having dinner. Thinking of the wife's instructions before, the housekeeper could only happily follow behind and enter the hall. Oh, they are eating. Why didn't anyone come to call me? How could they forget about my son? Looking at the happy family of 3, Bai Mayu sat down unceremoniously and said with sarcasm. Ning was confused. Why did this kid change his personality this time? He couldn't fart for a long time before, which was enough to make people choke. Now, he talks a lot, but he can make people angry once he opens his mouth. So many people were sent this time, but they couldn't kill him. He is really lucky. Although he was very angry, he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, What are you talking about? Kid, your father is very busy in the court recently, and Shiener is about to take the exam. I've been busy all day and forgot it for a while. I will remember it next time. He said a lot, implying that he was eating idle meals at home alone. He shouted in his heart, Go ahead. Go ahead. Kill yourself quickly so that my son can have a chance to succeed. Father Bai glanced at Bai Mayu, knowing his wife's implication. But he said nothing and continued to eat his meal. The coldness in his eyes. No matter how much he told himself that he didn't care, he still felt uncomfortable. It is said that even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. But there is no father-son relationship between them now, seeing that the waves have not risen. Why? Great talent. You don't even call me brother anymore. Your teacher taught you this way. I'll have to ask him another day. Brother, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about a homework assigned by the teacher, and I was a little carried away for a moment. I'm sorry. After hearing Bai Mayu's words, Bai Machuan stood up and admitted his mistake very sincerely. His current reputation was accumulated by him bit by bit, and now the 5th princess is favoring him. He can't let down at this critical moment. But his hypocrisy made Bai Mayu really sick. So he said rudely, There are no outsiders here. Don't act like that. It makes me sick. What do you mean? Brother? What do you mean? Don't you 3 know it well? Why do you want me to go out and shout it out so that everyone in Kyoto will know? If it weren't for the fact that my grandfather's family had more power than him, I'm afraid I would have abdicated long ago. Rebellious son. What do you want to do? Seeing that his thoughts were exposed to his face, and seeing that his most valued son was wronged, Father Bai finally put down his chopsticks and raised his head and said angrily in a cold voice, I didn't mean anything. I just don't like him. As he said that, he threw a punch at Bai Machuan without anyone being prepared. Bang! Bai Mayu fell out with the chair. Ah! It feels so good. He used to fight with Wu Junrui with a sack, but he felt relieved by fighting openly like this. Ah! Shiener. Shiener. Rebellious son. He is your own brother. Bai Machuan stood up in a mess, touched the blood from his nose, and stared at his nominal elder brother with vicious eyes. Outsiders all say that he is a rare genius, and he will definitely win the title of number 1 in the future. But only he knows that his eldest brother, who is born out of wedlock, just disdains him. If he wants, Bai Mashwan will have nothing to do with him. And those halos will also be far away from him. So he, Bai Mayu, must die. Why? You can't stand it. You want me to die. It's not that easy. I tell you, I won't pursue the past with you. If there is a next time, I will not let you off easily. This punch is the interest for the shock you got this time. After saying that, he looked at his father, who was almost fainted from anger, and said okay. Then waved his sleeves and left. This rebellious son. Rebellious son. Housekeeper, why are you still standing there? Call the palace doctor, quickly. Oh. The housekeeper was also frightened. After hearing Ning's voice, he came to his senses and ran out. My lord, you have to make a decision for Xianer. He is becoming more and more intolerant of us mother and son. After saying that, he started to cry. Moe, you go find some people, spread the news of today, do whatever is unfavorable to me, remember to exaggerate. Master? Do as ordered, remember to do it secretly, don't let people know that it was us who spread it. Yes. The next day, the whole capital knew what Bai Mayu had done, contradicting his father, beating his brother, and insulting his stepmother. Even the old emperor knew about it, and he mentioned it by name in the court. Bai Mayu's uncle was so angry that he almost beat Bai Laogo in front of the emperor. He thought that the three of them had deliberately spread the news in order to kill his nephew. Chapter 95 Fan Yi. After everyone finished eating, Lu Yao took the 4 people to pack up their things and set off in a carriage. Lu Yao didn't know that. Just after they walked for a while, at the place where they had just rested, a dozen burly men suddenly came, each with a knife hanging on his waist, looking ferocious, and it was obvious that they were not good people. However, when they arrived, there was no trace of anyone. Looking at the wheel tracks on the ground, the leading man grabbed the collar of a man with an injured arm in anger, and said angrily, "Didn't you say they would rest here? Where are they now? You dare to play tricks on me. Do you want to live?" The man with the injured arm was named Zhang San. If Lu Yao were here, she would definitely recognize him. Isn't he the bandit leader who looks good but is useless? If Lu Yao knew that he had done something naughty again, she would beat him so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. At this moment, Zhang San was also annoyed. He clearly heard Song Si tell them yesterday that there was a post station here, where they could rest. Besides, there was only one place like this in a radius of dozens of miles. Where else could they go if not here to rest? But facing a man who was much taller than him and had a fierce face, he didn't dare to tell the truth. So he flattered, "Master Fan, I didn't lie to you. They were really here last night. There were several little girls, about 10 years old, all very cute, and the carriage looked good. I was afraid of alarming them, so I rushed back overnight to inform you. Now my arm is broken." He pointed to his hand that couldn't move at all. Fan Yi and his gang were thugs in a brothel in Moon City. They knew that there were many refugees recently, and even more people were selling their children. So they planned to take advantage of this period to find more good-looking boys and girls, so that they could resell them later. These children are as cheap as cabbages now, and some can even be found for a few sweet potatoes. Moreover, since the flood, those without husbands and mothers will go with you if you give them some food. It can be said that Fan Yi is very proud these days, and the money is like having legs, running straight into his pocket. But I don't know what happened recently. There were so many children some time ago, but in the blink of an eye, it's like they evaporated from the face of the earth, and even the ugly ones can't be found. Just last night, when he heard this kid say there were several, he got up early and rushed over, but he didn't expect to find nothing. It's strange that he wasn't angry. Just when Zhang San was thinking about what to do, a big man who had just run out came back hurriedly and said, "Master Fan, judging from the wheel tracks, they should have left not long ago, and it will definitely not take more than half an hour. Should we go over and take a look? Maybe there is really good stuff there." Master Fan listened to the man's words, and thought that Zhang San should not have the courage to lie to him. Maybe there is really good stuff. Anyway, since we are here, it doesn't matter if we run a little more. So he said, "Let's go over and take a look." A group of children should not be able to walk fast. If it is as Zhang San said, it is all good stuff, then we will be rich. Oh! Ha ha! Ha ha! When they heard that there was wealth to be made and money to be earned, they were extremely excited, as if the silver was lying on the ground waiting for them to pick it up. However, They didn't know if they would be alive to spend it. Zhang San saw Fan Yi and the others chasing after him. And then he smiled viciously. He touched his hand that was still in pain. And thought to himself, "Little girl, I told you to break my hand. If I'm not happy, you won't be happy either. If you are caught by Fan Yi, you will be worse off than dead." Bah! Zhang San. What are you dawdling about? Hurry up. I'm coming. I'm coming. He followed them happily, and his flattering look was as disgusting as it could be. Although Lu Yao was driving a carriage, as the big man said, she didn't go very far. After all, she was carrying a child. So she couldn't go faster even if she wanted to. Because this ancient road is really hard to describe. Not to mention the potholes. Maybe it was because it had just rained and it hasn't dried up yet. It's full of mud now. It's very difficult to walk. And the wheels are all muddy. Fortunately, there are not many people on this road. Those disaster victims have gone to the nearest prefecture. There are really few people who would go to a place as far away as the south. In this situation, businessmen will not go out. Unless they are stupid and rich. And they don't care if they are robbed. That's another matter. The only difference between Lu Yao and these disaster victims is that she now has a means of transportation. And no longer needs to rely on bus number 11. To be honest, it was really tiring. The blisters on the soles of her feet piled up one after another, until they formed thick calluses, and she could no longer feel them. Sister, why are we going to the south? Xiaoxian was bored sitting in the car. So he leaned out and asked, Go to the south. Find some fruit trees and plant them there, so that there will be endless fruit to eat. And catch some sea fish. I heard them say that the fish there are big and delicious. And they don't have bones. So I want to go and see. As she said that, she took out 5 tomatoes from the space, asked him to share them with Dia and the others, and finally took another one for herself, and drove the carriage to eat them with a crunch. It tastes really good. Oh, is that so? Is the fish there really that delicious? I didn't know, so I wanted to go and see. Why, I miss your brother Rui again. A little sister, do you miss them? Me too. I don't know how they are doing, whether they have returned to Kyoto. They must have arrived. Brother Yu and the others are so awesome. Burp. Xiaoxian finished eating a big tomato, and burped as he spoke. The voices of Xiaobao and Dia, and the others were also heard in the carriage. Area, big sister, these persimmons are so delicious, and they are much bigger than those grown in our fields. Dia, yeah, and this one is much sweeter, just like eating candy. Xiaobao, big sister, you have eaten candy. What does it taste like? Is it very sweet? Dia hesitated and said, I haven't eaten it, but I heard from the scholar lady next door that it is very sweet. Area, I haven't eaten it either. After saying that, she smacked her lips. Lu Yao heard what they said outside and felt very uncomfortable, so she took out a few pieces of maltose, which they called candy, from the space and asked Xiaoxian to share them with them. Xiaobao, thank you. Big sister. Dia and Area, thank you. Young lady. Debao licked it with his tongue and shouted, Wow, it's really sweet, so delicious. Dia, yeah, so sweet, Mrs. Shiozai is not lying, my grandma always says she is bragging. Area, yeah, so delicious. The two sisters squinted their eyes while eating. At this moment they felt that they were the happiest, and they also felt more determined in their hearts, that they must serve the young lady well from now on. Because since following the young lady, not only do they have new clothes and shoes to wear, but they can also eat enough food, and ride in a carriage, and now add one more thing, and they can also eat candy. Lu Yao drove the carriage, eating and drinking leisurely all the way, talking and laughing. But she didn't know that. Danger was approaching them step by step. Chapter 96, Brutal and Ruthless. Lu Yao heard the sound of someone running towards this side, and there seemed to be quite a few people. Out of curiosity, Lu Yao stopped and looked back. When she saw the bandit leader, Lu Yao narrowed her eyes. He was looking for help, seeking revenge. But they were just a few small shrimps. She was not afraid, but after seeing the situation clearly, Lu Yao then jumped on the carriage, and said to the little guys in the back carriage, Xiaoxian, you sit tight, there are bad guys chasing us, I'm going to speed up. Go! After saying that, with a sound of go, she started to run away. Although she was not afraid of so many people, she would not be stupid enough to fight hard. She would first dampen their spirits. Except for Xiaoxian. The people in the carriage were all very nervous. They thought that the cannibals were chasing them. When they thought of their terrifying appearance, the two sisters, Dia, trembled like sieves. Xiao Xian was not afraid because of his confidence in his elder sister. Seeing Liu Yao speed up, Fan Yi was so angry that he cursed. There were only 2 carriages with more than 10 people. They would definitely not be able to catch up with them with so many people. Hoo! Fan Yi. I didn't lie to you. You are smart. When we catch them, you will definitely benefit from it. Although it was not clear from a distance. The person who jumped off the carriage just now, according to his eyes that had seen countless people, must be a girl. It seems that this trip was not in vain. And he might even make a lot of money. Thank you. Mr. Fan, thank you. Mr. Fan. It seems that this time, I can not only get revenge, but also earn some money. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhang San heard what Mr. Fan said, and thought silently in his heart. After running for 20 to 30 minutes, Liu Yao looked back at the robbers, who were following closely behind. They also had a carriage, and it was not a solution to run like this. Just now I was busy running away, and forgot about the little guys behind. If they get tired, they will get tired too. Besides, if they keep shaking like this, the little guys behind will probably have to lie down for 2 days before they can get up. It's not worth it to lose both sides. Lightning. Stop. Xiao Xian. You guys come down quickly. Let's hide in the woods first. After seeing Xiao Xian and the others come down, Liu Yao patted Lightning again and continued to move forward. Anyway, Lightning is full of spiritual energy now and is very smart, so there is no need to worry about it getting lost, and with a wolf accompanying it, it should be no problem. Let's go! Just as Liu Yao and the others hid in the woods for a while, the next moment, the group of bandits caught up with them. Master Fan, it seems that they got off the car and went into the woods. Search for me. I don't believe it today. I can't deal with just a few brats. Master Fan? The one from Moon City. Liu Yao suddenly thought of something, and when he heard them say that, there was still something he didn't understand. It seemed that he had gone too easy at the beginning. Liu Yao did not dare to be careless, and held her breath instantly, not daring to breathe. This Fan Yi. She knew that he was well known. During the few days she stayed in Moon City, the waiter repeatedly reminded her to be careful of him, because this Fan Yi specialized in trafficking children and women, regardless of gender. No one could escape if he took a fancy to them. At least, that was the case around Moon City. Anyway, this Fan Yi had a great reputation in Moon City. On the surface, he was a thug in a brothel. But in reality, he was a human trafficker. Ruthless and cruel. And his methods were extremely cruel. It is said that a child tried to escape, but was tortured to death in front of all the children. There was also a girl who was caught while escaping. This Fan Yi actually let her be gang raped to death by a dozen men in front of all the girls. Anyway, the evil things that Fan Yi did, according to the waiter, could not be told in 3 days and 3 nights. But no one dared to touch him, because the 13th concubine of the county magistrate was his sister, and she seemed to be quite favored. So ordinary people really didn't dare to do anything to him. And he was very conscious not to provoke those who could do something to him. This is also the terrifying part of this Mr. Fan. Now he actually turned his attention to her, in this case, then she can't blame her. Humph, this time, I will make sure you never come back, so that you don't have to bother people all day long. Liu Yao lowered her voice and said to Xiao Xian and the others, you just hide here obediently, I will lead them away, without my order, you are not allowed to make any sound. Do you hear me? Wolf King, Wolf 2, you two protect them well. If they get hurt, you will eat boiled wolf meat tonight. Woo 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 woo. The Wolf King cried out twice in grievance, and did not dare to resist at all. Xiao Xian knew his elder sister's ability, so he nodded sensibly. As long as he was not discovered and did not cause trouble to his elder sister, she would be fine. This was the confidence of a fanboy. Xiao Bao and the others were absolutely convinced of Xiao Xian now. Seeing him nod, they naturally nodded in agreement. Fan Yi on the other side also waved his hand and ordered, search in different places. Don't let them run away. He saw it clearly. There were 4 or 5 children. Once they were trained and taken action, it would be a lot of money. Zhang San was extremely anxious when he heard that they were going to search separately. He was afraid that they would be defeated one by one. He had seen the girls' skills. If something happened to Fan Yi and the others, he would definitely not be able to escape. So he said, Fan Yi, one of the girls is very skilled. Why don't we all act together? Skilled? Zhang San. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Zhang San was stared at by Fan Yi and broke into cold sweats. He swallowed his saliva and said with a stiff face, I know. Fan Yi. I know my crime. My hand was not broken by myself, but was broken by that girl who cut my tendons with a knife. I just thought. Zhang Sen knelt down with his legs bent under Fan Ye's gaze. So you thought? Use me to get rid of that girl. And you can get some benefits. Kill two birds with one stone. Right? Good. Very good. Zhang Sen, you are really good, Fan Yi said with a smile on his face. Seeing Fan Ye's look, Zhang Sen, who lived in the Moon City area, felt very disappointed. Everyone in Moon City knew that Fan Yi was a famous smiling tiger. As long as he smiled at someone, something would happen to that person's family. Broken hands and feet were no big deal. The most frightening thing was to be tortured to death by him. Seeing this, Zhang Sen knocked his head against the ground with a loud thump. After a few thumps, his forehead was broken. With a puff, Zhang San's head fell to the ground before he could react. Fan Yi looked at Zhang San lying on the ground and said coldly, You should be thankful that I have something to do now. Otherwise, humph. Those who dare to plot against me, don't even think about having grass on their graves. And remember, next time you reincarnate, not everyone can take advantage of you. After saying that, he left without looking back. Lu Yao watched all this from afar. Fan Yi was really cruel. Just because someone cheated him, he had to die. However, she didn't feel any pity for the death of the bandit leader. Lu Yao was just upset that she couldn't solve the problem herself. He actually wanted to take them to that kind of place. Damn it! Chapter 97, Total Destruction. After watching them act separately, Lu Yao told Xiaoxian and the others to hide carefully, and then quietly went around behind that Mr. Fan. She wanted to quietly go over and deal with him, but Lu Yao didn't expect that this man, who looked big and strong, was so cautious that he discovered her with just a slight noise. Seeing that she was discovered, Lu Yao didn't hide and stood out from behind the tree and said generously, Are you the Mr. Fan in Moon City? Mr. Fan was stunned and looked at Lu Yao in surprise. He really didn't expect that this little girl was so bold and dared to take the initiative to attack. So he didn't rush to call people over, and deliberately wanted to tease the little girl. In this Moon City, as long as they are good-looking, no matter if they are men or women, they are all afraid of him. So what if it is? So what if it is not? I didn't expect that you are so brave, little girl. And you are not afraid of being caught by me and made to serve others. This little girl is interesting. She is still thinking of attacking from behind. She doesn't think about it. If she didn't have some skills, how could she get to her current position with the county magistrate's little relationship? I didn't think of anything. I just wanted to confirm it. I was afraid that I would kill the wrong person and dirty my hands. Kill me? Did I hear you right? Little girl, do you know that the person who wanted to kill me last time is now hanging outside the city and has become an adult? But no one dares to take him down. Do you know why? I know. Everyone knows the name of Mr. Fan. Isn't it just that he likes to watch people die slowly? To be honest, I am really worried about your children. Thinking of the dozen or so mummies hanging in the woods at the city gate, Lu Yao's voice couldn't help but become a little cold. Oh, because I'm afraid they have no assholes. And they're so young and have lost their fathers. You? What do you mean by I? You're talking too much nonsense. Is it true or not? I'm the Fan Yi you mentioned. Today I want to see how a little girl like you can kill me. Yes, that's fine. But none of your men can escape today. After Lu Yao finished speaking, she approached Fan Yi with a dagger in her hand. Fan Yi's face changed drastically. He didn't expect this girl to be so fierce. She started fighting as soon as she said she would. And she was really fast. It seems that she has some skills. But think about it. If they didn't have some skills, how could they, a bunch of little brats, get along so well? When he mistakenly thought that the little girl was going to stab him with a dagger, he subconsciously took defensive actions. The result was completely different from what he expected. The little girl raised her hand, and a lightning bolt hit his heart directly. You, witch. Before he finished the word girl, the old man snorted and fell backwards with a bang. You talk too much nonsense. Ah! Just when Fan Yi fell, a scream came from the bushes not far away. Li Si screamed, looking at Fan Yi lying motionless on the ground in shock, not daring to breathe, even forgot to run away. He didn't expect that such a powerful Fan Yi could be killed instantly by a little girl. Luckily, Lu Yao was smart. She was afraid of being seen using her supernatural power, so she used it when she was close to Fan Yi. Otherwise, this Li Si would probably be doubting his life now. Liu Yao saw the man without thinking much, and rushed out the moment he made a sound. And the dagger in her hand flew out at the same time. With a puff, another person fell down. Liu Yao walked over, pulled the dagger from his neck, and wiped it on his clothes. For these kind-hearted human traffickers, Liu Yao took action without mercy. In the orphanage where she lived in her previous life, 1/3 of the people were rescued from human traffickers. Because of the long time and the young children, many of them could not find their families, so they were sent to the orphanage. I heard from the director's mother that she was one of them. When she was sent here, she was less than 2 years old. Perhaps without the human traffickers, she could have a home of her own, love her parents, and live a carefree life. It was these damned human traffickers who ruined her life. So she didn't feel uncomfortable killing these people. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than 10 human traffickers were killed by Liu Yao one by one. Looking at these people on the ground, Liu Yao sneered, and then collected their belongings. Except for Mr. Fan. These people basically didn't bring anything. After more than 10 people, they only looted more than 20 taels of silver in total. However, Mr. Fan is worthy of being the bully of Moon City. He brought so much money when he went out to capture someone. More than 1,000 taels of silver notes. And they were all the kind used all over the country. Ha! Not only did they earn back the money they spent in Moon City, but they also had a lot left. Not bad. It turns out that being a hero is the best. Liu Yao collected the things with satisfaction, and then got up and rushed to the place where Xiaoxian and the others were hiding. Xiaoxian, you guys come out, it's all right now. Big sister, have you solved it all? Yes, all of them are human traffickers in Moon City, the ones the waiter mentioned last time. But I killed them all, it's all right now. These people deserve to die, big sister. You killed them well. When the little ones heard that they were human traffickers, they were all filled with righteous indignation, even Dia and Arya, who were pale with fear when they heard that they had killed someone. Both nodded and agreed that it was a good killing. Goo-goo-goo. When everyone was talking excitedly, suddenly a goo-goo sound came from their ears. Liu Yao turned around and looked at her younger brother. Holding her forehead, are you the reincarnation of Zhu Beiji? Didn't we just have breakfast not long ago? Xiaoxian looked at his elder sister's disgusted eyes, and said aggrievedly, Sister, I'm hungry. I heard it. She pretended to take out a few pancakes from her bag. One for each person is just right. This crossbody bag was in Moon City. Liu Yao specially went to the cloth shop to find someone to make it, one for each person, and there are more than 30 in the space. After finishing the meal, Liu Yao continued to lead the 4 people back to the official road. Seeing Lightning standing there waiting for them obediently, they were all very surprised. The road to Nanning Prefecture was indeed much easier to travel than the previous road, although there were still a few disaster victims on the road. They all looked in good spirits. Although Liu Yao was a little girl driving a carriage, it was obviously expensive, and no one dared to cause trouble because they didn't know what was going on inside the carriage. The group walked peacefully for a few days. The little ones who were so shaken at first that they doubted their lives have gotten used to it in the past few days, and sometimes they can even fall asleep. Liu Yao looked back at the laughter in the carriage, and her mouth couldn't help but rise. Thanks to the company of these people along the way, although it was a bit troublesome sometimes, Liu Yao still didn't show any dislike. Maybe it was because of her childhood life experience. She was particularly afraid of being alone, so it felt good to have someone accompany her. Chapter 98 Kyoto 1. Bai Qinglin knelt down and apologized. Your Majesty knows his fault. I will teach that rebellious son a lesson when I go home. Okay. Okay. Get up. The emperor waved his hand and said to Bai Qinglin, who was kneeling below. He really didn't want to do anything to him, but he heard from the servants recently that the 5th princess had been getting close to his son by Ma Xuan, and he was a rare genius. He heard that she was beaten, so he paid more attention to her. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not punishing her. Bai Qinglin stood up and exhaled softly. He said fiercely in his heart, this rebellious son is increasingly looking down on him. It seems that he can't stay. But when he looked up and saw the Prince of Wu glaring at him with anger, he shrank his neck in fear. Humph. Seeing his cowardly look, the Prince of Wu snorted heavily at him. I really don't know what his younger sister had in mind. She actually liked this coward. And now he died young. Now she wants to attack his nephew. Does she really think that his prince's mansion is just a decoration? Although he was angry, based on his understanding of his nephew, he was most likely the one who spread the rumor. As for why, he knew a little bit, because he talked about this with his unruly son last night. Lord Bai, who was thinking about how to punish his unfilial son, didn't know that the Marquis's mansion had become famous because of his son Bai Mayu. Cousin! Bai Mayu was thinking in the study, and suddenly heard Wu Junrui's voice. How about we go out to Pinwakshuan for a walk today? No! I heard that Lu Yuran, the eldest daughter of Prime Minister Lu, is also going. Wu Junrui leaned close to Bai Mayu's ear, and said in a mean way, What does that have to do with me? Don't think I don't know anything. You asked someone to spread the news about the incident on the street today, right? I also know that Bai Mashwan has been very close to the third prince recently, and seems to have hooked up with his sister, the fifth princess. They are in love. After Wu Junrui finished speaking, he blinked at Bai Mayu. You know quite a lot. Of course. How about it? Are you going or not? Let's go! I know you won't miss this opportunity. But remember to be gentle later. After all, she is a girl. Wu Junrui thought for a while, and said, Since you have made up your mind, just go for it boldly. My old man said that the door of the prince's mansion will always be open to you. But I know you won't go. But I have already spread the word. It's up to you whether you go or not. After listening to Wu Junrui's words, Bai Mayu felt swollen in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face, and said with disdain, Pretentious? Are you going or not? Go. 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 Miss, do you think the person who got off the carriage is Bai Shitsi? A maid standing in front of the windowsill on the second floor of Pinwakshuan said to a little girl wearing an apricot yellow double-breasted skirt with flowers and birds embroidered with beads. It seems so. Shinger. Come and check if my headdress is crooked or my dress is messy. Lu Yuren saw the person she had been thinking about, and said excitedly, she hadn't seen him for a long time. Bai Shitsi? A little girl sitting next to her in a blue double-breasted dress asked with a frown. Yuhan, you may not remember since you haven't been back to Beijing for a long time. Bai Shitsi is the legitimate son of Bai Qinglin and Bai Haoli. The one next to him is Wu Shitsi of Wu Junwan's family. They are cousins. The one named Yuhan is Zhao Yuhan, the legitimate daughter of General Zhao. Zhao Yuhan heard Lu Yuren's words with disdain on her face. Bai Shitsi? This morning, everyone said that he was jealous of his younger brother's talent and fought with him. I think he is nothing more than that. He just has a good appearance. Is it worth it for you to do this? When Lu Yuren heard her good sister say this, she said a little unhappy, Those are rumors. He is not that kind of person. After that, she ignored him. Her eyes were fixed on the stairs. Seeing Bai Mayu coming up, Lu Yuren blushed, walked forward with small steps and said, Mr. Bai, long time no see, I didn't expect you to come here to eat. What a coincidence, I still have an empty seat over there, otherwise. Lu Yuren babbled, but before she finished speaking, she was ruthlessly interrupted by Bai Mayu. MOE. Master? Throw this tongue-twisting woman out, she's so noisy. Bai Mayu looked at the pretentious woman in front of him, and said with a look of disgust, Tongue-twisting? Lu Yuren said with a look of disbelief. He actually said she had a tongue-twisting. Yes, I have a tongue-twisting. Who are you? You keep talking as soon as we meet. Do I know you? Also, don't act so coy, it's disgusting, and it affects my appetite. The diners on the second floor were all frightened by Mayu's remarks. They had seen people with sharp tongues, but they had never seen such a sharp tongue. They could even say such a sharp tongue to a delicate little girl. Lu Yuren stood there in a daze, standing there like a wooden man without moving, tears falling down. Not to mention Lu Yuren. Even Wu Junrui was frightened today. When did his cousin become so eloquent? And why didn't he know it? Seeing her sister crying because of being bullied, Zhao Yuhan walked up and said angrily, Why are you like this? He just came forward to say hello. Is it necessary to do this? Of course it is necessary. And it is very necessary. Then let me ask you. If a pervert comes up to harass you now, what will you do? Of course, I will beat him to a pulp. Zhao Yuhan, who grew up in a military camp, said without thinking. So my punishment is still light, at least I didn't beat her to a pulp. Bai Mayu said with a half smile, This Lu Yuren looks delicate, but in her heart she is even worse than his good brother. Whenever she is not satisfied, she will make trouble for the servants, and sometimes even burn them with incense. Although she is young, she is only 14 years old this year, but she has tortured so many little girls to death that you can't count them with one hand. she is simply perverted. If he doesn't attack her, who else will he attack? Wow, woo woo woo. Lu Yuren came to her senses and ran out crying. He actually compared her to a lecher. You? Looking at Lu Yuren running away, Zhao Yuhan snorted and chased after him. They came out together. If something happened, she would have the responsibility that she could not shirk. Watching them run away, Bai Mayu touched his nose. He hadn't performed yet. Why did they run away? If people knew his thoughts, they would definitely say, "Brother, you are going too far. This is not enough. If you do go all out, I'm afraid the girl will die with a clear name." Wu Junrui walked up to his cousin and silently gave him a thumbs up and said, "Awesome." After sitting down, Wu Junrui came up and asked, "Mou, when did you learn this skill?" Bai Mou smiled and said, "Do you want to know?" Yeah. Wu Junrui nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of expectation. If he also learned this poisonous tongue skill, he would see those nerds on Jihu and see if he didn't kill them, especially Bai Moshwan, that pretty boy. Born. Bai Mou looked at him like that and said mischievously, "Bai Mou, you are going too far. You are going too far." Chapter 99, Kyoto 2. After the two of them finished their meal and returned to the Marquis mansion, "Moe, I have something important to discuss with Prince Wu, and no one is allowed to disturb us." "Yes, master." After saying that, he closed the study door and stood there motionlessly. "Juerue, how is the charcoal burning going?" After entering the study, Bai Mayu asked anxiously. After returning, he handed this matter over to Wu Juerue. If this kid hadn't mentioned it just now, he would have almost forgotten it. During this period of time, he was confused by a lot of things. Now that I know how to ask, I thought you didn't care. If Zyar knew that you didn't care, she would be angry with you. Okay, don't stare at me. I said it. Isn't it? After saying that, he picked up the teacup and drank a sip of tea, and then continued, "Since I came back, I have ordered people to do this. Moer 23, 24, 25 is still on the mountain. It takes about 2 hours to get there by carriage from Kyoto. The money you gave me has not been spent. Except for paying wages and building houses, the money has not been spent on other things. So far, a total of more than 15,000 kilograms have been burned. So much? Well, I came this time, just to ask if you want to continue burning." Bai Mayu thought for a while and said, "Burn. The weather is very abnormal. It's only March or April, but it's no different from summer. I'm afraid something will happen again, so we must be prepared. And the house has to be built solidly. Otherwise the charcoal will get wet and become worthless. And we have to prepare more food. Although the girl has some. We don't know when she can come to Kyoto. Maybe she hasn't come yet and the disaster has come. So we have to prepare for the worst. You don't need to tell me. I thought about it a long time ago. I asked the 4 of them to keep an eye on it. And they are all covered halfway. Don't worry. However, will the Mayu disaster really come again? Don't scare me. I'm timid." When Wu Juerue heard Bai Mayu's words, his heart was pounding. This time was enough for him. And if it happened again, I'm afraid it would cost him his life. It's hard to say. I'm just guessing. The two of them started talking about this, one after another. Finally, Bai Mayu decided to build more houses. He has money now. And he also has a share in the mansion. It's a waste not to use it. Maybe it will be useless after a while. And it will be cheap for others. Then it's decided. You should go back and tell your old man. But you must keep it secret. Otherwise we will be in trouble. I know. Why do I find that you have the style of my old man now? The same? What do you mean by the same? Same eloquence. Under Bai Mayu's tyranny, Wu Junrui changed his words. Sometimes he wondered if it was just as Xiao Yaoer said. He was the one who was born earlier. Otherwise why would he be afraid of him? Yes. It must be like this. Anything else? Seeing that the boy was still here and didn't intend to leave after the matter was said, he spoke up. He. Didn't I hear that Bai Moshwan was beaten by you? I heard that his face was bruised. So I came to see him. He. After saying that, he laughed. Do you really want to know? Bai Mayu looked at Wu Junrui with ill intentions. Wu Junrui looked at Bai Mayu's actions, was startled, and hurriedly stepped back and said, I don't want to. I don't want to. After saying that, he looked at Bai Mayu and stepped back a few steps vigilantly. Really? Bai Mayu said teasingly. I said I don't want to. So I'm leaving. It's so boring. He left without looking back. Wu Junrui had just left when Bai Mayu was called to the front yard by the housekeeper. Kneel down, you rebellious son. He was greeted with a roar before he even entered the door. But Bai Mayu didn't even look at him. He just walked in, found a chair and sat down. Kneeling? I don't know if it's possible in the next life. But forget it in this life. Because he doesn't deserve it. Seeing Bai Mayu ignore him, Bai's father was so angry that he threw a paper pressing stone at him. But Bai Mayu dodged it cleverly. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, I'm leaving, Bai Mayu said coldly. He didn't want to waste time with him. If it wasn't for leaving this home that didn't belong to him as soon as possible, he wouldn't be willing to play with them here. Looking at them made him feel disgusted. What do you want? You have to break up the family before you are satisfied. Break up the family? Isn't this what you have been doing all the time? Why are you asking me? You beast. If you had known it would be like this, you shouldn't have let your mother give birth to you. My mother? You don't deserve to talk about my mother. If it weren't for you, would my mother die? If it weren't for you, would I be like this today? It is said that even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. I think you are worse than that beast. But congratulations. You were right. After my mother's unclear death, when I was repeatedly plotted against and on the verge of life and death, and you acted as if nothing had happened. When you knew that this trip was extremely dangerous, but still insisted on letting me go despite my uncle's objection. I knew that you, as a father, were looking forward to your son's death. So since we are all going to die, why not die together? After all, there is a companion in the underworld. Don't you think so? My father. Originally, Bai Mayu didn't want to make things so extreme. But he should never have mentioned his mother at this time. Because he was not qualified. And even less worthy. Puff. After hearing what Bai Mayu said, Father Bai was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe, and the old blood spurted out. Master Ho, Master Ho. The housekeeper was very anxious. He didn't expect that. The prince would hate this family so much, and Master Ho so much. But think about it, since the lady came, what Master Ho did to the late lady was really frightening. Housekeeper, go and call the palace doctor, otherwise. If he can't breathe, it will be a big deal. Bai Mayu stood there. After instructing the housekeeper, he picked up the teacup and drank tea leisurely, not paying any attention to the person lying on the ground, let alone going over to help. Seeing this, Bai's father fainted in anger. 3 days later, Lord Bai had not recovered yet. But he entered the palace with illness. Removed Bai Mayu from the position of the crown prince. Expelled him from the family. And went to the government office to re-register. From then on, life and death were determined by fate. And no one was bound by fate. Even if anyone wanted to regret it, it would be useless. The happiest people about this matter were Ning's mother and son. If it weren't for their face, they would have wanted to hold a 3-day buffet. The little beast finally left. If they had known it was so easy, why would they have wasted their energy? And caused her to lose so many of the warriors she had cultivated with great difficulty. Chapter 100 Corn Cobs. Lu Yao didn't know that Bai Mayu had done so many things and sacrificed so much to be with her. And she didn't expect that she had such a heavy weight in his heart. Now she was talking and laughing with Dia and the others on the road. Everyone started talking. And then Lu Yao found that Dia and Arya were really good sisters. At least they didn't say anything to them. And they couldn't say anything for a long time. Self-conscious, knowing what to do and what not to do, not dull. But compared to Dia, Arya obviously said much less. But she was smart, and understood everything at once. One is quiet, and the other is active, very good. They even talked about the cats and dogs they would raise in the mansion in the future. This is something she has a lot in common with. From watching how they treat the Wolf King, and the others recently, she knows that they are kind people who love small animals. Sometimes, the two of them would tell her about some interesting things in their village. She likes to listen to them, and finds them very interesting. She would laugh out loud when she heard something funny. Although Xiaoxian was with her before, he was a boy after all, and a boy younger than her, so they could not talk to each other at all. Later, she met Bai Mayu and his friends, who were also a group of grown men. Xiaoxian found company and became a chatterbox. But to be honest, she had nothing in common with them. At most, she would occasionally say a few words to Bai Mayu. It was almost the same as when she was with Xiaoxian. At most, there were more people eating. which made it more lively. But she had plenty of food, so she was not afraid of too many people. Now it was different. 2 girls and Xiaobao came. Xiaoxian not only had company, but she was also obviously happier recently, and smiled more often. The 3 of them were chatting happily. But Xiaoxian and Xiaobao's presence was not high, which made the 2 little guys resentful, and they ate half a bowl more than usual. Regarding this matter, Lu Yao could only laugh. Now she didn't have any big ambitions, and she planned to eat and wait for death in this life. And it would be best to be a parasite. But now her wish, except for a house and a few acres of good farmland, seemed to be coming true soon. It was getting dark at this time, and Lu Yao drove the carriage to a random place to stop, and asked Dia and Arya to light a fire and cook. She went into the grove, because she had to pee, because she was on the official road. She didn't dare to walk far. She found a place with lush branches and leaves at the edge of the grove and entered the space in a flash. As soon as she entered the space, Lu Yao rushed to the 2nd floor, took a comfortable hot bath, and then threw herself on the big bed. Ah! Comfortable! Lu Yao really wanted to sleep comfortably in there. She hadn't slept well for a long time. But she thought, ideals are plump, reality is skinny, and beautiful dreams will never come true. Lu Yao knew that she could only lie on this soft big bed for 30 minutes at most, because who can go to the toilet for more than half an hour? Alas, her beauty sleep. Lu Yao lay for a while, resigned herself to leaving the big bed, walked outside to look around the field, and harvested everything that should be harvested. Lu Yao came to the cornfield, left a small part for seeds, and harvested all the rest. She originally planned to eat green corn last time, but she didn't expect something to delay her. This is the 2nd crop, and she can finally eat it. Lu Yao held a corn cob in her hand. It had been a long time since she had eaten it. She really missed it. Now her mind was full of roasted corn, boiled corn, corn kernels with wheat beans, corn kernels fried with ham, corn ribs, corn porridge, corn soy milk. Ah, I missed it so much. It's a pity that I couldn't make many of them. There were no raw materials. Thinking about it, Lu Yao took out the corn cob in her hand and started to chew it. Not bad, sweet. A bit like the fruit corn in the previous world. I didn't expect that the space had this effect. It could also improve the variety of seeds. It was amazing. Lu Yao ate a whole corn cob in one breath. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled. She didn't expect that the first fruit she had in this strange world would be green corn. She was also drunk, but it was better to have it than not. So she just ate it. Half an hour later, Lu Yao happily left the space and crawled out of the woods. At the same time, she was holding about 20 green corns in her hands. When Xiaoxian saw the green corn, she jumped up excitedly. She had heard from her elder sister how delicious the green corn was. Today, the corn was finally ripe. Dia and the others took a look at the corn cob in Lu Yao's arms. Although they were confused and curious about where it came from, they still remembered Lu Yao's words, and did not ask any more questions. After Lu Yao secretly observed the reactions of several people, a smile gradually appeared on her face. Dia, take this and cook it. Dia took the corn cob and was about to peel the husk, intending to rub the corn kernels off and cook porridge. Lu Yao saw this and hurriedly stopped her and said, Dia, you don't need to peel it. Just throw it into the pot. Add half of the water and cook it directly. Okay, miss. Although she didn't quite understand why it had to be cooked this way, Dia still followed Lu Yao's instructions. After a while, the sweet smell of green corn wafted out. Slurp Xiaoxian raised his hand and wiped his saliva and said, Big sister, this is too fragrant. Gulp. Why didn't my mother's corn cob smell so good before? Xiaobao swallowed his saliva. We don't have it at home either. Dia and Arya also said in unison. Big sister, are you ready? You guys, why are you so anxious? Lu Yao shook her head, looking at the 4 little guys staring at the iron pot. She was speechless. It's almost done. Wait a little longer. You guys are so impatient. After saying that, he waited for another 7 or 8 minutes, and then told Dia to take out the corn cobs and put them in the bamboo basket. When Xiaoxian saw the corn cobs being taken out, he reached into the bamboo basket and picked up the corn cobs before Lu Yao could speak. Ah! It's hot! It's hot! It's hot! He shouted and threw the corn cobs out. Lu Yao wanted to wait until it was cooler before telling them to eat. But before she could speak, Xiaoxian took the initiative. He must have been burned. Big sister? Who told you to be so anxious? You deserve it. I'll see if you dare to do it next time. You get anxious when you see food. She pulled his hand and checked it. Seeing that nothing happened, she felt relieved. I know I was wrong. If you do this again next time, I will punish you to watch us eat. And you can eat after everyone has finished eating. When Xiaoxian heard what his big sister said, he immediately wilted and said that he would never dare to do it again. Okay. You can eat now, she said, picking a big one for the little guy, which made him laugh. Everyone took their own corn cobs and said while eating, we used to eat this corn cob, but we only ate the old ones, which were hard. I didn't expect that the unripe ones were so delicious. Deya took a bite and squinted her eyes and said, it's so delicious.